Chapter 23 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Esthers Narrative. We came home from Mr. Boythorn's after 6 pleasant weeks. We were often in the park and in the woods, and seldom passed the lodge where we had taken shelter without looking in to speak to the keeper's wife. But we saw no more of Lady Dedlock, except at church on Sundays. There was a company, Chesney Wold, and although several beautiful faces surrounded her, her face retained the same influence on me as at first. I do not quite know even now whether it was painful or pleasurable, whether it drew me towards her or made me shrink from her. I think I admired her with a kind of fear, and I know that in her presence my thoughts always wandered back, as they had done at first, to that old time of my life. I had a fancy, on more than one of these Sundays, that what this lady so curiously was to me, I was to her. I mean that I disturbed her thoughts as she influenced mine, though in some different way. But when I stole a glance at her, and saw her so composed and distant and unapproachable, I felt this to be a foolish weakness indeed. I felt the whole state of my mind in reference to her to be weak and unreasonable, and I remonstrated with myself about it as much as I could. One incident that occurred before we quitted Mr. Boythorn's house I had better mention in this place. I was walking in the garden with Ada when I was told that someone wished to see me. Going into the breakfast room where this person was waiting, I found it to be the French maid, who had cast off her shoes and walked through the wet grass on the day when it thundered and lightning. "Mademoiselle," she began, looking fixedly at me with her too eager eyes, though otherwise presenting an agreeable appearance, and speaking neither with boldness nor civility. "I have taken a great liberty in coming here, but you know how to excuse it, being so amiable, mademoiselle." "No excuse is necessary," I returned, "if you wish to speak to me." "That is my desire, mademoiselle. 1,000 thanks for the permission. I have your leave to speak, is it not?" she said in a quick, natural way. "Certainly," said I. "Mademoiselle, you are so amiable. Listen then, if you please. I have left my lady. We could not agree. My lady is so high, so very high. Pardon, mademoiselle, you are right." Her quickness anticipated what I might have said presently, but as yet had only thought. "It is not for me to come here and complain of my lady, but I say she is so high, so very high. All the world knows that." "Go on, if you please," said I. "Assuredly, mademoiselle, I am thankful for your politeness, mademoiselle. I have an inexpressible desire to find service with a young lady who is good, accomplished, beautiful. You are good, accomplished, and beautiful as an angel. Ah, could I have the honour of being your domestic?" "I'm sorry," I began. "Do not dismiss me so soon, mademoiselle," she said with an involuntary contraction of her fine black eyebrows. "Let me hope a moment, mademoiselle. I know this service would be more retired than which I have quitted. Well, I wish that. I know this service would be less distinguished than that which I have quitted. Well, I wish that. I know that I should win less as to wages here. Good. I am content." "I assure you," said I, quite embarrassed by the mere idea of having such an attendant, "that I keep no maid." "Ah, mademoiselle, but why not? Why not, when you can have one so devoted to you, who would be enchanted to serve you, who would be so true, so zealous, so faithful every day, mademoiselle? I wish it with all my heart to serve you. Do not speak of money at the present. Take me as I am, for nothing." She was so singularly in earnest that I drew back, almost afraid of her, without appearing to notice it. In her ardour she still pressed herself upon me, speaking in a rapid, subdued voice, but always with a certain grace and propriety. "Mademoiselle, I come from the south of the country, where we are quick, and where we like and dislike very strong. My lady was too high for me. I was too high for her. It is done, past, finished. Receive me as your domestic, and I will serve you well. I will do more for you than you figure to yourself now." "Chut, mademoiselle, I will no matter. I will do my utmost possible in all things. If you accept my service, you will not repent, and I will serve you well. You don't know how well." There was a lowering energy in her face as she stood looking at me while I explained the impossibility of my engaging her, without thinking it necessary to say how very little I desired to do so, which seemed to bring visibly before me some woman from the streets of Paris in the reign of terror. She heard me without interruption, and then said with her pretty accent and in her mildest voice, "Hey, mademoiselle, I have received my answer. I am sorry of it, but I must go elsewhere and seek what I have not found here. Will you graciously let me kiss your hand?" She looked at me more intently as she took it, and seemed to take note with a momentary touch of every vein in it. "I fear I surprised you, mademoiselle, on the day of the storm," she said with a parting curtsy. I confessed that she had surprised us all. "I took an oath, mademoiselle," she said, smiling, "and I wanted to stamp it on my mind so that I might keep it faithfully, and I will. Adieu, mademoiselle." So ended our conference, which I was very glad to bring to a close. I suppose she went away from the village, for I saw her no more, and nothing else occurred to disturb our tranquil summer pleasures until 6 weeks were out and we returned home, as I began just now by saying. At that time, and for a good many weeks after that time, Richard was constant in his visits. Besides coming every Saturday or Sunday and remaining with us till Monday morning, he sometimes rode out on horseback unexpectedly and passed the evening with us, and rode back again early next day. He was as vivacious as ever, and told us that he was very industrious. But I was not easy in my mind about him. It appeared to me that his industry was all misdirected. I could not find that it led to anything but the formation of delusive hopes in connection with the suit, already the pernicious cause of so much sorrow and ruin. He had got at the core of that mystery now, he told us, and nothing could be plainer than that the will under which he and Ada were to take, I don't know how many thousands of pounds, must be finally established, if there were any sense of justice in the Court of Chancery. But oh, what a great if that sounded in my ears, and that this happy conclusion could not be much longer delayed. He proved this to himself by all the weary arguments on that side he had read, and every one of them sunk him deeper in the infatuation. He had even begun to haunt the court. He told us how he saw Miss Flite there daily, and how they talked together, and how he did her little kindnesses, and how, while he laughed at her, he pitied her from his heart. But he never thought, never, my poor dear sanguine Richard, capable of so much happiness then, and with such better things before him, what a fatal link was riveting between his fresh youth and her faded age, between his free hopes and her caged birds, and her hungry garret and her wandering mind. Ada loved him too well to mistrust him in anything he said or did, and my guardian, though he frequently complained of the east wind, and read more than usual in the growlery, preserved a strict silence on the subject. So I thought one day, when I went to London to meet Caddy Jellyby at her solicitation, I would ask Richard to be in waiting for me at the coach office, that we might have a little talk together. I found him there when I arrived, and we walked away arm in arm. "Well, Richard," said I, as soon as I could begin to be grave with him, "are you beginning to feel more settled down?" "Oh, yes, my dear," returned Richard, "I'm all right enough." "But settled," said I. "How do you mean settled?" returned Richard with his gay laugh. "Settled in the law," said I. "Oh, I," said Richard, "I'm all right enough." "You said that before, my dear Richard." "And you don't think it's an answer, eh? Well, perhaps it's not. Settled, do you mean? Do I feel as if I were settling down?" "Yes." "Why, no, I can't say I am settling down," said Richard, strongly emphasizing down, as if that expressed the difference. "Because one can't settle down while this business remains in such an unsettled state. When I say this business, of course, I mean that forbidden subject." "Do you think it will ever be in a settled state?" said I. "Not the least doubt of it," answered Richard. We walked a little way without speaking. Presently Richard addressed me in his frankest and most feeling manner thus: "My dear Esther, I understand you, and I wish to heaven I were a more constant sort of fellow. I don't mean constant to Ada, for I love her dearly, and better every day, but constant to myself. Somehow I mean something that I can't very well express, but you'll make it out. If I were a more constant sort of fellow, I should have held on to either the Badger or to Kenge and Carboy, like grim death, and should have begun to be steady and systematic by this time. I shouldn't be in debt. And are you in debt, Richard?" "Yes," said Richard. "I am a little so, my dear. Also, I have taken rather too much to billiards and that sort of thing. Now the murder's out. You despise me, Esther, don't you?" "You know I don't," said I. "You're kinder to me than I often am to myself," he returned. "My dear Esther, I am a very unfortunate dog not to be more settled. But how can I be more settled? If you lived in an unfinished house, you couldn't settle down in it. If you were condemned to leave everything you undertook unfinished, you would find it hard to apply yourself to anything. And yet that's my unhappy case. I was born into this unfinished contention, with all its chances and changes, and it began to unsettle me before I quite knew the difference between a suit at law and a suit of clothes. And it's gone on unsettling me ever since. And here I am now, conscious sometimes that I am but a worthless fellow to love my confiding cousin Ada." We were in a solitary place, and he put his hands before his eyes and sobbed as he said the words. "Oh, Richard," said I, "do not be so moved. You have a noble nature, and Ada's love may make you worthier every day." "I know, my dear," he replied, pressing my arm. "I know all that. You mustn't mind my being a little soft now, for I have had all this upon my mind for a long time, and have often meant to speak to you, and have sometimes wanted opportunity, and sometimes courage. I know what the thoughts of Ada ought to do for me, but it doesn't do it. I'm too unsettled even for that. I love her most devotedly, and yet I do her wrong, in doing myself wrong every day and every hour. But it can't last for ever. We shall come on for a final hearing and get judgment in our favour, and then you and Ada shall see what I really can be." It had given me a pang to hear him sob and see the tears start out between his fingers, but that was infinitely less affecting to me than the hopeful animation with which he said these words. "I've looked into the papers, Esther. I've been deep into them for months," he continued, recovering his cheerfulness in a moment, "and you may rely upon it that we shall come out triumphant. As to years of delay, there's been no want of them, heaven knows, and there is the greater probability of our bringing the matter to a speedy close. In fact, it's on the paper now. It will be all right at last, and then you shall see." Recalling how he had just now placed Messrs. Kenge and Carboy in the same category with Mr. Badger, I asked him when he intended to be articled in Lincoln's Inn. "There again, I think not at all, Esther," he returned with an effort. "Fancy I have had enough of it. Having worked at Jarndyce and Jarndyce like a galley slave, I have slaked my thirst for the law, and satisfied myself that I shouldn't like it. Besides, I find it unsettles me more and more to be so constantly upon the scene of action." "So what," continued Richard, confident again by this time, "do I naturally turn my thoughts to?" "I can't imagine," said I. "Don't look so serious," returned Richard, "because it's the best thing I can do, my dear Esther. I am certain. It's not as if I wanted a profession for life. These proceedings will come to a termination, and then I am provided for. No, I look upon it as a pursuit which is in its nature more or less unsettled, and therefore suited to my temporary condition. I may say precisely suited. What is it that I naturally turn my thoughts to?" I looked at him and shook my head. "What?" said Richard in a tone of perfect conviction. "But the army." "The army?" said I. "The army, of course. What I have to do is to get a commission, and there I am, you know," said Richard. And then he showed me, proved by elaborate calculations in his pocket book, that supposing he had contracted, say, £200 of debt in 6 months out of the army, and that he contracted no debt at all within a corresponding period in the army, as to which he had quite made up his mind, this step must involve a saving of £400 in a year, or £2,000 in 5 years, which was a considerable sum. And then he spoke so ingeniously and sincerely of the sacrifice he made in withdrawing himself for a time from Ada, and of the earnestness with which he aspired, as in thought he always did, I know full well, to repay her love and to ensure her happiness, and to conquer what was amiss in himself, and to acquire the very soul of decision, that he made my heart ache keenly and sorely. For I thought, how would this end? How could this end? when so soon and so surely all his manly qualities were touched by the fatal blight that ruined everything it rested on. I spoke to Richard with all the earnestness I felt, and all the hope I could not quite feel then, and implored him for Ada's sake not to put any trust in Chancery. To all I said Richard readily assented, riding over the court and everything else in his easy way, and drawing the brightest pictures of the character he was to settle into. Alas, when the grievous suit should lose its hold upon him, we had a long talk, but it always came back to that in substance. At last we came to Soho Square, when Caddy Jellyby had appointed to wait for me. It was a quiet place in the neighbourhood of Newman Street. Caddy was in the garden in the centre, and hurried out as soon as I appeared. After a few cheerful words, Richard left us together. "Prince has a pupil over the way, Esther," said Caddy, "and got the key for us, so if you will walk round and round here with me, we can lock ourselves in, and I can tell you comfortably what I wanted to see your dear good face about." "Very well, my dear," said I. "Nothing could be better." So Caddy, after affectionately squeezing the dear good face, as she called it, locked the gate and took my arm, and we began to walk round the garden very cosily. "You see, Esther," said Caddy, who thoroughly enjoyed a little confidence, "after you spoke to me about its being wrong to marry without Ma's knowledge, or even to keep Ma long in the dark respecting our engagement, though I don't believe Ma cares much for me, I must say, I thought it right to mention your opinions to Prince. In the first place, because I wanted to profit by everything you tell me, and in the second place, because I have no secrets from Prince." "I hope he approved, Caddy." "Oh, my dear, I assure you he would approve of anything you could say. You have no idea what an opinion he has of you." "Indeed, Esther, it's enough to make anybody but me jealous," said Caddy, laughing and shaking her head. "But it only makes me joyful, for you are the first friend I ever had, and the best friend I can ever have, and nobody can respect and love you too much to please me." "'Pon my word, Caddy," said I, "you're in a general conspiracy to keep me in a good humour. Well, my dear." "Well, I'm going to tell you," replied Caddy, crossing her hands confidentially upon my arm. "So we talked a good deal about it, and so I said to Prince, 'Prince, as Miss Summerson—' Hope you didn't say Miss Summerson." "No, I didn't," cried Caddy, greatly pleased, and with the brightest of faces. "I said Esther. I said to Prince, as Esther is decidedly of that opinion, Prince, and has expressed it to me, and always hints at it when she writes those kind notes which you are so fond of hearing me read to you, I am prepared to disclose the truth to Ma whenever you think proper. And I think, Prince," said I, "that Esther thinks it I should be in a better and truer, more honourable position altogether if you did the same to your papa." "Yes, my dear," said I, "Esther certainly does think so." "So I was right, you see," exclaimed Caddy. "Well, this troubled Prince a good deal, not because he had the least doubt about it, but because he is so considerate of the feelings of old Mr. Turveydrop, and he has had his apprehensions that old Mr. Turveydrop might break his heart, or faint away, or be very much overcome in some affecting manner or other, if he made such an announcement. He feared old Mr. Turveydrop might consider it undutiful, and might receive too great a shock, for old Mr. Turveydrop's deportment is very beautiful, you know, Esther," said Caddy, "and his feelings are extremely sensitive." "Are they, my dear?" "Oh, extremely sensitive. Prince says so. Now this has caused my darling child—" "I didn't mean to use the expression to you, Esther," Caddy apologized, her face suffused with blushes, "but I generally call Prince my darling child." I laughed, and Caddy laughed and blushed, and went on. "This has caused him, Esther." "Caused whom, my dear?" "Oh, you tiresome thing," said Caddy, laughing with her pretty face on fire. "My darling child, if you insist upon it. This has caused him weeks of uneasiness, and has made him delay from day to day in a very anxious manner. At last he said to me, 'Caddy, if Miss Summerson, who is a great favourite with my father, could be prevailed upon to be present when I broke the subject, I think I could do it.' So I promised I would ask you, and I made up my mind. Besides," said Caddy, looking at me hopefully but timidly, "and if you consented, I will ask you afterwards to come with me to Ma. That is what I meant when I said in my note that I had a great favour and a great assistance to beg of you. And if you thought you could grant it, Esther, we should both be very grateful." "Let me see, Caddy," said I, pretending to consider. "Really, I think I could do a greater thing than that, if the need were pressing. I am at your service, and the darling child's, my dear, whenever you like." Caddy was quite transported by this reply of mine, being, I believe, as susceptible to the least kindness or encouragement as any tender heart that ever beat in this world. And after another turn or two around the garden, during which she put on an entirely new pair of gloves, and made herself as resplendent as possible, that she might do no avoidable discredit to the master of deportment, we went to Newman Street direct. Prince was teaching, of course. We found him engaged with a not very hopeful pupil, a stubborn little girl with a sulky forehead and a deep voice, and an inanimate, dissatisfied mamma, whose case was certainly not rendered more hopeful by the confusion into which we threw her preceptor. The lesson at last came to an end, after proceeding as discordantly as possible, and when the little girl had changed her shoes and had her white muslin extinguished in shawls, she was taken away. After a few words of preparation, we then went in search of Mr. Turveydrop, who we found grouped with his hat and gloves, as a model of deportment, on the sofa in his private apartment, the only comfortable room in the house. He appeared to have dressed at his leisure in the intervals of a light collation, and his dressing-case, brushes, and so forth, all of quite an elegant kind, lay about. "Father, Miss Summerson, Miss Jellyby." "Charmed, enchanted," said Mr. Turveydrop, rising with his high-shouldered bow. "Permit me," handing chairs. "Be seated," kissing the tips of his left fingers, overjoyed, shutting his eyes and rolling. "My little retreat is made a paradise," recomposing himself on the sofa like the second gentleman in Europe. "Again you find us, Miss Summerson," said he, "using our little arts to polish. Again the sex stimulates us and rewards us by the condescension of its lovely presence. It is much in these times, and we have made an awfully degenerating business of it since the days of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, my patron, if I may presume to say so, to experience that deportment is not wholly trodden under foot by mechanics, that it can yet bask in the smile of beauty, my dear madam." I said nothing, which I thought a suitable reply, and he took a pinch of snuff. "My dear son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "you have 4 schools this afternoon. I would recommend a hasty sandwich." "Thank you, father," returned the Prince. "I will be sure to be punctual. My dear father, may I beg you to prepare your mind for what I am going to say?" "Good heaven!" exclaimed the model, pale and aghast, as Prince and Caddy, hand in hand, bent down before him. "What is this? Is this lunacy, or what is this?" "Father," returned Prince, with great submission, "I love this young lady, and we are engaged." "Engaged!" cried Mr. Turveydrop, reclining on the sofa, shutting out the sight with his hand. "An arrow launched at my brain by my own child." "We have been engaged for some time, father," faltered Prince, "and Miss Summerson, hearing of it, advised that we should declare the fact to you, and was so very kind as to attend on the present occasion. Miss Jellyby is a young lady who deeply respects you, father." Mr. Turveydrop uttered a groan. "No, pray don't, father," urged his son. "Miss Jellyby is a young lady who deeply respects you, and our first desire is to consider your comfort." Mr. Turveydrop sobbed. "No, pray don't, father," cried his son. "Boy," said Mr. Turveydrop, "it is well that your sainted mother is spared this pang. Strike deep and spare not. Strike home, sir, strike home." "Pray don't say so, father," implored Prince in tears. "It goes to my heart. I do assure you, father, that our first wish and intention is to consider your comfort. Caroline and I do not forget our duty. What is my duty is Caroline's, as we have often said together, and with your approval and consent, father, we will devote ourselves to making your life agreeable." "Strike home," murmured Mr. Turveydrop. "Strike home." But he seemed to listen, I thought, too. "My dear father," returned Prince, "we well know what little comforts you are accustomed to and have a right to, and it will always be our study and our pride to provide those before anything. If you will bless us with your approval and consent, father, We shall not think of being married until it is quite agreeable to you, and when we are married we shall always make you, of course, our first consideration. You must ever be the head and master here, father, and we feel how truly unnatural it would be in us if we failed to know it, or if we failed to exert ourselves in every possible way to please you." Mr. Turveydrop underwent a severe internal struggle and came upright on the sofa again, with his cheeks puffing over his stiff cravat, a perfect model of parental deportment. "My son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "my children, I cannot resist your prayer. Be happy." His benignity as he raised his future daughter-in-law and stretched out his hand to his son, who kissed it with affectionate respect and gratitude, was the most confusing sight I ever saw. "My children," said Mr. Turveydrop, paternally encircling Caddy with his left arm as she sat beside him, and putting his right hand gracefully on his hip. "My son and daughter, your happiness shall be my care. I will watch over you. You shall always live with me," meaning, of course, I will always live with you. "This house is henceforth as much yours as mine. Consider it your home. May you long live to share it with me." The power of his deportment was such that they really were as much overcome with thankfulness as if, instead of quartering himself upon them for the rest of his life, he were making some munificent sacrifice in their favour. "For myself, my children," said Mr. Turveydrop, "I am falling into the sere and yellow leaf. It is impossible to say how long the last feeble traces of gentlemanly deportment may linger in this weaving and spinning age. But so long. I will do my duty to society, and will show myself as usual about town. My wants are few and simple. My little apartment here, my few essentials for the toilet, my frugal morning meal, and my little dinner will suffice. I charge your dutiful affection with the supply of these requirements, and I charge myself with all the rest." They were overpowered afresh by his uncommon generosity. "My son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "for all these little points in which you are deficient, points of department, which are born with a man, which may be improved by cultivation, but can never be originated, you may still rely on me. I have been faithful to my post since the days of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, and I will not desert it now. No, my son, if you have ever contemplated your father's poor position with a feeling of pride, you may rest assured that he will do nothing to tarnish it. For yourself, Prince, whose character is different, we cannot all be alike, nor is it advisable that we should. Work, be industrious, earn money, and extend the connection as much as possible." "That you may depend I will do, dear father, with all my heart," replied Prince. "I have no doubt of it," said Mr. Turveydrop. "Your qualities are not shining, my dear child, but they are steady and useful. And to both of you, my children, I would merely observe, in the spirit of a sainted woman on whose path I had the happiness of casting, I believe, some ray of light, take care of the establishment, take care of my simple wants, and bless you both." Old Mr. Turveydrop then became so very gallant in honour of the occasion that I told Caddy we must really go to Thavies Inn at once, if we were to go at all that day. So we took our departure, after a very loving farewell between Caddy and her betrothed. And during our walk she was so happy and so full of old Mr. Turveydrop's praises that I would not have said a word in his disparagement for any consideration. The house in Thavies Inn had bills in the windows announcing that it was to let, and it looked dirtier and gloomier and ghastlier than ever. The name of poor Mr. Jellyby had appeared in the list of bankrupts but a day or two before, and he was shut up in the dining room with two gentlemen and a heap of blue bags, account books and papers, making the most desperate endeavours to understand his affairs. They appeared to me to be quite beyond his comprehension, for when Caddy took me into the dining room by mistake, and we came upon Mr. Jellyby in his spectacles, forlornly fenced into a corner by the great dining table and the two gentlemen, he seemed to have given up the whole thing and to be speechless and insensible. Going upstairs to Mrs. Jellyby's room, the children were all screaming in the kitchen, and there was no servant to be seen. We found that lady in the midst of a voluminous correspondence, opening, reading, and sorting letters with a great accumulation of torn covers on the floor. She was so preoccupied that at first she did not know me, though she sat looking at me with that curious, bright-eyed, far-off look of hers. "Ah, Miss Summerson," she said at last. "I was thinking of something so different. Hope you're well. I'm happy to see you. Mr. Jarndyce and Miss Clare quite well?" I hoped in return that Mr. Jellyby was quite well. "Why, not quite, my dear," said Mrs. Jellyby in the calmest manner. "He's been unfortunate in his affairs, is a little out of spirits. Happily for me, I am so much engaged that I have no time to think about it. We have at the present moment 170 families, Miss Summerson, averaging 5 persons in each, either gone or going to the left bank of the Niger. I thought of the one family so near to us who were neither gone nor going to the left bank of the Niger, and wondered how she could be so placid." "You've brought Caddy back, I see," observed Mrs. Jellyby with a glance at her daughter. "It has become quite a novelty to see her here. She has almost deserted her old employment, and in fact obliges me to employ a boy." "I am sure, ma," began Caddy. "Now you know, Caddy," her mother mildly interposed, "that I do employ a boy who is now at his dinner. What is the use of your contradicting?" "I was not going to contradict, ma," returned Caddy. "I was only going to say that surely you wouldn't have me be a mere drudge all my life." "I believe, my dear," said Mrs. Jellyby, still opening her letters, casting her bright eyes smilingly over them, and sorting them as she spoke, "that you have a business example before you in your mother. Besides, a mere drudge, if you had any sympathy with the destinies of the human race, it would raise you high above any such idea. But you have none. I have often told you, Caddy, you have no such sympathy." "Not if it's Africa, ma, I have not." "Of course you have not. Now, if I were not happily so much engaged, Miss Summerson," said Mrs. Jellyby, sweetly casting her eyes for a moment on me, and considering where to put the particular letter she had just opened, "this would distress and disappoint me. But I have so much to think of in connection with Borrioboola, and it is so necessary I should concentrate myself that there is my remedy, you see." As Caddy gave me a glance of entreaty, and as Mrs. Jellyby was looking far away into Africa, straight through my bonnet and head, I thought it a good opportunity to come on the subject of my visit and to attract Mrs. Jellyby's attention. "Perhaps," I began, "you will wonder what has brought me here to interrupt you." "I am always delighted to see Miss Summerson," said Mrs. Jellyby, pursuing her employment with a placid smile, "though I wish," and she shook her head, "she was more interested in the Borrioboolan project." "I have come with Caddy," said I, "because Caddy justly thinks she ought not to have a secret from her mother, and fancies I shall encourage and aid her, though I am sure I don't know how, in imparting." "Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, pausing a moment in her occupation, and then serenely pursuing it after shaking her head, "you're going to tell me something? You're going to tell me some nonsense?" Caddy untied the strings of her bonnet, took her bonnet off, and letting it dangle on the floor by the strings, and crying heartily, said, "Ma, I'm engaged." "Oh, you ridiculous child," observed Mrs. Jellyby with an abstracted air as she looked over the dispatch last opened. "What a goose you are!" "I'm engaged, ma," sobbed Caddy, "to young Mr. Turveydrop at the Academy, and old Mr. Turveydrop, who is a very gentlemanly man indeed, has given his consent, and I beg and pray you'll give us yours, ma, because I never could be happy without it. I never, never could," sobbed Caddy, quite forgetful of her general complainings and everything but her natural affection. "You see again, Miss Summerson," observed Mrs. Jellyby serenely, "what a happiness it is to be so much occupied as I am, and have this necessity for self-concentration that I have. Here is Caddy engaged to a dancing master's son, mixed up with people who have no more sympathy with the destinies of the human race than she has herself. This, too, when Mr. Quayle, one of the first philanthropists of our time, has mentioned to me that he was really disposed to be interested in her." "Ma, I always hated and detested Mr. Quayle," sobbed Caddy. "Caddy, Caddy," returned Mrs. Jellyby, opening another letter with the greatest complacency, "I have no doubt you did. How could you do otherwise, being totally destitute of the sympathies with which he overflows? Now, if my public duties were not a favourite child to me, if I were not occupied with large measures on a vast scale, these petty details might grieve me very much, Miss Summerson, but can I permit the film of a silly proceeding on the part of Caddy, whom I expect nothing else, to interpose between me and the great African continent. No, no, repeated Mrs. Jellyby in a calm, clear voice, with an agreeable smile, as she opened more letters and sorted them. No, indeed. I was so unprepared for the perfect coolness of this reception, though I might have expected it, that I did not know what to say. Caddy seemed equally at a loss. Mrs. Jellyby continued to open and sort letters, and to repeat occasionally in quite a charming tone of voice, and with a smile of perfect composure, "No, indeed." "I hope, Ma," sobbed poor Caddy at last, "you are not angry." "Oh, Caddy, you really are an absurd girl," returned Mrs. Jellyby, "to ask such questions after what I have said of the preoccupation of my mind." "And I hope, Ma, you give us your consent and wish us well," said Caddy. "You're a nonsensical child to have done anything of this kind," said Mrs. Jellyby, "and a degenerate child, when you might have devoted yourself to the great public leisure. But the step is taken, and I have engaged a boy, and there is no more to be said. Now pray, Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, for Caddy was kissing her, "don't delay me in my work, but let me clear off this heavy batch of papers before the afternoon post comes in." I thought I could not do better than take my leave. I was detained for a moment by Caddy saying, "You won't object to my bringing him to see you, Ma?" "Oh, dear me, Caddy," cried Mrs. Jellyby, who had relapsed into that distant contemplation. "Have you begun again? Bring whom?" "Him, Ma." "Caddy, Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, quite weary of such little matters. "Then you must bring him some evening which is not a parent society night, or a branch night, or ramification night. You must accommodate the visit to the demands upon my time. My dear Miss Summerson, it is very kind of you to come here to help out this silly chit. Good bye, when I tell you that I have 58 new letters from manufacturing families anxious to understand the details of the native and coffee cultivation question this morning, I need not apologize for having very little leisure." I was not surprised by Caddy's being in low spirits when we went downstairs, or by her sobbing afresh on my neck, or by her saying she would far rather have been scolded than treated with such indifference, or by her confiding to me that she was so poor in clothes that however she was ever to be married creditably she didn't know. Gradually I cheered her up by dwelling on the many things she would do for her unfortunate father and for Peepy when she had a home of her own, and finally we went downstairs into the damp dark kitchen, where Peepy and his little brothers and sisters were grovelling on the stone floor, and where we had such a game of play with them that to prevent myself from being quite torn to pieces I was obliged to fall back on my fairy tales. From time to time I heard loud voices in the parlour overhead, and occasionally a violent tumbling about of the furniture. The last effect, I am afraid, was caused by poor Mr. Jellyby's breaking away from the dining table and making rushes at the window with the intention of throwing himself into the area whenever he made any new attempt to understand his affairs. As I rode quietly home at night after the day's bustle, I thought a good deal of Caddy's engagement, and felt confirmed in my hopes, in spite of the elder Mr. Turveydrop, that she would be the happier and better for it. And if there seemed to be but a slender chance of her and her husband ever finding out what the model of deportment really was, why, that was all for the best too. And who would wish them to be wiser? I did not wish them to be any wiser, and indeed was half ashamed of not entirely believing in him myself. And I looked up at the stars and thought about travellers and distant countries and the stars they saw, and I hoped I might always be so blessed and happy as to be useful to someone in my small way. They were so glad to see me when I got home, as they always were, that I could have sat down and cried for joy, if that had not been a method of making myself disagreeable. Everybody in the house, from the lowest to the highest, showed me such a bright face of welcome, spoke so cheerily, and was so happy to do anything for me, that I suppose there never was such a fortunate little creature in the world. We got in such a chatty state that night, though Ada and my guardian drawing me out to tell them all about Caddy, that I went on prosing for a length of time. At last I got up to my own room, quite red to think how I had been holding forth. Then I heard a soft tap at my door, so I said, "Come in." And there came in a pretty little girl, neatly dressed in mourning, who dropped a curtsy. "If you please, miss," said the little girl in a soft voice, "I'm Charlie." "Why, so you are," said I, stooping down in astonishment and giving her a kiss. "How glad I am to see you, Charlie." "If you please, miss," pursued Charlie in the same soft voice, "I'm your maid." "Charlie?" "If you please, miss, I'm a present to you with Mr. Jarndyce's love." I sat down with my hand on Charlie's neck and looked at Charlie. "And oh, miss," says Charlie, clapping her hands, with the tears starting down her little dimpled cheeks, "Tom's at school, if you please, and learning so good. And little Emma, she's with Mrs. Blinder, miss, a being took such care of. And Tom, he would have been at school, and Emma, she would have been left with Mrs. Blinder and me. I should have been here a deal sooner, miss, only Mr. Jarndyce thought that Tom and Emma and me had better get a little used to parting first. We were so small. Don't cry, if you please, miss." "Can't help it, Charlie." "No, miss, nor can I help it," says Charlie. "And if you please, miss, Mr. Jarndyce's love, and he thinks you'll like to teach me now and then. And if you please, Tom and Emma and me is to see each other once a month. And I'm so happy and so thankful, miss," cried Charlie with a heaving heart, "and I'll try to be such a good maid." "Oh, Charlie dear, never forget who did all this." "No, miss, I never will, nor Tom won't, nor yet Emma. It was all you, miss." "I have known nothing of it. It was Mr. Jarndyce, Charlie." "Yes, miss, but it was all done for the love of you, and that you might be my mistress. If you please, miss, I'm a little present with his love, and it was all done for the love of you. Me and Tom was to be sure to remember it." Charlie dried her eyes and entered on her functions, going in her matronly little way about the room and folding up everything she could lay her hands upon. Presently Charlie came creeping back to my side and said, "Well, don't cry, if you please, miss." And I said again, "I can't help it, Charlie." And Charlie said again, "No, miss, nor I can't help it." And so, after all, I did cry for joy indeed, and so did she. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. An Appeal Case. As soon as Richard and I had held the conversation of which I have given an account, Richard communicated the state of his mind to Mr. Jarndyce. I doubt if my guardian were altogether taken by surprise when he received the representation, though it caused him much uneasiness and disappointment. He and Richard were often closeted together late at night and early in the morning, and passed whole days in London, and had innumerable appointments with Mr. Kenge, and laboured through a quantity of disagreeable business. While they were thus employed, my guardian, though he underwent considerable inconvenience from the state of the wind, and rubbed his head so constantly not a single hair upon it ever rested in its right place, was as genial with Ada and me as at any other time, but maintained a steady reserve on these matters. And as our utmost endeavours could only elicit from Richard himself sweeping assurances that everything was going on capitally, and that it really was all right at last, our anxiety was not much relieved by him. We learned, however, as the time went on, that a new application was made to the Lord Chancellor on Richard's behalf as an infant and a ward, and I don't know what, and there was a quantity of talking, and that the Lord Chancellor described him in open court as a vexatious and capricious infant, and that the matter was adjourned and re-adjourned and referred and reported on and petitioned about until Richard began to doubt, as he told us, whether if he entered the army at all, it would not be as a veteran of 70 or 80 years of age. At last an appointment was made for him to see the Lord Chancellor again in his private room, and there the Lord Chancellor very seriously reproved him for trifling with time and not knowing his mind. "Pretty good joke, I think," said Richard, "from that quarter." And at last it was settled that his application should be granted. His name was entered at Horse Guards as an applicant for an ensign's commission. The purchase money was deposited at an agent's, and Richard, in his usual characteristic way, plunged into a violent course of military study, and got up at 5 o'clock every morning to practise the broadsword exercise. Thus vacation succeeded term, and term succeeded vacation. We sometimes heard of Jarndyce and Jarndyce as being in the paper or out of the paper, or as being to be mentioned or as being to be spoken of, and it came on and it went off. Richard, who was now in a professor's house in London, was able to be with us less frequently than before. My guardian still maintained the same reserve, and so time passed until the commission was obtained, and Richard received directions with it to join a regiment in Ireland. He arrived post haste with the intelligence one evening, and had a long conference with my guardian. Upwards of an hour elapsed before my guardian put his head into the room where Ada and I were sitting, and said, "Come in, my dears." We went in and found Richard, whom we had last seen in high spirits, leaning on the chimney-piece, looking mortified and angry. "Rick and I, Ada," said Mr. Jarndyce, "are not quite of one mind. Come, come, Rick, put a brighter face upon it." "You are very hard with me, sir," said Richard. "The harder because you have been so considerate to me in all other respects, and have done me kindnesses that I could never acknowledge. I could never have been set right without you, sir." "Well, well," said Mr. Jarndyce, "I want to set you more right yet. I want to set you more right with yourself." "I hope you will excuse me saying, sir," returned Richard in a fiery way, but yet respectfully, "I think I am the best judge about myself." "I hope you will excuse my saying, my dear Rick," observed Mr. Jarndyce, with the sweetest cheerfulness and good humour, "that it is quite natural in you to think so. But I don't think so. I must do my duty, Rick, for you could never care for me in cool blood, and I hope you will always care for me, cool and hot." Ada had turned so pale that he made her sit down in his reading chair and sat beside her. "It's nothing, my dear," he said. "It's nothing. Rick and I have only had a friendly difference, which we must state to you, for you are the theme. Now you are afraid of what's coming?" "I am not indeed, cousin John," replied Ada with a smile, "if it is to come from you." "Thank you, my dear. Do you give me a minute's calm attention without looking at Rick, and little woman, you do likewise. My dear girl," putting his hand on hers as it lay on the side of the easy chair, "you recollect the talk we had, we four, when the little woman told me of a little love affair. It's not likely that either Richard or I can ever forget your kindness that day, cousin John." "I can never forget it," said Richard. "And I can never forget it," said Ada. "So much the easier what I have to say, and so much the easier for us to agree," returned my guardian, his face irradiated by the gentleness and honour of his heart. "Ada, my bird, you should know that Rick has now chosen his profession for the last time, and that he has, of certainty, will be expended when he is fully equipped. He has exhausted his resources, and is bound henceforward to the tree he has planted." "Quite true that I have exhausted my present resources, and I am quite content to know it. But what I have of certainty, sir," said Richard, "is not all I have." "Rick, Rick!" cried my guardian, with a sudden terror in his manner and in an altered voice, and putting his hands up as if he would have stopped his ears. "For the love of God, don't found a hope or expectation on the family curse. Whatever you do on this side of the grave, never give one lingering glance towards the horrible phantom that has haunted us so many years. Better to borrow, better to beg, better to die." We were all startled by the fervour of this warning. Richard bit his lip and held his breath, and glanced at me as if he felt, and knew that I felt too, how much he needed it. "Ada, my dear," said Mr. Jarndyce, recovering his cheerfulness, "these are strong words of advice, but I live in Bleak House and have seen a sight here. Enough of that. All Richard had to start him off in the race of life is ventured. I recommend to him and you, for his sake and for your own, that he should depart with us with the understanding that there is no sort of contract between you. I must go further. I will be plain with you both. You are to confide freely in me, and I will confide freely in you. I ask you wholly to relinquish for the present any tie but your relationship." "Better to say at once, sir," returned Richard, "that you renounce all confidence in me, and you advise Ada to do the same." "Better to say nothing of the sort, Rick, because I don't mean it." "You think I have begun ill, sir," retorted Richard. "I have, I know. How I hoped you would begin, and how go on, I told you when we spoke of these things last," said Mr. Jarndyce in a cordial and encouraging manner. You have not made that beginning yet, but there is a time for all things, and yours is not gone by. Rather, it is just now fully come. Make a clear beginning altogether. You two, very young, my dears, are cousins. As yet you are nothing more. What may come must come of being worked out, Rick, and no sooner. You are very hard with me, sir, said Richard, harder than I could have supposed you would be. My dear boy, said Mr. Jarndyce, I'm harder with myself when I do anything that gives you pain. You have your remedy in your own hands. Ada, it is better for him that he should be free, and there should be no youthful engagement between you. Rick, it is better for her, much better. You owe it to her. Come, each of you will do what is best for the other, if not what is best for yourselves. Why is it best, sir? Returned Richard hastily. It was not when we opened our hearts to you. You did not say so then. I have had experience since. I don't blame you, Rick, but I have had experience since. You mean of me, sir? Well, yes, of both of you, said Mr. Jarndyce kindly. The time is not come for your standing pledged to one another. It is not right, and I must not recognise it. Come, come, my young cousins, begin afresh. Bygones shall be bygones, and a new page turn for you to write your lives in. Richard gave an anxious glance at Ada, but said nothing. I have avoided saying one word to either of you or to Esther, said Mr. Jarndyce, until now, in order that we might be open as the day and all on equal terms. I now affectionately advise, I now most earnestly entreat, you two to part as you came here. Leave all else to time, truth, and steadfastness. If you do otherwise, you will do wrong, and you will have made me do wrong in ever bringing you together. A long silence succeeded. Cousin Richard, said Ada then, raising her blue eyes tenderly to his face, after what our cousin John has said, I think no choice is left us. Your mind may be quite at ease about me, for you will leave me here under his care, and will be sure that I have nothing to wish for. Quite sure, if I guide myself by his advice. I don't doubt, cousin Richard, said Ada, a little confused, that you are very fond of me, and I don't think you will fall in love with anybody else. But I should like you to consider well about it too, as I should like you to be in all things very happy. You may trust in me, cousin Richard. I am not at all changeable, but I am not unreasonable, and should never blame you. Even cousins may be sorry to part, and in truth I am very, very sorry, Richard. Though I know it's for your welfare, I shall always think of you affectionately, and often talk of you with Esther, and perhaps you will sometimes think of little me, cousin Richard. So now, said Ada, going up to him and giving him her trembling hand, we are only cousins again, Richard, for the time perhaps, and I pray for a blessing on my dear cousin wherever he goes. It was strange to me that Richard should not be able to forgive my guardian for entertaining the very same opinion of him which he himself had expressed of himself in much stronger terms to me. But it was certainly the case. I observed with great regret that from this hour he never was as free and open with Mr. Jarndyce as he had been before. He had every reason given him to be so, but he was not, and solely on his side, an estrangement began to arise between them. In the business of preparation and equipment he soon lost himself, and even his grief at parting from Ada, who remained in Hertfordshire, while he, Mr. Jarndyce, and I went up to London for a week, he remembered her by fits and starts, even with bursts of tears, and at such times would confide to me in the heaviest of self-reproaches. But in a few minutes he would recklessly conjure up some undefinable means by which they were both to be made rich and happy for ever, and would become as gay as possible. It was a busy time, and I trotted about with him all day long, buying a variety of things of which he stood in need. Of the things he would have bought if he had been left to his own ways I say nothing. He was perfectly confidential with me, and often talked so sensibly and feelingly about his faults and his vigorous resolutions, and had dwelt so much upon the encouragement he derived from these conversations, that I could never have been tired if I had tried. There used in that week to come backward and forward to our lodging to fence with Richard a person who had formerly been a cavalry soldier. He was a fine, bluff-looking man, of a frank, free bearing, with whom Richard had practised for some months. I heard so much about it, not only from Richard, but from my guardian too, that I was purposely in the room with my work one morning after breakfast when he came. "Good morning, Mr. George," said my guardian, who happened to be alone with me. "Mr. Carstone will be here directly. Meanwhile, Miss Summerson is very happy to see you, I know. Sit down." He sat down, a little disconcerted by my presence, I thought, and without looking at me, drew his heavy sunburnt hand across and across his upper lip. "You're as punctual as the sun," said Mr. Jarndyce. "Military time, sir," he replied. "Force of habit. A mere habit in me, sir. I'm not at all businesslike." "Yet you have a large establishment too, I am told," said Mr. Jarndyce. "Not much of a one, sir. I keep a shooting gallery, but not much of a one." "And what kind of shot and what kind of swordsman do you make of Mr. Carstone?" said my guardian. "Pretty good, sir," he replied, folding his arms upon his broad chest, and looking very large. "If Mr. Carstone was to give his full mind to it, he would come out very good." "But he don't, I suppose," said my guardian. "He did at first, sir, but not afterwards. Not his full mind. Perhaps he has something else upon it. Some young lady, perhaps." His bright eyes glanced at me for the first time. "He has not me upon his mind, I assure you, Mr. George," said I, laughing, "though you seem to suspect me." He reddened a little through his brown, and made me a trooper's bow. "No offence, I hope, miss. I'm one of the roughs." "Not at all," said I. "I take it as a compliment." If he had not looked at me before, he looked at me now in 3 or 4 quick successive glances. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said to my guardian with a manly kind of diffidence. "You did me the honour to mention the young lady's name." "Miss Summerson." "Miss Summerson," he repeated, and looked at me again. "Do you know the name?" I asked. "No, miss. To my knowledge I never heard it. I thought I had seen you somewhere." "I think not," I returned, raising my head from my work to look at him, and there was something so genuine in his speech and manner that I was glad of the opportunity. "I remember faces very well." "So do I, miss," he returned, meeting my look with the fullness of his dark eyes and broad forehead. What set me off now upon that?" His once more reddening through his brown and being disconcerted by his efforts to remember the association brought my guardian to his relief. "Have you many pupils, Mr. George?" "They vary in number, sir. Mostly but a small lot that live by." "And what classes of chance people come to practise at your gallery?" "All sorts, sir. Natives and foreigners, from gentlemen to 'prentices. I've had a Frenchwoman come before now, and show themselves dabs at pistol shooting. Mad people out of number, of course, but they go everywhere where the doors stand open." "People don't come with grudges and schemes of finishing their practice with live targets, I hope," said my guardian, smiling. "Not much of that, sir, though it has happened. Mostly they come for skill or idleness. 6 of one and half a dozen of the other." "I beg your pardon," said Mr. George, sitting stiffly upright and squaring an elbow on each knee, "but I believe you're a Chancery suitor. Have I heard correct?" "I'm sorry to say I am." "I have had one of your compatriots in my time, sir." "A Chancery suitor?" returned my guardian. "How was that?" "Why, the man was so badgered and worried and tortured by being knocked about from post to pillar and from pillar to post," said Mr. George, "that he got out of sorts. I don't believe he had any idea of taking aim at anybody, but he was in that condition of resentment and violence that he would come and pay for 50 shots and fire away till he was red hot. One day I said to him when there was nobody by, and he had been talking to me angrily about his wrongs, 'If this practice is a safety valve, comrade, well and good, but I don't altogether like your being so bent upon it in your present state of mind. I'd rather you took to something else.' I was on my guard for a blow, he was that passionate, but he received it in a very good part, and left off directly. We shook hands and struck up a sort of friendship." "What was that man?" asked my guardian in a new tone of interest. "Why, he began by being a small Shropshire farmer before they made a baited bull of him," said Mr. George. "Was his name Gridley?" "It was, sir." Mr. George directed another succession of quick bright glances at me as my guardian and I exchanged a word or two of surprise at the coincidence, and I therefore explained to him how we knew the name. He made me another of his soldierly bows in acknowledgment of what he called my condescension. "I don't know," he said as he looked at me, "what it is that sets me off again, but bosh, what's my head running against?" He passed one of his heavy hands over his crisp dark hair as if to sweep the broken thoughts out of his mind, and sat a little forward with one arm akimbo and the other resting on his leg, looking in a brown study at the ground. "I'm sorry to learn that the same state of mind has got Miss Gridley into new troubles and that he's in hiding," said my guardian. "So I am told, sir," returned Mr. George, still musing and looking on the ground. "So I am told." "You don't know where?" "No, sir," returned the trooper, lifting up his eyes and coming out of his reverie. "I can't say anything about him. He will be worn out soon, I expect. You may file a strong man's heart away for a good many years, but it will tell all of a sudden at last." Richard's entrance stopped the conversation. Mr. George rose, made me another of his soldierly bows, wished my guardian a good day, and strode heavily out of the room. It was the morning of the day appointed for Richard's departure. We had no more purchases to make now. I had completed all his packing early in the afternoon, and our time was disengaged until night, when he was to go to Liverpool for Holyhead, Jarndyce and Jarndyce being again expected to come on that day. Richard proposed to me that we should go down to the court and hear what passed. As it was his last day and he was eager to go, and I had never been there, I gave my consent, and we walked down to Westminster, where the court was then sitting. We beguiled the way with arrangements concerning the letters that Richard was to write to me, and the letters that I was to write to him, with a great many hopeful projects. My guardian knew where we were going, and therefore was not with us. When we came to the court, there was the Lord Chancellor, the same who I had seen in his private room in Lincoln's Inn, sitting in a great state and gravity on the bench, with the mace and seals on a red table below him, and an immense flat nosegay like a little garden which scented the whole court. Below the table again was a long row of solicitors, with bundles of papers on the matting at their feet, and then there were the gentlemen of the bar in wigs and gowns, some awake, some asleep, one talking, and nobody paying much attention to what he said. The Lord Chancellor leaned back in his very easy chair, with his elbow on the cushioned arm, and his forehead resting on his hand. Some of those who were present dozed, some read the newspapers, some walked about or whispered in groups. All seemed perfectly at their ease, by no means in a hurry, very unconcerned, and extremely comfortable. To see everything going on so smoothly, and to think of the roughness of the suitors' lives and deaths, to see all that full dress and ceremony, and to think of the waste and want and beggared misery it represented, to consider that while the sickness of hope deferred was raging in so many hearts, this polite show went calmly on from day to day and year to year, in such good order and composure, and to behold the Lord Chancellor and the whole array of practitioners under him looking at one another and the spectators as if nobody had ever heard that all over England the name in which they were assembled was a bitter jest, was held in universal horror, contempt, and indignation, was known for something so flagrant and bad that little short of a miracle could bring any good out of it to anyone. This was so curious and self-contradictory to me, who had no experience of it, that it was at first incredible I could not comprehend it. I sat where Richard put me, and tried to listen and looked about me, but there seemed to be no reality in the whole scene, except poor little Miss Flite, the madwoman, standing on a bench and nodding at it. Miss Flite soon espied us and came to where we sat. She gave me a gracious welcome to her domain, and indicated with much gratification and pride its principal attractions. Mr. Kenge also came to speak to us, and did the honours of the place in much the same way, with the bland modesty of a proprietor. It was not a very good day for a visit, he said. He would have preferred the first day of term, but it was imposing. It was imposing. We had been there half an hour or so the case in progress, if I may use such a phrase so ridiculous in such a connection, seemed to die out of its own vapidity, without coming or being by anybody expected to come to any result. The Lord Chancellor then threw down a bundle of papers from his desk to the gentleman below him, and somebody said Jarndyce and Jarndyce. Upon this there was a buzz and a laugh, and a general withdrawal by the bystanders, and a bringing in of great heaps and piles and bags full of papers. I think it came on for further directions about some bill of costs, to the best of my understanding, which was confused enough. but I counted 23 gentlemen in wigs who said they were in it, and none of them appeared to understand it much better than I. They chatted about it with the Lord Chancellor, contradicted and explained among themselves, and some of them said it was this way, and some of them said it was that way, and some of them jocosely proposed to read huge volumes of affidavits. And there was more buzzing and laughing, and everybody concerned was in a state of idle entertainment, and nothing could be made of it by anybody. After an hour or so of this, and a good many speeches being begun and cut short, it was referred back for the present, as Mr. Kenge said, and the papers were bundled up again before the clerks had finished bringing them in. I glanced at Richard on the termination of these hopeless proceedings, and was shocked to see the worn look of his handsome young face. "Can't last for ever, Dame Durden. Better luck next time," was all he said. I had seen Mr. Guppy bringing in papers and arranging them for Mr. Kenge, and he had seen me and made me a forlorn bow, which rendered me desirous to get out of the court. Richard had given me his arm and was taking me away when Mr. Guppy came up. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Carstone," he said in a whisper, "and Miss Summerson's also. But there's a lady here, a friend of mine, who knows her and wishes to have the pleasure of shaking hands." As he spoke, I saw before me, as if she had started into bodily shape from my remembrance, Mrs. Rachel of my godmother's house. "How do you do, Esther?" said she. "Do you recollect me?" I gave her my hand and told her yes, and that she was very little altered. "I wonder you remember those times, Esther," she returned with her old asperity. "They are changed now. Well, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you are not too proud to know me." But indeed she seemed disappointed that I was not. "Proud, Mrs. Rachel?" I remonstrated. "I am married, Esther," she returned, coldly correcting me, "and I am Mrs. Chadband. Well, I wish you good day, and hope you will do well." Mr. Guppy, who had been attentive to this short dialogue, heaved a sigh in my ear, and elbowed his own and Mrs. Rachel's way through the confused little crowd of people coming in and going out, which we were in the midst of, and which the change in the business had brought together. Richard and I were making our way through it, and I was yet in the first chill of the late unexpected recognition, when I saw coming towards us, but not seeing us, no less a person than Mr. George. He made nothing of the people about him as he tramped on, staring over their heads into the body of the court. "George," said Richard, as I called his attention to him. "You are well met, sir," he returned. "And you, miss? Could you point the person out for me I want? I don't understand these places." Turning as he spoke, and making an easy way for us, he stopped when we were out of the press in a corner behind a great red curtain. "There's a little cracked old woman," he began. "That—" I put up my finger, for Miss Flite was close by me, having kept beside me all the time, and having called the attention of several of her legal acquaintances to me, as I had overheard to my confusion, by whispering in their ears, "Hush! It's Jarndyce on my left." Said Mr. George. "You remember, miss, that we passed some conversation on a certain man this morning, Gridley," in a low whisper behind his hand. "Yes," said I. "He's hiding at my place. I couldn't mention it, hadn't his authority. He's on his last march, miss, and has a whim to see her. He says they can feel for one another, and she has been almost as good as a friend to him here. I came down to look for her, for when I sat by Gridley this afternoon I seemed to hear the roll of the muffled drums." "Shall I tell her?" said I. "Would you be so good?" he returned, with a glance of something like apprehension at Miss Flite. "It's a providence that I met you, miss. I doubt if I should have known how to get on with that lady." And he put one hand on his breast and stood upright in a martial attitude, as I informed little Miss Flite in her ear of the purport of his kind errand. "My angry friend from Shropshire, almost as celebrated as myself!" she exclaimed. "Now really, my dear, I will wait upon him with the greatest pleasure." "He's living concealed at Mr. George's," said I. "Hush! This is Mr. George." "Indeed," returned Miss Flite. "Very proud to have the honour. A military man, my dear. You know, a perfect general," he whispered to me. Poor Miss Flite deemed it necessary to be so courtly and polite as a mark of her respect for the army, and to curtsy so very often that it was no easy matter to get her out of the court. When this was at last done, and addressing Mr. George as General, she gave him her arm, to the great entertainment of some of the idlers who were looking on. He was so discomposed, and begged me so respectfully not to desert him, that I could not make up my mind to do it. especially as Miss Flite was always tractable with me, and she said too, "Fitz Jarndyce, my dear, you will accompany us, of course." As Richard seemed quite willing and even anxious that we should see them safely to their destination, we agreed to do so, and as Mr. George informed us that Gridley's mind had run on Mr. Jarndyce all afternoon after hearing of their interview in the morning, I wrote a hasty note in pencil to my guardian to say where we were gone and why. Mr. George sealed it at a coffee house, that it might lead to no discovery, and we sent it off by ticket porter. We then took a hackney coach and drove away to the neighbourhood of Leicester Square. We walked through some narrow courts for which Mr. George apologised, and soon came to the shooting gallery, the door of which was closed. As he pulled a bell handle which hung by a chain to the door-post, a very respectable old gentleman with grey hair, wearing spectacles, and dressed in a black spencer and gaiters and a broad-brimmed hat, and carrying a large gold-beaded cane, addressed him. "I ask your pardon, my good friend," said he, "but is this George's shooting gallery?" "It is, sir," returned Mr. George, glancing up at the great letters in which that inscription was painted on the whitewashed wall. "Oh, to be sure," said the old gentleman, following his eyes. "Thank you. Have you rung the bell?" "My name is George, sir, and I have rung the bell." "Oh, indeed," said the old gentleman. "Your name is George. Then I am here as soon as you see. You came for me, no doubt." "No, sir. You have the advantage of me." "Oh, indeed," said the old gentleman. "Then it was your young man who came for me. I'm a physician, and was requested 5 minutes ago to come and visit a sick man at George's shooting gallery." "The muffled drums," said Mr. George, turning to Richard and me and gravely shaking his head. "It's quite correct, sir. Will you please to walk in?" The door being at that moment opened by a very singular-looking little man in a green baize cap and apron, whose face and hands and dress were blackened all over. We passed along a dreary passage into a large building with bare brick walls, where there were targets and guns and swords and other things of that kind. When we had all arrived here, the physician stopped, and taking off his hat, appeared to vanish by magic and to leave another and quite different man in his place. "Now look'ee here, George," said the man, turning quickly round upon him and tapping him on the breast with a large forefinger. "You know me, and I know you. You're a man of the world, and I'm a man of the world. My name's Bucket, as you are aware, and I've got a peace warrant against Gridley. You have kept him out of the way for a long time, and you've been very artful in it, and it does you credit." Mr. George, looking hard at him, bit his lip and shook his head. "Now, George," said the other, keeping close to him, "you're a sensible man and a well-conducted man. That's what you are, beyond a doubt. And mind you, I don't talk to you as a common character, because you've served your country, and you know that when duty calls we must obey. Consequently, you're very far from wanting to give trouble. If I required assistance, you'd assist me. That's what you do, Phil Squood. Don't you go a-sidling round the gallery like that." The dirty little man was shuffling about with his shoulder against the wall, and his eyes on the intruder in a manner that looked threatening. "Because I know you, and I won't have it." "Phil," said Mr. George. "Yes, governor." "Be quiet." The little man, with a low growl, stood still. "Ladies and gentlemen," said Mr. Bucket, "you'll excuse anything that may appear to be disagreeable in this, for my name is Inspector Bucket of the Detective, and I have a duty to perform. George, I know where my man is, because I was on the roof last night and saw him through the skylight, and you along with him. He's there, you know," pointing. "That's where he is, on a sofy. Now I must see my man, and I must tell my man to consider himself in custody. But you know me, and you know I don't want to take any uncomfortable measures. You give me your word, as from one man to another, and an old soldier, mind you, likewise, and it's honourable between us two, and I'll accommodate you to the utmost of my power." "I'll give it," was the reply. "But it wasn't handsome in you, Mr. Bucket." "Gammon, George, not handsome," said Mr. Bucket, tapping him on the broad breast again and shaking hands with him. "Now, I don't say it wasn't handsome in you to keep my man so close, do I? Be equally good-tempered to me, old boy. Old William Tell, old Shaw, the Life Guardsman, why, he's a model of the whole British Army in himself, ladies and gentlemen. I'd give £50 note to be such a figure of a man." The affair being brought to this head, Mr. George, after a little consideration, proposed to go in first to his comrade, as he called him, taking Miss Flite with him. Mr. Bucket agreeing, they went away to the further end of the gallery, leaving us sitting and standing by a table covered with guns. Mr. Bucket took this opportunity of entering into a little light conversation, asking me if I were afraid of firearms, as most young ladies were, asking Richard if he were a good shot, asking Phil Scrood which he considered to be the best of those rifles, and what it might be worth first hand, telling him in return that it was a pity he ever gave way to his temper, for he was naturally so amiable he might have been a young woman, and making himself generally agreeable. After a time he followed us to the further end of the gallery, and Richard and I were going quietly away when Mr. George came after us. He said that if we had no objection to see his comrade, he would take a visit for us very kindly. The words had hardly passed his lips when the bell was rung, and my guardian appeared. On the chance, he slightly observed, of being able to do any little thing for a poor fellow involved in the same misfortune as himself. We all four went back together and went into the place where Gridley was. It was a bare room, partitioned off from the gallery with unpainted wood, as the screening was not more than 8 or 10 feet high, and only enclosed the sides, not the top. The rafters of the high gallery roof were overhead, and the skylight through which Mr. Bucket had looked down. The sun was low, near setting, and the light came in redly above. Without descending to the ground, upon a plain canvas-covered sofa, lay the man from Shropshire, dressed much as we had seen him last, but so changed that at first I recognised no likeness in his colourless face to what I recollected. He had been still writing in his hiding-place, and still dwelling on his grievances hour after hour. The table and some shelves were covered with manuscript papers, and with worn pens and a medley of such tokens, touchingly and awfully drawn together. He and the little madwoman were side by side, as it were, alone. She sat on a chair holding his hand, and none of us went close to them. His voice had faded with the old expression of his face, with his strength, with his anger, with his resistance to the wrongs that at last subdued him. The faintest shadow of an object full of form and colour is such a picture of it as he was of the man from Shropshire with whom we had spoken with before. He inclined his head to Richard and me and spoke to my guardian. "Mr. Jarndyce, it's very kind of you to come and see me. I'm not long to be seen, I think. I'm very glad to take your hand, sir. You're a good man, superior to you in justice, and God knows I honour you." They shook hands earnestly, and my guardian said some words of comfort to him. "It may seem strange to you, sir," returned Gridley. "I should not have liked to see you if this had been the first time of our meeting. But you know I made a fight for it. You know I stood up with my single hand against them all. You know I told them the truth to the last, and told them what they were, what they had done to me. So I don't mind you seeing me this wreck." "You have been courageous with them, many and many a time," returned my guardian. "Sir, I have been," with a faint smile. "I told you what would come of it when I ceased to be so. And see here, look at us, look at us." He drew the hand of Miss Flite held through her arm, and brought her something nearer to him. "This ends it. Of all my old associations, of all my old pursuits and hopes, of all the living and the dead world, this one poor soul alone comes natural to me, and I am fit for. There is a tie of many suffering years between us two, and it is the only tie I ever had on earth that Chancery has not broken." "Accept my blessing, Gridley," said Miss Flite in tears. "Accept my blessing. I thought boastfully that they could never break my heart, Mr. Jarndyce. I was resolved that they should not. I did believe that I could and would charge them with being the mockery they were, until I died of some bodily disorder. But I am worn out. How long I have been wearing out I don't know. I seem to break down in an hour. I hope they may never come to hear of it. I hope everybody here will lead them to believe that I died defying them, consistently and perseveringly, as I did through so many years." Here Mr. Bucket, who was sitting in a corner by the door, good-naturedly offered such consolation as he could administer. "Come, come," he said from his corner, "don't go on in that way, Mr. Gridley. You're only a little low. We are all of us a little low sometimes. I am. Hold up, hold up. You'll lose your temper with the whole round of them again and again. but I should take you on a score of warrants yet, if I have luck." He only shook his head. "Don't shake your head," said Mr. Bucket. "Nod it. That's what I want to see you do. Why, Lord bless your soul, what times we've had together. Haven't I seen you in the Fleet over and over again for contempt? Haven't I come into court 20 afternoons for no other purpose than to see you pin the Chancellor like a bulldog? Don't you remember when you first began to threaten the lawyers, and the peace was sworn against you 2 or 3 times a week? Ask the little old lady there. She's always been present. Hold up, Mr. Gridley. Hold up, sir." "What are you going to do about him?" asked George in a low voice. "I don't know yet," said Bucket in the same tone. Then, resuming his encouragement, he pursued aloud. "Worn out, Mr. Gridley, after dodging me for all these weeks and forcing me to climb the roof here like a tomcat, and to come to see you as a doctor. That ain't like being worn out. I should think not. And I'll tell you what you want. You want excitement, you know, to keep you up. That's what you want. You're used to it, and you can't do without it. I couldn't myself. Very well, then. Here's this warrant got by Mr. Tulkinghorn of Lincoln's Inn Fields, and backed into a half a dozen county suits. What do you say to coming along with me upon this warrant, and having a good angry argument before the magistrates? It'll do you good. It'll freshen you up, and get you into training for another turn at the Chancellor. Give in? I am surprised to hear a man of your energy talk of giving in. You mustn't do that. You're half the fun of the fair at the Court of Chancery. George, you lend Mr. Gridley a hand, and let's see now whether he won't be better up than down." "He's very weak," said the trooper in a low voice. "Is he?" returned Bucket anxiously. "I only want to rouse him. I don't like to see an old acquaintance giving in like this. It would cheer him up more than anything if I could make him a little waxy with me. He's welcome to drop into me, right and left if he likes. I shall never take advantage of it." The roof rang with a scream from Miss Flite, which still rings in my ears. "Oh no, Gridley," she cried, as he fell heavily, calmly back before her. "Not without my blessing after so many years." The sun was down, the light had gradually stolen from the roof, and the shadow had crept upward. But to me the shadow of that pair, one living and one dead, fell heavier on Richard's departure than the darkest night. And though Richard's farewell words, I heard it echoed, "Of all my old associations, of all my old pursuits and hopes, of all the living and the dead world, this one poor soul alone comes natural to me, and I am fit for. There is a tie of many suffering years between us two, and it is the only tie I ever had on earth that Chancery has not broken." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Mrs. Snagsby Sees It All. There is a disquietude in Cook's Court, Cursitor Street. Black suspicion hides in that peaceful region. The mass of Cook's courtiers are in their usual state of mind, no better and no worse, but Mr. Snagsby is changed, and his little woman knows it. For Tom All-Alones and Lincoln's Inn Fields persist in harnessing themselves, a pair of ungovernable coursers, to the chariot of Mr. Snagsby's imagination. And Mr. Bucket drives, and the passengers are Joe and Mr. Tulkinghorn, and the complete equipage whirls through the law stationery business at wild speed all around the clock. Even in the little front kitchen where the family meals are taken, it rattles away at a smoking pace from the dinner table, when Mr. Snagsby pauses in carving the first slice of the leg of mutton, baked with potatoes, and stares at the kitchen wall. Mr. Snagsby cannot make out what it is that he has had to do with. Something is wrong somewhere, but what something, what may come of it, to whom, when, and from which unthought of and unheard of quarter is the puzzle of his life. His remote impressions of the robes and coronets, the stars and garters that sparkle through the surface dust of Mr. Tulkinghorn's chambers, his veneration for the mysteries presided over by that best and closest of his customers, whom all the Inns of Court, all Chancery Lane, and all the legal neighbourhood agree to hold in awe, his remembrance of Detective Mr. Bucket, with his forefinger and his confidential manner, impossible to be evaded or declined, persuading that he is a party to some dangerous secret without knowing what it is. And it is the fearful peculiarity of this condition that, at any hour of his daily life, at any opening of the shop door, at any pull of the bell, at any entrance of a messenger, or any delivery of a letter, the secret may take air and fire, explode and blow up, Mr. Bucket only knows whom. For which reason, whenever a man unknown comes into the shop, as many men unknown do, and says, "Is Mr. Snagsby in?" or words to that innocent effect, Mr. Snagsby's heart knocks hard at his guilty breast. He undergoes so much from such inquiries that when they are made by boys he revenges himself by flipping up their ears over the counter and asking the young dogs what they mean by it, and why they can't speak out at once. More impracticable men and boys persist in walking into Mr. Snagsby's sleep, terrifying with unaccountable questions, so that often, when the cock at the little dairy in Cursitor Street breaks out in his usual absurd way about the morning, Mr. Snagsby finds himself in a crisis of nightmare, with his little woman shaking him and saying, "What's the matter with the man?" The little woman herself is not the least item in his difficulty. To know that he is always keeping a secret from her, that he is under all circumstances to conceal and hold fast a tender double tooth, which her sharpness is ever ready to twist out of his head, gives Mr. Snagsby, in her dentistical presence, much of the air of a dog who has a reservation from his master and will look anywhere rather than meet his eye. The various signs and tokens marked by the little woman are not lost upon her. They impel her to say, "Snagsby has something on his mind," and thus suspicion gets into Cook's Court, Cursitor Street, from suspicion to jealousy. Mrs. Snagsby finds the road as natural and as short from Cook's Court to Chancery Lane, and thus jealousy gets into Cook's Court, Cursitor Street. Once there, and it was always lurking thereabout, it is very active and nimble in Mrs. Snagsby's breast, prompting her to nocturnal examinations of Mr. Snagsby's pockets, to secret perusals of Mr. Snagsby's letters, to private researches in the day book and ledger, till, cash box, and iron safe, to watching at windows, listening behind doors, and a general putting of this and that together by the wrong end. Mrs. Snagsby is so perpetually on the alert that the house becomes ghostly with creaking boards and rustling garments. The apprentices think somebody may have been murdered there in bygone times. Guster holds certain loose atoms of an idea, picked up at Tooting when they were found floating among the orphans, that there is buried money underneath the cellar, guarded by an old man with a white beard, who cannot get out for 7,000 years because he said the Lord's Prayer backwards. Who was Nimrod? Mrs. Snagsby repeatedly inquires of herself. Who was that lady, that creature? And who is that boy? Now Nimrod being as dead as the mighty hunter whose name Mrs. Snagsby has appropriated, and the lady being unproducible, she directs her mental eye for the present with redoubled vigilance to the boy. And who, quoth Mrs. Snagsby for the 1,001st time, is that boy? Who is that? And there Mrs. Snagsby is seized with an inspiration. He has no respect for Mr. Chadband, no, to be sure, and he wouldn't have, of course. Naturally he wouldn't under those contagious circumstances. He was invited and appointed by Mr. Chadband. Why, Mrs. Snagsby heard it herself with her own ears, to come back and be told where he was to go, to be addressed by Mr. Chadband, and he never came. Why did he never come? Because he was told not to come. Who told him not to come? Who? Ha ha! Mrs. Snagsby sees it all. But happily, and Mrs. Snagsby tightly shakes her head and tightly smiles, that boy was met by Mr. Chadband yesterday in the streets, and that boy is affording a subject which Mr. Chadband desires to improve for the spiritual delight of a select congregation, was seized by Mr. Chadband and threatened with being delivered over to the police unless he showed the reverend gentleman where he lived, unless he entered into and fulfilled an undertaking to appear in Cook's Court tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Mrs. Snagsby repeats for mere emphasis, with another tight smile and another tight shake of her head. Tomorrow night that boy will be here. To-morrow night Mrs. Snagsby will have her eye upon him, and upon someone else, and you may walk a long while in your secret ways, says Mrs. Snagsby with haughtiness and scorn, but you can't blind me. Mrs. Snagsby sounds no timbrel in anybody's ears, but holds her purpose quietly and keeps her counsel. To-morrow comes, the savoury preparations for the oil trade come. The evening comes Mr. Snagsby in his black coat. Come the Chadbands. Come, when the gorging vessel is replete, the prentices and Guster to be edified. Come at last with his slouching head, and his shuffle backward, and his shuffle forward, and his shuffle to the right, and his shuffle to the left, and his bit of fur cap in his muddy hand, which he picks at as if it were some mangy bird he had caught and was plucking before eating raw. Joe, the very, very tough subject Mr. Chadband is to improve. Mrs. Snagsby screws a watchful glance on Joe as he is brought into the little drawing-room by Guster. He looks at Mr. Snagsby the moment he comes in. Aha! Why does he look at Mr. Snagsby? Mr. Snagsby looks at him. Why should he do that? But that Mrs. Snagsby sees it all. Why else should that look pass between them? Why else should Mr. Snagsby be confessed, and cough a signal cough behind his hand? It is clear as crystal that Mr. Snagsby is that boy's father. Peace, my friends, says Chadband, rising and wiping the oily exudations from his reverend visage. Peace be with us, my friends. Why with us? Because, with his fat smile, it cannot be against us, because it must be for us, because it is not hardening, because it is softening, because it does not make war like the hawk, but comes home unto us like the dove. Therefore, my friends, peace be with us. My human boy, come forward. Stretching forth his flabby paw, Mr. Chadband lays the same on Joe's arm, considers where to station him. Joe, very doubtful of his reverend friend's intentions, and not at all clear but that something practical and painful is going to be done to him, mutters, "You let me alone. I never said nothing to you. You let me alone." "No, my young friend," says Chadband smoothly, "I will not let you alone. And why? Because I am a harvest labourer, because I am a toiler and a moiler, because you are delivered over unto me, and are become as a precious instrument in my hands. My friends, may I so employ this instrument as to use it to your advantage, to your profit, to your gain, to your welfare, to your enrichment. My young friend, sit upon this stool." Joe, apparently possessed by an impression that the reverend gentleman wants to cut his hair, shields his head with both arms, and is got into the required position, with great difficulty and every possible manifestation of reluctance. When he is at last adjusted like a lay figure, Mr. Chadband, retiring behind the table, holds up his bear's paw and says, "My friends." This is the signal for a general settlement of the audience. The prentices giggle internally and nudge each other. Guster falls into a staring and vacant state, compounded of a stunned admiration of Mr. Chadband and a pity for the friendless outcasts whose condition touches her nearly. Mrs. Snagsby silently lays trains of gunpowder. Mrs. Chadband composes herself grimly by the fire and warms her knees, finding that sensation favourable to the reception of eloquence. It happens that Mr. Chadband has a pulpit habit of fixing some member of his congregation with his eye, and fatly arguing his points for that particular person, who is understood to be expected to be moved to an occasional grunt, groan, gasp, or other audible expression of inward working, which expression of inward working being echoed by some elderly lady in the next pew, and so communicated like a game of forfeits through a circle of the more fermentable sinners present, serves the purpose of parliamentary cheering, and gets Mr. Chadband's steam up. For mere force of habit, Mr. Chadband, saying, "My friends," has rested his eye on Mr. Snagsby, and proceeds to make that ill-starred stationer, already sufficiently confused, the immediate recipient of his discourse. "We have among us here, my friends," says Chadband, "a Gentile and a heathen, a dweller of the tents of Tom All-Alones, and a mover upon the surface of the earth. We have here among us, my friends," and Mr. Chadband, untwisting the point with his dirty thumbnail, bestows an oily smile on Mr. Snagsby, signifying that he will throw him an argumentative backfall presently, if he be not already down. "A brother and a boy, devoid of parents, devoid of relations, devoid of flocks and herds, devoid of gold and silver and of precious stones. Now, my friends, why do I say he is devoid of all these possessions? Why? Why is he? Mr. Chadband states the question as if he were propounding an entirely new riddle of much ingenuity and merit to Mr. Snagsby, and entreating him not to give it up. Mr. Snagsby, greatly perplexed by the mysterious look he received just now from his little woman, at about the period when Mr. Chadband had mentioned the word parents, is tempted into modestly remarking, "I don't know, I'm sure, sir." On which interruption Mrs. Chadband glares, and Mrs. Snagsby says, "For shame!" "I hear a voice," says Chadband. "It is a still, small voice, my friends. I fear not, though I'd fain hope so." "Ah," from Mrs. Snagsby, which says, "I don't know. Then I will tell you why. I say this brother present here among us is devoid of parents, devoid of relations, devoid of flocks and herds, devoid of gold, of silver, and of precious stones, because he is devoid of the light that shines upon some of us. What is that light? What is it, I ask you? What is that light?" Mr. Chadband draws back his head and pauses, but Mr. Snagsby is not to be lured on to his destruction again. Mr. Chadband, leaning forward over the table, pierces what he has got to follow directly into Mr. Snagsby with the thumbnail already mentioned. "It is," says Chadband, "the ray of rays, the sun of suns, the moon of moons, the star of stars. It is the light of the truth." Mr. Chadband draws himself up again and looks triumphantly at Mr. Snagsby as if he would be glad to know how he feels after that. "Of the truth," says Mr. Chadband, hitting him again. "Say not to me that it is not the lamp of lamps. I say to you it is. I say to you 1,000,000 of times over, it is. It is. I say to you that I will proclaim it to you, whether you like it or not. Nay, that the less you like it, the more I will proclaim it to you. With a speaking trumpet, I say to you that if you rear yourself against it, you shall fall. You shall be bruised. You shall be battered. You shall be floored. You shall be smashed." The present effect of this flight of oratory, much admired for its general power by Mr. Chadband's followers, being not only to make Mr. Chadband unpleasantly warm, but to represent the innocent Mr. Snagsby in the light of a determined enemy to virtue, with a forehead of brass and a heart of adamant, that unfortunate tradesman becomes yet more disconcerted, and is in a very advanced state of low spirits and false position, when Mr. Chadband accidentally finishes him. "My friends," he resumes after dabbing his fat head for some time, and it smokes to such an extent that he seems to light his pocket handkerchief at it, which smokes too after every dab. "To pursue the subject we are endeavouring with our lowly gifts to improve, let us in the spirit of love inquire what it is, the truth to which I have alluded. For, my young friends," suddenly addressing the apprentices in Guster to their consternation, "I am told by the doctor that calomel or castor oil is good for me. May I naturally ask, what is calomel and what is castor oil? I may wish to be informed of that before I dose myself with either, or with both. Now, my young friends, what is this truth then? Firstly, in the spirit of love, what is the common sort of truth? The working clothes, the everyday wear, my young friends. Is it deception? Ah, from Mrs. Snagsby. Is it suppression? A shiver in the negative form from Mrs. Snagsby. Is it reservation? A shake of the head from Mrs. Snagsby, very long and very tight. No, my friends, it is neither of these. Neither of these names belongs to it. When this young heathen now among us, who is now, my friends, asleep, the seal of indifference and perdition be set upon his eyelids. But do not wake him, for it is right that I should have to wrestle and to combat and to struggle and to conquer for his sake. When this young hardened heathen told us the story of a cock, and of a bull, and of a lady, and of a sovereign, was that the truth? Was that the truth? No. Or if it was partly, it was wholly and entirely no, my friends, no. If Mr. Snagsby could withstand his little woman's look as it enters at his eyes, the windows of his soul, and searches the whole tenement, he were other than the man he is. He cowers and droops. "Or, my juvenile friends," says Chadband, descending to the level of their comprehension with a very obtrusive demonstration in his greasily meek smile of coming a long way downstairs for the purpose, If the master of this house was to go forth into the city, and there see an eel, and was to come back, and was to call unto him the mistress of this house, and was to say, Sarah, rejoice with me, for I have seen an elephant, that would be the truth. Mrs. Snagsby, in tears. Or to put it, my juvenile friends, that he saw an elephant, and returning said, Lo, the city is barren, I have seen but an eel. Would that be the truth? Mrs. Snagsby, sobbing loudly. Or put it, my juvenile friends, said Chadband, stimulated by the sound, that the unnatural parents of this slumbering heathen, what parents he had, my juvenile friends, beyond a doubt, after casting him forth to the wolves and the vultures and the wild dogs and the young gazelles and the serpents, went back to their dwellings and had their pipes and their pots, and their fruitings and their dancings, and their malt liquor and the butcher's meat and poultry. Would that be the truth? Mrs. Snagsby replies by delivering herself a prey to spasms, and not unresisting prey, but a crying and tearing one, so that Cook's Court re-echoes with her shrieks. Finally becoming cataleptic, she has to be carried up the narrow staircase like a grand piano. After an unspeakable suffering productive of the most utmost consternation, she is pronounced by express from the bedroom free from pain, though much exhausted. In which state of affairs Mr. Snagsby, trampled and crushed in the pianoforte removal, and extremely timid and feeble, ventures to come out from behind the door in the drawing-room. All this time Joe has been standing on the spot where he woke up, ever picking his cap and putting bits of fur in his mouth. He spits them out with a remorseful air, for he feels that it is in his nature to be an unimprovable reprobate, and that it's no good his trying to keep awake, for he won't never know nothing. Though it may be, Joe, that there is a history so interesting and affecting, even to minds as near as the brute's as thine, recording deeds done on this earth for common men, that if Chadbands, removing their own persons from the light, would but show it thee in simple reverence, would but leave it unimproved, but regard it as being eloquent enough without their modest aid, it might hold thee awake, and thou might learn from it yet. Joe never heard of any such book. Its compilers and the Reverend Chadband are all one to him, except that he knows the Reverend Chadband, and would rather run away from him for an hour than hear him talk for 5 minutes. It ain't no good my waiting here no longer, thinks Joe. Mr. Snagsby ain't going to say nothing to me tonight, and downstairs he shuffles. But downstairs is the charitable Guster, holding by the handrail of the kitchen and stairs, and warding off a fit, as yet doubtfully, the same having been induced by Mrs. Snagsby's screaming. She has her own supper of bread and cheese to hand to Joe, with whom she ventures to interchange a word or so for the first time. Here's something to eat, poor boy, says Guster. Thank'ee, mum, says Joe. Are you hungry? Jist, says Joe. What's gone off your father and mother, eh? Joe stops in the middle of a bite and looks petrified. For this orphan charge of the Christian saint, whose shrine was at Tooting, has patted him on the shoulder, and it is the first time in his life that any decent hand has been so laid upon him. I never know nothing about them, says Joe. No more I didn't of mine, cries Guster. She is repressing symptoms favourable to the fit, when she seems to take alarm at something and vanishes down the stairs. Joe, whispers the law stationer softly as the boy lingers on the step. Here I am, Mr. Snagsby. I didn't know you were gone. There's another half-crown, Joe. It was quite right of you to say nothing about the lady the other night when we were up together. It would breed trouble. You can't be too quiet, Joe. I'm fly, master. And so good night. A ghostly shade, frilled and nightcap, follows the law station to the room he came from, and glides higher up. And henceforth he begins to go where he will, to be attended by another shadow than his own, hardly less constant than his own, hardly less quiet than his own, and into whatsoever atmosphere of secrecy his own shadow may pass. Let all concerned in the secrecy beware, for the watchful Mrs. Snagsby is there too, bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh, shadow of his shadow. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Sharpshooters. Wintry morning, looking with dull eyes and sallow face upon the neighbourhood of Leicester Square, finds its inhabitants unwilling to get out of bed. Many of them are not early risers at the brightest of times, being birds of night, who roost when the sun is high, and are wide awake and keen for prey when the stars shine out. Behind dingy blind and curtain, in upper story and garret, skulking more or less under false names, false hair, false titles, false jewellery, and false histories, a colony of brigands lie in their first sleep. Gentlemen of the Green Baize Road, who could discourse from personal experience of foreign galleys and home treadmills, spies of strong governments that eternally quake with weakness and miserable fear, broken traitors, cowards, bullies, gamesters, shufflers, swindlers, and false witnesses, some not unmarked by the branding iron beneath their dirty braid, all with more cruelty in them than was in Nero, and more crime than in Newgate. For howsoever bad the devil can be in fustian or smock frock, and he can be very bad in both, he is more designing, callous, and intolerable devil when he sticks a pin in his shirt front, calls himself a gentleman, and backs a card or colour, plays a game or so of billiards, and knows a little bit about bills and promissory notes than in any other form he wears. And in such form Mr. Bucket shall find him when he will, still pervading the tributary channels of Leicester Square. But the wintry morning wants him not, and wakes him not. It wakes Mr. George of the shooting gallery and his familiar. They arise, roll up, and stow away their mattresses. Mr. George, having shaved himself before a looking-glass of minute proportions, then marches out, bareheaded, bare-chested, to the pump in the little yard, and anon comes back, shining with yellow soap, friction, drifting rain, and exceedingly cold water. As he rubs himself upon a large jack-towel, blowing like a military sort of diver just come up, his hair curling tighter and tighter on his sunburnt temples the more he rubs it, so that it looks as if it could never be loosened by any less coercive instrument than an iron rake or a curry-comb. As he rubs and puffs and polishes and blows, turning his head from side to side, the more conveniently to excoriate his throat, and standing with his body well bent forward to keep the wet from his martial legs, Phil, on his knees lighting a fire, looks round as if it were enough washing for him to see all that done, and sufficient renovation for one day to take in the superfluous health his master throws off. When Mr. George is dry, he goes to work to brush his head with two hard brushes at once, to that unmerciful degree that Phil, shouldering his way around the gallery in the act of sweeping it, winks with sympathy. This chafing over the ornamental part of Mr. George's toilet is soon performed. He fills his pipe, lights it, and marches up and down smoking, as his custom is, while Phil, raising a powerful odour of hot rolls and coffee, prepares breakfast. He smokes gravely and marches in slow time. Perhaps this morning's pipe is devoted to the memory of Gridley in his grave. "And so, Phil," says George of the shooting gallery, after several turns in silence, "you were dreaming of the country last night." Phil, by the by, said as much in a tone of surprise as he scrambled out of bed. "Yes, governor." "What was it like?" "I hardly know what it was like, governor," said Phil, considering. "How did you know it was the country?" "On account of the grass, I think, and the swans upon it," says Phil, after further consideration. "What were the swans doing on the grass?" "They was eating of it, I expect," says Phil. The master resumes his march, and the man resumes his preparation of breakfast. It is not necessarily a lengthened preparation, being limited to the setting forth of a very simple breakfast requisites for two, and the broiling of a rasher of bacon at the fire in the rusty grate. But as Phil has to sidle round a considerable part of the gallery for every object he wants, and never brings two objects at once, it takes time under the circumstances. At length the breakfast is ready, Phil announcing it. Mr. George knocks the ashes out of his pipe on to the hob, stands its pipe itself in the chimney corner, and sits down to the meal. When he has helped himself, Phil follows suit, sitting at the extreme end of the little oblong table, and taking his plate on his knees, either in humility, or to hide his blackened hands, or because it is his natural manner of eating. "The country," says Mr. George, plying his knife and fork. "Why, I suppose you never clapped your eyes on the country, Phil?" "I see the marshes once," says Phil, contentedly eating his breakfast. "What marshes?" "The marshes, Commander," returns Phil. "Where are they?" "Don't know where they are, master," says Phil, "but I sees 'em, governor. They was flat and misty." Governor and commander are interchangeable terms with Phil, expressive of the same respect and deference, and applicable to nobody but Mr. George. "I was born in the country, Phil." "Was you indeed, commander?" "Yes, and bred there." Phil elevates his one eyebrow, and after respectfully staring at his master to express interest, swallows a great gulp of coffee, still staring at him. "There's not a bird's note that I don't know," says Mr. George. "Not many an English leaf or berry that I couldn't name. Not many a tree that I couldn't climb yet if I was put to it. I was a real country boy once. My good mother lived in the country." "She must have been a fine old lady, governor," Phil observes. "Ay, and not so old either. 35 years ago," says Mr. George. "But I'll wager that at 90 she would be as near as upright as me, and near as broad across the shoulders." "Did she die at 90, governor?" inquires Phil. "No, bosh. Let her rest in peace, God bless her," says the trooper. "What set me on about country boys and runaways and good for nothings? You, to be sure. So you never clapped your eyes upon the country, marshes and dreams excepted, eh?" Phil shakes his head. "Do you want to see it?" "I don't know as I do particular," says Phil. "The town's enough for you, eh?" "Well, you see, commander," says Phil, "I ain't acquainted with anything else, and I doubt if I ain't a getting too old to take to novelties." "How old are you, Phil?" asks the trooper, pausing as he conveys his smoking saucer to his lips. "I'm something with an 8 in it," says Phil. "Can't be 80, nor yet 18. It's betwixt them somewheres." Mr. George, slowly putting down his saucer without tasting its contents, is laughingly beginning, "What a deuce, Phil," when he stops, seeing that Phil is counting on his dirty fingers. "I was just 8," says Phil, "agreeable to the parish calculation, when I went with the tinker. I was sent on an errand, and I see him a sitting under an old bullin with a fire all to himself, wery comfortable, and he says, 'Would you like to come along of me, my man?' I says, 'Yes,' and him and me and the fire goes home to Clerkenwell together. That was April Fool Day. I was able to count up to 10, and when April Fool Day came round again, I says to myself, 'Now, old chap, you're 1 and an 8 in it.' April Fool Day after that, I says, 'Now, old chap, you're 2 and an 8 in it.' In the course of time I come to 10 and an 8 in it, 2 tens and an 8 in it. When it got so high, it got the upper hand of me. But this is how I always know there's an 8 in it." "Ah," says Mr. George, resuming his breakfast, "and where's the tinker?" "Drink put him in the hospital, governor, and the hospital put in the glass case, I have heard," replies Phil mysteriously. "Well, that means you got promotion. Took the business, Phil." "Yes, commander, I took the business, such as it was. It wasn't much of a beat. Round Saffron Hill, Hatton Garden, Clerkenwell, Smithfield, and their poor neighbourhood, where they used up the kettles till they were past mending, most of the tramping tinkers used to come and lodge at our place. That was the best part of my master's earnings, but they didn't come to me. I weren't like him. He could sing 'em a good song. I couldn't. He could play 'em a tune on any sort of pot you please, so as it was an iron and block tin. I never could do nothing with a pot but mend it or bile it. I never had a note of music in me. Besides, I was too ill looking, and their wives complained of me." "They were mighty particular. You would pass muster in a crowd, Phil," says the trooper with a pleasant smile. "No, governor," returns Phil, shaking his head. "No, I shouldn't. I was passable enough when I went with the tinker, though nothing to boast of then. But what with blowing the fire with my mouth when I was young, and spoiling my complexion, and singeing my hair off, and swallowing the smoke, and what with being naturally unfortunate in the way of running against hot metal, and marking myself by such means, and what with having turn-ups with the tinker as I got older, almost whenever he was too far gone in drink, which was almost always, my beauty was queer, very queer, even at that time. As to since, what with a dozen years in the dark forge, where the men was given to larking, and what with being scorched in an accident at a gasworks, and what with being blowed out of a window case filling at the firework business, I'm ugly enough to be made a show on. Resigning himself to which condition with a perfectly satisfied manner, Phil begs the favour of another cup of coffee. While drinking it, he says, "It was after the case filling blow up when I first see you, Commander. You remember?" "I remember, Phil. You were walking along in the sun." "Crawling, governor, against the wall." "True, Phil. Shouldering your way on." "In a nightcap!" exclaims Phil, excited. "In a nightcap." "And hobbling with a couple of sticks!" cries Phil, still more excited. "With a couple of sticks, when you stops, you know," cries Phil, putting down his cup and saucer and hastily removing his plate from his knees, "and says to me, 'What, comrade, you've been in the wars?' I didn't say much to you, Commander, then, for I was took by surprise that a person so strong and healthy and bold as you was should stop to speak to such a limping bag of bones as I was. But you says to me, says you, delivering it out of your chest as hearty as possible, so that it was like a glass of something hot, 'What accident have you met with? Have you been badly hurt? What's amiss, old boy? Cheer up and tell us all about it.' Cheer up! I was cheered already. I says as much to you. You says more to me. I says more to you. You says more to me. Here I am, Commander," cries Phil, who has started from his chair and unaccountably began to sidle away. "If a mark's wanted, or if it will improve the business, let the customers take aim at me. They can't spoil my beauty. I'm all right. Come on, if they want a man to box at, let 'em box at me. Let 'em knock me well about the head. I don't mind. If they want a lightweight to be throwed for practice, Cornwall, Devonshire, or Lancashire, let 'em throw me. They won't hurt me. I've been throwed all sorts of styles all my life." With this unexpected speech, energetically delivered, and accompanied by action illustrative of the various exercises referred to, Phil Squad's shoulders his way around three sides of the gallery, and abruptly tacking off at his commander, makes a butt at him with his head, intended to express a devotion to his service. Then he begins to clear away the breakfast. Mr. George, after laughing cheerfully and clapping him on the shoulder, assists in these arrangements and helps to get the gallery into business order. That done, he takes a turn at the dumbbells, afterwards weighing himself and opining that he is getting too fleshy, engages with great gravity in solitary broadsword practice. Meanwhile, Phil has fallen to work at his usual table, where he screws and unscrews and cleans and files and whistles into small apertures, and blackens himself more and more, and seems to do and undo everything that can be done and undone about a gun. Master and man are at length disturbed by footsteps in the passage, where they make an unusual sound, denoting the arrival of unusual company. These steps, advancing nearer and nearer to the gallery, bring into it a group at first sight scarcely reconcilable with any day in the year but the 5th of November. It consists of a limp and ugly figure carried in a chair by two bearers, and attended by a lean female with a face like a pinched mask, who might be expected immediately to recite the popular verses commemorative of the time when they did contrive to blow old England up alive, but for her keeping her lips tightly and defiantly closed as the chair is put down, at which point the figure in it, gasping, "Oh Lord, oh dear me, I'm shaken," adds, "How do you do, my dear friend? How do you do?" Mr. George then descries the procession, the venerable Mr. Smallweed out for an airing, attended by his granddaughter Judy as a bodyguard. "Mr. George, my dear friend," says Grandfather Smallweed, removing his right arm from the neck of one of his bearers, whom he has nearly throttled coming along, "how do you do? You surprised to see me, my dear friend?" "I should hardly have been more surprised to have seen your friend in the city," returns Mr. George. "I'm very seldom out," pants Mr. Smallweed. "I haven't been out for many months. It's inconvenient and it comes expensive. But I long so much to see you, my dear Mr. George. How do you do, sir?" "I'm well enough," says Mr. George. "I hope you're the same." "You can't be too well, my dear friend." Mr. Smallweed takes him by both hands. "I brought my granddaughter Judy. I couldn't keep her away. She longs so much to see you." She bears it calmly," mutters Mr. George. "So we got a hackney cab and put a chair in it, and just round the corner they lifted me out of the cab and into the chair.
and carried me in here that I might see my dear friend in his own establishment. This, says Grandfather Smallweed, alluding to the bearer, who's been in danger of strangulation, and who withdraws, adjusting his windpipe, is the driver of the cab. He has nothing extra. It is by agreement included in his fare. This person, the other bearer, we engaged in the street outside for a pint of beer, which is twopence. Judy, give the person twopence. I was not sure you had a workman of your own here, my dear friend, or we needn't have employed this person. Grandfather Smallweed refers to Phil with a glance of considerable terror and half subdued. Oh, Lord! Oh, dearie me! Nor in his apprehension on the surface of things without some reason, for Phil, who has never beheld the apparition in the black velvet cap before, has stopped short with a gun in his hand, with much of the air of a dead shot intent on picking Mr. Smallweed off as an ugly old bird of the crow species. Judy, my child, says Grandfather Smallweed, give the person his twopence. It's a great deal for what he has done. The person, who is one of those extraordinary specimens of human fungus that spring up spontaneously in the western streets of London, ready dressed in an old red jacket, with a mission for holding horses and calling coaches, received his twopence with anything but transport, tosses the money into the air, catches it overhanded, and retires. My dear Mr. George, says Grandfather Smallweed, would you be so kind as to help to carry me to the fire? I'm accustomed to a fire. I'm an old man, and I soon chill. Oh, dear me! His closing exclamation is jerked out of the venerable gentleman by the suddenness of which Mr. Squad, like a genie, catches him up, chair and all, and deposits him on the hearthstone. Oh, Lord, says Mr. Smallweed, panting. Oh, dearie me! Oh, my stars! Oh, dear friend, your workman is very strong, very prompt. Oh, Lord, he is very prompt. Judy, draw me back a little. I'm being scorched in the legs, which indeed is testified to the noses of all present by the smell of his worsted stockings. The gentle Judy, having backed her grandfather a little way from the fire, and having shaken him up as usual, and having released his overshadowed eye from its black velvet extinguisher, Mr. Smallweed again says, "Oh, dearie me! Oh, Lord!" and looking about and meeting Mr. George's glance, again stretches out both hands. My dear friend, so happy in this meeting, and this is your establishment. It's a delightful place. It's a picture. You never find anything that goes off here accidentally, do you, my dear friend? Adds Grandfather Smallweed, very ill at ease. No, no, no fear of that. And your workman, oh dear me, he never lets anything off without meaning it, does he, my dear friend? He's never hurt anybody but himself, says Mr. George, smiling. But he might, you know. He seems to have hurt himself a good deal, and he might hurt somebody else, the old gentleman returns. He mightn't mean it, or he might even. Mr. George, will you order him to leave his infernal firearms alone and go away? Obedient to a nod from the trooper, Phil retires empty-handed to the other end of the gallery. Mr. Smallweed, reassured, falls to rubbing his legs. "Are you doing well, Mr. George?" he says to the trooper, squarely standing faced about towards him with his broadsword in his hand. "You're prospering, please the powers." Mr. George answers with a cool nod, adding, "Go on, you have not come to say that, I know." "You are so sprightly, Mr. George," returns the venerable grandfather. "You are such good company." "Go on," says Mr. George. "But, my dear friend, that sword looks awful gleaming and sharp. It might cut somebody by accident. Makes me shiver, Mr. George." "Curse him," says the excellent old gentleman apart to Judy, as the trooper takes a step or two away to lay it aside. "He owes me money, and might think of paying off old scores in this murdering place. I wish your brimstone grandmother was here, and he'd shave her head off." Mr. George, returning, folds his arms, and looking down at the old man, sliding every moment lower and lower in his chair, says quietly, "Now for it." "Ho!" cries Mr. Smallweed, rubbing his hands with an artful chuckle. "Yes, now for it. Now for what, my dear friend?" "For a pipe," says Mr. George, who with great composure sets his chair in a chimney corner, takes his pipe from the grate, fills it and lights it, and falls to smoke peacefully. This tends to the discomfiture of Mr. Smallweed, who finds it so difficult to resume his object, whatever it may be, that he becomes exasperated, and secretly claws at the air with an impotent vindictiveness expressive of an intense desire to tear and rend the visage of Mr. George. As the excellent old gentleman's nails are long and leaden, and his hands lean and veinous, and his eyes green and watery, and over and above this, as he continues while he claws to slide down in his chair and to collapse into a shapeless bundle, he becomes such a ghastly spectacle, even in the accustomed eyes of Judy, that young virgin pounces at him with something more than the ardour of affection, and so shakes him up, and pats and pokes him in divers parts of his body, but particularly in that part which the science of self-defence would call his wind, that in his grievous distress he utters enforced sounds like a paviour's rammer. When Judy has by these means set him up again in his chair, with a white face and a frosty nose, but still clawing, she stretches out her weazen forefinger and gives Mr. George one poke in the back. The trooper raising his head, she makes another poke at her esteemed grandfather, and having thus brought them together, stares rigidly at the fire. "Aye, aye, ho, ho," shatters Grandfather Smallweed, swallowing his rage. "My dear friend," still clawing. "I tell you what," says Mr. George, "if you want to converse with me, you must speak out. I'm one of the roughs, and I can't go about and about. I haven't the art to do it. I'm not clever enough. It don't suit me. When you go winding round and round me," says the trooper, putting his pipe between his lips again, "damn me if I don't feel as if I was being smothered." And he inflates his broad chest to its utmost extent, as if to assure himself that he is not smothered yet. "If you have come to give me a friendly call," continues Mr. George, "I'm obliged to you. How are you? If you come to see whether there's any property on the premises, look about you. You're welcome. If you want to out with something, out with it." The blooming Judy, without removing her gaze from the fire, gives her grandfather one ghostly poke. "You see, it's her opinion too. And why the devil the young woman won't sit down like a Christian," says Mr. George, with his eyes musingly fixed on Judy, "I can't comprehend." "She keeps at my side to attend to me, sir," says Grandfather Smallweed. "I'm an old man, my dear Mr. George, and I need some attention. I can carry my years. I'm not a brimstone poll parrot," snarling and looking unconsciously for the cushion, "but I need attention, my dear friend." "Well," returns the trooper, wheeling in his chair to face the old man, "now then." "My friend in the city, Mr. George, has done a little business with a pupil of yours." "Has he?" says Mr. George. "I'm sorry to hear it." "Yes, sir." Grandfather Smallweed rubs his legs. "He's a fine young soldier now, Mr. George, by the name of Carstone. Friends came forward and paid it all up honourable." "Did they?" returns Mr. George. "Do you think your friend in the city would like a piece of advice?" "I think he would, my dear friend, from you." "I advise him, then, to do no more business in that quarter. There's no more to be got by it. The young gentleman, to my knowledge, is brought to a dead halt." "No, no, my dear friend. No, no, Mr. George. No, 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 sir," remonstrates Grandfather Smallweed, cunningly rubbing his spare legs. "It's not quite a dead halt, I think. He has good friends, and he's good for his pay, and he's good for the selling price of his commission, and he's good for his chance in a lawsuit, and he's good for his chance in a wife. And do you know, Mr. George, I think my friend would consider the young gentleman good for something yet," says Grandfather Smallweed, turning up his velvet cap and scratching his ear like a monkey. Mr. George, who has put aside his pipe and sits with an arm on his chair back, beats a tattoo on the ground with his right foot, as if he were not particularly pleased with the turn the conversation has taken. "But to pass from one subject to another," resumes Mr. Smallweed, "to promote the conversation, as the joker might say, to pass, Mr. George, from the ensign to the captain." "What are you up to now?" asked Mr. George, pausing with a frown in stroking the recollection of his moustache. "What captain?" "Our captain, the captain we know of, Captain Hawdon." "Oh, that's it, is it?" says Mr. George, with a low whistle, as he sees both grandfather and granddaughter looking hard at him. "You are there. Well, what about it? Come, I won't be smothered any more. Speak." "My dear friend," returns the old man, "I was applied Judy, shake me up a little. I was applied to yesterday about the captain, and my opinion still is that the captain is not dead." "Bosh!" observes Mr. George. "What was your remark, my dear friend?" inquires the old man, with his hand to his ear. "Bosh!" "Oh," says Grandfather Smallweed, Mr. George, of my opinion you can judge for yourself according to the questions asked of me and the reasons given for asking them. Now, what do you think the lawyer making the inquiries wants?" "A job," says Mr. George. "Nothing of the kind." "Can't be a lawyer then," says Mr. George, folding his arms with an air of confirmed resolution. "My dear friend, he is a lawyer, and a famous one. He wants to see some fragment in Captain Hawdon's writing. He don't want to keep it, he only wants to see it and compare it with the writing in his possession." "Well?" "Well, Mr. George, happening to remember the advertisement concerning Captain Hawdon, and the information that could be given respecting him, he looked it up and came to me, just as you did, my dear friend. Will you shake hands? So glad you came that day. I should have missed forming such a friendship if you hadn't come." "Well, Mr. Smallweed," says George again, after going through the ceremony with some stiffness, "I had no such thing. I had nothing but his signature. Plague, pestilence, famine, battle, murder, and sudden death upon him," says the old man, making a curse out of one of his few remembrances of a prayer, and squeezing up his velvet cap between his angry hands. "I have 500,000 of his signatures, I think. But you," breathlessly recovering his mildness of speech, as Judy readjusts the cap on his skittle ball of a head, "you, my dear Mr. George, are likely to have some letter or paper that would suit the purpose. Anything would suit the purpose, written in the hand." "Some writing in that hand," says the trooper, pondering. "Maybe I have." "My dearest friend, maybe I have not." "Oh," says Grandfather Smallweed, crestfallen. "But if I had bushels of it, I would not show as much as would make a cartridge without knowing why." "Sir, I have told you why, my dear Mr. George, I have told you why." "Not enough," says the trooper, shaking his head. "I must know more and approve it." "Then will you come to the lawyer, my dear friend? Will you come and see the gentleman?" urges Grandfather Smallweed, pulling out a lean old silver watch with the hands like a leg of a skeleton. "I told him it was probable I might call upon him between 10 and 11 this forenoon, and it is now half after 10. Will you come and see the gentleman, Mr. George?" He says gravely, "I don't mind that, though why this should concern you so much I don't know." "Everything concerns me that has a chance of it bringing anything to light about him. Didn't he take us all in? Didn't he owe us an immense sums all round? Concern me? Who can anything about him concern more than me?" "Not, my dear friend," says Grandfather Smallweed, lowering his tone, "that I want you to betray anything. Far from it. Are you ready to come, my dear friend?" "Come in a moment. I promise nothing, you know." "No, my dear Mr. George, no." "And you mean to say you're going to give me a lift to this place, wherever it is, without charging for it?" Mr. George inquires, getting his hat and his thick wash leather gloves. The pleasantry so tickles Mr. Smallweed that he laughs long and low before the fire. But ever while he laughs he glances over at his paralytic shoulder at Mr. George, and eagerly watches him as he unlocks the padlock of a homely cupboard at the distant end of the gallery, looks here and there upon the higher shelves, and ultimately takes something out with a rustling of paper and folds it and puts it in his breast. Then Judy pokes Mr. Smallweed once, and Mr. Smallweed pokes Judy once. "I'm ready," says the trooper, coming back. "Phil, you can carry this old gentleman to his coach and make nothing of him." "Oh dear me, oh Lord, stop a moment," says Mr. Smallweed. "He's so very prompt. Are you sure you can do it carefully, my worthy man?" Phil makes no reply, but seizing the chair and its load, sidles away, tightly hugged by the now speechless Mr. Smallweed, bolts along the passage as if he had an acceptable commission to carry the old gentleman to the nearest volcano. His shorter trust, however, terminating at the cab, he deposits him there, and the fair Judy takes her place beside him, and the chair embellishes the roof, and Mr. George takes the vacant place upon the box. Mr. George is quite confounded by the spectacle he beholds from time to time as he peeps into the cab through the window behind him, where the grim Judy is always motionless, and the old gentleman with his cap over one eye is always sliding off the seat into the straw and looking upward at him out of his other eye with a helpless expression of being jolted in the back. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. More Old Soldiers Than One. Mr. George is not far to ride with folded arms upon the box, for the destination is Lincoln's Inn Fields. When the driver stops his horses, Mr. George alights, and looking in at the window says, "What, Mr. Tulkinghorn's your man, is he?" "Yes, my dear friend. Do you know him, Mr. George?" "I have heard of him, seen him too, I think, but I don't know him, and he don't know me." There ensues the carrying of Mr. Smallweed upstairs, which is done to perfection with the trooper's help. He is borne into Mr. Tulkinghorn's great room and deposited on the Turkey rug before the fire. Mr. Tulkinghorn is not within at the present moment, but will be back directly. The occupant of the pew in the hall, having said thus much, stirs the fire, and leaves the triumvirate to warm themselves. Mr. George is mightily curious in respect to the room. He looks up at the painted ceiling, looks round at the old law books, contemplates the portraits of the great clients, reads aloud the names on the boxes. "Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet," Mr. George reads thoughtfully. "Ha! Manor of Chesney Wold. Mr. George stands looking at these boxes a long while, as if they were pictures, and comes back to the fire, repeating, "Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, and Manor of Chesney Wold, hey?" "Worth a hint of money, Mr. George," whispers Grandfather Smallweed, rubbing his legs. "Powerfully rich." "What do you mean, the old gentleman or the baronet?" This gentleman. "So I have heard, and knows a thing or two, I'll hold a wager. Not bad quarters either," says Mr. George, looking round again. "See the strong box yonder?" This reply is cut short by Mr. Tulkinghorn's arrival. There is no change in him, of course, rustily dressed, with his spectacles in his hand, and their very case worn threadbare; in manner, close and dry; in voice, husky and low; in face, watchful behind a blind; habitually not uncensorious and contemptuous, perhaps. The peerage may have warmer worshippers and faithfuller believers than Mr. Tulkinghorn, after all, if everything were known. "Good morning, Mr. Smallweed. Good morning," he says as he comes in. "You have brought the sergeant, I see. Sit down, sergeant." Mr. Tulkinghorn takes off his gloves and puts them in his hat. He looks with half closed eyes across the room to where the trooper stands, and says within himself, perchance, "You'll do, my friend." "Sit down, sergeant," he repeats as he comes to his table, which is set on one side of the fire, and takes his easy chair. "Cold and raw this morning, cold and raw." Mr. Tulkinghorn warms before the bars alternately the palms and knuckles of his hands, and looks, from behind that blind which is always down, at the trio sitting in a little semicircle before him. "Now I can feel what I'm about," as perhaps he can in two senses. "Mr. Smallweed." The old gentleman is newly shaken up by duty to bear his part in the conversation. "You have brought our good friend the sergeant, I see." "Yes, sir," returns Mr. Smallweed, very servile to the lawyer's wealth and influence. "And what does the sergeant say about this business?" "Mr. George," says Grandfather Smallweed, with a tremulous wave of his shrivelled hand, "this is the gentleman, sir." Mr. George salutes the gentleman, but otherwise sits bolt upright and profoundly silent, very forward in his chair, as if the full complement of regulation appendages for a field day hung about him. Mr. Tulkinghorn proceeds. "Well, George, I believe your name is George?" "It is so, sir." "What do you say, George?" "I ask your pardon, sir," returns the trooper, "but I should wish to know what you say." "Do you mean in point of reward?" "I mean in point of everything, sir." This is so very trying to Mr. Smallweed's temper that he suddenly breaks out with, "You're a brimstone beast," and as suddenly asks the pardon of Mr. Tulkinghorn, excusing himself for this slip of the tongue by saying to Judy, "I was thinking of your grandmother, my dear." "I suppose, sergeant," Mr. Tulkinghorn resumes, as he leans on one side of his chair and crosses his legs, "that Mr. Smallweed might have sufficiently explained the matter. It lies in the smallest compass, however. You served under Captain Horden at one time, and were his attendant in illness, and rendered him many little services, and were rather in his confidence, I am told. That is so, is it not?" "Yes, sir, that is so," says Mr. George, with military brevity. Therefore you may happen to have in your possession something, anything, no matter what, accounts, instructions, orders, a letter, anything in Captain Horden's writing. I wish to compare his writing with some that I have. If you can give me the opportunity, you shall be rewarded for your trouble. 3, 4, 5 guineas you would consider handsome, I dare say." "Noble, my dear friend," cries Grandfather Smallweed, screwing up his eyes. "If not, say how much more in your conscience as a soldier you can demand. There's no need for you to part with the writing against your inclination, though I should prefer to have it." Mr. George sits squared in exactly the same attitude, looks at the painted ceiling, and says never a word. The irascible Mr. Smallweed scratches the air. "The question is," says Mr. Tulkinghorn in his methodical, subdued, uninterested way, "first, whether you have any of Captain Horden's writing." "First, whether I have any of Captain Horden's writing, sir," repeats Mr. George. "Secondly, what will satisfy you for the trouble of producing it?" "Secondly, what will satisfy me for the trouble of producing it, sir," repeats Mr. George. "Thirdly, you can judge for yourself whether it is at all like that," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, suddenly handing him some sheets of written paper tied together. "Whether it is at all like that, sir. Just so," repeats Mr. George. All 3 repetitions Mr. George pronounces in a mechanical manner, looking straight at Mr. Tulkinghorn, nor does he so much as glance at the affidavit in Jarndyce and Jarndyce that's been given to him for his inspection, though he still holds it in his hand, but continues to look at the lawyer with an air of troubled meditation. "Well," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "what do you say?" "Well, sir," replies Mr. George, rising erect and looking immense, "I would rather, if you'll excuse me, have nothing to do with this." Mr. Tulkinghorn, outwardly quite undisturbed, demands, "Why not?" "Why, sir," returns the trooper, "except on military compulsion, I am not a man of business. Among civilians I am what they call in Scotland a ne'er do weel. I have no head for papers, sir. I can stand any fire better than a fire of cross questions. I mentioned to Mr. Smallweed only an hour ago or so, when I came into things of this kind, I feel as if I was being smothered, and that is my sensation," says Mr. George, looking round upon the company, "at the present moment." With that he takes 3 strides forward to replace the papers on the lawyer's table, and 3 strides backwards to resume his former station, where he stands perfectly upright, now looking at the ground and now at the painted ceiling, with his hands behind him, as if to prevent himself from accepting any other document whatever. Under this provocation, Mr. Smallweed's favourite adjective of disparagement is so close to his tongue that he begins to say the words "my dear friend" with a monosyllable brim, thus converting the possessive pronoun into brimmy, and appearing to have an impediment in his speech. Once past this difficulty, however, he exhorts his dear friend, in the tenderest manner, not to be rash, but to do what so eminent a gentleman requires, and to do it with good grace, confident that it must be unobjectionable as well as profitable. Mr. Tulkinghorn merely utters an occasional sentence, as, "You are the best judge of your own interest, Sergeant. Take care you do no harm by this. Please yourself, please yourself. If you know what you mean, that's quite enough." These he utters with an appearance of perfect indifference, as he looks over the papers on his table and prepares to write a letter. "I do assure you, sir," says Mr. George, "not to say it offensively, that between you and Mr. Smallweed here, I really am being smothered 50 times over. I really am, sir. I am not a match for you gentlemen. Will you allow me to ask why you want to see the captain's hand, in the case that I could find any specimen of it?" Mr. Tulkinghorn quietly shakes his head. "No. If you were a man of business, Sergeant, you would not need to be informed that there are confidential reasons, very harmless in themselves, for many such wants in the profession to which I belong. But if you are afraid of doing any injury to Captain Horden, you may set your mind at rest about that." "Aye, sir, he's dead, sir." "Is he?" Mr. Tulkinghorn quietly sits down to write. "Well, sir," says the trooper, looking into his hat after another disconcerted pause, "I am sorry not to have given you more satisfaction. If it would be any satisfaction to any one that I should be confirmed in my judgment that I would rather have nothing to do with this by a friend of mine who has a better head for business than I have, and who is an old soldier, I am willing to consult with him. I really am so completely smothered myself at the present," says Mr. George, passing his hand hopelessly across his brow, "that I don't know but what it might be a satisfaction to me." Mr. Smallweed, hearing that this authority is an old soldier, so strongly inculcates the expediency of the troopers taking counsel with him, and particularly informing him of its being a question of 5 guineas or more, that Mr. George engages to go and see him. Mr. Tulkinghorn says nothing either way. "I'll consult my friend then, by your leave, sir," says the trooper, "and I'll take the liberty of looking in again with the final answer in the course of the day. Mr. Smallweed, if you wish to be carried downstairs." "In a moment, my dear friend, in a moment. Will you first let me speak half a word with this gentleman in private?" "Certainly, sir. Don't hurry yourself on my account." The trooper retires to a distant part of the room, and resumes his curious inspection of the boxes, strong and otherwise. "If I wasn't as weak as a brimstone baby, sir," whispers Grandfather Smallweed, drawing the lawyer down to his level by the lapel of his coat, and flashing some half-quenched green fire out of his angry eyes, "I'd tear the writing away from him. He's got it buttoned up in his breast. I saw him put it there. Judy saw him put it there. Speak up, you crabbed image at the sign of a walking-stick shop, and say you saw him put it there." This vehement conjuration the old gentleman accompanies with such a thrust at his granddaughter that it is too much for his strength, and he slips way out of his chair, drawing Mr. Tulkinghorn with him until he is arrested by Judy and well shaken. "Violence will not do for me, my friend," Mr. Tulkinghorn then remarks coolly. No, I know, sir, but it's chafing and galling to the imperturbable Judy, who only looks at the fire, to know he has got what's wanted and won't give it up. He not to give it up, he, a vagabond! But never mind, sir, never mind. At the most he has only his own way for a little while. I have him periodically in a vice. I'll twist him, sir, I'll screw him, sir. If he won't do it with good grace, then I'll make him do it with bad ones, sir. Now, my dear Mr. George," says Grandfather Smallweed, winking at the lawyer hideously as he releases him, "I'm ready for your kind assistance, my excellent friend." Mr. Tulkinghorn, with some shadowy sign of amusement manifesting itself through his self-possession, stands on the hearthrug with his back to the fire, watching the disappearance of Mr. Smallweed, and acknowledging the trooper's parting salute with one slight nod. It is more difficult to get rid of the old gentleman, Mr. George finds, than to bear a hand in carrying him downstairs, for when he is replaced in his conveyance he is so loquacious on the subject of the guineas, and retains such an affectionate hold of his button, having in truth a secret longing to rip his coat open and rob him, that some degree of force is necessary on the trooper's part to effect a separation. It is accomplished at last, and he proceeds alone in quest of his adviser. By the Cloisterley Temple, and by Whitefriars, there, not without a glance at Hanging Sword Alley, which would seem to be something in his way, and by Blackfriars Bridge and Blackfriars Road, Mr. George sedately marches to a street of little shops lying somewhere in that ganglion of roads from Kent and Surrey, and of streets from the bridges of London, centering in the far-famed elephant who has lost his castle, formed of 1,000 4-horse coaches, into a stronger iron monster than he, ready to chop him into mincemeat any day he dares. To one of the little shops in this street, which is a musician's shop, having a few fiddles in the window, and some Pan's pipes, and a tambourine, and a triangle, and certain elongated scraps of music, Mr. George directs his massive tread. And halting at a few paces from it, as he sees a soldierly-looking woman, with her outer skirts tucked up, come forth with a small wooden tub, and in that tub commence a whisking and a splashing on the margin of the pavement, Mr. George says to himself, "She's as unusual washing greens. I never saw her except upon a baggage wagon when she wasn't washing greens." The subject of this reflection is at all events so occupied in washing greens at present that she remains unsuspicious of Mr. George's approach, until, lifting up herself and her tub together, she has poured the water off into the gutter, she finds him standing near her, Her reception of him is not flattering. George, I never see you, but I wish you was 100 mile away. The trooper, without remarking on this welcome, follows into the musical instrument shop, where the lady places her tub of greens upon the counter, and having shaken hands with him, rests her arms upon it. I never, she says, George, consider Matthew Bagnet safe a minute when you're near him. You are that restless and that roving. Yes, I know I am, Mrs. Bagnet, I know I am. You know you are, says Mrs. Bagnet. What's the use of that? Why are you? Nature of the animal, I suppose, returns the trooper good-humouredly. Ah, cries Mrs. Bagnet, something shrilly. What satisfaction will the nature of the animal be to me when the animal shall have tempted my mat away from the musical business to New Zealand or Australia? Mrs. Bagnet is not at all an ill-looking woman, rather large-boned, a little coarse in the grain, and freckled by the sun and wind which have tanned her hair upon the forehead, but healthy, wholesome, and bright-eyed, a strong, busy, active, honest-faced woman, of whom from 45 to 50. Hardy, and so economically dressed, though substantially, that the only article of ornament of which she stands possessed appears to be her wedding ring, around which her finger has grown to be so large since it was put on that it will never come off again until it shall mingle with Mrs. Bagnet's dust. Mrs. Bagnet, says the trooper, I'm on my parole with you. Matt will get no harm from me, you may trust me so far. Well, I think I may, but the very looks of you are unsettling, Mrs. Bagnet rejoins. Ah, George, George, if you'd only settled down and married Joe Pouch's widow when he died in North America, she'd have combed your hair for you. It was a chance for me, certainly, returns the trooper, half laughingly, half seriously, but I shall never settle down into a respectable man now. Joe Pouch's widow might have done me good. There was something in her and something of her, but I couldn't make up my mind to do it. If I'd had the luck to meet such a wife as Matt found. Mrs. Bagnet, who seems in a virtuous way to be under a little reserve with a good sort of fellow, but to be another good sort of fellow herself for that matter, receives this compliment by flicking Mr. George in the face with a head of greens and taking her tub into the little room behind the shop. Why, Quebec, my poppet, says George, following on invitation into that department, and little Malta too, come and kiss your Bluffy. These young ladies, not supposed to have been actually christened by the names applied to them, though always so called in the family from the places of their birth in barracks, are respectively employed on the three-legged stools. The younger, some 5 or 6 years old, in learning her letters out of a penny primer; the elder, 8 or 9 perhaps, in teaching her and sewing with great assiduity. Both hail Mr. George with acclamations as an old friend. After some kissing and romping, plant their stools beside him. "And how's young Woolwich?" says Mr. George. "Ah, there now," cries Mrs. Bagnet, turning about from her saucepans, for she is cooking dinner, with a bright flush on her face. "Would you believe it? Got an engagement at the theatre with his father to play the fife in a military piece." "Well done, my godson," cries Mr. George, slapping his thigh. "I believe you," says Mrs. Bagnet. "He's a Briton. That's what Woolwich is, a Briton. And Matt blows away at his bassoon. And you're respectable civilians, one and all," says Mr. George. "Family people, children growing up. Matt's old mother in Scotland, and your old father somewhere else. Corresponded with, and helped a little. And well, to be sure, I don't know why I shouldn't be wished 100 mile away, for I've not much to do with all of this." Mr. George is becoming thoughtful, sitting before the fire in the whitewashed room, which has a sanded floor and a barrack smell, and contains nothing superfluous, and has not a visible speck of dust upon it. From the faces of Quebec and Malta to the bright tin pots and pannikins upon the dresser shelves, Mr. George is becoming thoughtful, sitting here while Mrs. Bagnet is busy, when Mr. Bagnet and young Woolwich opportunely come home. Mr. Bagnet is an ex-artillery man, tall and upright, with shaggy eyebrows and whiskers like the fibres of a cocoanut, not a hair upon his head, and a torrid complexion. His voice, short, deep, and resonant, is not at all unlike the tones of the instrument to which he is devoted. Indeed, there may be generally observed in him an unbending, unyielding, brass-bound air, as if he were himself the bassoon of the human orchestra. Young Woolwich is the type and model of a young drummer. Both father and son salute the trooper heartily, he saying in due season that he has come to advise with Mr. Bagnet. Mr. Bagnet's hospitality declares that he will hear of no business until after dinner, and that his friend shall not partake of his counsel without first partaking of boiled pork and greens. The trooper yielding to this invitation, he and Mr. Bagnet, not to embarrass the domestic preparations, go forth to take a turn up and down the little street, which they promenade with measured tread and folded arms, as if it were a rampart. "George," says Mr. Bagnet, "you know me. It's my old girl that advises. She has the head, but I never own to it before her. Discipline must be maintained. Wait till the greens is off her mind, then we'll consult. Whatever the old girl says, do it." "I intend to, Matt," replies the other. "I would sooner take her opinion than that of a college." "College," returns Mr. Bagnet in short sentences, bassoon-like. "What college could you leave? In another quarter of the world, with nothing but a grey cloak and an umbrella, to make its way home to Europe. The old girl would do it to-morrow. Did it once." "You are right," says Mr. George. "What college," pursues Bagnet, "could you set up in life, with 2 pennyworth of white lime, pennyworth of fuller's earth, a ha'porth of sand, and the rest of the change out of sixpence in money? That's what the old girl started on, in the present business." "I'm rejoiced to hear it's thriving, Matt." "The old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, acquiescing, "saves, has a stocking somewhere with money in it. I never saw it, but I know she's got it. Wait till the greens is off her mind, then she'll set you up." "She is a treasure," exclaims Mr. George. "She's more, but I never owned to it before her. Discipline must be maintained. It was the old girl that brought out my musical abilities. I should have been in the artillery now, but for the old girl. 6 years I hammered at the fiddle, 10 at the flute. The old girl said it wouldn't do. Intention good, but want of flexibility. Try the bassoon. The old girl borrowed a bassoon from the bandmaster of the rifle regiment. I practised in the trenches, got on, got another, get a living by it. George remarks that she looks as fresh as a rose and as sound as an apple." "The old girl," says Mr. Bagnet in reply, "is a thoroughly fine woman. Consequently she is like a thoroughly fine day, gets finer as she gets on. I never saw the old girl's equal, but I never owned to it before her. Discipline must be maintained." Proceeding to converse on indifferent matters, they walk up and down the little street, keeping step and time, until summoned by Quebec and Malta to do justice to the pork and greens, over which Mrs. Bagnet, like a military chaplain, says a short grace. In the distribution of these comestibles, as in every other household duty, Mrs. Bagnet develops an exact system of sitting with every dish before her, allotting to every portion of pork its own portion of pot liquor, greens, potatoes, and even mustard, and serving it out complete, having likewise served out the beer from a can, and thus supplied the mess with all things necessary. Mrs. Bagnet proceeds to satisfy her own hunger, which is in a healthy state. The kit of the mess, if the table furniture may be so denominated, is chiefly composed of utensils of horn and tin that have done duty in several parts of the world. Young Woolwich's knife in particular, which is of the oyster kind, with the additional feature of a strong shutting up movement, which frequently balks at the appetite of that young musician, is mentioned as having gone in various hands the complete round of foreign service. The dinner done, Mrs. Bagnet, assisted by the younger branches, who polish their own cups and platters and knives and forks, makes all the dinner garniture shine as brightly as before, and puts it all away, first sweeping the hearth, to the end that Mr. Bagnet and the visitor may not be retarded in the smoking of their pipes. These household cares involve much pattening, counter pattening in the backyard, and considerable use of a pail, which is finally so happy as to assist in the ablutions of Mrs. Bagnet herself, that old girl reappearing by and by, quite fresh, and sitting down to her needlework. Then, and only then, the greens being only then to be considered as entirely off her mind, Mr. Bagnet requests the trooper to state his case. This Mr. George does with great discretion, appearing to address himself to Mr. Bagnet, but having an eye solely on the old girl all the time. As Bagnet has himself, she, equally discreet, busies herself with her needlework. The case fully stated, Mr. Bagnet resorts to his standard artifice in the maintenance of discipline. "That's the whole of it, is it, George?" says he. "That's the whole of it." "You act according to my opinion?" "I shall be guided," replies George, "entirely by it." "Old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "give him my opinion. You know it. Tell him what it is." It is that he cannot have too little to do with people who are too deep for him, and cannot be too careful of interference with matters he does not understand. That the plain rule is to do nothing in the dark, to be a party to nothing underhanded or mysterious, and never to put his foot where he cannot see the ground. This, in effect, is Mr. Bagnet's opinion, as delivered through the old girl. So it relieves Mr. George's mind by confirming his own opinion, and banishing his doubts that he composes himself to smoke another pipe on that exceptional occasion, and to have a talk over old times with the whole Bagnet family, according to their various ranges of experience. Through these means it comes to pass that Mr. George does not again rise to his full height in that parlour until the time is drawing on when the bassoon and fife are expected by a British public at the theatre. And as it takes time even then for Mr. George, in his domestic character of Bluffy, to take leave of Quebec and Malta, and insinuate a sponsorial shilling into the pocket of his godson, with felicitations on his success in life, it is dark when Mr. George again turns his face towards Lincoln's Inn Fields. "A family home," he ruminates as he marches along, "however small it is, makes a man like me look lonely. But it's well I never made that evolution of matrimony. I shouldn't have been fit for it. I'm such a vagabond still, even at my present time of life, that I couldn't hold to the gallery a month together, if it was a regular pursuit, or if I didn't camp there gipsy fashion. Come, I'll disgrace nobody, and cumber nobody. That's something. I have not done that for many a long year." So he whistles it off and marches on. Arrived in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and mounting Mr. Tulkinghorn's stair, he finds the outer door closed and the chambers shut. But the trooper, not knowing much about outer doors, and the staircase being dark besides, he is yet fumbling and groping about, hoping to discover a bell handle or to open the door for himself, when Mr. Tulkinghorn comes up the stairs, quietly of course, and angrily asks, "Who is that? What are you doing there?" "I ask your pardon, sir, it's George the sergeant." "And couldn't George the sergeant see that my door was locked?" "Why, no, sir, I couldn't. At any rate, I didn't," says the trooper, rather nettled. "Have you changed your mind, or are you in the same mind?" Mr. Tulkinghorn demands, but he knows well enough at a glance. "In the same mind, sir." "I thought so. That's sufficient. You can go." "So you are the man," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, opening his door with the key, "in whose hiding place Mr. Gridley was found?" "Yes, I am the man," says the trooper, stopping 2 or 3 stairs down. "What then, sir?" "What then? I don't like your associates. You should not have seen the inside of my door this morning if I had thought of your being that man. Gridley, a threatening, murderous, dangerous fellow." With these words spoken in an unusually high tone for him, the lawyer goes into his rooms and shuts the door with a thundering noise. Mr. George takes his dismissal in great dudgeon, the greater because a clerk, coming up the stairs, has heard the last words of all, and evidently applies them to him. "A pretty character to bear," the trooper growls with a hasty oath as he strides downstairs. "A threatening, murderous, dangerous fellow." And looking up, he sees the clerk looking down at him, and marking him as he passes a lamp. This so intensifies his dudgeon that for 5 minutes he is in an ill humour, but he whistles that off like the rest of it, and marches home to the shooting gallery. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Ironmaster. Sir Leicester Dedlock has got the better, for the time being, of the family gout, and is once more, in a literal no less than in a figurative point of view, upon his legs. He is at his place in Lincolnshire, but the waters are out again on the low-lying grounds, and the cold and the damp steal into Chesney Wold. Though well defended, and eke into Sir Leicester's bones, the blazing fires of faggot and coal, deadlock timber, and antediluvian forest that blaze upon the broad wide hearths, and wink in the twilight on the frowning woods, sullen to see how trees are sacrificed, do not exclude the enemy. The hot water pipes that trail themselves all over the house, the cushioned doors and windows, and the screens and curtains fail to supply the fire's deficiencies and to satisfy Sir Leicester's need. Hence the fashionable intelligence proclaims one morning to the listening earth that Lady Dedlock is expected shortly to return to town for a few weeks. It is a melancholy truth that even great men have their poor relations. Indeed, great men have often more than their fair share of poor relations, inasmuch as very red blood of superior quality, like inferior blood unlawfully shed, will cry out and will be heard. Sir Leicester's cousins in the remotest degree are so many murderers in the respect that they will out, among whom there are cousins who are so poor that one might almost dare to think it would have been the happier for them never to have been plated links upon the Dedlock chain of gold, but to have been made of common iron at first and done base service. Service, however, with a few limited reservations, genteel but not profitable, they may not do, being of the Dedlock dignity, so they visit their richer cousins and get into debt when they can, and live but shabbily when they can't, and find the women no husbands and the men no wives, and ride in borrowed carriages, and sit at feasts that are never of their own making, and so go through high life. The rich family sum has been divided by so many figures, and they are the something over that nobody knows what to do with. Everybody on Sir Leicester Dedlock's side of the question, and of his way of thinking, would appear to be his cousin more or less, from my Lord Boodle through to the Duke of Foodle down to Noodle. Sir Leicester, like a glorious spider, stretches his threads of relationship, but while he is stately in the cousinship of the everybodies, he is a kind and generous man, according to his dignified way, in the cousinship of the nobodies, and at the present time, in despite of the damp, he stays out of the visit of several such cousins at Chesney Wold with the constancy of a martyr. Of these, most foremost in the front rank stands Volumnia Dedlock, a young lady of 60, who is doubly highly related, having the honour to be a poor relation by the mother's side to another great family. Miss Volumnia, displaying in early life a pretty talent for cutting ornaments out of coloured paper, and also for singing to the guitar in the Spanish tongue, and propounding French conundrums in country houses, passed the 20 years of her existence between 20 and 40 in a sufficiently agreeable manner. Lapsing then out of date, and being considered too bored by mankind by her vocal performances in the Spanish language, she retired to Bath, where she lives slenderly on an annual present from Sir Leicester, and whence she makes occasional resurrections in the country houses of her cousins. She has an extensive acquaintance at Bath among appalling old gentlemen with thin legs and nankeen trousers, and is of high standing in that dreary city, but she is a little dreaded elsewhere in consequence of an indiscreet profusion in the article of rouge and persistency, and an obsolete pearl necklace like a rosary of little birds' eggs. In any country in a wholesome state, Volumnia would be clear case for the pension list. Efforts have been made to get her on it, and when William Buffy came in, it was fully expected that her name would be put down for a couple of hundred a year. But William Buffy somehow discovered, contrary to all expectation, that these were not the times when it could be done, and this was the first clear indication Sir Leicester Dedlock had conveyed to him that the country was going to pieces. There is likewise the Honourable Bob Staples, who can make warm mashes with the skill of a veterinary surgeon, and is a better shot than most gamekeepers. He has been for some time particularly desirous to serve his country in a post of good emoluments, unaccompanied by any trouble or responsibility, in a well-regulated body politic, this natural desire on the part of a spirited young gentleman so highly connected would be speedily recognized. But somehow William Buffy found, when he came in, that these were not times in which he could manage that little matter either. And this was the second indication Celesta Dedlock had conveyed to him that the country was going to pieces. The rest of the cousins are ladies and gentlemen of various ages and capacities, the major part amiable and sensible, and likely to have done half well enough in life if they could have overcome their cousinship. As it is, they are almost all a little worsted by it, and lounge in purposelessness and listless paths, and seem to be quite as much at a loss how to dispose of themselves as anybody else can be of how to dispose of them. In this society, and where not, my Lady Dedlock reigns supreme, beautiful, elegant, accomplished, and powerful in her little world, for the world of fashion does not stretch all the way from pole to pole. Her influence in Celesta's house, however haughty and indifferent her manner, is greatly to improve it and refine it. Cousins, even those older cousins who were paralysed when Celesta married her, to do her feudal homage, and the Honourable Bob Staples daily repeats to some chosen person between breakfast and lunch his favourite original remark, that she is the best groomed woman in the whole stud. Such the guests in the long drawing-room at Chesney Wold this dismal night, when the step upon the Ghost's Walk, inaudible here, however, might be the step of a deceased cousin shut out in the cold. It is near bedtime. Bedroom fires blaze brightly all over the house, raising ghosts of grim furniture on wall and ceiling. Bedroom candlesticks bristle on the distant table by the door, and cousins yawn on ottomans, cousins at the piano, cousins at the soda-water tray, cousins rising from the card table, cousins gathered round the fire. Standing on one side of his own peculiar fire, for there are two, Celesta on the opposite side of the broad hearth, my lady at her table, Volumnia, as one of the more privileged cousins, in a luxurious chair between them. Celesta glancing with magnificent displeasure at the rouge and the pearl necklace. "I occasionally meet on my staircase here," drawls Volumnia, whose thoughts perhaps are already hopping it up to bed, after a long evening of very desultory talk, "one of the prettiest girls, I think, that I ever saw in my life." "A protégée of my lady's," observes Celesta. "I thought so. I felt sure that some uncommon eye must have picked that girl out. She really is a marvel." "A dolly sort of beauty, perhaps," says Miss Volumnia, preserving her own sort, "but in its way perfect. Such a bloom I never saw." Celesta, with his magnificent glance of displeasure at the rouge, appears to say so too. "Indeed," remarks my lady languidly, "if there is any uncommon eye in the case, it is Mrs. Rouncewell's and not mine. Rotha is her discovery." "Your maid, I suppose?" "No, my anything. Pet, secretary, messenger, I don't know what. You like to have her about you as you would like to have a flower, or a bird, or a picture, or a poodle. No, not a poodle, though, or anything else that was equally pretty," says Volumnia, sympathizing. "Yes, how charming now, and how well that delightful old soul Mrs. Rouncewell is looking. She must be an immense age, and yet she is as active and handsome. She is the dearest friend I have, positively." Celesta feels it to be right and fitting that the housekeeper of Chesney Wold should be a remarkable person. Apart from that, he has a real regard for Mrs. Rouncewell, and likes to hear her praised. So he says, "You are right, Volumnia," which Volumnia is extremely glad to hear. "She has no daughter of her own, has she?" "Mrs. Rouncewell? No, Volumnia, she has a son. Indeed, she had two." My lady, whose chronic malady of boredom has been sadly aggravated by Volumnia this evening, glances wearily towards the candlesticks and heaves a noiseless sigh. And it is a remarkable example of the confusion into which the present age has fallen, of the obliteration of landmarks, the opening of floodgates, and the uprooting of distinctions, says Celesta with stately gloom, that I have been informed by Mr. Tulkinghorn that Mrs. Rouncewell's son has been invited to go into Parliament. Miss Volumnia utters a little sharp scream. "Yes, indeed," repeats Sir Leicester. "Into Parliament! I never heard of such a thing. Good gracious! What is the man?" exclaims Volumnia. "He is called, I believe, an ironmaster." Sir Leicester says it slowly, and with that gravity and doubt, as not being sure but that he is called a lead mistress, or that the right word may be some other word expressive of some other relationship to some other metal. Volumnia utters another little scream. He has declined the proposal. If my information from Mr. Tulkinghorn be correct, as I have no doubt it is, Mr. Tulkinghorn being always correct and exact, still that does not lessen the anomaly, which is fraught with strange considerations, startling considerations, as it appears to me. Miss Volumnia rising with a look of candlestick wards, Sir Leicester politely performs the grand tour of the drawing room, brings one, and lights it at my lady's shaded lamp. "I must beg you, my lady," he says while doing so, "to remain a few moments, for this individual of whom I speak arrived this evening shortly before dinner, and requested in a very becoming note" Sir Leicester, with his habitual regard to truth, dwells upon it, "I am bound to say, in a very becoming and well expressed note, the favour of a short interview with yourself and myself on the subject of this young girl. As it appeared that he wished to depart to-night, I replied that we would see him before retiring." Miss Volumnia, with a third little scream, takes flight, wishing her hosts, "Oh Lud, well rid of the ironmaster." The other cousins soon disperse, to the last cousin there. Sir Leicester rings the bell. "Make my compliments to Mr. Rouncewell in the housekeeper's apartments, and say I can receive him now." My lady, who has heard all this with slight attention outwardly, looks towards Mr. Rouncewell as he comes in. He is a little over 50, perhaps, of a good figure, like his mother. He has a clear voice, a broad forehead from which his dark hair has retired, and a shrewd enough open face. He is a responsible looking gentleman, dressed in black, portly enough, but strong and active, has a perfect natural and easy air, and is not the least embarrassed by the great presence into which he comes. "Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock, as I have already apologized for intruding on you, I cannot do better than be very brief. I thank you, Sir Leicester." The head of the Dedlocks has motioned towards a sofa between himself and my lady. Mr. Rouncewell quietly takes his seat there. In these busy times, when so many great undertakings are in progress, people like myself have so many workmen in so many places that we are always on the flight. Sir Leicester is content enough that the ironmaster should feel that there is no hurry there. There, in that ancient house, rooted in that quiet park, where the ivy and the moss have had time to mature, and the gnarled and warted elms and the umbrageous oaks stand deep in the fern and leaves of 100 years, and where the sundial on the terrace has dumbly recorded for centuries that time which was as much the property of every Dedlock, while he lasted, as the house and lands. Sir Leicester sits down in an easy chair, opposing his repose and that of Chesney Wold to the restless flights of ironmasters. "Lady Dedlock has been so kind," proceeds Mr. Rouncewell, with respectful glance and a bow that way, "as to place near her a young beauty of the name of Rosa. Now my son has fallen in love with Rosa, and has asked my consent to his proposing marriage to her, and to their becoming engaged, if she will take him, which I suppose she will. I have never seen Rosa until to-day, but I have some confidence in my son's good sense, even in love. I find her what he represents her, to the best of my judgment, and my mother speaks of her with great commendation. She in all respects deserves it," says my lady. "I am happy, Lady Dedlock, that you say so, and I need not comment on the value to me of your kind opinion of her." "That," observes Sir Leicester with unspeakable grandeur, for he thinks the ironmaster a little too glib, "must be quite unnecessary." "Quite unnecessary, Sir Leicester. Now my son is a very young man, and Rosa is a very young woman. As I made my way, so my son must make his, and his being married at present is out of the question. But supposing I gave my consent to his engaging himself to this pretty girl, if this pretty girl will engage herself to him, I think it a piece of candour to say at once, I am sure, Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock, you will understand and excuse me, I should make it a condition that she did not remain at Chesney Wold. Therefore, before communicating further with my son, I take the liberty of saying that if her removal would be in any way inconvenient or objectionable, I will hold the matter over with him for any reasonable time, and leave it precisely where it is." "Not remain at Chesney Wold? Make it a condition? All Sir Leicester's old misgivings relative to Wat Tyler and the people in the iron districts who do nothing but turn out by torchlight come in a shower upon his head, the fine grey hair of which, as well as his whiskers, actually stirs with indignation. Am I to understand, sir," says Sir Leicester, "and is my lady to understand," he brings her in thus specially, as first as a point of gallantry, and next as a point of prudence, having great reliance on her sense, "am I to understand, Mr. Rouncewell, and is my lady to understand, sir, that you consider this young woman too good for Chesney Wold, or likely to be injured by remaining here?" "Certainly not, Sir Leicester." "I am glad to hear it, Sir Leicester. Very lofty indeed." "Pray, Mr. Rouncewell," says my lady, warning Sir Leicester off with the slightest gesture of her pretty hand, as if he were a fly, "explain to me what you mean." "Willingly, Lady Dedlock. There is nothing I could desire more." Addressing her composed face, whose intelligence, however, is too quick and active to be concealed by any studied impassiveness, however habitual, to the strong Saxon face of the visitor, a picture of resolution and perseverance, my lady listens with attention, occasionally slightly bending her head. "I am the son of your housekeeper, Lady Dedlock, and I passed my childhood about this house. My mother has lived here half a century, and will die here, I have no doubt. She is one of those examples, perhaps as good as one as there is, of love and attachment and fidelity in such a nation, which England may well be proud of, but of which no order can appropriate the whole pride or the whole merit, because such an instance bespeaks of high worth on two sides, on the great side assuredly, on the small one no less assuredly." Sir Leicester snorts a little to hear the Lord laid down in this way, but in his honour of his love and truth he freely, though silently, admits the justice of the ironmaster's proposition. "Pardon me for saying what is so obvious, but I wouldn't have it hastily supposed," with the least turn of his eyes towards Sir Leicester, "that I am ashamed of my mother's position here, or wanting in all just respect for Chesney Wold and the family. I certainly have desired, Lady Dedlock, that my mother should retire after so many years, and end her days with me. But as I have found out that to sever this strong bond would be to break her heart, I have long abandoned that idea." Sir Leicester, very magnificent again at the notion of Mrs. Rouncewell being spirited off from her natural home to end her days with an ironmaster. "I have been," proceeds the visitor in a modest, clear way, "an apprentice and a workman. I have lived on workman's wages years and years, and beyond a certain point I have had to educate myself. My wife was a foreman's daughter, and plainly brought up. I have 3 daughters besides this son of whom I have spoken, and being fortunately able to give them greater advantage than we have had ourselves, we have educated them well, very well. It has been one of our great cares and pleasures to make them worthy of any station." A little boastfulness in his fatherly tone here, as if he added in his heart, even of the Chesney Wold station. Not a little more magnificence, therefore, on the part of Sir Leicester. "All this is so frequent, Lady Dedlock, where I live and among the class to which I belong, that what would be generally called unequal marriages are not of such rare occurrence with us as elsewhere. A son will sometimes make it known to his father that he has fallen in love, say with a young woman in the factory. The father, who once worked in the factory himself, will be a little disappointed at first, very possibly. It may be that he had other views for his son. However, the chances are that, having ascertained the young woman to be of unblemished character, he will say to his son, 'I must be quite sure that you are in earnest here. This is a serious matter for both of you. Therefore I shall have this girl educated for 2 years, or it may be I shall place this girl at the same school with your sisters for such a time, during which you will give me your word and honour to see her only so often. If at the expiration date of that time, when she has so far profited by her advantages as that you may be upon a fair equality, you are both in the same mind, I will do my part to make you happy. I know of several cases such as I describe, my lady, and I think they indicate to me my own course now." Sir Leicester's magnificence explodes, calmly but terribly. "Mr. Rouncewell," says Sir Leicester, with his right hand at the breast of his blue coat, the attitude of state in which he is painted in the gallery. Do you draw a parallel between Chesney Wold and here he resists a disposition to choke, a factory? I need not reply, Sir Leicester, that the two places are very different, but for the purposes of this case I think a parallel may be justly drawn between them. Sir Leicester directs his majestic glance down one side of the long drawing-room and up the other before he can believe that he is awake. Are you aware, sir, that this young woman to whom my lady has placed near her person was brought up at the village school outside the gates? Sir Leicester, I am quite aware of it. A very good school it is, and handsomely supported by this family. Then, Mr. Rouncewell, returns Sir Leicester, the application of what you have said to me is incomprehensible. Will it be more comprehensible, Sir Leicester, if I say the ironmaster is reddening a little, that I do not regard the village school as teaching everything desirable to be known by my son's wife? From the village school of Chesney Wold, intact as it is this minute, from the whole framework of society to the aforesaid framework receiving tremendous cracks in consequence of people, ironmasters, lead mistresses, and what not minding their catechism and getting out of the station under which they were called, necessarily and forever, according to Sir Leicester's rapid logic, the first station in which they happen to find themselves, and from that to their educating other people out of their stations, and so obliterating the landmarks and opening the floodgates and all the rest of it, this is the swift progress of the deadlock mind. My lady, I beg your pardon. Permit me for one moment. She has given a faint indication of intending to speak. Mr. Rouncewell, our views of duty, and all our views of station, and our views of education, and our views of, in short, all our views, are so diametrically opposed that to prolong this discussion must be repellent to your feelings and repellent to my own. This young woman is honoured with my lady's notice and favour. If she wishes to withdraw herself from that notice and favour, or if she chooses to place herself under the influence of any one who may, in his peculiar opinions, you will allow me to say, in his peculiar opinions, though I readily admit that he is not accountable for them to me, who may, in his peculiar opinions, withdraw her from that notice and favour, she is at any time at liberty to do so. We are obliged to you for the plainness with which you have spoken. It will have no effect of itself one way or another on the young woman's position here. Beyond this we can make no terms, and here we beg, if you will be so good, to leave the subject. The visitor pauses a moment to give my lady an opportunity, but she says nothing. He then rises and replies, Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock, allow me to thank you for your attention, and only to observe that I shall very seriously recommend my son to conquer his present inclinations. Good night. Mr. Rouncewell, says Sir Leicester, with all the nature of a gentleman shining in him, it is late and the roads are dark. I hope your time is not so precious that they will allow my lady and myself to offer you the hospitality of Chesney Wold for tonight at least. I hope so, adds my lady. I am much obliged to you, but I have to travel all night in order to reach a distant part of the country punctually at an appointed time in the morning. Therewith the ironmaster takes his departure, Sir Leicester ringing the bell and my lady rising as he leaves the room. When my lady goes to her boudoir, she sits down thoughtfully by the fire, and, inattentive to the ghost's walk, looks at Rosa writing in an inner room. Presently my lady calls her. Come to me, my child. Tell me the truth. Are you in love? Oh, my lady, looking at the downcast and blushing face, says, smiling, who is it? Is it Mrs. Rouncewell's grandson? If you please, my lady, but I don't know that I'm in love with him yet. Yet, you silly little thing. Do you know that he loves you yet? I think he likes me a little, my lady, and Rosa bursts into tears. Is this Lady Dedlock standing beside the village beauty, smoothing her dark hair with that motherly touch, and watching her with eyes so full of musing interest? Ah, indeed it is. Listen to me, my child. You are young and true, and I believe you're attached to me. Indeed I am, my lady. Indeed there's nothing in the world I wouldn't do to show how much. I don't think you would wish to leave me just yet, Rosa, even for a lover. No, my lady. Oh, no. Rosa looks up for the first time, quite frightened at the thought. Confide in me, my child. Don't fear me. I wish you to be happy, and I will make you so, if I can make anybody happy on this earth. Rosa, with fresh tears, kneels at her feet and kisses her hand. My lady takes the hand with which she has caught it, and standing with her eyes fixed on the fire, puts it about between her own two hands and gradually lets it fall. Seeing her so absorbed, Rosa softly withdraws, but still my lady's eyes are on the fire. In search of what? Of any hand that is no more? Of any hand that never was? Of any touch that might have magically changed her life? Or does she listen to the ghost's walk, and think what step does it most resemble? A man's? A woman's? The pattering of a little child's feet, ever coming on, on. Some melancholy influence is upon her. Or why should so proud a lady close the doors and sit alone upon the hearth so desolate? Volumnia is away the next day, and all the cousins are scattered before dinner. Not a cousin of the batch is but amazed to hear from Sir Leicester at breakfast time of the obliteration of landmarks and the opening of floodgates and the cracking of the framework of society, manifested through Mr. Rouncewell's son. Not a cousin of the batch but is really indignant, and connects it with the feebleness of William Buffy when in office, and really does feel deprived of a stake in the country, or the pension list, or something by fraud and wrong. As to Volumnia, she is handed down the great staircase by Sir Leicester, as eloquent upon the theme as if there were a general rising in the north of England to obtain her rouge pot and pearl necklace, and thus with a clatter of maids and valets, for it is one appurtenance of their cousinship that however difficult they may find it to keep themselves, they must keep maids and valets. The cousins disperse to the four winds of heaven, and the one wintry wind that blows today shakes a shower from the trees near the deserted house, as if all the cousins had been changed into leaves. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The Young Man. Chesney Wold is shut up. Carpets are rolled into great scrolls in corners of comfortless rooms. Bright damask does penance in brown Holland. Carving and gilding puts on mortification, and the deadlock ancestors retire from the light of day again. Around and around the house the leaves fall thick, but never fast, for they come circling down with dead lightness that is sombre and slow. Let the gardener sweep and sweep the turf as he will, and press the leaves into barrows and wheel them off, still they lie ankle deep. Howls the shrill wind around Chesney Wold, the sharp rain beats, the windows rattle and the chimneys growl. Mists hide in the avenues, veil the points of view, and move in funeral wise across the rising grounds. On all the house there is a cold blank smell, like the smell of a little church, though something drier, suggesting that the dead and buried deadlocks walk there in the long nights and leave the flavour of their graves behind them. But the house in town, which is rarely in the same mind as Chesney Wold at the same time, seldom rejoicing when it rejoices or mourning when it mourns, except when a deadlock dies, the house in town shines out awakened, as warm and bright as so much state may be, as delicately redolent of the ticking of the clocks and the crisp burning of fires alone disturb the stillness in the rooms, and Sir Leicester is glad to repose in dignified contentment before the great fire in the library, condescendingly perusing the backs of his books, in honouring the fine arts with a glance of approbation. For he has his pictures, ancient and modern, some of the fancy ball school, in which art occasionally condescends to become a master, which would be best catalogued, like the miscellaneous articles in a sale, as 3 high-backed chairs, a table and cover, long-necked bottle containing wine, 1 flask, 1 Spanish female's costume, 3/4 face portrait of Miss Jogg the model, and a suit of armour containing Don Quixote, or 1 stone terrace, cracked, 1 gondola in distance, 1 Venetian senator's dress complete, richly embroidered white satin costume, with profile portrait of Miss Jogg the model, one scimitar superbly mounted in gold with jewelled handle, elaborate Moorish dress, very rare, and Othello. Mr. Tulkinghorn comes and goes pretty often, there being estate business to do, leases to be renewed, and so on. He sees my lady pretty often too, and he and she are as composed and as indifferent, and take as little heed of one another as ever. Yet it may be that my lady fears this Mr. Tulkinghorn, and that he knows it. It may be that he pursues her doggedly and steadily, with no touch of compunction, remorse, or pity. It may be that her beauty, and all the state and brilliancy surrounding her, only gives him the greater zest for what he has set upon, and makes him the more inflexible in it. Whether he be cold and cruel, whether immovable in what he has made his duty, whether absorbed in love of power, whether determined to have nothing hidden from him in ground where he has burrowed among secrets all his life, whether he in his heart despises the splendour of which he is the distant beam, whether he is always treasuring up slights and offences in the affability of his gorgeous clients, whether he be any of this or all of this, it may be that my lady had better have 5,000 pairs of fashionable eyes upon her in distrustful vigilance than the 2 eyes of this rusty lawyer with his wisp of neckcloth and his dull black breeches tied with ribbons at the knees. Sir Leicester sits in my lady's room, that room in which Mr. Tulkinghorn read the affidavit in Jarndyce and Jarndyce, particularly complacent. My lady, as on that day, sits before the fire with her screen in her hand. Sir Leicester is particularly complacent because he has found in his newspaper some congenial remarks bearing directly on the floodgates and framework of society. They apply so happily to the late case that Sir Leicester has come from the library to my lady's room expressly to read them aloud. The man who wrote this article, he observes by way of preface, nodding at the fire as if he were nodding down at the man from a mount, has a well-balanced mind. This man's mind is not so well balanced that he bores my lady, who, after a languid effort to listen, or rather a languid resignation of herself to show of listening, becomes distraught and falls into a contemplation of the fire as if it were her fire at Chesney Wold, and she had never left it. Sir Leicester, quite unconscious, reads on through his double eyeglass, occasionally stopping to remove his glass and express his approval as very true indeed, very properly put. I have frequently made the same remark myself, invariably losing his place after each observation, and going up and down the column to find it again. Sir Leicester is reading with infinite gravity and state when the door opens, and the Mercury in powder makes this strange announcement: "The young man, my lady, of the name of Guppy." Sir Leicester pauses, stares, repeats in a killing voice, "The young man of the name of Guppy?" Looking round, he beholds the young man of the name of Guppy, much discomfited, and not presenting a very impressive letter of introduction in his manner and appearance. "Pray," says Sir Leicester to the Mercury, "what do you mean announcing with this abruptness a young man of the name of Guppy?" "I beg your pardon, Sir Leicester, but my lady said she would see the young man whenever he called. I was not aware that you were here, Sir Leicester." With this apology, the Mercury directs a scornful and indignant look at the young man of the name of Guppy, which plainly says, "What do you come calling here for, and getting me in a row?" "It's quite right. I gave him those directions," says my lady. "Let the young man wait." "By no means, my lady. Since he has your orders to come, I will not interrupt you." Sir Leicester in his gallantry retires, rather declining to accept a bow from the young man as he goes out, and majestically supposing him to be some shoemaker of intrusive appearance. Lady Dedlock looks imperiously at her visitor when the servant left the room. Casting her eyes over him from head to foot, she suffers him to stand by the door and asks him what he wants. "Your ladyship would have the kindness to oblige me with a little conversation," returns Mr. Guppy, embarrassed. "You are, of course, the person who has written me so many letters?" "Several, your ladyship. Several before your ladyship condescended to favour me with an answer. Could you not take the same means of rendering a conversation unnecessary? Can you not still?" Mr. Guppy screws his mouth into a silent no, and shakes his head. You have been strangely importunate. It would appear, after all, what you have to say does not concern me, and I don't know how it can, and I don't expect that it will. You will allow me to cut you short with but a little ceremony. Say what you have to say, if you please. My lady, with a careless toss of her screen, turns herself towards the fire again, sitting almost with her back to the young man, name of Guppy. With your ladyship's permission, then, says the young man, I will now enter on to my business. I am, as I told your ladyship in my first letter, in the law. Being in the law, I have learnt the habit of not committing myself in writing, and therefore I did not mention to your ladyship the name of the firm with which I am connected, and at which my standing, and I may add income, is tolerably good. I may now state to your ladyship in confidence the name of that firm is Kenge and Carboy of Lincoln's Inn, which may not be altogether unknown to your ladyship in connection with the case of Chancery, Jarndyce and Jarndyce. My lady's figure begins to be expressive of some attention. She has ceased to toss the screen, and holds it as if she were listening. Now I may say to your ladyship at once, says Mr. Guppy, a little emboldened, it's no matter arising out of Jarndyce and Jarndyce that makes me so desirous to speak to your ladyship, which conduct I have no doubt did appear and does appear obtrusive, in fact almost blackguardly. After waiting for a moment to receive some assurance to the contrary, and not receiving any, Mr. Guppy proceeds. If it had been Jarndyce and Jarndyce, I should have gone at once to your ladyship's solicitor, Mr. Tulkinghorn and the Fields. I have the pleasure of being acquainted with Mr. Tulkinghorn, or at least we move when we meet each other, and if it had been any business of that sort, I should have gone to him. My lady turns round a little and says, you had better sit down. Thank you, your ladyship. Mr. Guppy does so. Now, your ladyship, Mr. Guppy refers to a little slip of paper on which he has made small notes of his line of argument, and which seems to involve him in the densest obscurity whenever he looks at it. Yes, I place myself entirely in your ladyship's hands. If your ladyship was to make any complaint to Kenge and Carboy, or to Mr. Tulkinghorn of the present visit, I should be placed in a very disagreeable situation. That I openly admit. Consequently, I rely upon your ladyship's honour. My lady, with a disdainful gesture of the hand that holds the screen, assures him of his being worth no complaint from her. Thank you, your ladyship, says Mr. Guppy. Quite satisfactory. Now, dash it. The fact is, I put down a head or two here of the order of the points I thought of touching upon, and they're written short, and I can't quite make out what they mean. If your ladyship will excuse me taking it to the window half a moment. Mr. Guppy, going to the window, tumbles into a pair of lovebirds, to whom he says in his confusion, I beg your pardon, I'm sure. This does not tend to the greater legibility of his notes. He murmurs, growing warm and red, holding the slip of paper, now close to his eyes, now a long way off, of C.S. What's C.S. for? Oh, C.S. Oh, I know. Yes, to be sure, and comes back enlightened. I am not aware, says Mr. Guppy, standing midway between my lady and the chair, whether your ladyship ever happened to hear or to see a young lady of the name of Miss Esther Summerson. My lady looks at him full. I saw a young lady of that name not long ago, this past autumn. Now, did it strike your ladyship that she was like anybody? Says Mr. Guppy, crossing his arms, holding his head on one side, and scratching the corner of his mouth with his memoranda. My lady removes her eyes from him no more. No. Not like your ladyship's family? No. I think your ladyship, says Mr. Guppy, can hardly remember Miss Summerson's face. I remember the young lady very well. What has this to do with me? Your ladyship, I do assure you that having Miss Summerson's image imprinted on my heart, which I mention in confidence, I found, when I had the honour of going over to your ladyship's mansion in Chesney Wold, while on a short out in the country of Lincolnshire with a friend, such resemblance between Miss Esther Summerson and your ladyship's own portrait that it completely knocked me over. So much that I didn't at the moment even know what it was that knocked me over. And now I have the honour of beholding your ladyship near. I have often since that taken the liberty of looking at your ladyship in your carriage in the park, when I dare say you was not aware of me, but I never saw your ladyship so near. It's really more surprising than I thought it. The young man of the name of Guppy, there have been times when ladies lived in strongholds and had unscrupulous attendants within call, when that poor life of yours would not have been worth a minute's purchase, with those beautiful eyes looking at you as they look at this moment. My lady, slowly using her little hand screen as a fan, asks him again what he supposes that his taste for likeness has to do with her. Your ladyship, replies Mr. Guppy, referring to his paper. I'm coming to that. Dash these notes. Oh, Mrs. Chadband. Ah, yes. Mr. Guppy draws his chair a little forward and seats himself again. My lady reclines in her chair composedly, though with a trifle less of graceful ease than usual perhaps, and never falters in her steady gaze. Stop a minute, Mr. Guppy refers again. Yes, twice. Yes, I see my way now. Right on. Rolling up the slip of paper as an instrument to point his speech with, Mr. Guppy proceeds. Your ladyship, there is a mystery about Miss Esther Summerson's birth, and bringing it up, I am informed of that fact because, which I mention in confidence, I know it in the way of my profession at Kenge and Carboys. Now, as I've already mentioned to your ladyship, Miss Summerson's image is imprinted on my heart. If I could clear this mystery for her, or prove her to be well related, or find that, having the honour to be a remote branch of your ladyship's family, she has a right to be made a party in Jarndyce and Jarndyce, why, I might make a sort of claim upon Miss Summerson to look with an eye of more dedicated favour on my proposals than she has exactly done as yet. In fact, as yet she hasn't favoured them at all. A kind of angry smile dawns upon my lady's face. That's a very singular circumstance, your ladyship, says Mr. Guppy, though one of those circumstances that do fall in the way of us professional men, which I may call myself. For though not admitted, yet I have had a present of my articles made to me by Kenge and Carboy, on my mother's advancing from the principal of her little income the money for the stamp, which comes heavy, that I have encountered the person who lived as a servant with the lady who brought Miss Summerson up, before Mr. Jarndyce took charge of her. That lady was a Miss Barbary, your ladyship. Is the dead colour on my lady's face reflected from the screen, which is a green silk ground, which she holds in her raised hand, as if she had forgotten it, or is it a dreadful paleness that has fallen on her? Did your ladyship, says Mr. Guppy, ever happen to hear of Miss Barbary? I don't know. I think so, yes. Was Miss Barbary at all connected with your ladyship's family? My lady's lips move, but they utter nothing. She shakes her head. Not connected, says Mr. Guppy. Oh, not to your ladyship's knowledge, perhaps. Ah, but might be, yes. After each of these interrogatories, she has inclined her head. Very good. Now, this Miss Barbary was extremely close. Seems to have been extraordinarily close for a female. Females being generally, in common life at least, rather given to conversation. And my witness never had an idea whether she possessed a single relative. On one occasion, and only one, she seems to have been confidential to my witness on a single point. And then she told her that the little girl's real name was not Esther Summerson, but Esther Horden. My God! Mr. Guppy stares. Lady Dedlock sits before him, looking through him, with the same dark shade upon her face, in the same attitude even to the holding of the screen, with her lips a little apart, her brow a little contracted, but for the moment dead. He sees her consciousness return, sees a tremor pass across her frame like a ripple over water, sees her lips shake, sees her compose them by a great effort, sees her force herself back to the knowledge of his presence and of what he has said. All this so quickly that her exclamation and her dead condition seem to have passed away like the features of those long preserved dead bodies, sometimes opened up in tombs, which, struck by the air like lightning, vanish in a breath. Your ladyship is acquainted with the name of Horden? I have heard it before. Name of any collateral or remote branch of your ladyship's family? No. Now, your ladyship, says Mr. Guppy, I come to the last point of the case, so far as I've got it up. It's going on. I shall gather it up closer and closer as it goes on. Your ladyship must know, if your ladyship don't happen by any chance to know already, that there was found dead at the house of a person named Crook near Chancery Lane, some time ago, a law writer in great distress, upon which law writer there was an inquest, and which law writer was an anonymous character, his name being unknown. But, your ladyship, I have discovered very lately that that law writer's name was Horden." "And what is that to me?" "Ah, your ladyship, that's the question. Now, your ladyship, a queer thing happened after that man's death. A lady started up, a disguised lady, your ladyship, who went to look at the scene of action and went to look at his grave. She hired a crossing sweeping boy to show it her. If your ladyship would wish to have the boy produced in corroboration of this statement, I can lay my hand upon him at any time. The wretched boy is nothing to my lady, and she does not wish to have him produced." "I assure your ladyship it's a very queer start indeed," says Mr. Guppy. "If you was to hear him tell about the rings that sparkled on her fingers when she took her glove off, you'd think it quite romantic. There are diamonds glittering on the hand that holds the screen. My lady trifles with the screen and makes them glitter more, a game with that expression which in other times might have been so dangerous to the young man of the name of Guppy. It was supposed, your ladyship, that he left no rag or scrap behind him by which he could be possibly identified, but he did. He left a bundle of old letters. The screen goes as before. All this time her eyes never once release him. They were taken and secreted, and tomorrow night, your ladyship, they will come into my possession. Still, I ask you, what is this to me?" "Your ladyship, I conclude with that." Mr. Guppy rises. "If you think there's enough in this chain of circumstance put together, if the undoubted strong likeness of this young lady to your ladyship, which is a positive fact for a jury, in her having been brought up by Miss Barbary, in Miss Barbary stating Miss Summerson's real name to be Horden, in your ladyship knowing both of these names very well, and in Horden's dying as he did, to give your ladyship a family interest in going further into the case, I will bring these papers here. I don't know what they are, except that they are old letters. I have never had them in my possession yet. I will bring those papers here as soon as I get them, and go over them for the first time with your ladyship. I have told your ladyship my object. I have told your ladyship that I should be placed in a very disagreeable situation if any complaint was made, and all is in strict confidence. Is this the full purpose of the young man of the name of Guppy, or has he any other? Do his words disclose the length, breadth, depth of his object and suspicion in coming here, or if not, what do they hide? He is a match for my lady there. She may look at him, but he can look at the table and keep that witness box face of his from telling anything. You may bring the letters, says my lady, if you choose. Your ladyship's not very encouraging, upon my word and honour, says Mr. Guppy, a little injured. You may bring the letters, she repeats in the same tone, if you please. It shall be done. I wish your ladyship good day. On a table near her is a rich bauble of a casket, barred and clasped like an old strong chest. She, looking at him, takes it to her and unlocks it. "Oh, I assure your ladyship I'm not actuated by any motives of that sort," says Mr. Guppy, "and I couldn't accept anything of the kind. I wish your ladyship good day, and I'm much obliged to you all the same." So the young man makes his bow and goes downstairs, where the supercilious Mercury does not consider himself called upon to leave his Olympus by the hall fire to let the young man out. As Sir Leicester basks in his library, dozes over his newspaper, there is no influence in the house to startle him, nor to say to make very trees at Chesney Wold fling up their knotted arms, the very portraits frown, the very armour stir. No, words, sobs, and cries about air, and air is so shut in and shut out throughout the house in town, that sounds need to be uttered trumpet-tongued. Indeed, my lady in her chamber to carry any faint vibration to Sir Leicester's ears, and yet this cry in the house, going upward from a wild figure on its knees. Oh, my child, not dead in the first hours of her life, as my cruel sister told me, but sternly nurtured by her, after she had renounced me and my name. Oh, my child, oh, my child. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Esthers Narrative. Richard had been gone away for some time when a visitor came to pass a few days with us. It was an elderly lady. It was Mrs. Woodcourt, who, having come from Wales to stay with Mrs. Bayham Badger, and having written to my guardian, by her son Alan's desire, to report that she had heard from him and that he was well, and sent his kind remembrances to all of us, had been invited to my guardian to make a visit to Bleak House. She stayed with us nearly 3 weeks. She took very kindly to me, and was extremely confidential, so much that sometimes she almost made me uncomfortable. I had no right, I knew very well, to be uncomfortable, because she confided in me, and I felt it was unreasonable. Still, with all I could do, I could not quite help it. She was such a sharp little lady, and used to sit with her hands folded in each other, looking so very watchful while she talked to me, and that perhaps I found that rather irksome, or perhaps it was her being so upright and trim, though I don't think it was that, because I thought that quaintly pleasant, nor can it have been the general expression of her face, which was very sparkling and pretty for an old lady. I don't know what it was, or at least if I do now, I thought I did not then, or at least it doesn't matter. Of a night, when I was going upstairs to bed, she would invite me into her room, where she sat before the fire in a great chair, and dear me, she would tell me about Morgan ap Kerrig till I was quite low spirited. Sometimes she recited a few verses from Crumlin Wallenwer and the Malillin Willin Wad, if those are the right names, which I dare say they are not, and would become quite fiery with the sentiments they expressed, though I never knew what they were, being in Welsh, further than they were quite eulogistic in the lineage of Morgan ap Kerrig. "So, Miss Summerson," she would say to me with a stately triumph, "this, you see, is the fortune inherited by my son. Wherever my son goes he can claim kindred with ap Kerrig. He may not have money, but he always has what is much better, family, my dear." I had my doubts of their caring so very much for Morgan ap Kerrig in India and China, but of course I never expressed them. I used to say it was a great thing to be so highly connected. "It is, my dear, a great thing," Mrs. Woodcourt would reply. "It has its disadvantages. My son's choice of a wife, for instance, is limited by it. But the matrimonial choice of the royal family is limited in much the same manner." Then she would pat me on the arm and smooth my dress, as much as to assure me that she had a good opinion of me, the distance between us notwithstanding. "Poor Mr. Woodcourt, my dear," she would say, and always with some emotion, for with her lofty pedigree she had a very affectionate heart, "was descended from a great Highland family, the McCourts of McCourt. He served his king and country as an officer in the Royal Highlanders, and died in the field. My son is one of the last representatives of 2 old families. With the blessing of heaven he will set them up again and unite them with another old family." It was in vain for me to try and change the subject, as I used to try, only for the sake of novelty, or perhaps because, but I need not be so particular. Mrs. Woodcourt would never let me change it. "My dear," she said one night, "you have so much sense, and you look at the world in a quiet manner so superior to your time of life, that it is a comfort to me to talk to you about those family matters of mine. You don't know much of my son, my dear, but you know enough of him, I dare say, to recollect him." "Yes, ma'am, I recollect him." "Yes, my dear. Now, my dear, I think you are a judge of character, and I should like to have your opinion of him." "Oh, Mrs. Woodcourt," said I, "that is so difficult." "Why is it so difficult, my dear?" she returned. "I don't see it myself. To give an opinion on so slight an acquaintance, my dear." "That's true. I didn't mean that, because Mr. Woodcourt had been at our house a good deal altogether, and had become quite intimate with my guardian. I said so, and added that he seemed to be very clever in his profession. We thought, and that his kindness and gentleness to Miss Flite were above all praise." "You do him justice," said Mrs. Woodcourt, pressing my hand. "You define him exactly. Alan is a dear fellow, and in his profession faultless. I dare say it that I am his mother. Still, I must confess he is not without faults, love." "None of us are," said I. "Ah, but his are really faults that he might correct and ought to correct," returned the sharp old lady, sharply shaking her head. "I am so much attached to you that I may confide in you, my dear, as a third party, wholly disinterested, that he is fickleness itself." I said I should have thought it hardly possible that he could have been otherwise than constant to his profession and zealous in the pursuit of it, judging from the reputation he had earned. "You are right again, my dear," the old lady retorted, "but I don't refer to his profession. Look you." "Oh," said I. "No," said she, "I refer, my dear, to his social conduct. He is always paying trivial attentions to young ladies, and always has been ever since he was 18. Now, my dear, he has never really cared for any one of them, and has never meant in doing this to do any harm or express anything but politeness and good nature. Still, it's not right, you know, is it?" "No," said I, as she seemed to wait for me. "And it might lead to mistaken notions, you see, my dear." I supposed it might. "Therefore I have told him many times that he really should be more careful, both in justice to himself and in justice to others. And he's always said, 'Mother, I will be.' But you know me better than anybody else does, and you know I mean no harm. In short, mean nothing." All of which is very true, my dear, but is no justification. However, as he is now gone so far away, and for an indefinite time, and as he will have good opportunities and introductions, we may consider this past and gone. And you, my dear," said the old lady, who was now all nods and smiles, "regarding your dear self, my love." "Me, Mrs. Woodcourt? Not to be always selfish, talking of my son who has gone to seek his fortune and to find a wife. When do you mean to seek your fortune and to find a husband, Miss Summerson? Hey, look you, now you blush." I didn't think I did blush. At all events, it was not important if I did, and I said my present fortune perfectly contented me, and I had no wish to change it. "Shall I tell you what I always think of you and that fortune yet to come for you, my love?" said Mrs. Woodcourt. "If you believe you are a good prophet," said I. "Why, then, it is that you will marry someone very rich, very worthy, much older, 25 years perhaps, than yourself, and you'll be an excellent wife and much beloved and very happy." "That is a good fortune," said I, "but why is it to be mine?" "My dear," she returned, "there's a suitability in it. You are so busy, so neat, and so peculiarly situated altogether, that there's a suitability in it, and it will come to pass. And nobody, my love, will congratulate you more sincerely on such a marriage than I shall." It was curious that this should make me uncomfortable, but I think it did. I know it did. It made me for some part of that night uncomfortable. I was so ashamed of my folly that I did not like to confess it even to Ada, and that made me more uncomfortable still. I would have given anything not to have been so much in the bright old lady's confidence, if I could have possibly declined it. It gave me the most inconsistent opinions of her. At one time I thought she was a story-teller, at another time that she was the pink of truth. Now I suspected that she was very cunning. Next moment I believed her honest Welsh heart to be perfectly innocent and simple. And after all, what did it matter to me? And why did it matter to me? Why could not I, going up to bed with my basket of keys, stop to sit down by her fire and accommodate myself for a little while to her, at least as well as to anybody else, and not to trouble myself about the harmless things she had said to me? Impelled towards her as I certainly was, for I was very anxious that she should like me, and was very glad indeed that she did, why should I harp afterwards with actual distress and pain on every word she said, and weigh it over and over again in 20 scales? Why was it so worrying to me to have her in our house, and confidential to me every night, when I yet felt that it was better and safer somehow that she should be there than anywhere else? These were perplexities and contradictions that I could not account for. But I shall come to all that by and by, and it is mere idleness to go on about it now. So when Mrs. Woodcourt went away, I was sorry to lose her, but relieved too. And then Caddy Jellyby come down, and Caddy brought such a packet of domestic news that it gave us abundant occupation. First Caddy declared, and would at first declare nothing else, that I was the best adviser that was ever known. This, my pet said, was no news at all, and this, I said, of course was nonsense. Then Caddy told us she was going to be married in a month, and if Ada and I would be her bridesmaids, she would be the happiest girl in the world. To be sure, this was news indeed, and I thought we never should have done talking about it. We had so much to say to Caddy, and Caddy had so much to say to us. It seemed that Caddy's unfortunate papa had got over his bankruptcy. Gone through the Gazette was the expression Caddy used, as if it were a tunnel, with the general clemency and commiseration of his creditors, and had got rid of his affairs in some blessed manner without succeeding in understanding them, and had given up everything he possessed, which was not worth much, I should think, to judge from the state of the furniture, and had satisfied everyone concerned that he could do no more, poor man. So he had been honourably dismissed to the office, to begin the world again. What he did at the office I never knew. Caddy said he was a custom house and general agent, and the only thing I understood about that business was that when he wanted money more than usual, he went to the docks to look for it, and hardly ever found it. As soon as her papa had tranquillised his mind by becoming this shorn lamb, and they had removed to a furnished lodging in Hatton Garden, where I found the children when I afterwards went there, cutting the horsehair out of the seats of the chairs and choking themselves with it, Caddy had brought about a meeting between him and old Mr. Turveydrop, and poor Mr. Jellyby, being very humble and meek, had deferred to Mr. Turveydrop's deportment so submissively that they had become excellent friends. By degrees old Mr. Turveydrop thus familiarized himself with the idea of his son's marriage, had worked up his parental feelings to the height of contemplating that event as being near at hand, and had given his gracious consent to the young couple commencing housekeeping at the Academy in Newman Street when they would. And your papa, Caddy, what did he say? Oh, poor pa, said Caddy, only cried and said he hoped we might get on better than he and ma had got on. He didn't say so before Prince, he only said so to me. And he said, my poor girl, you have not been very well taught how to make a home for your husband, but unless you mean with all your heart to strive to do it, you'd better murder him than marry him if you really love him. And how did you reassure him, Caddy? Why, it's very distressing, you know, to see poor pa so low and to hear him say such terrible things. And I couldn't help crying myself, but I told him that I did mean it with all my heart, and that I hoped our house would be a place for him to come and find some comfort of an evening, and that I hoped and thought I could be a better daughter to him there than at home. I mentioned Peepy's coming to stay with me, and then pa began to cry again and said the children were Indians. Indians, Caddy? Yes, said Caddy, wild Indians. And pa said, here she began to sob, poor girl, not at all like the happiest girl in the world, that he was sensible that the best thing could happen to them was their being all tomahawked together. Ada suggested that it was comfortable to know that Mr. Jellyby did not mean these destructive sentiments. No, of course, I know pa wouldn't like his family to be weltering in their blood, said Caddy, but he means that they are very unfortunate in being ma's children, and that he is very unfortunate in being ma's husband. I'm sure that's true, though it seems unnatural to say so. I asked Caddy if Mrs. Jellyby knew that her wedding day was fixed. Oh, you know what ma is, Esther, she returned. It's impossible to say whether she knows it or not. She's been told it often enough, and when she is told it, she only gives me a placid look, as if I was, I don't know what, a steeple in the distance, said Caddy with a sudden idea. And then she shakes her head and says, oh, Caddy, Caddy, what a tease you are, and goes on with the Borobola letters. And about your wardrobe, Caddy, said I, for she was under no restraint with this. Well, my dear Esther, she returned, drying her eyes, I must do the best I can and trust to my dear Prince never to have an unkind remembrance of my coming so shabbily to him. If the question concerned an outfit for Borobola, ma would know all about it and would be quite excited. Being what it is, she neither knows nor cares. Caddy was not at all deficient in natural affection for her mother, but mentioned this with tears as an undeniable fact, which I'm afraid it was. We were sorry for the poor dear girl, and found so much to admire in the good disposition which had survived under such discouragement, and we both at once, I mean Ada and I, proposed a little scheme that made her perfectly joyful. This was her staying with us for 3 weeks, my staying with her for one, and all three contriving and cutting out and repairing and sewing and saving, and do the very best we could to make the most of her stock. My guardian being as pleased with the idea as Caddy was, we took her home the next day to arrange the matter, and brought her out again in triumph with her boxes and all the purchases that could be squeezed out of a £10 note, which Mr. Jellyby had found in the docks, I suppose, but which he at all events gave her. What my guardian would not have given her if we had encouraged him would be difficult to say, but we thought it right to compound for no more than her wedding dress and bonnet. He agreed to this compromise, and if Caddy had ever been happy in her life, she was happy when we sat down to work. She was clumsy enough with her needle, poor girl, and pricked her fingers as much as she had been used to ink them. She could not help reddening a little now and then, partly with the smart and partly with vexation to be able to do no better, but she soon got over that and began to improve rapidly. So day after day she and my darling and my little maid Charlie and a milliner out of the town and I sat at hard work as pleasantly as possible. Over and above this, Caddy was very anxious to learn housekeeping, as she said. Now, mercy upon us! The idea of her learning housekeeping of a person of my vast experience was such a joke that I laughed and coloured up, and then fell into a comical confusion when she proposed it. However, I said, Caddy, I am sure you are very welcome to learn anything that you can of me, my dear. And I showed her all my books and methods, all my fidgety ways. You would have supposed that I was showing her some wonderful inventions by her study of them, and if you had seen her whenever I jingled my housekeeping keys, get up and attend me, certainly you might have thought there never was a greater impostor than I, with a blinder follower than Caddy Jellyby. So what with working and housekeeping and lessons to Charlie, and backgammon in the evening with my guardian, and duets with Ada, the 3 weeks slipped fast away. And I went home with Caddy to see what could be done there, and Ada and Charlie remained behind to take care of my guardian. When I say I went home with Caddy, I mean to the furnished lodging in Hatton Garden. We went to Newman Street 2 or 3 times, where preparations were in progress, a good many, I observed, for enhancing the comforts of old Mr. Turveydrop, and for putting the newly married couple away cheaply at the top of the house. But our great point was to make the furnished lodging decent for the wedding breakfast, and to imbue Mrs. Jellyby beforehand with some faint sense of the occasion. The latter was the more difficult thing of the two, because Mrs. Jellyby and an unwholesome boy occupied the front sitting room. The back one was a mere closet, and was littered down with waste paper and Borroboolian documents, as an untidy stable might be littered with straw. Mrs. Jellyby sat there all day drinking strong coffee, dictating and holding Borroboolian interviews by appointment. The unwholesome boy, who seemed to me to be going into a decline, took his meals out of the house. When Mr. Jellyby came home, he usually groaned and went down into the kitchen. There he got something to eat if the servant would give him anything, and then, feeling that he was in the way, went out and walked about Hatton Garden in the wet. Poor children scrambled and tumbled up and down the house as they had always been accustomed to do. The production of these little devoted sacrifices in any presentable condition being quite out of the question at a week's notice, I proposed to Caddy that we should make them as happy as we could on her marriage morning in the attic where they all slept, and should confine our greatest efforts to her mamma and her mamma's room, and a clean breakfast. In truth, Mrs. Jellyby required a good deal of attention, the lattice work up her back having widened considerably since I first knew her, and her hair looking like the mane of a dustman's horse. Thinking that the display of Caddy's wardrobe would be the best means of approaching the subject, I invited Mrs. Jellyby to come and look at it spread out on Caddy's bed in the evening after the unwholesome boy was gone. "My dear Miss Summerson," said she, rising from her desk with her usual sweetness of temper, "these are really ridiculous preparations. Though your assisting them is a proof of your kindness, there is something so inexpressibly absurd to me in the idea of Caddy being married. Oh, Caddy, Caddy, you silly, silly, silly puss. She came upstairs with us notwithstanding, and looked at the clothes in her customary far-off manner. They suggested one distinct idea to her, for she said with a placid smile and shaking her head, "My good Miss Summerson, at half the cost this weak child might have been equipped for Africa." On going downstairs again, Mrs. Jellyby asked me whether this troublesome business was really to take place next Wednesday, and on my replying yes, she said, "Will my room be required, my dear Miss Summerson? For it's quite impossible that I can put my papers away." I took the liberty of saying that the room would certainly be wanted, and that I thought we must put the papers away somewhere. "Well, my dear Miss Summerson," said Mrs. Jellyby, "you know best, I dare say. But by obliging me to employ a boy, Caddy has embarrassed me to the extent, overwhelmed as I am with public business, that I don't know which way to turn. We have a ramification meeting too on Wednesday afternoon, and the inconvenience is very serious." "It's not likely to occur again," said I, smiling. "Caddy will be married but once, probably." "That's true," Mrs. Jellyby replied. "That's true, my dear. I suppose we must make the best of it." The next question was how Mrs. Jellyby should be dressed on the occasion. I thought it very curious to see her looking on serenely from her writing table, while Caddy and I discussed it, occasionally shaking her head at us with a half reproachful smile, like a superior spirit who could just bear with our trifling. The state in which her dresses were, and the extraordinary confusion in which she kept them, added not a little to our difficulty, but at length we devised something not very unlike what a commonplace mother might wear on such an occasion. The abstracted manner in which Mrs. Jellyby would deliver herself up to having this attire tried on by the dressmaker, and the sweetness with which she would then observe to me how sorry she was that I had not turned my thoughts to Africa, were consistent with the rest of her behaviour. The lodging was rather confined as to space, but I fancy that if Mrs. Jellyby's household had been the only lodgers in St. Paul's or St. Peter's, the sole advantage they would have found in the size of the building would have been its affording a great deal of room to be dirty in. I believe that nothing belonging to the family which it had been possible to break was unbroken at the time of those preparations for Caddy's marriage, that nothing which had been possible to spoil in any way was unspoiled, and that no domestic object which was capable of collecting dirt from a dear child's knee to the door plate was without as much dirt as could well accumulate upon it. Poor Mr. Jellyby, who very seldom spoke, and almost always sat when he was at home with his head against the wall, became interested when he saw that Caddy and I were attempting to establish some order among all this waste and ruin, and took off his coat to help. For such wonderful things came tumbling out of the closets when they were opened. Bits of mouldy pie, sour bottles, Mrs. Jellyby's caps, letters, tea forks, odd boots, shoes of children, firewood, wafers, saucepan lids, damp sugar in odds and ends of paper bags, footstoles, black lead brushes, bread, Mrs. Jellyby's bonnets, books with butter sticking to the binding, guttered candle ends, put out by being turned upside down, and broken candlesticks, nutshells, heads and tails of shrimps, dinner mats, gloves, coffee grounds, umbrellas. He looked frightened and left off again. But he came regularly every evening and sat without his coat, with his head against the wall, as though he would have helped us if he had known how. "Poor Pa," said Caddy to me on the night before the great day we were really got things little to rights. "It seems unkind to leave him, Esther, but what could I do if I stayed? Since I first knew you I have tidied and tidied over and over again, but it's useless. Ma and Africa together upset the whole house directly. We never have a servant who don't drink. Ma is ruinous to everything." Mr. Jellyby could not hear what she said, but he seemed very low indeed, and shed tears, I thought. "My heart aches for him, that it does," sobbed Caddy. "I can't help thinking tonight, Esther, how dearly I hoped to be happy with Prince, and how dearly Pa hoped, I dare say, to be happy with Ma. What a disappointed life!" "My dear Caddy," said Mr. Jellyby, looking slowly round from the whale. It was the first time, I think, I ever heard him say 3 words together. "Yes, Pa," cried Caddy, going to him and embracing him affectionately. "My dear Caddy," said Mr. Jellyby, "never have.
"Not Prince, Pa," faltered Caddy. "Not have Prince." "Yes, my dear," said Mr. Jellyby. "Have him certainly, but never have." I mentioned in my account of our first visit in Thavies Inn that Richard described Mr. Jellyby as frequently opening his mouth after dinner without saying anything. It was a habit of his. He opened his mouth now a great many times, and shook his head in a melancholy manner. "What do you wish me not to have?" "Don't have what, dear Pa?" asked Caddy, coaxing him with her arms round his neck. "Never have a mission, my dear child." Mr. Jellyby groaned and laid his head against the wall again, and this was the only time I ever heard him make any approach to expressing his sentiments on the Borrioboolan question. I suppose he had been more talkative and lively once, but he seemed to have been completely exhausted long before I knew him. I thought Mrs. Jellyby never would have left off serenely looking over her papers and drinking coffee that night. It was 12 o'clock before we could obtain possession of the room, and the clearance it required was so discouraging that Caddy, who was almost tired out, sat down in the middle of the dust and cried. But she soon cheered up and did wonders with it before we went to bed. In the morning it looked, by the aid of a few flowers and a quantity of soap and water and a little arrangement, quite gay. The plain breakfast made a cheerful show, and Caddy was perfectly charming. But when my darling came, I thought, and I think now, that I have never seen such a dear face as my beautiful pet's. We made a little feast for the children upstairs, and we put Peepy at the head of the table, and we showed them Caddy in her bridal dress, and they clapped their hands and hurrahed, and Caddy cried to think she was going away from them, and hugged them over and over again, until we brought Prince up to fetch her away, when, I am sorry to say, Peepy bit him. Then there was old Mr. Turvey dropped downstairs, in a state of deportment not to be expressed, benignly blessing Caddy, and giving my guardian to understand that his son's happiness was his own parental work, and that he had sacrificed personal considerations to ensure it. "My dear sir," said Mr. Turveydrop, "these young people live with me. My house is large enough for their accommodation, and they shall not want the shelter of my roof. I could have wished, you will understand the allusion, Mr. Jarndyce, for you remember my illustrious patron, the Prince Regent, I could have wished that my son had married into a family where there was more deportment. The will of heaven be done." Mr. and Mrs. Pardiggle were of the party. Mr. Pardiggle, an obstinate-looking man with a large waistcoat and stubbly hair, who was always talking in a loud bass voice about his mite, or Mrs. Pardiggle's mite, or their 5 boys' mites. Mr. Quail, with his hair brushed back as usual, and his knobs of temple shining very much, was also there, not in the character of a disappointed lover, but as the accepted of a young, at least unmarried lady, a Miss Whisk. Miss Whisk's mission, my guardian said, was to show the world that woman's mission was man's mission, and that the only genuine mission of both man and woman was to be always moving declaratory resolutions about things in general at public meetings. The guests were few, but were, as one might expect at Mrs. Jellyby's, all devoted to public objects only. Besides those I have mentioned, there was an extremely dirty lady, with her bonnet all awry, and the ticketed price of her dress still sticking on it, whose neglected home, Caddy told me, was like a filthy wilderness, but whose church was like a fancy fair. A very contentious gentleman, who said it was his mission to be everybody's brother, but who appeared to be on terms of coolness with the whole of his large family, completed the party. A party having less in common with such an occasion could hardly have been got together by any ingenuity. Such a mean mission as the domestic mission was the very last thing to be endured among them. Indeed, Miss Whisk informed us, with great indignation, before we sat down to breakfast, that the idea of a woman's mission lying chiefly in the narrow sphere of home was an outrageous slander on the part of her tyrant, man. One other singularity was that nobody with a mission, except Mr. Quail, whose mission, as I think I have formerly said, was to be in ecstasies with everybody's mission, cared at all for anybody's mission. Mrs. Pardiggle being as clear that the only one infallible course was her course of pouncing upon the poor and applying benevolence to them like a strait waistcoat, as Miss Whisk was that the only practical thing for the world was the emancipation of woman from the thraldom of her tyrant man, Mrs. Jellyby all the while sat smiling at the limited vision I could see anything but Borraboo Gar. But I am anticipating now the purport of our conversation on the ride home. Instead of first marrying Caddy, we all went to church, and Mr. Jellyby gave her away. Of the air which old Mr. Turveydrop, with his hat under his left arm, the inside presented at the clergyman like a cannon, and his eyes creasing themselves up into his wig, stood stiff and high-shouldered behind us bridesmaids during the ceremony, and afterwards saluted us. I could never say enough to do it justice. Miss Whisk, whom I can report as a prepossessing in appearance, and whose manner was grim, listened to the proceedings as part of a woman's wrongs with a disdainful face. Mrs. Jellyby, with her calm smile and her bright eyes, looked the least concerned of all the company. We duly came back to breakfast, and Mrs. Jellyby sat at the head of the table, and Mr. Jellyby at the foot. Caddy had previously stolen upstairs to hug the children again, and tell them that her name was Turveydrop. But this piece of information, instead of being an agreeable surprise to Peepy, threw him on his back in such transports of kicking grief that I could do nothing on being sent for but to accede to the proposal that he should be admitted to the breakfast table. So he came down and sat in my lap. Mrs. Jellyby, after saying in reference to the state of his pinafore, "Oh, you naughty Peepy, what a shocking little pig you are," was not at all discomposed. He was very good, except that he brought down Noah with him, out of an ark I had given him before we went to church, and would dip him head first into the wine glasses, and then put him in his mouth. My guardian, with his sweet temper and his quick perception and his amiable face, made something agreeable even out of the ungenial company. None of them seemed to be able to talk about anything but his or her own one subject, and none of them seemed to be able to talk about even that as part of a world in which there was anything else. But my guardian turned it all to the merry encouragement of Caddy and the honour of the occasion, and brought us through the breakfast nobly. What we should have done without him I am afraid to think, for all the company despising the bride and bridegroom, and old Mr. Turveydrop, in virtue of his deportment, considering himself vastly superior to all the company, it was a very unpromising case. At last the time came when poor Caddy was to go, and when all her property was packed on the hired coach and pair that was to take her and her husband to Gravesend. It affected us to see Caddy clinging then to her deplorable home and hanging on her mother's neck with the greatest tenderness. "I'm very sorry I couldn't go on writing from dictation, Ma," sobbed Caddy. "I hope you forgive me now." "Oh, Caddy, Caddy," said Mrs. Jellyby, "I have told you over and over again that I have engaged a boy, and there's an end of it." "You're sure that you're not the least angry with me, Ma? Say you are sure before I go away, Ma." "You foolish Caddy," returned Mrs. Jellyby. "Do I look angry, or have I inclination to be angry, or time to be angry? How can you?" "Take a little care of Pa while I am gone, Mamma." Mrs. Jellyby positively laughed at the fancy. "You romantic child," said she, lightly patting Caddy's back. "Go along, I am excellent friends with you. Now good-bye, Caddy, and be very happy." Then Caddy hung upon her father and nursed his cheek against hers, as if he were some poor dull child in pain. All this took place in the hall. Her father released her, took out his pocket handkerchief, and sat down on the stairs with his head against the wall. I hope he found some consolation in walls. I almost think he did. And then Prince took her arm in his and turned with great emotion and respect to his father, whose deportment at that moment was overwhelming. "Thank you over and over again, father," said Prince, kissing his hand. "I'm very grateful for all your kindness and consideration regarding our marriage, and so I can assure you is Caddy." "Very," sobbed Caddy, "very." "My dear son," said Mr. Turveydrop, "and dear daughter, I have done my duty. If the spirit of a sainted woman hovers about us and looks down on the occasion, that and your constant affection will be my recompense. You will not fail in your duty, my son and daughter, I believe." "Dear father, never," cried Prince. "Never, never, dear Mr. Turveydrop," said Caddy. "This," returned Mr. Turveydrop, "is as it should be. My children, my home is yours, my heart is yours, my all is yours. I will never leave you. Nothing but death shall part us. My dear son, you contemplate an absence of a week, I think." "A week, dear father. We shall return home this day week." My dear child, said Mr. Turveydrop, let me, even under the present exceptional circumstances, recommend strict punctuality. It is highly important to keep the connection together, and schools, if at all neglected, are apt to take offence. This day week, father, I shall sure to be home to dinner. Good, said Mr. Turveydrop. You will find fires, my dear Caroline, in your room, and dinner prepared in my apartment. Yes, yes, Prince, anticipating some self-denying objection on his son's part with a great air. You and our Caroline will be strange in the upper part of the premises, and will therefore dine that day at my apartment. Now bless ye. They drove away, and whether I wondered most at Mrs. Jellyby or at Mr. Turveydrop I do not know. Ada and my guardian were in the same condition when we came to talk it over. But before we drove away too, I received a most unexpected and eloquent compliment from Mr. Jellyby. He came up to me in the hall, took both my hands, pressed them earnestly, and opened his mouth twice. I was so sure of his meaning that I said quite flurried, "You're very welcome, sir. Pray don't mention it." "I hope this marriage is for the best, guardian," said I, when we three were on the road home. "I hope it is, little woman. Patience, we shall see." "Is the wind in the east to-day?" I ventured to ask him. He laughed heartily and answered, "No." "But it must have been this morning, I think," said I. He answered, "No," again, and this time my dear girl confidently answered no too, and shook the lovely head with its blooming flowers against the golden hair, like it was the very spring. "Much you know of east winds, my ugly darling," said I, kissing her in my admiration. I couldn't help it. "Well, it was only their love for me, I know very well, and it's a long time ago. I must write it, even if I rub it out again, because it gives me so much pleasure. They said there could be no east wind where somebody was. They said that wherever Dame Durden went, there was a sunshine and a summer air." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Nurse and Patient. I had not been at home many days when one evening I went upstairs into my own room to take a peep over Charlie's shoulder and see how she was getting on with her copybook. Writing was a trying business to Charlie, who seemed to have no natural power over a pen, but in whose hand every pen appeared to become perversely animated, and to go wrong and crooked, and to stop and splash and sidle into corners like a saddle donkey. It was very odd to see what old letters Charlie's young hand had made, they so wrinkled and shrivelled and tottering, it so plump and round. Yet Charlie was uncommonly expert at other things, and had as nimble little fingers as I ever watched. "Well, Charlie," said I, looking over a copy of the letter O, in which it was represented as a square, triangular, pear-shaped, and collapsed in all kinds of ways, "we are improving. If we only get to make it round, we shall be perfect, Charlie." Then I made one, and Charlie made one, and the pen wouldn't join Charlie's neat, but twisted it up into a knot. "Never mind, Charlie, we shall do it in time." Charlie laid down her pen, the copy being finished, opened and shut her cramped little hand, looked gravely at the page, half in pride, half in doubt, and got up and dropped me a curtsy. "Thank you, miss. If you please, miss, did you know a poor person of the name of Jenny?" "A brickmaker's wife, Charlie, yes. She came and spoke to me when I was out a little while ago, and said you knew her, miss. She asked me if I wasn't the young lady's little maid, meaning for the young lady, miss, and I said, 'Yes, miss.' I thought she'd left this neighbourhood altogether, Charlie." "So she had, miss, but she's come back again to where she used to live, she and Liz. Did you know another poor person of the name of Liz, miss?" "I think I do, Charlie, though not by name." "That's what she said," returned Charlie. "They've both come back, miss, and have been tramping high and low." "Tramping high and low, have they, Charlie?" "Yes, miss. If Charlie could have only made the letters in her copy as round as the eyes with which she looked into my face, they would have been excellent. And this poor person came about the house 3 or 4 days, hoping to get a glimpse of you, miss. All she wanted, she said, but you were away. That was when she saw me. She saw me going about, miss. said Charlie, with a short laugh of the greatest delight and pride. "And she thought I looked like your maid." "Did she though, really, Charlie?" "Yes, miss," said Charlie, "really and truly." And Charlie, with another short laugh of the purest glee, made her eyes very round again, and looked as serious as became my maid. I was never tired of seeing Charlie in the full enjoyment of that great dignity, standing before me with her youthful face and figure, and her steady manner, and her childish exultation breaking through it now and then in the pleasantest way. "And where did you see her, Charlie?" My little maid's countenance fell as she replied, "By the doctor's shop, miss," for Charlie wore her black frock yet. I asked if the brickmaker's wife were ill, but Charlie said no, it was someone else, someone in her cottage who had tramped down to St. Albans, and was tramping he didn't know where. A poor boy, Charlie said, no father, no mother, no anyone. "Like as Tom might have been, miss, if Emma and me had died after father," said Charlie, her round eyes filling with tears. "And she was getting medicine for him, Charlie, she said, miss," returned Charlie. "How that he had once done as much for her." My little maid's face was so eager, and her quiet hands were folded so closely in one another as she stood looking at me, that I had no great difficulty in reading her thoughts. "Well, Charlie," said I, "it appears to me that you and I can do no better than to go round to Jenny's and see what's the matter." The alacrity with which Charlie brought my bonnet and veil, and having dressed me, quaintly pinned herself into a warm shawl, and made herself look like a little old woman, sufficiently expressed her readiness. So Charlie and I, without saying anything to anyone, went out. It was a cold, wild night, and the trees shuddered in the wind. The rain had been thick and heavy all day, and with little intermission for many days. None was falling just then, however, and the sky had partly cleared, but was very gloomy even above us, where a few stars were shining in the north and northwest. Where the sun had set 3 hours before, there was a pale dead light, both beautiful and awful, and into it the long sullen lines of cloud waved up like a sea stricken and immovable as it was heaving. Towards London a lurid glare overhung the whole dark waste, and the contrast between these two lights, and the fancy with which the redder light engendered off an unearthly fire, gleaming on all the unseen buildings of the city, and on all the faces of its many thousands of wondering inhabitants, was as solemn as it might be. I had no thought that night, none, I am quite sure, of what was to happen to me. But I have always remembered since that when we had stopped at the garden gate to look up at the sky, and when we went upon our way, I had for a moment an undefinable impression of myself as being something different from what I then was. I knew it was then and there that I had it. I have ever since connected the feeling with that spot and time, and with everything associated with that spot and time, to the distant voices in the town, the barking of a dog, and the sound of wheels coming down the miry hill. It was Saturday night, and most of the people belonging to the place where we were going were drinking elsewhere. We found it quieter than I had previously seen it, though quite as miserable. The kilns were burning, and a stifling vapour sent towards us with a pale blue glare. We came to the cottage, where there was a feeble candle in the patch window. We tapped at the door and went in. The mother of the little child who had died was sitting in a chair by one side of the poor fire by the bed, and opposite to her a wretched boy, supported by the chimney piece, was cowering on the floor. He held under his arm, like a little bundle, a fragment of a fur cap. As he tried to warm himself, he shook until the crazy door and window shook. The place was closer than before, and had an unhealthy and very peculiar smell. I had not lifted my veil when I first spoke to the woman, which was at the moment of our going in. The boy staggered up instantly and stared at me with a remarkable expression of surprise and terror. His action was so quick, and my being the cause of it was so evident, that I stood still instead of advancing nearer. "I won't go to no more burying ground," muttered the boy. "I ain't going there, so I tell you." I lifted my veil and spoke to the woman. She said to me in a low voice, "Don't mind him, ma'am, he'll soon come back to his head," and said to him, "Joe, Joe, what's the matter?" "I know what she's come for," cried the boy. "Who?" "That lady there. She's come to get me to go along with her to the burying ground. I won't go to the burying ground. I don't like the name on it. She might go a burying me."
His shivering came on again. As he leaned against the wall he shook the hovel. "He's been talking off and on about such like all day, ma'am," said Jenny softly. "Why, how you stare! This is my lady, Joe." "Is it?" returned the boy doubtfully, and surveying me with his arm held out above his burning eyes. "She looks to me like t'other one. Ain't the bonnet, nor yet it ain't the gown, but she looks to me like t'other one." My little Charlie, with her premature experience of illness and trouble, had pulled off her bonnet and shawl, and now went quite quietly up to him with a chair and sat him down in it like an old sick nurse, except that no such attendant could have shown him Charlie's youthful face, which seemed to engage his confidence. "I say," said the boy, "you tell me, ain't the lady t'other lady?" Charlie shook her head as she methodically drew his rags about him and made him as warm as she could. "Oh," the boy muttered, and then, "I suppose she ain't." "I came to see if I could do you any good," said I. "What's the matter with you?" "I'm a being froze," the boy returned hoarsely, with his haggard gaze wandering about me, "and then burnt up, and then froze, and then burnt up, ever so many times in an hour. And my head's all sleepy, and it's all going mad like, and I'm so dry, and my bones isn't half so much as bones as pain." "When did he come here?" I asked the woman. "This morning, ma'am. I found him at the corner of the town. I had known him up in London yonder, hadn't I, Joe?" "Tom all Alone's," the boy replied. Whenever he fixed his attention or his eyes, it was only for a very little while. He soon began to droop his head again, and roll it heavily, and speak as if he were half awake. "When did he come up from London?" I asked. "I come from London yesterday," said the boy to himself, now flushed and hot. "I'm a going somewheres." "Where is he going?" I asked. "Somewheres," repeated the boy in a louder tone. "I've been moved on, and moved on, more nor ever I was before, since the t'other one gave me the sovereign. Mrs. Snagsby, she's always a watching and a driving of me. What have I done to her? They're all watching and driving of me. Every one of them's doing of it, from the time when I don't get up to the time when I don't go to bed. And I'm going somewheres. That's where I'm a going. She told me, down at Tom all Alone's, she came from Stolburn's. So I took the Stolburn's road. It's as good as another." He always concluded by addressing Charlie. "What's to be done with him?" said I, taking the woman aside. "He could not travel in this state, even if he had a purpose and knew where he was going." "I know no more, ma'am, than the dead," she replied, glancing compassionately at him. "Perhaps the dead know better. If they could only tell us! I've kept him here for all day for pity's sake, and I've given him broth and a physic, and Liz has gone to try if anyone will take him in. There's my pretty in the bed, her child, but I call it mine. But I can't keep him for long, for if my husband was to come home and find him here, he'd be rough in putting him out, and might do him a hurt. Hark, here comes Liz back." The other woman came hurriedly in as she spoke, and the boy got up with a half obscured sense that he was expected to be going. When the little child awoke, and when and how Charlie got at it, took it out of bed, and began to walk around hushing it, I don't know. There she was, doing all this in a quiet motherly manner, as if she were living in Mrs. Blinder's attic with Tom and Emma again. The friend had been here and there, and had been played about from hand to hand, and come back as she went. At first it was too early for the boy to be received into the proper refuge, and at last it was too late. One official sent her to another, and the other sent her back again to the first, and so backward and forward, until it appeared to me that as if both must have been appointed for their skill in evading their duties instead of performing them. "And now, after all," she said, breathing quickly, for she had been running and was frightened too, "Jenny, your master's on the road home, and mine's not far behind, and the Lord help the boy, for we can do no more for him." They put a few halfpence together and hurried them into his hand, and so, in an oblivious, half thankful, half insensible way, he shuffled out of the house. "Give me the child, my dear," said its mother to Charlie, "and thank you kindly too. Jenny, woman dear, good night. Young lady, if my master don't fall out with me, I'll look down by the kiln by and by, where the boy will be most like, and again in the morning." She hurried off, and presently we passed her hushing and singing to her child at her own front door, and looking anxiously along the road for her drunken husband. I was afraid of staying then to speak to either woman. lest I should bring her into trouble. But I said to Charlie that we must not leave the boy to die. Charlie, who knew what to do much better than I did, and whose quickness equalled her presence of mind, glided on before me, and presently we came up with Joe just short of the brick kiln. I think he must have begun his journey with some small bundle under his arm, and must have had it stolen or lost it, for he still carried his wretched fragment of fur cap like a bundle, though he went bareheaded through the rain, which now fell fast. He stopped when we called to him, and again showed a dread of me when I came up, standing with his lustrous eyes fixed upon me, and even arrested in his shivering fit. I asked him to come with us, and we would like to take care that he had some shelter for the night. "I don't want no shelter," he said. "I can lay amongst the warm bricks." "But don't you know that people die there?" replied Charlie. "They dies everywhere," said the boy. "They dies in their lodgings, she knows where, I showed her, and they dies down in Tom all alone in heaps. They dies more than they lives, according to what I see." Then he hoarsely whispered Charlie, "If she ain't the t'other one, she ain't a foreigner. Is there three of 'em then?" Charlie looked at me a little frightened. I felt half frightened myself when the boy glared on me so. But he turned and followed when I beckoned him, and finding that he acknowledged that influence in me, I led the way straight home. It was not far, only at the summit of the hill. We passed but one man. I doubted if we should have got home without assistance. The boy's steps were so uncertain and tremulous. He made no complaint, however, and was strangely unconcerned about himself, if I may say so strange a thing. Leaving him in the hall for a moment, shrunk into the corner of the window seat, and staring with an indifference that could scarcely be called wonder at the comfort and brightness about him, I went into the drawing room to speak to my guardian. There I found Mr. Skimpole, who had come down by the coach, as he frequently did, without notice, and never bringing any clothes with him, but always borrowing everything he wanted. They came out with me directly to look at the boy. The servants had gathered in the hall too, and he shivered in the window seat, with Charlie standing by him, like some wounded animal that had been found in a ditch. "This is a sorrowful case," said my guardian, after asking him a question or two, touching him and examining in his eyes. "What do you say, Harold?" "You had better turn him out," said Mr. Skimpole. "What do you mean?" inquired my guardian most sternly. "My dear Jarndyce," said Mr. Skimpole, "you know what I am. I am a child. Be cross to me if I deserve it, but I have a constitutional objection to this sort of thing. I always had, when I was a medical man. He's not safe, you know. There's a very bad sort of fever about him." Mr. Skimpole had retreated from the hall to the drawing room again, and said this in his airy way, seated on the music stool as we stood by. "You'll say it's childish," observed Mr. Skimpole, looking gaily at us. "Well, I dare say it may be, but I am a child, and I never pretend to be anything else. If you put him out in the road, you only put him where he was before. He will be no worse off than he was, you know. Even make him better off, if you like. Give him sixpence, or 5 shillings, or £5.10. You are arithmeticians, I am not, and get rid of him." "And what is he to do then?" asked my guardian. "Upon my life," said Mr. Skimpole, shrugging his shoulders with his engaging smile, "I have not the least idea what he is to do then, but I have no doubt he'll do it." Now it is not a horrible reflection, said my guardian, to whom I had hastily explained the unavailing efforts of the two women. No, it is not a horrible reflection, walking up and down and rumpling his hair, that if this wretched creature was a convicted prisoner, his hospital would be wide open to him, and he would be as well taken care of as any sick boy in the kingdom. "My dear Jarndyce," returned Mr. Skimpole, "you'll pardon the simplicity of the question, coming as it does from a creature who is perfectly simple in worldly matters, but why isn't he a prisoner then?" My guardian stopped and looked at him with a whimsical mixture of amusement and indignation on his face. "Our young friend here is not to be suspected of any delicacy, I should imagine," said Mr. Skimpole, unabashed and candid. "Seems to me that it would be wiser, as well, in a certain kind of way, more respectable, if he showed some misdirected energy that got him into prison. There would be more of an adventurous spirit in it, and consequently more of a certain sort of poetry." "I believe," returned my guardian, resuming his uneasy walk, "that there is not such another child on earth as yourself." "Well, do you really?" said Mr. Skimpole. "I dare say. But I confess I don't see why our young friend, in his degree, should not seek to invest himself with such poetry as is open to him. He is no doubt born with an appetite. Probably when he is in a safer state of health he has an excellent appetite. Very well. At our young friend's natural dinner hour, most likely about noon, our young friend says in effect to society, 'I am hungry. Will you have the goodness to produce your spoon and feed me?' Society, which has taken upon itself the general arrangement of the whole system of spoons, and professes to have a spoon for our young friend, does not produce that spoon, and our young friend here therefore says, 'You really must excuse me if I seize it.' Now this appears to me a case of misdirected energy, which has a certain amount of reason in it, and a certain amount of romance. And I don't know but what I should be more interested in our young friend as an illustration of such a case than merely as a poor vagabond, which any one can be." "In the meantime," said Mr. Skimpole cheerfully, "as Miss Summerson with her practical good sense observes, he is getting worse. Therefore I recommend your turning him out before he gets still worse." The amiable face with which he said it I think I shall never forget. "Of course, little woman," observed my guardian, turning to me, "I can ensure his admission into the proper place by merely going there to enforce it, though it's a bad state of things when, in his condition, that is necessary. But it's growing late, and it is a very bad night, and the boy is worn out already. There is a bed in the wholesome loft room by the stable. We had better keep him there till morning, when he can be wrapped up and removed. We'll do that." "Oh," said Mr. Skimpole, with his hands upon the keys of the piano, as we moved away, "are you going back to your young friend?" "Yes," said my guardian. "Oh, I envy your constitution, Jarndyce," returned Mr. Skimpole, with playful admiration. "You don't mind these things. Neither does Miss Summerson. You are ready at all times to go anywhere and do anything. Such is will. I have no will at all, and no won't, simply can't." "You can't recommend anything for the boy, I suppose?" said my guardian, looking back over his shoulder, half angrily. Only half angrily. He never seemed to consider Mr. Skimpole an accountable being. "My dear Jarndyce, I observed a bottle of cooling medicine in his pocket, and it's impossible for him to do better than take it. You could tell them to sprinkle a little vinegar about the place when he sleeps, to keep it moderately cool, and him moderately warm. But it is mere impertinence in me to offer any recommendation. Miss Summerson has such a knowledge of detail, and such a capacity for the administration of detail, that she knows all about it." We went back into the hall and explained to Joe what we proposed to do. Charlie explained to him again, and which he received with the languid unconcern I had already noticed, wearily looking on at what was done as if it were for somebody else. The servants compassionating his miserable state, and being very anxious to help, we soon got the loft room ready, and some of the men about the house carried him across the wet yard well wrapped up. It was pleasant to observe how kind they were to him, and how there appeared to be a general impression among them of frequently calling him "old chap," which was likely to revive his spirits. Charlie directed the operations, and went to and fro between the loft room and the house with such little stimulants and comforts as we thought it safe to give him. My guardian himself saw him before he was left for the night, and reported to me when he returned to the growlery to write a letter on the boy's behalf, which a messenger was charged to deliver at daylight in the morning, that he seemed easier and inclined to sleep. They had fastened his door on the outside, he said, in case of his being delirious, but had so arranged that he could not make any noise without being heard. Ada being in our room with a cold, Mr. Skimpole was left alone all this time, and entertained himself by playing snatches of pathetic airs, and sometimes singing to them, as we heard at a distance, with great expression and feeling. When we rejoined him in the drawing room, he said he would give us a little ballad which had come into his head, apropos of our young friend, and he sang one about a peasant boy, thrown on the wide world, doomed to wander and roam, bereft of his parents, bereft of a home. Quite exquisitely. It was the song that always made him cry, he told us. He was extremely gay all the rest of the evening, for he absolutely chirped, these were his delighted words, when he thought by what a happy talent for business he was surrounded. He gave us in his glass of negus a better health to our young friend, and supposed and gaily pursued the case of his being reserved, like Whittington, to become Lord Mayor of London. In that event, no doubt he would establish Jarndyce Institution and the Summerson almshouses, and little annual corporation pilgrimage to St. Albans. He had no doubt, he said, that a young friend was an excellent boy in his way, but his way was not the Harold Skimpole way. What Harold Skimpole was, Harold Skimpole had found himself to his considerable surprise when he first made his own acquaintance. He had accepted himself with all his failings, and thought it sound philosophy to make the best of the bargain, and he hoped we would do the same. Charlie's last report was that the boy was quiet. I could see from my window the lantern they had left him burning quietly. I went to bed, very happy to think that he was sheltered. There was more movement and more talking than usual a little before daybreak, but it awoke me. As I was dressing, I looked out of my window and asked one of our men, who had been among the active sympathizers last night, whether there was anything wrong about the house. The lantern was still burning in the loft window. "It's the boy, miss," said he. "Is he worse?" I inquired. "Gone, miss." "Dead?" "Dead, miss. No, gone clean off." At what time of the night he had gone, or how, or why, it seemed hopeless ever to divine. The door remaining as it had been left, and the lantern standing in the window, it could only be supposed that he had got out by a trap door in the floor, which communicated with an empty cart house below. But he had shut it down again. If that were so, and it looked as if it had not been raised, nothing of any kind was missing. On this fact being clearly ascertained, we all yielded to the painful belief that delirium had come upon him in the night, and that, allured by some imaginary object or pursued by some imaginary horror, he had strayed away in that worse than helpless state. All of us, that is to say, but Mr. Skimpole, who repeatedly suggested in his usual easy, light style that it occurred to our young friend that he was not a safe inmate, having a bad kind of fever upon him, and that he had, with great natural politeness, taken himself off. Every possible inquiry was made and every place was searched. The brick kilns were examined, the cottages were visited, the two women were particularly questioned, but they knew nothing of him. Nobody could doubt that their wonder was genuine. The weather had for some time been too wet, and the night itself had been too wet to admit of any tracing by footsteps. Hedge and ditch, wall and rick and stack, were examined by our men for a long distance round, lest the boy should be lying in such a place insensible or dead, but nothing was seen to indicate that he had ever been near. From the time when he was left in the loft room he vanished. The search continued for 5 days. I do not mean that it ceased even then, but my attention was then diverted into a current very memorable to me. As Charlie was at her writing desk again in my room in the evening, and I sat opposite her at work, I felt the table tremble. Looking up, I saw my little maid shivering from head to foot. "Charlie," said I, "are you so cold?" "I think I am, miss," she replied. "I don't know what it is. I can't hold myself still. I felt so yesterday about the same time, miss. Don't be uneasy. I think I am ill." I heard Ada's voice outside, and I hurried to the door of communication between my room and our pretty sitting room, and locked it, just in time, for she tapped at it while my hand was yet upon the key. Ada called to me to let her in, but I said, "Not now, my dearest. Go away. There's nothing the matter. I will come to you presently." It was a long time before my darling girl and I were companions again. Charlie fell ill. In 12 hours she was very ill. I moved her to my room and laid her in my bed, and sat down quietly to nurse her. I told my guardian all about it, and why I felt it was necessary that I should seclude myself, and my reason for not seeing my darling above. At first she came very often to the door and called to me, and even reproached me with sobs and tears. But I wrote her a long letter, saying that she made me anxious and unhappy, and imploring her, as she loved me and as she wished my mind to be at peace, to come no nearer than the garden. After that she came beneath the window even oftener than she had come to the door, and if I had learnt to love her dear sweet voice before, when we were hardly ever apart, how did I learn to love it then, when I stood behind the window curtain, listening and replying, but not so much as looking out? How did I learn to love it afterwards, when the harder time came? They put a bed for me in our sitting room, and by keeping the door wide open I turned the two rooms into one, now that Ada had vacated that part of the house and kept them always fresh and airy. But there was not a servant in or about the house but was so good that they would almost gladly have come to me any hour of the day or night without the least fear or unwillingness. But I thought it best to choose one worthy woman who was never to see Ada, and whom I could trust to come and go with all precaution. Through her means I got out to take the air with my guardian when there was no fear of meeting Ada, and I wanted for nothing in the way of attendance, any more than in any other respect. And thus poor Charlie sickened and grew worse, and fell into heavy danger of death, and lay severely ill for many a long round of day and night. So patient she was, so uncomplaining, and inspired by such a gentle fortitude, that very often as I sat by Charlie holding her head in my arms, repose would come to her. So when it would come to her in no other attitude, I silently prayed to our Father in heaven that I might not forget the lesson with which this little sister had taught me. I was very sorrowful to think that Charlie's pretty looks would change and be disfigured even if she recovered. She was such a child with her dimpled face, but the thought was for the greater part lost in her greater peril, when she was at the worst and her mind rambled again to the cares of her father's sick bed and the little children. She still knew me so far as that she would be quiet in my arms, when she could lie quiet nowhere else, and murmur out the wanderings of her mind restlessly. At those times I used to think, how should I ever tell the two remaining babies that the baby who had learned of her faithful heart to be a mother to them in their need was dead? There were other times when Charlie knew me well and talked to me, telling me that she sent her love to Tom and Emma, and that she was sure Tom would grow up to be a good man. At those times Charlie would speak to me of what she had read to her father, as well as she could to comfort him, of that young man carried out to be buried, who was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow, of the ruler's daughter, raised up by the gracious hand upon her bed of death. Charlie told me that when her father died she had kneeled down and prayed in her first sorrow that he likewise might be raised up and given back to his poor children, that if she could never get better and should die too, she thought it likely that it might come into Tom's mind to offer the same prayer for her. Then would I show Tom how these people of old days had been brought back to life on earth, only that we might know our hope to be restored to heaven. But of all the various times there were in Charlie's illness, there was not one when she lost the gentle qualities I have spoken of, and there were many, many when I thought in the night of the last high belief in the watching angel, and the last higher trust in God on the part of her poor despised father. And Charlie did not die. She flutteringly and slowly turned the dangerous point, after long lingering there, and then began to mend. The hope that had never been given from the first of Charlie being an outward appearance any more soon began to be encouraged, and even that prospered, and I saw her growing into her old childish likeness again. It was a great morning when I could tell Ada all this as she stood out in the garden, and it was a great evening when Charlie and I last took tea together in the next room. But on that same evening I felt that I was stricken cold. Happily for both of us, it was not until Charlie was safe in bed again and placidly asleep that I began to think the contagion of her illness was upon me. I had been able easily to hide what I felt at tea time, but I was past that already now, and I knew that I was rapidly following in Charlie's steps. I was well enough, however, to be up early in the morning, and to return to my darling's cheerful blessing from the garden, and to talk with her as long as usual, but I was not free from an impression that I had been walking about the two rooms in the night, a little beside myself, though knowing where I was, and felt confused at times with a curious sense of fullness, as if I were becoming too large altogether. In the evening I was so much worse that I resolved to prepare Charlie, with which view I said, "You're getting quite strong, Charlie, are you not?" "Oh, quite," said Charlie. "Strong enough to be told a secret, I think, Charlie." "Quite strong enough for that, miss," cried Charlie. But Charlie's face fell in the height of her delight, for she saw the secret in my face. She came out of the great chair and fell upon my bosom, and said, "Oh, miss, it's my doing, it's my doing," and a great deal more out of the fullness of her grateful heart. "Now, Charlie," said I, after letting her go for a little while, "if I am to be ill, my great trust, humanly speaking, is in you, and unless you are as quiet and composed for me as you always were for yourself, you can never fulfil it, Charlie." "If you'll let me cry a little longer, miss," said Charlie. "Oh, my dear, if you'd only let me cry a little longer. Oh, my dear." How affectionately and devotedly she poured this out as she clung to my neck. "I never can remember without tears. It'll be good." So I let Charlie cry a little longer, and it did us both good. "Trust to me now, if you please, miss," said Charlie quietly. "I am listening to everything you say." "It's very little at present, Charlie. I shall tell your doctor to-night that I don't think I am well, and that you are going to nurse me." For that the poor child thanked me with her whole heart. "And in the morning, when you hear Miss Ada in the garden, if I should not be quite able to go to the window curtain as usual, do you go, Charlie, and say that I am asleep, that I have rather tired myself, and that I am asleep. At all times keep the room as I have kept it, Charlie, and let no one come." Charlie promised, and I lay down, for I was very heavy. I saw the doctor that night, and asked a favour of him that I wished to ask relative to his saying nothing of my illness in the house as yet. I have a very indistinct remembrance of that night melting into day, and of day melting into night again, but I was just able on the first morning to get to the window to speak to my darling. On the second morning I heard her dear voice, oh how dear now, outside, and I asked Charlie with some difficulty, speech being painful to me, to go and say I was asleep. I heard her answer softly, "Don't disturb her, Charlie, for the world." "How does my own pride look, Charlie?" I inquired. "Disappointed, miss," said Charlie, peeping through the curtain. "But I know she is very beautiful this morning." "She is indeed, miss," answered Charlie, peeping, still looking up at the window, with her blue clear eyes, God bless them, always loveliest when raised like that. I called Charlie to me and gave her her last charge. "Now, Charlie, she knows I am ill. She will try and make her way into the room. Keep her out. Charlie, if you love me truly to the last, Charlie, if you let her in but once, only to look upon me for one moment as I lie here, I shall die." "I never will," she promised me. "I believe it, my dear Charlie. And now come and sit beside me for a little while, and touch me with your hand, for I cannot see you, Charlie. I am blind." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Chapter 32. The Appointed Time. It is night in Lincoln's Inn, perplexed and troublous valley of the shadow of law, where suitors generally find but little day, and fat candles are snuffed out in offices, and clerks have rattled down the crazy wooden stairs and dispersed. The bell that rings at 9 o'clock has ceased its doleful clangour about nothing. The gates are shut, and the night porter, a solemn warder with a mighty power of sleep, keeps guard in his lodge. From tiers of staircase windows, clogged lamps like the eyes of equity, bleared Argus with a fathomless pocket for every eye, and an eye upon it, dimly blink at the stars. In dirty upper casements, here and there, hazy little patches of candlelight reveal where some wise draftsman and conveyancer yet toils for the entanglement of a real estate in meshes of sheepskin, in the average ratio of about a dozen of sheep to an acre of land, over which bee-like industry these benefactors of their species linger yet, though office hours be past, that they may give for every day some good account at last. In the neighbouring court, where the Lord Chancellor of the rag and bottle shop dwells, there is a general tendency towards beer and supper. Mrs. Piper and Mrs. Perkins, whose respective sons, engaged with a circle of acquaintance in the game of hide and seek, have been lying in ambush about the byways of Chancery Lane for some hours, scouring the plain of the same thoroughfare to the confusion of passengers. Mrs. Piper and Mrs. Perkins have but now exchanged congratulations on the children being abed, and they still linger on the doorstep over a few parting words. Mr. Crook and his lodger, and the fact of Mr. Crook's being continually in liquor, and the testamentary prospects of the young man are, as usual, the staple of their conversation. But they have something to say likewise of the harmonic meeting at the Soul's Arms, where the sound of the piano, through the partly open windows, jingles out into the court, and where little Swills, after keeping the lovers of harmony in a roar like a very Yorick, may now be heard taking the gruff line in a concerted piece, and sentimentally adjuring his friends and patrons to listen, listen, listen to the waterfall. Mrs. Perkins and Mrs. Piper compare opinions on the subject of the young lady of professional celebrity who assists at the harmonic meetings, and who has a space to herself in the manuscript announcement in the window. Mrs. Perkins, possessing information that she has been married a year and a half, though announced as Miss M. Melvilleson, the noted siren, and that her baby is clandestinely conveyed to the Soul's Arms every night to receive its natural nourishment during the entertainments. "Sooner than which myself," says Mrs. Perkins, "I would get my living by selling lucifers." Mrs. Piper, as in duty bound, is of the same opinion, holding that a private station is better than a public applause, and thanking heaven for her own, and by implication Mrs. Perkins' respectability. By this time the pot boy of the Soul's Arms appearing with her supper pint well frothed, Mrs. Piper accepts that tankard and retires indoors, first giving a fair good night to Mrs. Perkins, who has had her own pint in her hand ever since it was fetched from the same hostelry by the young Perkins before he was sent to bed. Now there is a sound of putting up shop shutters in the court, and a smell as of the smoking of pipes, and shooting stars are seen in upper windows, further indicating retirement to rest. Now, too, the policeman begins to push at doors, to try fastenings, to be suspicious of bundles, and to administer his beat on the hypothesis every one is either robbing or being robbed. It is a close night, though the damp cold is searching too, and there is a laggard mist a little way up in the air. It is a fine steaming night to turn to the slaughterhouses, the unwholesome trades, the sewerage, bad water, and burial grounds to account, and to give the register of death some extra business. It may be something in the air, there's plenty in it, or it may be something in himself that is in fault. But Mr. Weevil, otherwise Jobling, is very ill at ease. He comes and goes between his own room and the open street door 20 times an hour. He has been doing so ever since it fell dark. Since the Chancellor shut up his shop, which he did very early to-night, Mr. Weevil has been down and up, with a cheap tight velvet skull-cap on his head, making his whiskers look out of all proportion, oftener than before. It is no phenomenon that Mr. Snagsby should be ill at ease too, for he always is so, more or less under the oppressive influence of the secret that is upon him, impelled by the mystery of which he is a partaker, and yet in which he is not a sharer. Mr. Snagsby haunts what seems to be its fountain-head, the rag and bottle shop at the court. It has an irresistible attraction for him. Even now, coming round by the Soul's Arms, with the intention of passing down the court and out at the Chancery Lane end, and so terminating his unpremeditated after-supper stroll, 10 minutes long, from his own door back again, Mr. Snagsby approaches. "What, Mr. Weevil," says the stationer, stopping to speak, "are you there?" "Ay," says Weevil, "here I am, Mr. Snagsby." "Airing yourself, as I am doing, before you go to bed?" the stationer inquires. "Well, there's not much air to be got here, and what there is not very freshening," Weevil answers, glancing up and down the court. "Very true, sir. Don't you observe," says Mr. Snagsby, pausing to sniff and taste the air a little, "don't you observe, Mr. Weevil, that you're, not to put too fine a point upon it, that you're rather greasy here, sir?" "Why, I've noticed that myself. There is a queer kind of flavour in the place to-night," Mr. Weevil rejoins. "I suppose it's chops at the Soul's Arms." "Chops, you think? Oh, chops, eh?" Mr. Snagsby sniffs, tastes again. Well, sir, I suppose it is. But I should say that their cook at the Sole wanted a little looking after. She's been a burning 'em, sir, and I don't think," Mr. Snagsby sniffs and tastes again, then spits and wipes his mouth, "I don't think, not to put too fine a point upon it, that they were quite fresh when they were shown the gridiron." "That's very likely. It's a tainting sort of weather." "It is a tainting sort of weather," says Mr. Snagsby, "and I find it sinking to the spirits." "By George, I find it gives me the horrors," returned Mr. Weevil. "Then you see you live in a lonesome way, and in a lonesome room, with a black circumstance hanging over it," says Mr. Snagsby, looking in past the other's shoulder along the dark passage, and then falling back a step to look up at the house. "I couldn't live in that room alone, as you do, sir. I should get so fidgety and worried of an evening, sometimes, that I should be driven to come to the door and stand here sooner than sit there. But it's very true that you didn't see in your room what I saw there. That makes a difference." "I know quite enough about it," returns Tony. "Not agreeable, is it?" pursues Mr. Snagsby, coughing his cough of mild persuasion behind his hand. "Mr. Crook ought to consider it in the rent. I hope he does, I'm sure." "I hope he does," says Tony, "but I doubt it." "You find the rent too high, do you, sir?" returns the stationer. "Rents are high about here. I don't know how it is exactly, but the law seems to put things up in price. Not," added Mr. Snagsby, with his apologetic cough, "that I mean to say a word against the profession I get my living by." Mr. Weevil again glances up and down the court, and then looks at the stationer. Mr. Snagsby, blankly catching his eye, looks upward for a star or so, and coughs a cough expressive of not exactly seeing his way out of this conversation. "It's a curious fact, sir," he observes, slowly rubbing his hands, "that he should have been—" "Who's he?" interrupts Mr. Weevil. "The deceased, you know," says Mr. Snagsby, twitching his head and right eyebrow towards the staircase, and tapping his acquaintance on the bottle. "Ah, to be sure," returns the other, as if he were not over fond of the subject. "I thought we'd done with him." "I was only going to say it's a curious fact, sir, that he should have come and lived here, and been one of my writers, and then that you should come and live here and be one of my writers too, which there is nothing derogatory, but far from it, in the appellation," says Mr. Snagsby, breaking off with a mistrust that he might have unpolitely asserted a kind of proprietorship in Mr. Weevil, "because I have known writers that have gone into brewers' houses and done really very respectable indeed." "Eminently respectable, sir," adds Mr. Snagsby, with a misgiving he has not improved the matter. "It is a curious coincidence, as you say," answers Weevil, once more glancing up and down the court. "Seems a fate in it, don't there?" suggests the stationer. "There does." "Just so," observes the stationer, with his confirmatory cough. "Quite a fate in it, quite a fate. Well, Mr. Weevil, I'm afraid I must bid you good night." Mr. Snagsby speaks as if it made him desolate to go, though he has been casting about for any means of escape ever since he stopped to speak. "My little woman will be looking for me else. Good night, sir." If Mr. Snagsby hastens home to save his little woman the trouble of looking for him, he might set his mind at rest on that score. His little woman has had her eye upon him round the soul's arms all this time, and now glides after him with a pocket handkerchief wrapped over her head, honouring Mr. Weevil in his doorway with a searching glance as she goes past. "You'll know me again, ma'am, at all events," says Mr. Weevil to himself, "and I can't compliment you on your appearance, whoever you are, with your head tied up in a bundle. Is this fellow never coming?" The fellow approaches as he speaks. Mr. Weevil softly holds up his finger and draws him into the passage and closes the street door. Then they go upstairs, Mr. Weevil heavily, and Mr. Guppy, for it is he, very lightly indeed. When they are shut into the back room they speak low. "I thought you had gone to Jericho at least, instead of coming here," says Tony. "Why, I said about 10." "You said about 10," Tony repeats. "Yes, you did say about 10, but according to my count it's 10 times 10. It's 100 o'clock. I never had such a night in my life. What's been the matter?" "That's it," says Tony. "Nothing has been the matter. But here have I been stewing and fuming in this jolly old crib till I've had the horrors falling on me as thick as hail. There's a blessed looking candle," says Tony, pointing to the heavily burning taper on his table, with a great cabbage head and a long winding sheet. "That's easily improved," Mr. Guppy observed, as he takes the snuffers in hand. "Is it?" returns his friend. "Not so easily as you think. It's been smouldering like that ever since it was lighted." "Well, what's the matter with you, Tony?" inquires Mr. Guppy, looking at him, snuffers in hand, as he sits down with his elbow on the table. "William Guppy," replies the other, "I am in the Downs, and this is an unbearably dull, suicidal room. And old Bogey downstairs, I suppose." Mr. Weevil moodily pushes the snuffers tray from him with his elbow, leans his head on his hand, puts his feet on the fender, and looks at the fire. Mr. Guppy, observing him, slightly tosses his head and sits down on the other side of the table in an easy attitude. "Wasn't that Snagsby talking to you, Tony?" "Yes, and he yes, it was Snagsby," said Mr. Weevil, altering the construction of his sentence. "On business?" No business. He was only sauntering by and stopped to prose." "I thought it was Snagsby," says Mr. Guppy, "and I thought it as well that he shouldn't see me, so I waited till he was gone." "There we go again, William G.," cried Tony, looking up for an instant. "So mysterious and secret. By George, if we were going to commit a murder we couldn't have had more mystery about it." Mr. Guppy affects to smile, and with the view of changing the conversation, looks with an admiration, real or pretended, round the room at the Galaxy Gallery of British Beauty, terminating his survey with the portrait of Lady Dedlock over the mantelshelf, in which she is represented on a terrace, with a pedestal upon a terrace, and a vase upon the pedestal, and a shawl upon the vase, and a prodigious piece of fur upon the shawl, and her arm on the prodigious piece of fur, and a bracelet on her arm. "That's very like Lady Dedlock," says Mr. Guppy. "It's a speaking likeness." "I wish it was," growls Tony, without changing his position. "I should have some fashionable conversation here then." Finding by this time that his friend had not to be wheedled into a more sociable humour, Mr. Guppy puts about upon the ill-used tack and remonstrates with him. "Tony," says he, "I can make allowances for lowness of spirits, for no man knows what it is when it does come upon a man better than I do, and no man perhaps has a better right to know it than a man who has an unrequited image imprinted on his heart. But there are bounds to these things when an unoffending party is in question, and I will acknowledge to you, Tony, that I don't think your manner on the present occasion is hospitable or quite gentlemanly." "This is strong language, William Guppy," returns Mr. Weevil. "Sir, it may be," retorts Mr. William Guppy, "but I feel strongly when I use it." Mr. Weevil admits that he has been wrong, and begs Mr. William Guppy to think no more about it. Mr. William Guppy, however, having got the advantage, cannot quite release it without a little more injured remonstrance. "No, dash it, Tony," says that gentleman, "you really ought to be careful how you wound the feelings of a man who has unrequited image printed on his heart, and who is not altogether happy with these chords which vibrate to the tenderest emotions. You, Tony, possess in yourself all that is calculated to charm the eye and allure the taste. It is not, happily for you, perhaps, and I may wish that I could say the same, it is not in your character to hover around one flower. The whole garden's open to you, and your airy pinions carry you through it. Still, Tony, far be it from me, for I am sure to wound even your feelings without a cause." Tony again entreats that the subject may no longer be pursued, saying emphatically, "William Guppy, drop it." Mr. Guppy acquiesces with the reply, "I should never have taken it up, Tony, of my own accord." "And now," says Tony, stirring the fire, "touching this same bundle of letters, isn't it an extraordinary thing of Crook to have appointed 12 o'clock to-night to hand them over to me?" "Very. What did he do it for?" "What does he do anything for? He don't know. Said to-day that it was his birthday, and he'd hand them over to-night at 12 o'clock. He'll have drunk himself blind by that time. He's been at it all day." "He hasn't forgotten the appointment, I hope?" "Forgotten? Trust him for that. He never forgets anything. I saw him to-night about 8, helped him to shut up his shop, and he'd got the letters then in his hairy cap. He pulled it off and showed them me. When the shop was closed, he took them out of his cap, hung his cap on the chair back, and stood turning them over before the fire. I heard him a little while back afterwards through the floor here, humming like the wind, the only song he knows, about Bebo and old Charon, and Bebo being drunk when he died, or something or other. He's been as quiet since as an old rat asleep in his hole." And are you to go down at 12? At 12, and as I tell you, when you came, it seemed to me 100. Tony, says Mr. Guppy, after considering a little with his legs crossed, he can't read yet, can he? Read? He'll never read. He can make all the letters separately, and he knows most of them separately when he sees them. He's got on that much under me, but he can't put them together. He's too old to acquire the knack of it now, and too drunk. Tony, says Mr. Guppy, uncrossing and recrossing his legs, how do you suppose he spelt out that name of Auden? He never spelt it out. You know what a curious power of eye he has, and how he has been used to employ himself in copying things by eye alone. He imitated it, evidently from the direction of a letter, and asked me what it meant. Tony, says Mr. Guppy, uncrossing and recrossing his legs again, should you say that the original was of a man's writing or a woman's? A woman's, 50 to 1 a lady's, slopes a good deal, and the end of the letter N long and hasty. Mr. Guppy has been biting his thumbnail during this dialogue, generally changing the thumb when he has changed the cross leg, and he's going to do so again. He happens to look at his coat sleeve. It takes his attention. He stares at it aghast. Why, Tony, what on earth's going on in this house tonight? Is there a chimney on fire? Chimney on fire? Ah, returns Mr. Guppy. See how the soot's falling. See here, on my arm. See again on the table here. Confound the stuff, it won't blow up. Smears like black fat. They look at one another, and Tony goes listening to the door, and a little way upstairs and a little way downstairs. Comes back and says it's all right and quiet, and quotes the remark he lately made to Mr. Snagsby about their cooking chops at the Soul's Arms. And it was then, resumes Mr. Guppy, still glancing with remarkable aversion at the coat sleeve as they pursue their conversation before the fire, leaning on opposite sides of the table with their heads very near together, that he told you of his having taken a bundle of letters from his lodger's portmanteau. That was the time, sir, answers Tony, faintly adjusting his whiskers, whereupon I wrote a line to my dear boy, the Honourable William Guppy, informing him of the appointment for tonight, and advising him not to call before, bogey being a sly boots. The light, vivacious tone of fashionable life which is usually assumed by Mr. Weevil sits so ill upon him tonight that he abandons that and his whiskers together, and after looking over his shoulder appears to yield himself up a prey to the horrors again. You're to bring the letters to your room and read and compare them to get yourself in a position to tell him all about them. That's the arrangement, isn't it, Tony? Asked Mr. Guppy, anxiously biting his thumbnail. You can't speak too low. Yes, that's what he and I agreed. I'll tell you what, Tony. You can't speak too low, says Tony once more. Mr. Guppy nods his sagacious head, advances it yet closer, and drops into a whisper. I'll tell you what. The first thing to be done is to make another packet like the real one, so that if he should ask to see the real one while it's in my possession, you can show him the dummy. And suppose he detects the dummy as soon as he sees it, which, with his biting screw of an eye, is about 500 times more likely than not, suggests Tony. Then we'll face it out. They don't belong to him, and they never did. You found that. You placed them in my hands, a legal friend of yours, for security. If he forces us to do it, they'll be producible, won't they? Yes, is Mr. Weevil's reluctant admission. Why, Tony, remonstrates his friend, how you look. You don't doubt William Guppy. You don't suspect any harm. I don't suspect anything more than I know, William, returns the other gravely. And what do you know? Urges Mr. Guppy, raising his voice a little, but on his friends once more warning him. I tell you, you can't speak too low, he repeats his question without any sound at all, forming his lips only with the words, what do you know? I know 3 things. First, I know that here we are whispering in secrecy, a pair of conspirators. Well, says Mr. Guppy, and we had better be that than a pair of noodles, which is what we should be if we were doing anything else, for it's only the way of doing what we want to do. Secondly, it's not made out to me how it's likely to be profitable after all. Mr. Guppy casts up his eyes at the portrait of Lady Dedlock over the mantel-shelf and replies, Tony, you are asked to leave that to the honour of your friend. Besides, it's being calculated to serve that friend in those chords of the human mind which need not be called into agonizing vibration on the present occasion. Your friend is no fool. What's that? It's 11 o'clock striking by the bell of St. Paul's. Listen, and hear all the bells in the city jangling. Both sit silent, listening to the metal voices near and distant, resounding from towers of various heights, in tones made more various than their situations. When these at length cease, all seems more mysterious and quiet than before. One disagreeable result of whispering is that it seems to invoke an atmosphere of silence, haunted by the ghosts of sound, strange cracks and tickings, the rustling of garments that have no substance in them, and the tread of dreadful feet that would leave no mark on the sea sand or the winter snow. So sensitive the two friends happen to be that the air is full of these phantoms, and the two look over their shoulders by one consent to see that the door is shut. "Yes, Tony," says Mr. Guppy, drawing nearer to the fire and biting his unsteady thumbnail. "You were going to say, thirdly." "It's far from a pleasant thing to be plotting about a dead man in the room where he died, especially when you happen to live in it." "But we're plotting nothing against him, Tony." "Maybe not. Still, I don't like it. Live here by yourself and see how you like it." "As to dead men, Tony," proceeds Mr. Guppy, evading this proposal, "there have been dead men in most rooms." "I know there have, but in most rooms you let them alone, and they let you alone," Tony answers. The two look at each other again. Mr. Guppy makes a hurried remark to the effect that they may be doing the deceased a service, that he hoped so. There is an oppressive blank until Mr. Weevil, by stirring the fire, suddenly makes Mr. Guppy start as if his heart had been stirred instead. "Faugh! Here's more of that hateful soot hanging about," says he. "Let's open a window a bit and get a mouthful of air. It's too close." He raises the sash, and they both rest on the window sill, half in and half out of the room. The neighbouring houses are too near to admit of their seeing any sky without craning their necks and looking up, but lights in frowsy windows here and there, and the rolling of distant carriages, and the new expression that there is of the stir of men, they find to be comfortable. Mr. Guppy, noiselessly tapping on the window sill, resumes his whispering in quite a light comedy tone. "By the by, Tony, don't forget old Smallweed," meaning the younger of that name. "I've not let him into this, you know. That grandfather of his is too keen by half. Runs in the family." "I remember," says Tony. "I'm up to all that." "And as to Crook," resumes Mr. Guppy, "now do you suppose he's really got hold of any other papers of importance, as he's boasted to you, since you have been such allies?" Tony shakes his head. "I don't know. I can't imagine. If we get through this business without rousing his suspicions, I shall be better informed, no doubt. How can I know without seeing them, when he don't know himself? He's always spelling out words from them, chalking them over the table and the shop wall, and asking what this is and what that is. But his whole stock, from beginning to end, may easily be the waste paper he bought it as, for anything I can say. It's a monomania with him to think he is possessed of documents. He's been going to learn to read them this last quarter of a century, I should judge from what he tells me." "How did he first come by that idea, though? That's the question," Mr. Guppy suggests, with one eye shut, after a little forensic meditation. "He may have found papers in something he bought where papers were not supposed to be, and may have got it into his shrewd head from the manner and place of their concealment that they're worth something. Or he may have been taken in some pretended bargain. Or he may have been muddled altogether by a long staring at whatever he has got, and by drink, and by hanging about the Lord Chancellor's court and hearing of documents for ever," returns Mr. Weevil. Mr. Guppy, sitting on the window sill, nodding his head, and balancing all these possibilities in his mind, continues thoughtfully to tap it, and clasp it, and measure it with his hand, until he hastily draws his hand away. "What in the devil's name," he says, "is this? Look at my fingers." The thick yellow liquor defiles them, which is as offensive to the touch and sight, and more offensive to the smell. A stagnant, sickening oil, with some natural repulsion in it that makes them both shudder. "What have you been doing here? What have you been pouring out of the window?" "I'm pouring nothing out of the window, nothing, I swear. Never since I've been here," cries the lodger. "And yet look here, and look here." And when he brings the candle here from the corner of the window sill, it slowly drips and creeps away down the bricks. Here lies in a little thick nauseous pool. "This is a horrible house," says Mr. Guppy, shutting down the window. Give me some water, or I shall cut my hand off." He so washes and rubs and scrubs and smells and washes that he has not long restored himself with a glass of brandy, and stood silently before the fire when St. Paul's bell strikes 12, and all those other bells strike 12 from their towers of various heights in the dark air, and in their many tones. When all is quiet again, the lodger says, "It's the appointed time at last. Shall I go?" Mr. Guppy nods and gives him a lucky touch on the back, but not with the washed hand, though it is his right hand. He goes downstairs, and Mr. Guppy tries to compose himself before the fire for waiting a long time. But in no more than a minute or two the stairs creak, and Tony comes swiftly back. "Have you got them?" "Got them? No, the old man's not there." He has been so horribly frightened in the short interval that his terror seizes the other, who makes a rush at him and asks loudly, "What's the matter?" I couldn't make him hear, and I softly opened the door and looked in, and the burning smell is there, and the soot is there, and the oil is there, and he's not there. Tony ends this with a groan. Mr. Guppy takes the light down. They go down more dead than alive, and holding one another push open the door at the back of the shop. The cat has retreated close to it, and stands snarling, not at them, at something on the ground before the fire. There is very little fire left in the grate, but there is a smouldering, suffocating vapour in the room, and a dark greasy coating on the walls and ceiling. The chairs and table and the bottle are so rarely absent from the table, all stand as usual. On one chair back hang the old man's hairy cap and coat. "Look," whispers the lodger, pointing his friend's attention to these objects with a trembling finger. "I told you so. When I saw him last, he took his cap off, took out the little bundle of old letters, hung his cap on the back of the chair. His coat was there already, for he had pulled that off before. He went to put the shutters up, and I left him turning the letters over in his hand, standing just where that crumbled black thing is on the floor." "Is he hanging somewhere?" They look up. No. "See," whispers Tony, "at the foot of the same chair there lies a dirty bit of thin red cord that they tie up pens with. That went round the letters." He undid it slowly, leering and laughing at me before he began to turn them over, and threw it there. I saw it fall. "What's the matter with the cat?" says Mr. Guppy. "Look at her." Mad, I think, and no wonder in this evil place. They advance slowly, looking at all these things. The cat remains where they found her, still snarling at the something on the ground before the fire and between the two chairs. What is it? Hold up the light. Here is a small burnt patch of flooring. Here is the tinder from a little bundle of burnt paper, but not so light as usual, seeming to be steeped in something. And here is it is the cinder of a small charred and broken log of wood, sprinkled with white ashes. Or is it coal? Oh, horror! He is here, and this room from which we run away, striking out at the light and overturning one another into the street, is all that represents him. Help, help, help! Come into this house, for heaven's sake. Plenty will come in, but none can help. The Lord Chancellor of that court, true to his title in his last act, has died the death of all Lord Chancellors in all courts, and of all authorities, in all places, under all names soever, where false pretences are made, and where injustice is done. Call the death by any name your highness will. Attribute it to whom you will, or say it might have been prevented how you will. It is the same death eternally, inborn, inbred, engendered in the corrupted humours of the vicious body itself, and that only spontaneous combustion, and none other of all the deaths that can be died. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Interlopers. Now, do those two gentlemen, not very neat about the cuffs and buttons, who attended the last coroner's inquest at the Sol's Arms, reappear in the precincts with surprising swiftness, being, in fact, breathlessly fetched by the active and intelligent Beadle, and institute perquisitions through the court, and dive into the Sol's parlour, and write with ravenous little pens on tissue paper? Now, do they note down in the watches of the night how the neighbourhood of Chancery Lane was yesterday at about midnight thrown into a state of the most intense agitation and excitement by the following alarming and horrible discovery. Now do they set forth how it will be doubtless remembered that some time back a painful sensation was created in the public mind by a case of mysterious death from opium occurring on the first floor of the house occupied as a rag and bottle and general marine store shop by an eccentric individual of intemperate habits, far advanced in life, named Krook, and how, by a remarkable coincidence, Krook was examined at the inquest, which, it may be recollected, was held on that occasion at the Soul's Arms, a well-conducted tavern immediately adjoining the premises in question, on the west side, and licensed to a highly respectable landlord, Mr. James George Bogsby. Now do they show, as in many words as possible, how during some hours of yesterday evening a very peculiar smell was observed by the inhabitant of the court, in which the tragical occurrence which forms the subject of that present account transpired, and which odour was at one time so powerful that Mr. Swills, comic vocalist professionally engaged by Mr. J.G. Bogsby, has himself stated to our reporter that he mentioned it to Miss M. Melvinson, a lady of some pretensions to musical ability, likewise engaged by Mr. J.G. Bogsby to sing at a series of concerts called harmonic assemblies or meetings, which it would appear are held at the Soul's Arms under Mr. Bogsby's direction, pursuant to the Act of George II. But he, Mr. Swills, found his voice seriously affected by the impure state of the atmosphere, his jocose expression at the time being that he was like an empty post office, for he hadn't a single note in him. How this account of Mr. Swills is entirely corroborated by two intelligent married females residing in the same court, and known respectively by the names of Mrs. Piper and Mrs. Perkins, both of whom observed the furtive effluvia and regarded them as being emitted from the premises in the occupation of Krook, the unfortunate deceased. All this and a great deal more the two gentlemen who have formed an amicable partnership in the melancholy catastrophe write down on the spot, and the boy population of the court, out of bed in a moment, swarm up the shutters of the Soul's Arms parlour to behold the tops of their heads while they are about it. The whole court, adult as well as boy, is sleepless for that night, and can do nothing but wrap up its many heads and talk of the ill-fated house and look at it. Miss Flite has been bravely rescued from her chamber, as if it were in flames, and accommodated with a bed at the Soul's Arms. The Soul neither turns off its gas nor shuts its doors all night, for any kind of public excitement makes good for the Soul, and causes the court to stand in need of comfort. The house has not done so much in the stomachic article of clothes, or in brandy and water warm, since the inquest. The moment the pot boy heard what had happened, he rolled up his shirt sleeves tight to his shoulders and said, "There'll be a run on us." In the first outcry, young Piper dashed off for the fire engines, and returned in triumph at a jolting gallop, perched up aloft on the Phoenix, and holding on to that fabulous creature with all his might, in the midst of helmets and torches. One helmet remains behind after careful investigation of all the chinks and crannies, and slowly paces up and down before the house in company with one of the two policemen, who have likewise been left in charge thereof. To this trio everybody in the court possessed of sixpence has an insatiate desire to exhibit hospitality in a liquid form. Mr. Weevil and his friend Mr. Guppy are within the bar at the Soul, and are worth anything to the Soul that the bar contains, if they will only stay there. "This is not a time," says Mr. Bogsby, "to haggle about money," though he looks something sharply after it over the counter. "Give your orders, you two gentlemen, and you're welcome to whatever you put your name to." Thus entreated, the two gentlemen, Mr. Weevil especially, put names to so many things that in the course of time they find it difficult to put a name to anything quite distinctly, though they still relate to all newcomers some version of the night they have had of it, and of what they said, and what they thought, and what they saw. Meanwhile, one or other of the policemen often flits about the door, and pushing it open a little way at the full length of his arm, looks in from outer gloom. Not that he has any suspicions, but that he may as well know what they are up to in there. Thus night pursues its leaden course, finding the court still out of bed through the unwonted hours. still treating and being treated, still conducting itself similarly to a court that has had a little money left it unexpectedly. Thus night at length with slow retreating steps departs, and the lamplighter going his rounds like an executioner to a despotic king, strikes off the little heads of fire that have aspired to lessen the darkness. Thus the day cometh, whether or no. And the day may discern, even with its dim London eye, that the court has been up all night, over and above the faces that have fallen drowsily on tables, and the heels that lie prone on hard floors instead of beds. The brick and mortar, physiognomy of the very court, looks worn and jaded, and now the neighbourhood, waking up and beginning to hear of what has happened, comes streaming in, half dressed, to ask questions, and the two policemen and the helmet, who are far less impressible externally than the court, have enough to do to keep the door. "Good gracious, gentlemen," says Mr. Snagsby, coming up, "what's this I hear?" "Why, it's true," returns one of the policemen. "That's what it is. Now move on. Here. Come on." "Why, good gracious, gentlemen," says Mr. Snagsby, somewhat promptly backed away. "I was at this door last night betwixt 10 and 11 o'clock, in conversation with a young man who lodges here." "Indeed," returns the policeman. "You will find the young man next door, then. Now move on here, some of you." "Not hurt, I hope," says Mr. Snagsby. "Hurt? No, what's to hurt him?" Mr. Snagsby, wholly unable to answer this or any question in his troubled mind, repairs to the Soul's Arms, and finds Mr. Weevil languishing over tea and toast, with a considerable expression on him of exhausted excitement and exhausted tobacco smoke. "And Mr. Guppy likewise," quoth Mr. Snagsby. "Dear, dear, dear, what fate there seems in all this! And my Mr. Snagsby's power of speech deserts him in the formation of the words "my little woman," for to see that injured female walk into the Soul's Arms at that hour of the morning, and stand before the beer engine with her eyes fixed upon him like an accusing spirit, strikes him dumb. "My dear," says Mr. Snagsby, when his tongue is loosened, "will you take anything, a little, not to put too fine a point on it, drop of shrub?" "No," says Mrs. Snagsby. "My love, you know these two gentlemen?" "Yes," says Mrs. Snagsby, and in a rigid manner acknowledges their presence, still fixing Mr. Snagsby with her eye. The devoted Mr. Snagsby cannot bear this treatment. He takes Mrs. Snagsby by the hand and leads her aside to an adjacent cask. "My little woman, why do you look at me in that way? Pray don't do it." "I can't help my looks," says Mrs. Snagsby, "and if I could, I wouldn't." Mr. Snagsby, with his cough of meekness, rejoins, "Wouldn't you really, my dear?" and meditates, then coughs his cough of trouble, and says, "This is a dreadful mystery, my love," and still fearfully disconcerted by Mrs. Snagsby's eye. "It is," returns Mrs. Snagsby, shaking her head, "a dreadful mystery." "My little woman," urges Mr. Snagsby in a piteous manner, "don't for goodness sake speak to me with that bitter expression, and look at me in that searching way. I beg and entreat you not to do it. Good Lord, you don't suppose that I would go spontaneously combusting any person, my dear?" "I can't say," returns Mrs. Snagsby. On a hasty review of his unfortunate position, Mr. Snagsby can't say either. He is not prepared positively to deny that he may have had something to do with it. He has had something, he don't know what, to do with so much in this connection that is mysterious that it is possible he may even be implicated, without knowing it, in the present transaction. He faintly wipes his forehead with his handkerchief and gasps. "My life," says the unhappy stationer, "would you have any objections to mention why, being in general so delicately circumspect in your conduct, you come into a wine vaults before breakfast?" "Why do you come here?" inquires Mrs. Snagsby. "My dear, merely to know the rights of the fatal accident which has happened to the venerable party who has been combusted." Mr. Snagsby has made a pause to suppress a groan. "I should have then related them to you, my love, over your French roll." "I dare say you would. You relate everything to me, Mr. Snagsby." "Every, my I should be glad," says Mrs. Snagsby, after contemplating his increased confusion with a severe and sinister smile, "if you would come home with me. I think you may be safer there, Mr. Snagsby, than anywhere else." "My love, I don't know, but what I may be, I am sure I am ready to go." Mr. Snagsby casts his eye forlornly round the bar, gives Messrs. Weevil and Guppy good morning, assures them of the satisfaction with which he sees them uninjured, and accompanies Mrs. Snagsby from the Soul's Arms. Before night his doubt whether he may or not be responsible for some inconceivable part in the catastrophe which is the talk of the whole neighbourhood is almost resolved into a certainty by Mrs. Snagsby's pertinacity in that fixed gaze. His mental sufferings are so great that he entertains wandering ideas of delivering himself up to justice and requiring to be cleared if innocent, and punished with the utmost rigour of the law if guilty. Mr. Weevil and Mr. Guppy, having taken their breakfast, step into Lincoln's Inn to take a little walk about the square, and clear as many of the dark cobwebs out of their brains as a little walk may. "There can be no more favourable time than the present, Tony," says Mr. Guppy, after they have broodingly made out the four sides of the square, "for a word or two between us upon a point which we must, with very little delay, come to an understanding." "Now, I'll tell you what, William G.," returns the other, eyeing his companion with a bloodshot eye, "if it's a point of conspiracy, you needn't take the trouble to mention it. I've had enough of that. I ain't going to have any more. We shall have you taking fire next, or blowing up with a bang." The supposititious phenomenon is so very disagreeable to Mr. Guppy that his voice quakes as he says in a moral way, "Tony, I should have thought that what we went through last night would have been a lesson to you never to be personal any more as long as you lived." To which Mr. Weevil returns, "William, I should have thought it would have been a lesson to you never to conspire any more as long as you lived." To which Mr. Guppy says, "Who's conspiring?" To which Mr. Jobling replies, "Why, you are." To which Mr. Guppy retorts, "No, I'm not." To which Mr. Jobling retorts again, "Yes, you are." To which Mr. Guppy retorts, "Who says so?" To which Mr. Jobling retorts, "I say so." To which Mr. Guppy retorts, "Oh, indeed." To which Mr. Jobling retorts, "Yes, indeed." And both being now in a heated state, they walk on silently for a while to cool down again. "Tony," says Mr. Guppy then, "if you heard your friend out instead of flying at him, you wouldn't fall into mistakes. But your temper is hasty, and you're not considerate, possessing in yourself, Tony, all that is calculated to charm the eye." "Oh, blow the eye!" cries Mr. Weevil, cutting him short. "Say what you've got to say." Finding his friend in this morose and material condition, Mr. Guppy only expresses the finer feelings of his soul through the tone of injury in which he recommences. "Tony, when I say there is a point on which we must come to an understanding pretty soon, I say so quite apart from any kind of conspiring. However innocent, you know it's professionally arranged beforehand, in all cases that are tried, what facts the witnesses are to prove. Is it or is it not desirable that we should know what facts we are to prove on the inquiry into the death of this unfortunate old gentleman?" Mr. Guppy was going to say mogul, but thinks gentleman better suited to the circumstances. "What facts?" "The facts. The facts bearing on that inquiry. Those are," Mr. Guppy tells them off with his fingers, "what we knew of his habits when we saw him last, what his condition was, then the discovery that we made, and how we made it." "Yes," says Mr. Weevil, "those are about the facts. We made the discovery in consequence of his having, in his eccentric way, an appointment with you at 12 o'clock at night, when you were to explain some writing to him, as you had often done before, on account of his not being able to read. I, spending the evening with you, was called down, and so forth. The inquiry being only into the circumstances touching the death of the deceased. It's not necessary to go beyond these facts. I suppose you'll agree." "No," returns Mr. Weevil, "I suppose not." "And this is not a conspiracy, perhaps?" says the injured Guppy. "No," returns his friend, "it's nothing worse than this. I withdraw the observation." "Now, Tony," says Mr. Guppy, taking his arm again, and walking him slowly on, "I should like to know, in a friendly way, whether you have yet thought over the many advantages of your continuing to live at that place." "What do you mean?" says Tony, stopping. "Whether you have yet thought over the many advantages of your continuing to live at that place," repeats Mr. Guppy, walking him on again. "But what place?" "That place," pointing in the direction of the rag and bottle shop. Mr. Guppy nods. "Why, I wouldn't pass another night there for any consideration you could offer me," says Mr. Weevil, haggardly staring. "Do you mean it, though, Tony?" "Mean it? Do I look as if I mean it? I feel as if I do. I know that," says Mr. Weevil, with a very genuine shudder. "Then the possibility, for such it must be considered, of your never being disturbed in possession of those effects lately belonging to a lone old man who seemed to have no relation in the world, and the certainty of your being able to find out what he really had got stored up there." "Don't weigh with you at all against last night, Tony, if I understand you," says Mr. Guppy, biting his thumb with the appetite of vexation. "Certainly not, talking that cool way of a fellow's living there," cries Mr. Weevil indignantly. "Go and live there yourself." "Oh, why, Tony," says Mr. Guppy, soothing him, "I've never lived there, and couldn't get a lodging there now, whereas you've got one." "You are welcome to it," rejoins his friend, "and you may make yourself at home in it." "Then you really and truly at this point," says Mr. Guppy, "give up the whole thing, if I understand you, Tony?" "You never," returns Tony with the most convincing steadfastness, "said a truer word in all your life. I do." While they are so conversing, a hackney coach drives into the square, on the box of which vehicle a very tall hat makes itself manifest to the public. Inside the coach, and consequently not so manifest to the multitude, though sufficiently so to the two friends, for the coach stops almost at their feet, are the venerable Mr. Smallweed and Mrs. Smallweed, accompanied by their granddaughter Judy. An air of haste and excitement pervades the party, and as the tall hat, surmounting Mr. Smallweed the younger, alights, Mr. Smallweed the elder pokes his head out of the window and bawls to Mr. Guppy, "How d'ye do, sir? How d'ye do?" "What do Chick and his family want here at this time of the morning, I wonder?" says Mr. Guppy, nodding to his familiar. "My dear sir," cries Grandfather Smallweed, "would you do me a favour? Would you and your friend be so very obleeging as to carry me into the public house in the court, while Bart and his sister bring their grandmother along? Would you do an old man that good turn, sir?" Mr. Guppy looks at his friend, repeating inquiringly, "Public house in the court," and they prepare to bear the venerable burden to the Soul's Arms. "There's your fare," says the patriarch to the coachman with a fierce grin, and shaking his incapable fist at him. "Ask me for a penny more, and I'll have my lawful revenge upon you. My dear young men, be easy with me, if you please. Allow me to catch you round the neck. I won't squeeze you tighter than I can help. Oh Lord, oh dear me, oh my bones!" It is well that the Soul is not far off, for Mr. Weevil presents an apoplectic appearance before half the distance is accomplished. With no worse aggravation of his symptoms, however, than the utterance of divers croaking sounds expressive of obstructed respiration, he fulfils his share of the porterage, and the benevolent old gentleman is deposited by his own desire in the parlour of the Soul's Arms. "Oh Lord!" gasps Mr. Smallweed, looking about him breathless from an armchair. "Oh dear me, my bones and back! Oh my aches and pains! Sit down, you dancing, prancing, rambling, scrambling poll parrot, sit down." The little apostrophe to Mrs. Smallwood is occasioned by a propensity on the part of that unlucky old lady, whenever she finds herself on her feet, to amble about and to set to inanimate objects, accompanying herself with a chattering noise, as in a witch dance. A nervous affection has probably as much to do with these demonstrations as any imbecile intention in the poor old woman, but on the present occasion they are so particularly lively in connection with the Windsor armchair fellow, to that in which Mr. Smallweed is seated, that she only quite desists when her grandchildren have held her down in it, her lord in the meanwhile bestowing upon her with great volubility the endearing epithet of a pig-headed jackdaw, repeated a surprising number of times. "My dear sir," Grandfather Smallweed then proceeds, addressing Mr. Guppy, "there's been a calamity here. Have you heard of it, either of you?" "Heard of it, sir? Why, we discovered it." "You discovered it? You two discovered it? Bart, they discovered it." The two discoverers stare at the Smallweeds, who return the compliment. "My dear friends," whines Grandfather Smallweed, putting out both hands, "I owe you 1,000 thanks for discharging the melancholy office of discovering the ashes of Mrs. Smallweed's brother." "Eh?" says Mr. Guppy. "Mrs. Smallweed's brother, my dear friend, her only relation. We were not on terms, which is to be deplored now, but he never would be on terms. He was not fond of us. He was eccentric. He was very eccentric. Unless he has left a will, which is not at all likely, I shall take out the letters of administration. I've come down to look after the property. It must be sealed up. It must be protected. I have come down," repeats Grandfather Smallweed, hooking the air towards him with all his 10 fingers at once, "to look after the property." "I think, Small," says the disconsolate Mr. Guppy, "you might have mentioned that the old man was your uncle." You two were so close about him that I thought you would like me to be the same, returns that old bird with the secretly glistening eye. Besides, I wasn't proud of him. Besides which, it was nothing to you, you know, whether he was or not, says Judy, also with the secretly glistening eye. He never saw me in his life to know me, observed Small. I don't know why I should introduce him, I'm sure. You know, he never communicated with us, which is to be deplored. The old gentleman strikes in. But I've come to look after the property, to look over the papers, to look after the property. We shall make good our title. It's in the hands of my solicitor, Mr. Tulkinghorn of Lincoln's Inn Fields, over the way there. Is so good as to act as my solicitor, and the grass don't grow under his feet, I can tell ye. Crook was Mrs. Smallweed's only brother. She had no relation but Crook, and Crook had no relation but Mrs. Smallweed. I'm speaking of your brother, you brimstone black beetle. That was 76 years of age. Mrs. Smallweed instantly begins to shake her head and pipe up. 76 £76, 7 and sixpence, 76,000 bags of money, 7,600,000 million of parcels of banknotes. Will somebody give me a quart pot? Exclaims her exasperated husband, looking helplessly about him and finding no missile within his reach. Will somebody oblige me with a spittoon? Will somebody hand me anything hard and bruising to pelt at her? You hag, you cat, you dog, you brimstone barker. Here Mr. Smallweed, wrought up to the highest pitch by his own eloquence, actually throws Judy at her grandmother in default of anything else, by butting that young virgin at the old lady with such a force as he can muster, and dropping into his chair in a heap. Shake me up, somebody, if you'd be so good, says the voice from within the faintly struggling bundle into which he has collapsed. I've come to look after the property. Shake me up, and call in the police on duty at the next house to be explained about the property. My solicitor will be here presently to protect the property. Transportation of the gallows for anybody who shall touch the property. As his dutiful grandchildren set him up, panting, and putting him through the usual restorative process of shaking and punching, he still repeats like an echo, the property, the property. Mr. Weevil and Mr. Guppy look at each other, the former having relinquished the whole affair, the latter with a discomfited countenance, as having entertained some lingering expectations yet. But there is nothing to be done in opposition to the Smallweed interest. Mr. Tulkinghorn's clerk comes down from his official pew in the chambers to mention to the police that Mr. Tulkinghorn is answerable for its being all correct about the next of kin, and that the papers and effects will be formally taken possession of in due time and course. Mr. Smallweed is at once permitted so far to assert his supremacy as to be carried on a visit of sentiment into the next house, and upstairs into Miss Flight's deserted room, where he looks like a hideous bird of prey newly added to her aviary. The arrival of this unexpected heir, soon taking wind in the court, still makes good for the soul, and keeps the court upon its mettle. Mrs. Piper and Mrs. Perkins think it hard upon the young man if there really is no will, and consider that a handsome present ought to be made of him out of the estate. Young Piper and young Perkins, as members of that restless juvenile circle which is the terror of the foot passengers in Chancery Lane, crumble into ashes behind the pump and under the archway all day long, where wild yells and hootings take place over their remains. Little Swills and Miss M. Melvinson enter into affable conversation with their patrons, feeling that these unusual occurrences level the barriers between professionals and non-professionals. Mr. Bogsby puts up the popular song of King Death, with chorus by the whole strength of the company, as the great harmonic feature of the week, and announces in the bill that J.G.B. is induced to do so at considerable extra expense, in consequence of a wish which has been very generally expressed at the bar by a large body of respectable individuals, and in homage to a late melancholy event which has aroused so much sensation. There is one point connected with the deceased upon which the court is particularly anxious, namely, that the fiction of a full-sized coffin should be preserved, though there is so little to put in it. Upon the undertaker's stating in the Souls Bar, in the course of the day, that he has received orders to construct a 6-footer. The general solicitude is much relieved, and it is considered that Mr. Smallweed's conduct does him great honour. Out of the court, and a long way out of it, there is a considerable excitement too, for men of science and philosophy come to look, and carriages set down doctors at the corner who arrive with the same intent. There is more learned talk about inflammable gases and phosphoretted hydrogen than the court has ever imagined. Some of these authorities, of course the wisest, hold with indignation that the deceased had no business to die in the alleged manner, and being reminded by other authorities of a certain inquiry into the evidence for such deaths reprinted in the 6th volume of the Philosophical Transactions, and also of a book not quite unknown on English medical jurisprudence, and likewise of the Italian case of the Countess Cornelia Bode, as set forth in detail by one Bianchini, prebendary of Verona, who wrote a scholarly work or so, and was occasionally heard of in his time as having gleams of reason in him, and also the testimony of Messrs. Foder and Maire, two pestilent Frenchmen who would investigate the subject, and further of the corroborative testimony of Monsieur Licat, a rather celebrated French surgeon once upon a time, who had the unpoliteness to live in a house where such a case occurred, and even to write an account of it. Still they regard the late Mr. Crook's obstinacy in going out of the world by any such byway as wholly unjustifiable and personally offensive. The less the court understands of all this, the more the court likes it, and the greater enjoyment it has in the stock in trade of the soul's arms. Then there comes the artist of a picture newspaper, with a foreground of figures already drawn for anything from a wreck on the Cornish coast to a review in Hyde Park or a meeting in Manchester, and in Mrs. Perkins's own room, memorable evermore, he then and there throws it upon the block, Mr. Crook's house, large as life, in fact considerably larger, making a very temple of it. Similarly, being permitted to look in the door at the fatal chamber, he depicts that apartment as 3/4 of a mile long by 50 yards high, at which the court is particularly charmed. All this time the two gentlemen before mentioned pop in and out of every house, and assist at the philosophical disputations, go everywhere and listen to everybody, and yet are always diving into the soul's parlour and writing with the ravenous little pens on the tissue paper. At last come the coroner and his inquiry, like as before, except that the coroner cherishes this case as being out of the common way. He tells a gentleman of the jury in his private capacity that would seem to be an unlikely house next door, gentlemen, a destined house, but so we sometimes find it, and these are mysteries we can't account for. After which the 6-footer comes into action and is much admired. In all of these proceedings Mr. Guppy has so slight a part, except when he gives his evidence, that he is moved on like a private individual, and can only haunt the secret house on the outside, where he has the mortification of seeing Mr. Smallweed padlocking the door, and of bitterly knowing himself to be shut out. But before these proceedings draw to a close, that is to say, on the night next after the catastrophe, Mr. Guppy has a thing to say that must be said to Lady Dedlock. For which reason, with a sinking heart, and with that hangdog sense of guilt upon him which dread and watching enfolded in the soul's arms have produced, the young man of the name of Guppy presents himself at the town mansion at about 7 o'clock in the evening, and requests to see her ladyship. Mercury replies that she's going out to dinner. Don't he see the carriage at the door? Yes, he does see the carriage at the door, but he wants to see my lady too. Mercury is disposed, as he will presently declare to a fellow gentleman in waiting, to pitch into the young man, but his instructions are positive. Therefore he sulkily supposes that the young man must come up into the library. There he leaves the young man in a large room, not over light, while he makes report of him. Mr. Guppy looks into the shade in all directions, discovering everywhere a certain charred and whitened little heap of coal or wood. Presently he hears a rustling. Is it? No, it's no ghost, but fair flesh and blood, most brilliantly dressed. I have to beg your ladyship's pardon, Mr. Guppy stammers, very downcast. This is an inconvenient time. I told you could come at any time. She takes a chair, looking straight at him as on the last occasion. Thank you, your ladyship. Your ladyship is very affable. You can sit down. There is not much affability in her tone. I don't know, your ladyship, that it's worth while my sitting down and detaining you, for I have not got the letters that I mentioned when I had the honour of waiting on your ladyship. Have you come merely to say so? Merely to say so, your ladyship. Mr. Guppy, besides being depressed, disappointed, and uneasy, is put at a further disadvantage by the splendour and beauty of her appearance. She knows its influence perfectly. She has studied it too well to miss a grain of its effect on anyone. As she looks at him so steadily and coldly, he not only feels conscious that he has no guide in the least perception of what is really the complexion of her thoughts, but also that he is being every moment, as it were, removed further and further from her. She will not speak, it is plain, so he must. In short, your ladyship, says Mr. Guppy, like a meanly penitent thief, the person I was to have had the letters of has come to a sudden end. And he stops. Lady Dedlock calmly finishes the sentence. And the letters are destroyed with the person? Mr. Guppy would say no if he could, but he is unable to hide. I believe so, your ladyship. If he could see the least sparkle of relief in her face now, no, he could see no such thing. Even if that brave outside did not utterly put him away, and he were not looking beyond it and about it. He falters an awkward excuse or two for his failure. Is this all you have to say? Inquires Lady Dedlock, having heard him out, or as nearly as he could stumble. Mr. Guppy thinks that's all. You had better be sure that you wish to say nothing more to me, this being the last time you will have the opportunity. Mr. Guppy is quite sure, and indeed he has no such wish at present, by any means. That is enough. I will dispense with excuses. Good evening to you. And she rings for Mercury to show the young man of the name of Guppy out. But in that house, in that same moment, there happens to be an old man of the name of Tulkinghorn. And that old man, coming with his quiet footstep to the library, has his hand that moment on the handle of the door, comes in, and comes face to face with the young man as he is leaving the room. One glance between the old man and the lady, and for an instant the blind that is always down flies up. Suspicion, eager and sharp, looks out. Another instant, closed again. I beg your pardon, Lady Dedlock. I beg your pardon 1,000 times. It is so very unusual to find you here at this hour. I suppose the room was empty. I beg your pardon. Stay, she negligently calls him back. Remain here. I beg. I am going out to dinner. I have nothing more to say to this young man. The disconcerted young man bows as he goes out, and cringingly hopes that Mr. Tulkinghorn of the Fields is well. Aye, aye, says the lawyer, looking at him from under his bent brows, though he has no need to look again. Not he. But Kenge and Carboys, surely. Kenge and Carboys, Mr. Tulkinghorn. Name of Guppy, sir. To be sure. Why, thank you, Mr. Guppy. I am very well. Happy to hear it, sir. You can't be too well, sir, for the credit of the profession. Thank you, Mr. Guppy. Mr. Guppy sneaks away. Mr. Tulkinghorn, such a foil in his old-fashioned rusty black to Lady Dedlock's brightness, hands her down the staircase to her carriage. He returns, rubbing his chin, and rubs it a good deal in the course of the evening. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. A Turn of the Screw. Now what, says Mr. George, may this be? Is it a blank cartridge or ball? A flash in the pan or a shot? An open letter is the subject of the trooper's speculations, and it seems to perplex him mightily. He looks at it at arm's length, brings it close to him, holds it in his right hand, holds it in his left hand, reads it with his head on this side, with his head on that side, contracts his eyebrows, elevates them, still cannot satisfy himself. He smooths it out upon the table with his heavy palm, and thoughtfully walking up and down the gallery, makes a halt before it every now and then to come upon it with a fresh eye. Even that won't do. Is it, Mr. George still muses, blank cartridge or ball? Phil's squad, with the aid of a brush and paint pot, is employed in the distance whitening the targets, softly whispering in a quick march time and in a drum and fife manner that he must and will go back to the girl he left behind him. Phil, the trooper, beckons as he calls him. Phil approaches in his usual way, sidling off at first as if he were going anywhere else, and then bearing down upon his commander like a bayonet charge. Certain splashes of white show in high relief upon his dirty face, and he scrapes his one eyebrow with the handle of the brush. Attention, Phil, listen to this. Steady, Commander, steady. Sir, allow me to remind you, though there is no legal necessity for my doing so, as you are aware, that the bill at 2 months' stake drawn on yourself by Mr. Matthew Bagnet, and by you accepted for the sum of £97 4s. 9d, will become due tomorrow, when you will please to be prepared to take up the same on presentation. Yours, Joshua Smallweed. What do you make of that, Phil? Mischief, governor. Why? I think, replies Phil, after pensively tracing out a cross wrinkle in his forehead with the brush handle, that mischievous consequences is always meant when money's asked for. Look'ee, Phil, says the trooper, sitting on the table, first and last I have paid, I may say, half as much again as this principal and interest, and one thing and another. Phil intimates by sidling back a pace or two, with a very unaccountable wrench of his wry face, that he does not regard the transactions being made more promising by this incident. And looking further, Phil, says the trooper, staying his premature conclusions with a wave of his hand, there's always been an understanding that this bill was to be what they call renewed, and it has been renewed no end of times. What do you say now? I say that I think the time has come to an end at last. You do? I'm much of the same mind myself. Joshua Smallweed is in what was brought here in a chair. The same. Governor, says Phil with exceeding gravity, he is a leech in his dispositions. He is a screw and a vice in his actions, a snake in his twistings, and a lobster in his claws. Having thus expressively entered his sentiments, Mr. Squad, after waiting a little to ascertain if any further remark be expected of him, gets back by his usual series of movements to the target he has in hand, and vigorously signifies through his former musical medium that he must and he will return to the ideal young lady. George, having folded the letter, walks in that direction. There is a way, Commander, says Phil, looking cunningly at him, of settling this. Paying the money, I suppose. I wish I could. Phil shakes his head. No, Governor, no, not so bad as that. There is a way, says Phil with a highly artistic turn of his brush. What am I doing at the present? Whitewashing. Phil nods. A pretty way that would be. Do you know what would become of the Bagnets in that case? Do you know they would be ruined to pay off my old scores? You're a moral character, says the trooper, eyeing him in his large way, with no small indignation. Upon my life you are, Phil. Phil, on one knee at the target, is of course protesting earnestly, though not without many allegorical scoops of his brush and smoothings of the white surface round the rim of his thumb, that he had forgotten the Bagnet responsibility would not so much injure a hair of the head of any member of that worthy family when steps are audible in the long passage without, and a cheerful voice is heard to wonder whether George is at home. Phil, with a look at his master, hobbles up, saying, "Here's the governor, Mrs. Bagnet. Here he is." And the old girl herself, accompanied by Mr. Bagnet, appears. The old girl never appears in walking trim in any season of the year without a grey cloth coat, coarse and much worn but very clean, which is undoubtedly the identical garment rendered so interesting to Mr. Bagnet by having made its way home to Europe from another quarter of the globe, with Mrs. Bagnet and an umbrella. The latter faithful appendage is also invariably a part of the old girl's presence out of doors. It is of no colour known in this life, and has a corrugated wooden crook for a handle, with a metallic object let into its prow, or beak, resembling a little model of a fanlight over a street door, or one of the oval glasses out of a pair of spectacles, which ornamental object has not that tenacious capacity of sticking to its post that might be desired in an article long associated with the British Army. The old girl's umbrella is of a flabby habit of waist, and seems to be in need of stays, an appearance that is possibly referable to its having served through a series of years at home as a cupboard, and on journeys as a carpet bag. She never puts it up, having the greatest reliance on her well-proved cloak with its capacious hood, but generally uses the instrument as a wand with which to point out joints of meat or bunches of greens in marketing, or to arrest the attention of tradesmen by a friendly poke. Without her market basket, which is a sort of wicker well with two flapping lids, she never stirs abroad. Attended by these, her trusty companions, therefore, her honest sunburnt face looking cheerily out of a rough straw bonnet, Mrs. Bagnet now arrives, fresh-coloured and bright, in George's shooting gallery. "Well, George, old fellow," says she, "how do you do this sunshiny morning?" Giving him a friendly shake of the hand, Mrs. Bagnet draws a long breath after her walk, and sits down to enjoy a rest. Having a faculty matured on the tops of baggage waggons, and in other such positions of resting easily anywhere, she perches on a rough bench, unties her bonnet strings, pushes back her bonnet, crosses her arms, and looks perfectly comfortable. Mr. Bagnet, in the meantime, has shaken hands with his old comrade, and with Phil, on whom Mrs. Bagnet likewise bestows a good-humoured nod and a smile. "Now, George," says Mrs. Bagnet briskly, "here we are, Lignum and myself." She often speaks of her husband by this appellation, on account, as it is supposed, of Lignum Vitae having been his old regimental nickname when they first became acquainted, in compliment to the extreme hardness and toughness of his physiognomy. "Just looked in, we have, to make it all correct as usual about that security. Give him the new bill to sign, George, and he'll sign it like a man." "I was coming to you this morning," observes the trooper reluctantly. "Yes, we thought you'd come to us this morning, but we turned out early and left Woolwich, the best of boys, to mind his sisters, and came to you instead. As you see, for Lignum, he's tied so close now and gets so little exercise that a walk does him good. But what's the matter, George?" asked Mrs. Bagnet, stopping in her cheerful talk. "You don't look yourself." "I'm not quite myself," returns the trooper. "I've been a little put out, Mrs. Bagnet." Her bright, quick eye catches the truth directly. "George," holding up her forefinger, "don't tell me there's anything wrong about that security of Lignum's. Don't do it, George, on account of the children." The trooper looks at her with a troubled visage. "George," says Mrs. Bagnet, using both her arms for emphasis, and occasionally bringing down her open hands upon her knees, "if you have allowed anything wrong to come to that security of Lignum's, and if you have let him in for it, and if you put us in danger of being sold up, and I see sold up in your face, George, as plain as print, you've done a shameful action, and have deceived us cruelly. I tell you cruelly, George, there." Mr. Bagnet, otherwise as immovable as a pump or a lamp post, puts his large right hand on the top of his bald head, as if to defend it from a shower bath, and looks with great uneasiness at Mrs. Bagnet. "George," says that old girl, "I wonder at you, George. I'm ashamed of you, George. I couldn't have believed you would have done it. I always knew you to be a rolling stone that gathered no moss, but I never thought you would have taken away what little moss there was for Bagnet and the children to lie upon. You know what a hard-working, steady-going chap he is. You know what Quebec and Malta and Woolwich are, and I never did think you would or could have had the heart to serve us so. Oh, George!" Mrs. Bagnet gathers up her cloak to wipe her eyes in a very genuine manner. "How could you do it?" Mrs. Bagnet ceasing, Mr. Bagnet removes his hand from his head as if the shower bath were over, and looks disconsolately at Mr. George, who has turned quite white, and looks distressfully at the grey cloak and straw bonnet. "Matt," says the trooper in a subdued voice, addressing him, but still looking at his wife, "I'm sorry you take it so much to heart, because I do hope it's not so bad as that it comes to. I certainly have this morning received this letter, which he reads aloud. But I hope it may be set right yet. As to a rolling stone, why, what you say is true. I am a rolling stone, and I never rolled in anybody's way. I fully believe that I rolled the least good to. But it's impossible for an old vagabond comrade to like your wife and family better than I like 'em, Matt, and I trust you'll look upon me as forgivingly as you can. Don't think I've kept anything from you. I haven't had the letter more than quarter of an hour." "Old girl," murmurs Mr. Bagnet after a short silence, "will you tell him my opinion?" "Oh, why didn't he marry," Mrs. Bagnet answers, half laughing and half crying, "Joe Pouch's widder in North America? Then he wouldn't have got himself into these troubles." "The old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "puts it correct. Why didn't you?" "Well, she has a better husband by this time, I hope," returns the trooper. "Anyway, here I stand this present day, not married to Joe Pouch's widder. What shall I do? You see, all I have got about me, it's not mine, it's yours. Give the word, and I'll sell off every morsel. If I could have hoped it would have brought in nearly the sum wanted, I'd have sold all long ago. Don't believe that I'll leave you or yours in the lurch, Matt. I'd sell myself first. I only wish," says the trooper, giving himself a disparaging blow in the chest, "that I knew of any one who'd buy such a second-hand piece of old stores." "Old girl," murmurs Mr. Bagnet, "give him another bit of my mind." "George," says the old girl, "you are not so much to be blamed on full consideration, except for ever taking this business without the means." "And that was like me," observes the penitent trooper, shaking his head. "Like me, I know." "Silence. The old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "is correct in her way of giving my opinions. Hear me out. That was when you never ought to have asked for the security, George, and when you never ought to have got it, all things considered. But what's done can't be undone. You're always an honourable and straightforward fellow as far as it lays in your power, though a little flighty. On the other hand, you can't admit but what it's natural in us to be anxious with such a thing hanging over our heads. So forget and forgive all round, George. Come, forget and forgive all round." Mrs. Bagnet giving him one of her honest hands, and giving her husband the other, Mr. George gives each one of them one of his, and holds them while he speaks. "I do assure you both there's nothing I wouldn't do to discharge this obligation, but whatever I have been able to scrape together has gone every 2 months in keeping it up. We've all lived plainly enough here, Phil and I, but the gallery don't quite do what is expected of it, and it's not, in short, it's not the mint. It was wrong in me to take it. Well, so it was, but I was in a manner drawn to that step, and I thought it might steady me and set me up, and you'll try to overlook my having such expectations, and upon my soul I'm very much obliged to you, and very much ashamed of myself." With these concluding words, Mr. George gives a shake to each of the hands he holds, and relinquishing them, backs a pace or two in a broad-chested, upright attitude, as if he had made a final confession, and were immediately going to be shot with all military honours. "George, hear me out," says Mr. Bagnet, glancing at his wife. "Old girl, go on." Mr. Bagnet, being in this singular manner heard out, has merely to observe that the letter must be attended to without any delay, that it is advisable that George and he should immediately wait on Mr. Smallweed in person, and that the primary object is to save and hold harmless Mr. Bagnet, who had none of the money. Mr. George, entirely assenting, puts on his hat and prepares to march with Mr. Bagnet to the enemy's camp. "Don't you mind a woman's hasty word, George," says Mrs. Bagnet, patting him on the shoulder. "I trust my old Lignum to you, and I'm quite sure you'll bring him through it." The trooper returns that this is kindly said, and that he will bring Lignum through it somehow. Upon which Mrs. Bagnet, with her cloak, basket, and umbrella, goes home bright-eyed again, to the rest of her family, and the comrades sally forth on the hopeful errand of mollifying Mr. Smallweed. Whether there are two people in England less likely to come satisfactorily out of any negotiation with Mr. Smallweed than Mr. George and Mr. Matthew Bagnet may be very reasonably questioned. Also, notwithstanding their martial appearance, broad square shoulders, and heavy tread, whether there are within the same limits two more simple and unaccustomed children in the small-weedy affairs of life. As they proceed with great gravity through the streets towards the region of Mount Pleasant, Mr. Bagnet, observing his companion to be thoughtful, considers it a friendly part to refer to Mrs. Bagnet's late Sally. "George, you know the old girl. She's as sweet and mild as milk, but touch her on the children or myself, and she's off like gunpowder. It does her credit, Matt." "George," says Mr. Bagnet, looking straight before him, "the old girl can't do anything that don't do her credit. More or less, I never say so. Discipline must be maintained." "She's worth her weight in gold," says the trooper. "In gold," says Mr. Bagnet. "I'll tell you what, the old girl's weight is 12 stone 6. Would I take that weight in any metal for the old girl? No. Why not? Because the old girl's metal is far more precious than the preciousest metal, and she's all metal." "You're right, Matt. When she took me and accepted of the ring, she listed under me and the children, heart and head for life. She's that earnest," says Mr. Bagnet, "and true to her colours, that touch us with a finger and she turns out and stands to her arms. If the old girl fires wide once in a way at the call of duty, look over it, George, for she's loyal." "Why, bless her, Matt," returns the trooper, "I think the higher of her for it." "You're right," says Mr. Bagnet, with the warmest enthusiasm, though without relaxing the rigidity of a single muscle. "Think as high of the old girl as the Rock of Gibraltar, and you'd still be thinking low of such merits. But I never owned to it before her. Discipline must be maintained." These encomiums bring them to Mount Pleasant and to Grandfather Smallweed's house. The door is opened by the perennial Judy, who, having surveyed them from top to toe with no particular favour, but indeed with a malignant sneer, leaves them standing there while she consults the oracle as to their admission. The oracle may be inferred to give consent from the circumstance of her returning with the words on her honey lips that they can come in if they want to it. Thus privileged they come in, and find Mr. Smallweed with his feet in the drawer of his chair, as if it were a paper footbath, and Mrs. Smallweed obscured with the cushion, like a bird that is not to sing. "My dear friend," says Grandfather Smallweed, with those two lean, affectionate arms of his stretched forth, "how do you do? How do you do? Who is our friend, my dear friend?" "Why, this," returns George, not able to be very conciliatory at first, "is Matthew Bagnet, who has obliged me in that matter of ours, you know." "Oh, Mr. Bagnet, surely!" The old man looks at him under his hand. "Hope you're well, Mr. Bagnet. Fine man, Mr. George. Military air, sir." No chairs being offered, Mr. George brings one forward for Bagnet and one for himself. They sit down, Mr. Bagnet as if he had no power of bending himself except at the hips for that purpose. "Judy," says Mr. Smallweed, "bring the pipe." "Well, I don't know," Mr. George interposes, "that the young woman need give herself that trouble, for to tell you the truth, I'm not inclined to smoke it to-day." "Ain't you?" returns the old man. "Judy, bring the pipe." "The fact is, Mr. Smallweed," proceeds George, "that I find myself in rather an unpleasant state of mind. It appears to me, sir, that your friend in the city has been playing tricks." "Oh dear no," says Grandfather Smallweed, "he never does that." "Don't he? Well, I'm glad to hear it, because I thought he might be his doing. This, you know, I am speaking of this letter." Grandfather Smallweed smiles in a very ugly way in recognition of the letter. "What does it mean?" asks Mr. George. "Judy," says the old man, "have you got the pipe? Give it to me. Did you say what does it mean, my good friend?" "Ay, come on now, you know, Mr. Smallweed," urges the trooper, constraining himself to speak as smoothly and confidentially as he can, holding the open letter in one hand and resting the broad knuckles of the other on his thigh. "A good lot of money has passed between us, and we are face to face at the present moment, and are both well aware of the understanding there has always been. I am prepared to do the usual thing which I have done regularly, and to keep this matter going. I never got a letter like this from you before, and I have been a little put out by it this morning, because here's my friend Matthew Bagnet, who you know had none of the money." "I don't know it, you know," says the old man quietly. "Why, confound you, I mean I tell you so, don't I?" "Oh yes, you tell me so," returns Grandfather Smallweed, "but I don't know it." "Well," says the trooper, swallowing his fire, "I know it. Mr. Smallweed replies with excellent temper, "Ah, that's quite another thing," and adds, "But it don't matter, Mr. Bagnet's situation is all one, whether or no." The unfortunate George makes a great effort to arrange the affair comfortably, and to propitiate Mr. Smallweed by taking him upon his own terms. "That's just what I mean, as you say, Mr. Smallweed. Here's Matthew Bagnet, liable to be fixed, whether or no. And now, you see, that makes his good lady very uneasy in her mind, and me too. For whereas I'm a harum-scarum sort of a good-for-naught that more kicks than halfpence come natural to, why, he's a steady family man, don't you see now, Mr. Smallweed," says the trooper, gaining confidence as he proceeds in his soldierly mode of doing business. "Although you and I are good friends enough in a certain sort of a way, I am well aware that I can't ask you to let my friend Bagnet off entirely." "Oh dear, you are too modest. You can ask me anything, Mr. George." There is an ogreish kind of jocularity in Grandfather Smallweed to-day. "And you could refuse, you mean, eh? Not you so much. Perhaps your friend in the city." "Ha, ha!" echoes Grandfather Smallweed in such a very hard manner, and with eyes so particularly green, that Mr. Bagnet's natural gravity is much deepened by the contemplation of that venerable man. "Come," says the sanguine George, "I'm glad to find we can be pleasant, because I want to arrange this pleasantly. Here's my friend Bagnet, and here am I. We'll settle the matter on the spot, if you please, Mr. Smallweed, in the usual way, and you'll ease my friend Bagnet's mind and his family's mind a good deal, if you'll just mention to him what our understanding is." Here some shrill spectre cries out in a mocking manner, "Oh, good gracious, oh!" unless indeed it be the sportive Judy, who is found to be silent when the startled visitors look round, but whose chin has received a recent toss expressive of derision and contempt. Mr. Bagnet's gravity becomes yet more profound. "But I think you asked me, Mr. George." Old Smallweed, who had all this time had the pipe in his hand, is the speaker now. "I think you asked me what did the letter mean." "Why, yes, I did," returns the trooper in his offhand way, "but I don't care to know particularly, if it's all correct and pleasant." "That's what it means, my dear friend. I'll smash you, I'll crumble you, I'll powder you. Go to the devil." The two friends rise and look at one another. Mr. Bagnet's gravity has now attained its profoundest point. "Go to the devil," repeats the old man. "I'll have no more of your pipe smokings and swaggerings. What? You're an independent dragoon too. Go to my lawyer. You remember where. You've been there before. And show your independence now, will you? Come, my dear friend, there's a chance for you. Open the street door, Judy. Put these blusterers out. Call in help if they don't go. Put 'em out." He vociferates this so loudly that Mr. Bagnet, laying his hands on the shoulders of his comrade before the latter can recover from his amazement, and gets him on the outside of the street door, which is instantly slammed by the triumphant Judy. Utterly confounded, Mr. George a while stands looking at the knocker. Mr. Bagnet, in a perfect abyss of gravity, walks up and down before the little parlour window like a sentry, and looks in every time he passes, apparently revolving something in his mind. "Come, Matt," says Mr. George, when he has recovered himself, "we must try the lawyer now. What do you think of this rascal?" Mr. Bagnet, stopping to take a farewell look into the parlour, replies with one shake of his head, directed at the interior, "If my old girl had been here, I'd have told him." Having so discharged himself on the subject of his cogitations, he falls into step and marches off with the trooper, shoulder to shoulder. When they present themselves at Lincoln's Inn Fields, Mr. Tulkinghorn is engaged and not to be seen. He is not at all willing to see them, for when they have waited a full hour, and the clerk with his bell being rung takes the opportunity of mentioning as much, he brings forth no more encouraging message than that Mr. Tulkinghorn has nothing to say to them, and they had better not wait. They do wait, however, with the perseverance of military tactics, and at last the bell rings again, and the client in possession comes out of Mr. Tulkinghorn's room. The client is a handsome old lady, no other than Mrs. Rouncewell, housekeeper at Chesney Wold. She comes out of the sanctuary with a fair old-fashioned curtsy, and softly shuts the door. She is treated with some distinction there, for the clerk steps out of his pew to show her through the outer office and let her out. The old lady is thanking him for his attention when she observes the comrades in waiting. I beg your pardon, sir, but I think those gentlemen are military." The clerk, referring to the question of him in his eye, and Mr. George not turning round from the almanac over the fireplace, Mr. Bagnet takes it upon himself to reply, "Yes, ma'am, formally." "I thought so. I was sure of it. My heart warms, gentlemen, at the sight of you. It always does at the sight of such. God bless you, gentlemen. You'll excuse an old woman, but I had a son once who went for a soldier. A fine, handsome youth he was, and good in his bold way, though some people did disparage him to his poor mother. I ask your pardon for troubling you, sir. God bless you, gentlemen." "Same to you, ma'am," returns Mr. Bagnet with a right good will. There is something very touching in the earnestness of the old lady's voice, and in the tremble that goes through her quaint old figure. Mr. George is so occupied with the almanac over the fireplace, calculating the coming months by it perhaps, that he does not look round until she has gone away, and the door is closed upon her. "George," Mr. Bagnet gruffly whispers, as he does turn from the almanac at last, "don't be cast down. Why, soldiers, why should we be melancholy, boys? Cheer up, my hearty." The clerk having now gone in to say that they are still there, and Mr. Tulkinghorn being heard to return with some irascibility, "Let 'em come in, then." They pass into the great room with the painted ceiling, and find him standing before the fire. "Now, you men, what do you want, Sergeant? I told you the last time I saw you that I don't desire your company here." Sergeant replies, dashed within the last few minutes as to his usual manner of speech, and even to his usual carriage, that he has received this letter, has been to see Mr. Smallweed about it, and has been referred there. "I have nothing to say to you," rejoins Mr. Tulkinghorn. "If you get into debt, you must pay your debts or take the consequences. You have no occasion to come here to learn that, I suppose." Sergeant is sorry to say that he is not prepared with the money. "Very well, then. The other man, this man, if that is he, must pay it for you." Sergeant is sorry to add that the other man is not prepared with the money either. "Very well, then. You must pay it between you, or you both must be sued for it, and both suffer. You have the money and must refund it. You are not to pocket other people's pounds, shillings, and pence, and escape scot free." The lawyer sits down in his easy chair and stirs the fire. Mr. George hopes he will have the goodness to. "I tell you, Sergeant, I have nothing to say to you. I don't like your associates, and I don't want you here. This matter is not at all in my course of practice, and is not my office. Mr. Smallweed is good enough to offer these affairs to me, but they are not in my way. You must go to Melchisedec's in Clifford's Inn." "I must make an apology to you, sir," says Mr. George, "for pressing myself upon you with so little encouragement, which is almost as unpleasant to me as it can be to you. But would you let me say a private word to you?" Mr. Tulkinghorn rises with his hands in his pockets and walks into one of the window recesses. Now I have no time to waste. In the midst of his perfect assumption of indifference, he directs a sharp look at the trooper, taking care to stand with his own back to the light, to have the other with his face towards it. "Well, sir," says Mr. George, "this man with me is the other party implicated in this unfortunate affair. Nominally, only nominally, and my sole subject is to prevent his getting into trouble on my account. He is a most respectable man with a wife and family, formerly in the Royal Artillery. My friend, I don't care a pinch of snuff for the whole Royal Artillery establishment, officers, men, tumbrils, waggons, horses, guns, and ammunition. 'Tis likely, sir, but I care a good deal for Bagnet and his wife and family being injured on my account, and if I could bring them through this matter I should have no help for it but to give up without any other consideration what you wanted of me the other day." "Have you got it here?" "I have got it here, sir." "Sergeant," the lawyer proceeds in his dry, passionless manner, far more hopeless in the dealing with than any amount of vehemence, "make up your mind while I speak to you, for this is final. After I have finished speaking, I have closed the subject, and I won't reopen it. Understand that? You can leave here for a few days what you say you have brought here, if you choose. You can take it away at once if you choose. In case you choose to leave it here, I can do this for you. I can replace this matter on its old footing, and I can go so far besides as to give you a written undertaking that this man Bagnet shall never be troubled in any way until you have been proceeded against to the utmost, that your means shall be exhausted before the creditor looks to his. This is, in fact, all but freeing him. Have you decided?" The trooper puts his hand into his breast and answers with a long breath, "I must do it, sir." So Mr. Tulkinghorn, putting on his spectacles, sits down and writes the undertaking, which he slowly reads and explains to Bagnet, who has all this time been staring at the ceiling, and who puts his hand on his bald head again under this new verbal shower bath, and seems exceedingly in need of the old girl, through whom to express his sentiments. The trooper then takes from his breast pocket a folded paper, which he lays with an unwilling hand at the lawyer's elbow. "It is only a letter of instruction, sir, the last I ever had from him. Look at a millstone, Mr. George, for some change in its expression, and you will find it quite as soon as in the face of Mr. Tulkinghorn when he opens and reads the letter. He refolds it and lays it in his desk with a countenance as unperturbable as death." Nor has he anything more to say or do but to nod once in the same frigid and discourteous manner, and to say briefly, "You can go. Show these men out there." Being shown out, they repair to Mr. Bagnet's residence to dine. Boiled beef and greens constitute the day's variety on the former repast of boiled pork and greens, and Mrs. Bagnet serves out the meal in the same way, and seasons it with the best of temper, being that rare sort of old girl that she receives good to her arms without a hint that it might be better, and catches light from any little spot of darkness near her. The spot on this occasion is the darkened brow of Mr. George. He is unusually thoughtful and depressed. At first Mrs. Bagnet trusted the combined endearments of Quebec and Malta to restore him, but finding those young ladies sensible their existing Bluffy is not the Bluffy of their usual frolicsome acquaintance, she winks off the light infantry and leaves him to deploy at leisure on the open ground of the domestic hearth. But he does not. He remains in close order, clouded and depressed. During the lengthy cleaning up and pattening process, when he and Mr. Bagnet are supplied with their pipes, he is no better than he was at dinner. He forgets to smoke, looks at the fire and ponders, lets his pipe out, fills the breast of Mr. Bagnet with perturbation and dismay by showing that he has no enjoyment of tobacco. Therefore, when Mrs. Bagnet at last appears, rosy from the invigorating pail, and sits down to do her work, Mr. Bagnet growls, "Old girl," and winks monitions to her to find out what's the matter. "Why, George," says Mrs. Bagnet, quietly threading a needle, "how low you are!" "Am I? Not good company. Well, I'm afraid I'm not." "He ain't at all like Bluffy, mother," cries little Malta. "Because he ain't well, I think, mother," adds Quebec. "Sure that's a bad sign not to be like Bluffy too," returns the trooper, kissing the young damsels. "But it's true," with a sigh, "true, I'm afraid. These little ones are always right." "George," says Mrs. Bagnet, working busily, "if I thought you'd cross enough to think of anything than a shrill old soldier's wife, who could have bitten her tongue off afterwards, and ought to have done it almost, said this morning, I don't know what I shouldn't say to you now." "My kind soul of a darling," returns the trooper, "not a morsel of it. Because really and truly, George, what I said and meant to say was that I trusted Lignum to you, and was sure you'd bring him in through it. And you have brought him through it. Noble!" "Thank you, my dear," says George. "I'm glad of your good opinion." In giving Mrs. Bagnet's hand with her work in it a friendly shake, for she took her seat beside him, the trooper's attention is attracted to her face. After looking at it for a little while as she plies her needle, he looks to young Woolwich sitting on his stool in the corner, and beckons that fifer to him. "See there, my boy," says George, very gently smoothing the mother's hair with his hand. "There's a good loving forehead for you, all bright with love of you, my boy. A little touched by the sun and the weather through the following your father about and taking care of you, but as fresh and wholesome as a ripe apple on a tree." Mrs. Bagnet's face expresses, so far as in its wooden material lies, the highest approbation and acquiescence. "Time will come, my boy," pursues the trooper, "when this hair of your mother's will be grey, and this forehead all crossed and recrossed with wrinkles, and a fine old lady she'll be then. Take care while you are young that you can think in those days. I never whitened a hair of her dear head. I never marked a sorrowful line in her face. For of all the many things that you can think of when you are a man, you had better have that by you, Woolwich." Mr. George concludes by rising from his chair, seating the boy beside his mother in it, and saying, with something of a hurry about him, that he'll smoke his pipe in the street a bit. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Esthers Narrative. I lay ill through several weeks, and the usual tenor of my life became like an old remembrance. But this was not the effect of time so much as of the change in all my habits made by the helplessness and inaction of a sick room. Before I had been confined to it many days, everything else seems to have retired into a remote distance, where there was little or no separation between the various stages of my life, which had been really divided by years. In falling ill, I seemed to have crossed a dark lake, and to have left all my experiences mingled together by the great distance on the healthy shore. My housekeeping duties, though at first it caused me great anxiety to think they were underperformed, was soon as far off as the oldest of the old duties at Greenleaf, or the summer afternoons when I went home from school with my portfolio under my arm, and my childish shadow at my side, to my godmother's house. I had never known before how short life really was, and into how small a space the mind could put it. While I was very ill, the way in which these divisions of time became confused with one another distressed my mind exceedingly. Once a child, an elder girl, and the little woman I had been so happy as, I was not only oppressed by cares and difficulties adapted to each station, but by the great perplexity of endlessly trying to reconcile them. I suppose that few who have not been in such a condition can quite understand what I mean, or what painful unrest arose from this source. For the same reason I am almost afraid to hint. At that time in my disorder it seemed one long night, but I believe there were both nights and days in it, when I laboured up a colossal staircase, ever striving to reach the top, and ever turned, as I have seen a worm in a garden path, by some obstruction, and labouring again. I knew perfectly of intervals, and I think vaguely at most times, that I was in my bed, and I talked with Charlie, and felt her touch, and knew her very well. Yet I would find myself complaining, "Oh, more of these never-ending stairs, Charlie, more and more piled into the sky," I think, and labouring on again. Dare I hint at that worst time when, strung together somewhere in a great black space, there was a flaming necklace or ring or starry circle of some kind, of which I was one of the beads, and when my only prayer was to be taken off from the rest, and when it was such an inexplicable agony and misery to be part of the dreadful thing? Perhaps the less I say of these sick experiences, the less tedious and the more intelligible I shall be. I do not recall them to make others unhappy, or because I am now the least unhappy of remembering them. It may be that if we knew more of such strange afflictions, we might be the better to alleviate their intensity. The repose that succeeded the long delicious sleep, the blissful rest when in my weakness I was too calm to have any care for myself, and could have heard, or so I think now, that I was dying, with no other emotion than with a pitying love for those who I left behind. This state can perhaps more widely understood. I was in this state when I first shrunk from the light, as it twinkled on me once more, and I knew with boundless joy, for which no words are rapturous enough, that I should see again. I had heard my Ada crying at the door day and night. I had heard her calling to me that I was cruel and did not love her. I had heard her praying and imploring to be let in to nurse and comfort me, and to leave my bedside no more. But I had only said when I could speak, "Never, my sweet girl, never." And I had over and over again reminded Charlie that she was to keep my darling from the room whether I lived or died. Charlie had been true to me in that time of need, and with her little hand and her great heart had kept the door fast. But now, my sight strengthening, and the glorious light coming in every day more fully and brightly on me, I could read the letters that my dear wrote to me every morning and evening, and could put them to my lips and lay my cheek upon them with no fear of hurting her. I could see my little maid, so tender and so careful, going about 2 rooms, setting everything in order, and speaking cheerfully to Ada from the open window again. I could understand the stillness of the house and the thoughtfulness it expressed on the part of all those who had always been so good to me. I could weep in the exquisite felicity of my heart, and be as happy in my weakness as I ever had been in my strength. By and by my strength began to be restored. Instead of lying with so strange a calmness, watching what was done for me, as if it were done for someone else whom I was quietly sorry for, I helped a little, and so on to a little more, and much more, until I became useful to myself, and interested and attached to life again. How well I remember the pleasant afternoon when I was raised in bed, with pillows for the first time, to enjoy a great tea drinking with Charlie, the little creature sent into the world surely to minister to the weak and sick, was so happy and so busy, and stopped so often in her preparations to lay her head upon my bosom, and fondle me and cry with joyful tears, that she was so glad that I was obliged to say, "Charlie, if you go on in this way, I must lie down again, my darling, for I am weaker than I thought I was." So Charlie became as quiet as a mouse, and took her bright face here and there across the 2 rooms, out of the shade into the divine sunshine, and put of the sunshine into the shade, while I watched her peacefully. When all her preparations were concluded, and the pretty tea table with its little delicacies to tempt me, and its white cloth and its flowers, and everything so lovingly and beautifully arranged for me by Ada downstairs, was ready for the bedside, I felt sure I was steady enough to say something to Charlie that was not new to my thoughts. First I complimented Charlie on the room, and indeed it was so fresh and airy, so spotless and neat, that I could scarce believe I had been lying there so long. This delighted Charlie, and her face was brighter than before. "Yet, Charlie," said I, looking round. Poor little Charlie looked round too, and pretended to shake her head as if there were nothing absent. "Are the pictures all as they used to be?" I asked her. "Every one of them, miss," said Charlie. "And the furniture, Charlie?" "Except where I've moved it about to make more room, miss." "And yet," said I miss some familiar object. Ah, I know what it is, Charlie. It's the looking glass." Charlie got up from the table, making as if she had forgotten something, and went into the next room, and I heard her sob there. I had thought of this very often. I was now certain of it. I can thank God that it was not a shock to me now. I called Charlie back, and when she came, at first pretending to smile, but as she drew nearer to me, looking grieved, I took her in my arms and said, "It matters very little, Charlie. I hope I can do without my old face very well." I was presently so far advanced as to be able to sit up in the great chair, and even to giddily walk into the adjoining room, leaning on Charlie. The mirror was gone from its usual place in that room too, but what I had to bear was none the harder to bear for that. My guardian had throughout been earnest to visit me, and there was now no good reason why I should deny myself that happiness. He came one morning, and when he first came in could only hold me in his embrace and say, "My dear, dear girl." I had long known, who could know better, what a deep fountain of affection and generosity his heart was, and it was not worth my trivial suffering and change to fill such a place in it. Oh yes, I thought, he has seen me, and he loves me better than he did. He has seen me, and is even fonder of me than he was before, and what do I have to mourn for? He sat down by me on the sofa, supporting me with his arm. For a little while he sat with his hand over his face, but when he removed it, fell into his usual manner. There never can be a pleasanter manner. "My little woman," said he, "what a sad time this has been. Such an inflexible little woman too, through all." "Only for the best, guardian," said I. "For the best," he repeated tenderly. "Of course, for the best. But here Ada and I have been perfectly forlorn and miserable. Here has your friend Caddy been coming and going late and early, and here has every one about the house been utterly lost and dejected. Here has even poor Rick been writing to me too in his anxiety for you. I have read of Caddy and Ada's letters, but not of Richard, and I told him so. 'Why, no, my dear,' he replied. I have thought it better not to mention it to her. And you speak of his writing to you, said I, repeating his emphasis, as if it were not natural for him to do so, guardian, as if he could write to a better friend. He thinks he could, my love, returned my guardian, and to many a better. The truth is, he wrote to me under a sort of protest, while unable to write to you with any hope of an answer. Wrote coldly, haughtily, distantly, resentfully. Well, dearest little woman, we must look forbearingly on it. He is not to blame. Jarndyce and Jarndyce has warped him out of himself and perverted me in his eyes. I have known it to do as bad deeds and worse many a time. If two angels could be concerned in it, I believe it would change their nature. It has not changed yours, guardian. Oh, yes, it has, my dear, he said laughingly. It has made the south wind easterly. I don't know how often. Rick mistrusts and suspects me. He goes to lawyers and is taught to mistrust and suspect. Hears I have conflicting interests, claims clashing against his, and what not. Whereas heaven knows that if I could get out of the mountains of wigglomeration on which my unfortunate name has been so long bestowed, which I can't, or could level them by the extinction of my own original right, which I can't either, and no human power ever can, I believe to such a pass we have got. I would do it this hour. I would rather restore to poor Rick his proper nature than be endowed with all the money the dead suitors, broken heart and soul upon the wheel of Chancery, have left unclaimed with the Accountant General. And that's money enough, my dear, to be cast into a pyramid in memory of Chancery's transcendent wickedness. Is it possible, guardian, I asked amazed, that Richard can be suspicious of you? Ah, my love, he said. It is in the subtle poison of such abuses to breed such diseases. His blood is infected, and objects lose their natural aspects in his sight. It is not his fault. But it is a terrible misfortune, guardian. It is a terrible misfortune, little woman, to be ever drawn with the influences of Jarndyce and Jarndyce. I know none greater. By little and little he has been induced to trust in that rotten reed, and it communicates some portion of its rottenness to everything around him. But again I say with all my soul, we must be patient with poor Rick and not blame him. What a troop of fine fresh hearts like his I have seen in my time turned by the same means. I could not help expressing something of my wonder and regret that his benevolent, disinterested intentions had prospered so little. We must not say so, Dame Durden, he cheerfully replied. Ada is the happier, I hope, and that is much. I did think that I and both these young creatures might be friends instead of distrustful foes, and that we might so far counteract the suit and prove too strong for it. But it was too much to expect. Jarndyce and Jarndyce was the curtain of Rick's cradle. But, guardian, may we not hope that a little experience will teach him what a false and wretched thing it is, and that it may not teach him too late? In any case, we must not be hard on him. There are not many grown and matured men living while we speak, good men too, who, if they were thrown into this same court as suitors, would not be vitally changed and depreciated within 3 years. Within 2, within 1. How can we stand amazed at poor Rick, a young man so unfortunate? And here he fell into a lower tone as if he were thinking aloud. Cannot at first believe, who could, that Chancery is what it is. He looks to it, flushed and fitfully, to do something with his interests and bring them to some settlement. It procrastinates, disappoints, tries, tortures him, wears out his sanguine hopes and patience, thread by thread. But still he looks to it and hankers after it, and finds his whole world treacherous and hollow. Well, enough of this, my dear. He had supported me, as at first, all this time, and his tenderness was so precious to me that I leaned my head upon his shoulder and loved him as if he had been my father. I resolved in my own mind in this little pause by some means to see Richard when I grew strong, and try to set him right. There are better subjects than these, said my guardian, for such a joyful time as the time of our dear girl's recovery, and I had a commission to broach one of them as soon as I should begin to talk. When shall Ada come to see you, my love? I had been thinking of that too, a little in connection with the absent mirrors, but not much, for I knew my loving girl would be changed by no change in my looks. Dear guardian, said I, as I have shut her out so long, indeed she is like the light to me. I know it well, Dame Durden, well. He was so good, his touch expressed such enduring compassion and affection, and the tone of his voice carried such comfort into my heart, that I stopped for a little while, quite unable to go on. Yes, yes, you are tired, said he. Rest a little. As I have kept Ada out so long, I began afresh after a short while, I think I should like to have my own way a little longer, guardian. It would be best to be away from here before I see her. If Charlie and I were to go to some country lodging as soon as I could move, and if I had a week there in which to grow stronger, to be revived by the sweet air, and to look forward to the happiness of having Ada with me again, I think it would be better for us. I hope it was not a poor thing in me to wish to be a little more used to my altered self before I met the eyes of the dear girl I longed so ardently to see. But it is the truth, I did. He understood me, I was sure, but I was not afraid of that. If it were a poor thing, I knew he would pass it over. Our spoilt little woman, said my guardian, shall have her own way, even in her inflexibility, though at the price, I know, of tears downstairs. And see here is Boythorn, heart of chivalry, breathing such ferocious vows as never were breathed on paper before. And if you don't go and occupy his whole house, he having already turned out of it expressly for that purpose, by heaven and by earth, he'll pull it down and not leave one brick standing on another. As my guardian put a letter in my hand, without any ordinary beginning, such as my dear Jarndyce, but rushing at once into the words, I swear if Miss Summerson do not come down and take possession of my house, which I vacate for her this day at 1 p.m, and then with the utmost seriousness and in the most emphatic terms, going on to make the extraordinary declaration he had quoted. We did not appreciate the writer the less for laughing heartily over it, and we settled that I should send him a letter of thanks on the morrow and accept his offer. It was a most agreeable one to me. For all the places I could have thought of, I should have liked to have gone none so well as Chesney Wold. Now, little housewife, said my guardian, looking at his watch, I was strictly timed before I came upstairs, for you must not be tired too soon, and my time has waned away to the last minute. I have one other petition. Little Miss Flite, hearing a rumour that you were ill, made nothing of walking down here 20 miles, poor soul, in a pair of dancing shoes, to inquire. It was heaven's mercy we were at home, or she would have walked back again. The old conspiracy to make me happy. Everybody seemed to be in it. Now, pet, said my guardian, if it would not be irksome to you to admit this harmless little creature one afternoon before you save Boythorn's otherwise devoted house from demolition, I believe you would make her prouder and better pleased with herself than I, though my eminent name is Jarndyce, could do in a lifetime. I have no doubt he knew there would be something in the simple image of the poor afflicted creature that would fall like gentle reason on my mind at that time. I felt it as he had spoke to me. I could not tell him heartily enough how ready I was to receive her. I had always pitied her, never so much as now. I had always been glad of my little power to soothe her under her calamity, but never, never half so glad before. We arranged a time for Miss Flite to come out by coach and share my early dinner. When my guardian left me, I turned my face away upon my couch and prayed to be forgiven if I had, surrounded by such blessings, had magnified to myself the little trial that I had to undergo. The childish prayer of that old birthday, when I had aspired to be industrious, contented, and true-hearted, and to do good to someone and win some love to myself if I could, came back into my mind, with a reproachful sense of all the happiness I had since enjoyed, and all the affectionate hearts that had been turned towards me. If I were weak now, what had I profited by those mercies? I repeated the old childish prayer in its old childish words, and found that its old peace had not departed from it. My guardian now came every day. In a week or so more I could walk about our rooms and hold long talks with Ada from behind the window curtain. Yet I never saw her, for I had not as yet the courage to look at the dear face though I could have done so easily without her seeing me. On the appointed day Miss Flite arrived. The poor little creature ran into my room quite forgetful of her usual dignity, and crying from her very heart of hearts, "My dear Fitz Jarndyce," fell upon my neck and kissed me 20 times. "Dear me," said she, putting her hand into her reticule, "I have nothing here but documents, my dear Fitz Jarndyce. I must borrow a pocket handkerchief." Charlie gave her one, and the good creature certainly made use of it, for she held it to her eyes with both hands, and sat so, shedding tears for the next 10 minutes. "With pleasure, my dear Fitz Jarndyce," she was careful to explain. "Not the least pain. Pleasure to see you well again. Pleasure at having the honour of being admitted to see you. I am so much fonder of you, my love, than of the Chancellor, though I do attend court regularly. By the by, my dear, mentioning pocket handkerchiefs." Miss Flite here looked at Charlie, who had been to meet her at the place where the coach stopped. Charlie glanced at me and looked unwilling to pursue the suggestion. "Very right," said Miss Flite. "Very correct. Truly, highly indiscreet of me to mention it. But, my dear Miss Fitz Jarndyce, I am afraid I am at times, between ourselves, you wouldn't think it, a little rambling, you know." And Miss Flite, touching her forehead, "Nothing more." "What were you going to tell me?" said I, smiling, for I saw she wanted to go on. "You have roused my curiosity, and now you must gratify it." Miss Flite looked at Charlie for advice in this important crisis, who said, "If you please, ma'am, you'd better tell then," and therein gratified Miss Flite beyond measure. "So sagacious, our young friend," said she to me in a mysterious way. "Diminutive, but very sagacious. Well, my dear, it's a pretty anecdote, nothing more. Still, I think it charming. Who should follow us on down the road from the coach, my dear, but a poor person in a very ungenteel bonnet." "Jenny, if you please, miss," said Charlie. "Just so," Miss Flite acquiesced with the greatest gravity. "Jenny, yes. And does she tell our young friend but there has been a lady with a veil inquiring at her cottage after my dear Fitz Jarndyce's health, and taking a handkerchief away with her as a little keepsake, merely because it was my amiable Fitz Jarndyce's? Now you know, so very prepossessing in the lady with the veil." "If you please, miss," said Charlie, to whom I looked in some astonishment, "Jenny says that when her baby died you left a handkerchief there, and she put it away and kept it with the baby's little things. I think, if you please, partly because it was yours, miss, partly because it had covered the baby." "Diminutive," whispered Miss Flite, making a variety of motions about her own forehead to express intellect in Charlie, "but exceedingly sagacious. And so, dear, my love, she's clearer than any counsel I ever heard." "Yes, Charlie," I returned, "I remember it well." "Well, miss," said Charlie, "and that's the handkerchief the lady took. And Jenny wants you to know that she wouldn't have made away with it herself for a heap of money, but that the lady took it and left some money instead. Jenny don't know her at all, if you please, miss." "Why, who can she be?" said I. "My love," Miss Flite suggested, advancing her lips to my ear with her most mysterious look, "in my opinion, don't mention this to our diminutive friend, she is the Lord Chancellor's wife. He's married, you know, and I understand she leads him a terrible life. Throws his lordship's papers into the fire, my dear, and he won't pay the jeweller." I did not think very much about this lady then, for I had an impression that it might be Caddy. Besides, my attention was diverted by my visitor, who was cold after her ride and looked hungry, and who, our dinner being brought in, required some little assistance in arraying herself with great satisfaction in a pitiable old scarf and a much worn and often mended pair of gloves, which she had brought down in a paper parcel. I had to preside too over the entertainment. Dish of fish, a roast fowl, a sweetbread, vegetables, pudding, Madeira, and it was so pleasant to see how she enjoyed it, and with what state and ceremony she did honour to it, that I was soon thinking of nothing else. When we had finished and had our little dessert before us, embellished by the hands of my dear, who would yield the superintendence of everything prepared for me to no one, Miss Flite was so very chatty and happy that I thought I would lead her to her own history, as she was always pleased to talk about herself. I began by saying, "You've attended on the Lord Chancellor many years, Miss Flite." Oh, many, many, many years, my dear. But I expect a judgment shortly. There was an anxiety, even in her hopefulness, that made me doubtful if I had done right in approaching the subject. I thought I would say no more about it. My father expected a judgment, said Miss Flite. My brother, my sister, they all expected a judgment, the same that I expect. They are all, yes, dead, of course, my dear, said she. As I saw she would go on, I thought it best to try to be serviceable to her by meeting the theme rather than avoiding it. Would it not be wiser, said I, to expect this judgment no more? Why, my dear, she answered promptly, of course it would. And to attend the court no more? Equally, of course, said she. Very wearing always to be in expectation of what never comes, my dear Jarndyce. Wearing, I assure you, to the bone. She slightly showed me her arm, and it was fearfully thin indeed. But, my dear, she went on in her mysterious way, there's a dreadful attraction in the place. Hush, don't mention it to our diminutive friend when she comes in, or it may frighten her. With good reason. There's a cruel attraction in the place. You can't leave it, and you must expect. I tried to assure her this was not so. She heard me patiently and smilingly, but was ready with her own answer. Aye. You think so because I'm a little rambling. Very absurd to be a little rambling, is it not? Very confusing, too. To the head, I find it so. But, my dear, I have been there many years, and I have noticed it is the mason's seal upon the table. What could they do, did she think? I mildly asked her. Draw, returned Miss Flite. Draw people on, my dear. Draw peace out of them, sense out of them, good looks out of them, good qualities out of them. I have felt them even drawing my rest away in the night. Cold and glittering devils. She tapped me several times upon the arm, and nodded good-humouredly as if she were anxious I should understand that I had no cause to fear her, though she spoke so gloomily and confided these awful secrets to me. Let me see, said she. I'll tell you my own case before they ever drew me, before I had ever seen them. What was it I used to do? Tambourine playing? No, tambour work. I and my sister worked at tambour work. Our father and our dear brother had a builder's business. We all lived together, very respectably, my dear. First our father was drawn, slowly. Home was drawn with him. In a few years he was a fierce, sour, angry bankrupt, without a kind word or a kind look for anyone. He had been so different, Jarndyce. He was drawn to a debtor's prison. There he died. Then our brother was drawn swiftly to drunkenness and rags and death. Then my sister was drawn. Hush, never ask to what. Then I was ill and in misery, and heard, as I had often heard before, that this was all the work of chancery. When I got better I went to look at the monster, and then I found out how it was, and I was drawn to stay there. Having got over her short narrative, in the delivery of which she had spoken in a low, strained voice, as if the shock were fresh upon her, she gradually resumed her usual air of amiable importance. You don't quite credit me, my dear. Well, you will some day. I am a little rambling, but I have noticed, I have seen many new faces come, unsuspicious, within the influence of the mace and seal in these many years, as my father's came there, as my brother's, as my sister's, as my own. I hear Conversation Kenge and the rest of them say to the new faces, here's little Miss Flite. Oh, you are new here. You must come and be presented to little Miss Flite. Very good. Proud I am, sure to have the honour. And we all laugh. But Jarndyce, I know what will happen. I know far better than they do when the attraction has begun. I know the signs, my dear. I saw them beginning gridly, and I saw them end. Jarndyce, my love, speaking low again, I saw them beginning in our friend in the ward in Jarndyce. Let someone hold him back, or he will be drawn to ruin. She looked at me in silence for some moments, with her face gradually softening into a smile, seeming to fear that she had been too gloomy, and seeming also to lose the connection in her mind. She said politely, as she sipped her glass of wine, yes, my dear, as I was saying, I expect a judgment shortly. Then I shall release my birds, you know, and confer estates. I was much impressed by her allusion to Richard, and by the sad meaning so sadly illustrated in her poor pinched form. that it made its way through all her incoherence. But happily for her, she was quite complacent again now, and beamed with nods and smiles. "But, my dear," she said gaily, reaching another hand to put it upon mine, "you have not congratulated me on my physician. Positively not once yet." I was obliged to confess that I did not quite know what she meant. "My physician, Mr. Woodcourt, my dear, who was so exceedingly attentive to me, though his services were rendered quite gratuitously. Until the day of judgment, I mean the judgment that will dissolve the spell upon me of the mace and seal." "Mr. Woodcourt is so far away now," said I. "I thought that the time for such congratulation was past, Miss Flite." "But, my child," she returned, "is it possible that you don't know what has happened?" "No," said I. "Not what everybody has been talking of, my beloved Fitz Jarndyce?" "No," said I. "You forget how long I have been here." "True, my dear, for the moment, true. I blame myself, but my memory has been drawn out of me with everything else, by what I mentioned. Very strong influence, is it not? Well, my dear, there has been a terrible shipwreck over in those East Indian seas." "Mr. Woodcourt shipwrecked?" "Don't be agitated, my dear. He is safe. An awful scene. Death in all shapes. Hundreds of dead and dying. Fire, storm, and darkness. Numbers of the drowning thrown upon a rock. There and through it all my dear physician was a hero, calm and brave through everything. Saved many lives, never complained in hunger and thirst, wrapped naked people in his spare clothes, took the lead and showed them what to do, governed them, tended the sick, buried the dead, and brought the poor survivors safely off at last. My dear, the poor emaciated creatures all but worshipped him. They fell down at his feet when they had got to the land and blessed him. The whole country rings with it. Stay, where's my bag of documents? I've got it there, and you shall read it. You shall read it." And I did read all the noble history, though very slowly and imperfectly then, for my eyes were so dimmed that I could not see the words, and I cried so much that I was many times obliged to lay down the long account she had cut out of the newspaper. I felt so triumphant ever to have known the man who had done such generous and gallant deeds. I felt such glowing exultation in his renown. I so admired and loved what he had done that I envied the storm-worn people who had fallen at his feet and blessed him as their preserver. I could myself have kneeled down then, so far away, and blessed him in my rapture that he should be so truly good and brave. I felt that no one, mother, sister, wife, could honour him more than I. I did, indeed. My poor little visitor made me a present of the account, and when, as the evening began to close in, she rose to take her leave, lest she should miss the coach by which she was to return, she was still full of the shipwreck, which I had not sufficiently composed myself to understand in all its details. "My dear," said she, as she carefully folded up her scarf and gloves, "my brave physician ought to have a title bestowed upon him, and no doubt he will. Are you of that opinion?" "That he well deserved one, yes. That he would ever have one, no." "Why not, Fitz Jarndyce?" she asked rather sharply. I said it was not the custom in England to confer titles on men distinguished by peaceful services, however good and great, unless occasionally when they consisted of the accumulation of some very large amount of money. "Why, good gracious," said Miss Flite, "how can you say that? Surely you know, my dear, that all the greatest ornaments of England, in knowledge, imagination, active humanity, and improvement of every sort, are added to its nobility. Look around you, my dear, and consider. You must be rambling a little now, I think, if you don't know that this is the great reason why titles will always last in the land." I'm afraid she believed what she said, for there were moments when she was very mad indeed. And now I must part with the little secret I have thus far tried to keep. I had thought sometimes that Mr. Woodcourt loved me, that if he had been richer he would have perhaps told me that he loved me before he went away. I had thought sometimes that if he had done so, I should have been glad of it. But how much better it was now that this had never happened. What should I have suffered if I had to write to him and tell him that the poor face he had known as mine was quite gone from me, and that I freely released him from his bondage to one whom he had never seen? Oh, it was so much better as it was, with the great pang mercifully spared me. I could take back to my heart my childish prayer to be all he had so brightly shown himself, and there was nothing to be undone, no chain for me to break or for him to drag, and I could go, please God, my lowly way along the path of duty, and he could go his nobler way upon its broader road. And though we were apart upon the journey, I might aspire to meet him unselfishly, innocently, better far than he had thought me when I found some favour in his eyes at journey's end. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Chesney Wold. Charlie and I did not set off alone upon our expedition into Lincolnshire. My guardian had made up his mind not to lose sight of me until I was safe in Mr. Boythorn's house, so he accompanied us, and we were 2 days upon the road. I found every breath of air and every scent and every flower and leaf and blade of grass and every passing cloud and everything in nature more beautiful and wonderful to me than I had ever found it yet. This was my first gain from my illness. How little I had lost when the wide world was so full of delight for me. My guardian, intending to go back immediately, we appointed on our way down a day when my dear girl should come. I wrote her a letter of which she took charge, and he left us within half an hour of our arrival at our destination, on a delightful evening in the early summer time. If a good fairy had built the house for me with a wave of her wand, and I had been a princess and her favoured godchild, I could not have been more considered in it. So many preparations were made for me, and such an endearing remembrance was shown of all my little tastes and likings, that I could have sat down, overcome a dozen times, before I had revisited half the rooms. I did better than that, however, by showing them all to Charlie instead. Charlie's delight calmed mine, and after we had had a walk in the garden, and Charlie had exhausted a whole vocabulary of admiring expressions, I was as tranquilly happy as I ought to have been. It was a great comfort to be able to say to myself after tea, "Esther, my dear, I think you are quite sensible enough to sit down now and write a note of thanks to your host." He had left a note of welcome for me as sunny as his own face, and had confided his bird to my care, which I knew to be his highest mark of confidence. Accordingly, I wrote a little note to him in London, telling him how all his favourite plants and trees were looking, and how the most astonishing of birds had chirped the honours of the house to me in the most hospitable manner, and how, after singing on my shoulder, to the inconceivable rapture of my little maid, he was then at roost in the usual corner of his cage, but whether dreaming or no I could not report. My note finished and sent off to the post, I made myself very busy in the unpacking and arranging, and I sent Charlie to bed in good time, and told her I should want her no more that night. For I had not yet looked into the glass, and had never asked to have my own restored to me. I knew this to be a weakness which must be overcome, but I had always said to myself that I would begin afresh when I got to where I was now. Therefore I had wanted to be alone, and therefore I said, now alone in my own room, "Esther, if you are to be happy, if you are to have any right to pray to be true-hearted, you must keep your word, my dear." I was quite resolved to keep it, but I sat down for a little while to reflect upon all my blessings. Then I said my prayers and thought a little more. My hair had not been cut off, though it had been in danger more than once. It was long and thick. I let it down and shook it out, and went up to the glass upon the dressing table. There was a little muslin curtain drawn across it. I drew it back and stood for a moment, looking through such a veil of my own hair that I could see nothing else. Then I put my hair aside and looked at the reflection in the mirror. Encouraged by seeing how placidly it looked at me, I was very much changed. Oh, very, very much. At first my face was so strange to me that I think I should have put my hands before it and started back but for the encouragement I have mentioned. Very soon it became more familiar, and then I knew the extent of the alteration in it better than I had done at first. It was not like what I had expected, but I had expected nothing definite, and I dare say anything definite would have surprised me. I had never been a beauty, and had never thought myself as one, But I had been very different from this. It was all gone now. Heaven was so good to me that I could let it go with a few not bitter tears, and could stand there arranging my hair for the night quite thankfully. One thing troubled me, and I considered it for a long time before I went to sleep. I had kept Mr. Woodcourt's flowers. When they were withered I had dried them and put them in a book that I was fond of. Nobody knew this, not even Ada, and I was doubtful whether I had a right to preserve what he had sent me to one so different. Whether it was generous towards him to do it, I wished to be generous to him, even in the secret depths of my heart, which he would never know, because I could have loved him, could have been devoted to him. At last I came to the conclusion that I might keep them if I treasured them only as a remembrance of what was irretrievably past and gone, never to be looked back on any more in any other light. I hope this may not seem trivial. It was very much in earnest. I took care to be up early in the morning, and to be before the glass when Charlie came in on tiptoe. "Dear, dear, miss," cried Charlie, starting, "is that you?" "Yes, Charlie," said I, quietly putting up my hair, "and I am very well indeed, and very happy." I saw it was a weight off Charlie's mind, but it was a greater weight off mine. I knew the worst now, and was composed to it. I shall not conceal, as I go on, the weakness I could not quite conquer, but they always passed from me soon, and the happier frame of mind stayed by me faithfully. Wishing to be fully re-established in my strength and my good spirits before Ada came, I now laid down a little series of plans with Charlie for being in the fresh air all day long. We were to be out before breakfast, and were to dine early, and we were to be out again before and after dinner, and were to talk in the garden after tea, and we were to go to rest betimes, and were to climb every hill and explore every road, lane, and field in the neighbourhood. As to restoratives and strengthening delicacies, Mr. Boythorn's good housekeeper was for ever trotting about with something to eat or drink in her hand. I could not even be heard of as resting in the park, but she would come trotting after me with the basket, her cheerful face shining, with a lecture on the importance of frequent nourishment. Then there was a pony expressly for my riding, a chubby pony with a short neck and a mane all over his eyes, who could canter, when he would, so easily and quietly that he was a treasure. In a very few days he would come to me in the paddock when I called him, and eat out of my hand, and follow me about. We arrived at such a capital understanding that when he was jogging with me lazily and rather obstinately down some shady lane, if I patted his neck and said, "Stubbs, I'm surprised you don't canter when you know how much I like it, and I think you might oblige me, for you're only getting stupid and going to sleep," he would give his head a comical shake or two and set off directly, while Charlie would stand still and laugh with such enjoyment that her laughter was like music. I don't know who had given Stubbs his name, but it seemed to belong to him as naturally as his rough coat. Once we put him in a little chase, and drove him triumphantly through the green lanes for 5 miles. But all at once, as we were extolling him to the skies, he seemed to take ill that he should have been accompanied so far by the circle of tantalizing little gnats that had been hovering round and round his ears the whole way without appearing to advance an inch, and stopped to think about it. I suppose he came to the decision that it was not to be borne, for he steadily refused to move until I gave the reins to Charlie and got out and walked, when he followed me with a sturdy sort of good humour, putting his head under my arm and rubbing his ear against my sleeve. It was in vain for me to say, "Now, Stubbs, I feel quite sure from what I know of you that you will go on if I ride a little." But for the moment I left him. He stood stock still again. Consequently I was obliged to lead the way before, and in this order we returned home, to the great delight of the village. Charlie and I had a reason to call it the most friendly of villages, I am sure, for in a week's time people were so glad to see us go by, though ever so frequently in the course of the day, that there were faces of greeting in every cottage. I had known many of the grown people before, and almost all the children, but now the very steeple began to wear a familiar and affectionate look. Among my new friends was an old woman who lived in such a little thatched and whitewashed dwelling that when the outside shutter was turned up on its hinges it shut up the whole house front. This old lady had a grandson who was a sailor, and I wrote a letter to him for her, and drew at the top of it the chimneyed corner in which she had brought him up, and where his old stool yet occupied its old place. This was considered by the whole village as the most wonderful achievement in the world. But when an answer came back all the way from Plymouth, in which he mentioned that he was going to take the picture all the way to America, and from America would write again, I got all the credit that ought to have been given to the post office, and it was invested with the merit of the whole system. Thus, what with being so much in the air, playing with so many children, gossiping with so many people, sitting on invitation in so many cottages, going on with Charlie's education, and writing long letters to Ada every day, I had scarcely time to think about that little loss of mine, and was almost always cheerful. And if I did think of it at odd moments now and then, I had only to be busy and forget it. I felt it more than I had hoped I should once, when a child said, "Mother, why is the lady not a pretty lady now, like she used to be?" But when I found the child was not less fond of me, and drew its soft hand over my face with a kind of pitying protection in its touch, that soon set me up again. There were many little occurrences which suggested to me with great consolation how natural it is to gentle hearts to be considerate and delicate towards any inferiority. One of these particularly touched me. I happened to stroll into a little church when a marriage was just concluded, and the young couple had to sign the register. The bridegroom, to whom the pen was handed first, made a rude cross for his mark. The bride, who came next, did the same. Now, I had known the bride when I was last there, not only as the prettiest girl in the place, but having quite distinguished herself in the school, and I could not help looking at her with some surprise. She came aside and whispered to me, while tears of honest love and admiration stood in her bright eyes, "He's a dear good fellow, miss, but he can't write yet. He's going to learn of me. I wouldn't shame him for the world." Why, what had I to fear, I thought, when there was this nobility in the soul of a labouring man's daughter? The air blew as freshly and revivingly upon me as it had ever blown. A healthy colour came into my new face as it had come into my old one. Charlie was wonderful to see. She was so radiant and so rosy. We both enjoyed the whole day and slept soundly the whole night. There was a favourite spot of mine in the park woods at Chesney Wold, where a seat had been erected commanding a lovely view. The wood had been cleared and opened to improve this point of sight, and the bright sunny landscape beyond was so beautiful that I rested there at least once every day. A picturesque part of the hall, called the Ghost's Walk, was seen to advantage from this higher ground, and the startling name and the old legend in the Dedlock family which I had heard from Mr. Boythorn accounting for it, mingled with the view and gave it something of a mysterious interest in addition to its real charms. There was a bank here too, which was a famous one for violets, and as it was a daily delight of Charlie's to gather wild flowers, she took as much to the spot as I did. It would be idle to inquire now why I never went close to the house or never went inside it. The family were not there, I had heard on my arrival, and were not expected. I was far from being incurious or uninterested in the building. On the contrary, I often sat in this place wondering how the rooms ranged, and whether any echo, like a footstep, really did resound at times, as the story said, upon the lonely Ghost's Walk. The indefinable feeling with which Lady Dedlock had impressed me may have had some influence in keeping me from the house, even when she was absent. I am not sure. Her face and figure were associated with it naturally, but I cannot say that they repelled me from it, though something did. For whatever reason or no reason, I had never once gone near it, down to the day at which my story now arrives. I was resting at my favourite point after a long ramble, and Charlie was gathering violets at a little distance from me. I had been looking at the Ghost's Walk lying in a deep shade of masonry afar off, and picturing to myself the female shape that was said to haunt it, when I became aware of a figure approaching through the wood. The perspective was so long and so darkened by leaves, and the shadows of the branches on the ground made it so much more intricate to the eye, that at first I could not discern what figure it was. By little and little it revealed itself to be a woman's, a lady's, Lady Dedlock's. She was alone, and coming to where I sat with a much quicker step, I observed to my surprise, than was usual with her. I was fluttered by her being unexpectedly so near. She was almost within speaking distance before I knew her, and would have risen to continue my walk, but I could not. I was rendered motionless, not so much by her hurried gesture of entreaty, not so much by her quick advance and outstretched hands, not so much by the great change in her manner and the absence of her haughty self-restraint, as if by something in her face that I had pined for and dreamed of when I was a little child, something I had never seen in any face, something I had never seen in hers before. A dread and faintness fell upon me, and I called to Charlie. Lady Dedlock stopped upon the instant and changed back almost to what I had known her. "Miss Summerson, I am afraid I have startled you," she said, now advancing slowly. "You can scarcely be strong yet. You have been very ill, I know. I have been much concerned to hear it." I could no more have removed my eyes from her pale face than I could have stirred from that bench on which I sat. She gave me her hand, and its deadly coldness, so at variance with the enforced composure of her features, deepened the fascination that overpowered me. I cannot say what it was in my whirling thoughts. "You are recovering again?" she asked kindly. "I was quite well but a moment ago, Lady Dedlock. Is this your young attendant?" "Yes. Will you send her on before and walk towards your house with me?" "Charlie," said I, "take your flowers home, and I will follow you directly." Charlie, with her best curtsy, blushingly tied on her bonnet and went her way. When she was gone, Lady Dedlock sat down on the seat beside me. I cannot tell in any words what the state of my mind was when I saw in her hand my handkerchief with which I had covered the dead baby. I looked at her, but could not see her, I could not hear her, I could not draw my breath. The beating of my heart was so violent and wild that I felt as if my life were breaking from me. But when she caught me to her breast, kissed me, wept over me, compassionated me, and called me back to myself, when she fell down on her knees and cried to me, "Oh, my child, I am your wicked and unhappy mother. Oh, try to forgive me." When I saw her at my feet on the bare earth in a great agony of mind, I felt through all my tumult of emotion a burst of gratitude to the providence of God, that I was so changed that I never could disgrace her by any trace of likeness, as that nobody could ever now look at me and look at her, and remotely think of any near tie between us. I raised my mother up, praying and beseeching her not to stoop before me in such affliction and humiliation. I did so in broken, incoherent words, for beside the trouble I was in, it frightened me to see her at my feet. I told her, or I tried to tell her, that if it were for me, her child, under any circumstances, to take upon me to forgive her, I did it, and had done it many, many years. I told her that my heart overflowed with love for her, that it was natural love, which nothing in the past had changed or could change. That it was not for me, then resting for the first time on my mother's bosom, to take her to account for having given me life, but that my duty was to bless her and receive her, though the whole world turned from her, and that I only asked her leave to do it. I held my mother in my embrace, and she held me in hers, and among the still woods and the silence of the summer day there seemed to be nothing but our two troubled minds that was not at peace. "To bless and receive me," groaned my mother. "It is far too late. I must travel my dark road alone, and it will lead me where it will. From day to day, sometimes from hour to hour, I do not see the way before my guilty feet. This is the earthly punishment I brought upon myself. I bear it and I hide it." Even in the thinking of her endurance, she drew a habitual air of proud indifference about her like a veil, though she soon cast it off again. I must keep the secret, if by any means it can be kept, not wholly for myself. I have a husband, wretched and dishonouring creature that I am. These words she uttered with a suppressed cry of despair, more terrible in its sound than any shriek. Covering her face with her hands, she shrank down in my embrace as if she were unwilling that I should touch her. Nor could I, by my utmost persuasions and by any endearments I could use, prevail upon her to rise. She said no, no, no. She could only speak to me, so she must be proud and disdainful everywhere else. She would be humbled and ashamed there in the only natural moments of her life. My unhappy mother told me that in my illness she had been nearly frantic. She had but then known that her child was living. She could not have suspected me to be that child before. She had followed me down here to speak to me but once in all her life. We never could associate, never could communicate, never probably from that time forth could interchange another word on earth. She put into my hands a letter she had written for my reading only, and said, when I had read it and destroyed it, but not so much for her sake, since she asked nothing, as for her husband's and my own, I must evermore consider her as dead. If I could believe that she loved me in this agony in which I saw her, with a mother's love, she asked me to do that, for then I might think of her with a greater pity. Imagining what she suffered, she had put herself beyond all hope and beyond all help. Whether she preserved her secret until death, or it came to be discovered and she brought dishonour and grace upon the name she had taken, it was her solitary struggle always, and no affection could come near her, and no human creature could render her any aid. But is the secret safe so far? I asked. Is it safe now, dearest mother? No, replied my mother. It has been very near discovery. I was saved by an accident, and it may be lost by another accident. Tomorrow, any day. Do you dread a particular person? Hush, do not tremble and cry so much for me. I am not worthy of these tears, said my mother, kissing my hands. I dread one person very much. An enemy? Not a friend. One who is too passionless to be either. He is Sir Leicester Dedlock's lawyer, mechanically faithful without attachment, and jealous of the very profit, privilege, and reputation of being master of the mysteries of great houses. Has he any suspicions? Many. Not of you, I said, alarmed. Yes, he is always vigilant and always near me. I may keep him at a standstill, but I can never shake him off. Has he so little pity or compunction? He has none, and no anger. He is indifferent to everything but his calling. His calling is the acquisition of secrets and the holding possession of such power as they give him, with no sharer or opponent in it. Could you trust in him? I shall never try. The dark road I have trodden for so many years will end where it will. I follow it alone to the end, whatever the end may be. It may be near, it may be distant. While the road lasts, nothing turns me. Dear mother, are you so resolved? I am resolved. I have long outbidden folly with folly, pride with pride, scorn with scorn, insolence with insolence, and have outlived many vanities with many more. I will outlive this danger, and outdie it if I can. It has closed around me almost as awfully as if these woods of Chesney Wold had closed around the house. I have but one. I can have but one. Mr. Jarndyce, I was beginning, when my mother hurriedly inquired, does he suspect?
No, said I. No, indeed. Be assured that he does not. And I told her what he had related to me as his knowledge of my story. But he is so good and sensible, said I, that perhaps if he knew. My mother, who until this time had made no change in her position, raised her hand up to my lips and stopped me. Confide fully in him, she said after a little while. You have my free consent, a small gift from such a mother to her injured child. But do not tell me of it. Some pride is left in me even yet. I explained as nearly as I could then, or can recall now, for my agitation and distress throughout was so great that I scarcely understood myself, though every word that was uttered in the mother's voice, so unfamiliar and so melancholy to me, which in my childhood I had never learned to love and recognise, had never been sung to sleep with, had never heard a blessing from, had never had a hope inspired by, made an enduring impression on my memory. I say I explained, or tried to do it, how I had only hoped that Mr. Jarndyce, who had been the best of fathers to me, might be able to afford some counsel and support her. But my mother answered, no, it was impossible. No one could help her through the desert that lay before her. She must go alone. My child, she said, for the last time, these kisses for the last time, these arms upon my neck for the last time. We shall meet no more. To hope to do what I seek to do, I must be what I have been so long. Such is my reward and doom. If you hear of Lady Dedlock, brilliant, prosperous, and flattered, think of your wretched mother, conscience-stricken underneath that mask. Think that the reality is in her suffering, in her useless remorse, in her murdering within her breast the only love and truth of which it was capable, and then forgive her if you can, and cry to heaven to forgive her, which it never can. We held one another for a little space yet, but she was so firm that she took my hands away and put them back against my breast, and with a last kiss as she held them there, released them and went from me into the wood. I was alone and calm and quiet. Below me in the sun and shade lay the old house, with its terraces and turrets, on which there had seemed to me to be such a complete repose when I first saw it, but which now looked like an obdurate and unpitying watcher of my mother's misery. Stunned as I was, as weak and helpless at first as I had ever been in my sick chamber, the necessity of guarding against the danger of discovery, or even of the remotest suspicion, did me service. I took such precautions as I could to hide from Charlie that I had been crying, and I constrained myself to think of every sacred obligation that there was upon me to be careful and collected. It was not a little while before I could succeed, or could even restrain bursts of grief, but after an hour or so I was better, and felt that I might return. I went home very slowly, and told Charlie, whom I found at the gate looking for me, I had been tempted and extended my walk after Lady Dedlock had left me, and that I was overtired and would lie down safe in my own room. I read the letter. I clearly derived from it, and that was as much then, that I had not been abandoned by my mother. Her elder and only sister, the godmother of my childhood, discovering signs of life in me when I had been laid aside as dead, had in her stern sense of duty, with no desire or willingness that I should live, reared me in rigid secrecy, and had never again beheld my mother's face from within a few hours of my birth. So strangely did I hold my place in this world, that until within a short time back I had never, to my own mother's knowledge, breathed, had been buried, had never been endowed with life, had never borne a name. When she had first seen me in the church, she had been startled, and had thought of what would have been like me if it had ever lived, and had lived on, but that was all then. What more the letter told me needs not be repeated here. It has in its own times and places in my story. My first care was to burn what my mother had written, and to consume even its ashes. I hope it may not appear very unnatural or bad in me that I then became heavily sorrowful to think that I had ever been reared, that I felt as if I knew it would have been better and happier for many people indeed if I had never breathed, that I had a terror of myself as the danger and the possible disgrace of my own mother and of a proud family name, that I was so confused and shaken as to be possessed by a belief that it was right and had been intended that I should die in my birth, and that it was wrong and not intended that I should be then alive. These are real feelings that I had. I fell asleep worn out, and when I awoke I cried afresh to think that I was back in the world with my load of trouble for others. I was more than ever frightened of myself, thinking anew of her against whom I was a witness, of the owner of Chesney Wold, of the new and terrible meaning of the old words now moaning in my ear like a surge upon the shore. Your mother, Esther, was your disgrace, and you are hers. The time will come, and soon enough, when you will understand this better, and will feel it too, as no one save a woman can. With them those other words returned. Pray daily that the sins of others are not visited upon your head. I could not disentangle all that was about me, and I felt as if the blame and the shame of it were all in me, and the visitation had come down. The day waned into a gloomy evening, overcast and sad, and I still contended with the same distress. I went out alone, and after walking a little in the park, watching the dark shades falling on the trees and the fitful flight of the bats, which sometimes almost touched me, I was attracted to the house for the first time. Perhaps I might not have gone near it if I had been in a stronger frame of mind. As it was, I took the path that led close by it. I did not dare to linger or to look up, but I passed before the terrace garden with its fragrant odours, and its broad walks, and its well-kept beds and smooth turf. I saw how beautiful and grave it was, and how the old stone balustrades and parapets and wide flights of shallow steps were seamed by time and weather, and how the trained moss and ivy grew about them and around the old stone pedestal of the sundial, and I heard the fountain falling. Then the way went by long lines of dark windows, diversified by turreted towers and porches of eccentric shapes, where old stone lions and grotesque monsters bristled outside dens of shadow, and snarled at the evening gloom over the escutcheons that they held in their grip. Thence the path wound underneath a gateway, and through a courtyard where the principal entrance was. I hurried quickly on, and by the stables, where none but deep voices seemed to be, whether in the murmuring of the wind through the strong mass of ivy holding to a high red wall, or in the low complaining of the weathercock, or in the barking of the dogs, or in the slow striking of a clock, so encountering presently a sweet smell of limes, whose rustling I could hear, I turned with the turning of the path to the south front, and there above me were the balustrades of the Ghost's Walk, and one lighted window that might be my mother's. The way was paved here like the terrace overhead, and my footsteps, from being noiseless, made an echoing sound upon the flags. Stopping to look at nothing, but seeing all I did see as I went, I was passing quickly on, and in a few moments should have passed the lighted window, when my echoing footsteps brought it suddenly into my mind that there was a dreadful truth in the legend of the Ghost's Walk, that it was I who was bringing calamity upon the stately house, that my warning feet were haunting it even then. Seized with an augmented terror of myself, which turned me cold, I ran from myself and everything, retraced the way by which I had come, and never paused until I had gained the lodge gate, and the park lay sullen and black behind me. Not before I was alone in my own room for the night, and had again been dejected and unhappy, there did I begin to know how wrong and thankless this state was. But from my darling, who was coming on the morrow, I found a joyful letter, full of such loving anticipation that I must have been of marble if it had not moved me. From my guardian, too, I found another letter, asking me to tell Dame Durden that if I should see that little woman anywhere, that they had moped most pitiably without her, that the housekeeping was going to rack and ruin, that nobody else could manage the keys, and that everybody in and about the house declared it was not the same house, and was becoming rebellious for her return. Two such letters together made me think how far beyond my deserts I was beloved, and how happy I ought to be. That made me think of all my past life, and brought me, as it ought to have done before, into a better condition. For I saw very well that I could not have been intended to die, or I should never have lived, not to say should never have been reserved for such a happy life. I saw very well how many things had worked together for my welfare, and that if the sins of the fathers were sometimes visited upon the children, the phrase did not mean what I had in the morning feared it meant. I knew I was as innocent of my birth as the Queen of hers, and that before my heavenly Father I should not be punished for birth, nor a queen rewarded for it. I had had experience of the shock of that very day, that I could even thus soon find comforting reconcilements to the change that had fallen on me. I renewed my resolutions and prayed to be strengthened in them, pouring out my heart for myself and for my unhappy mother, and feeling that the darkness of the morning was passing away. It was not upon my sleep, and when the next day's light woke me, it was gone. My dear girl was to arrive at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. How to help myself through the intermediate time better than by taking a long walk along the road by which she was to come, I did not know. So Charlie and I, Stubbs saddled, for we never drove him after the one great occasion, made a long expedition along the road and back. On our return we had a great review of the house and garden, and saw that everything was in its prettiest condition, and had the bird out ready as an important part of the establishment. There were more than 2 full hours yet to elapse before she could come, and in that interval, which seemed a long one, I must confess I was nervously anxious about my altered looks. I loved my darling so well that it was more concerned for their effect on her than on any one. I was not in this slight distress because I at all repined. I am quite certain I did not that day, but I thought, would she be wholly prepared? When she first saw me, she might not be a little shocked and disappointed? Might it not prove a little worse than she expected? Might she not look for her old Esther and not find her? Might she not have to grow used to me and begin all over again? I knew the various expressions on my sweet girl's face so well, and it was such an honest face in its loveliness, that I was sure beforehand she could not hide that first look from me. And I considered whether, if it should signify any one of these meanings, which was so very likely, could I quite answer for myself. Well, I thought I could. After last night, I thought I could. But to wait and wait and expect, think and think, was such bad preparation that I resolved to go along the road again and meet her. So I said to Charlie, Charlie, I will go along the road by myself, and walk along the road until she comes. Charlie, highly approving of anything that pleased me, I went and left her at home. But before I got to the second milestone, I had been in so many palpitations from seeing dust in the distance, though I knew it was not and could not be the coach yet, that I resolved to turn back and go home again. And when I had turned, I was in such a fear of the coach coming up behind me, though I still knew that it neither would nor could do any such thing, that I ran the greater part of the way to avoid being overtaken. Then I considered, when I had got back safe again, this was a nice thing to have done. Now I was hot and had made the worst of it instead of the best. At last, when I believed there was at least a quarter of an hour more yet, Charlie all at once cried out to me as I was trembling in the garden, "Here she comes, miss, here she is." I did not mean to do it, but I ran upstairs into my room and hid myself behind the door. I stood there trembling, even when I heard my darling calling as she came upstairs. "Esther, my dear, my love, where are you? Little woman, dear Dame Durden." She ran in and was running out again when she saw me. Ah, my angel girl, the old dear look, all love, all fondness, all affection, nothing else in it. No, nothing, nothing. Oh, how happy I was, down upon the floor with my sweet, beautiful girl down upon the floor too, holding my scarred face to her lovely cheek, bathing it with tears and kisses, rocking me to and fro like a child, calling me by every tender name she could think of, and pressing me to her faithful heart. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Jarndyce and Jarndyce. If the secret I had to keep had been mine, I must have confided in it to Ada before we had been long together. But it was not mine, and I did not feel that I had a right to tell it, even to my guardian. Unless some great emergency arose, it was a weight to bear alone. Still, my present duty appeared to be plain, and blessed in the attachment of my dear. I did not want an impulse and encouragement to do it, though often when she was asleep and all was quiet, the remembrance of my mother kept me waking and made the night sorrowful. I did not yield to it at another time, and Ada found me what I used to be, except, of course, in that particular of which I have already said enough, and of which I have no intention of mentioning any more just now, if I can help it. The difficulty that I felt in being quite composed that first evening when Ada asked me, over our work, if the family were at the house, and when I was obliged to answer yes, I believed so, for Lady Dedlock had spoken to me in the woods the day before yesterday, was greater still when Ada asked me what she had said. When I replied that she had been kind and interested, and when Ada, while admitting her beauty and elegance,
remarked upon her proud manner and her imperious, chilling air. But Charlie helped me through unconsciously by telling us that Lady Dedlock had only stayed at the house 2 nights on her way from London to visit at some other great house in the next county, and that she had left early on the morning after we had seen her at our view, as we called it. Charlie verified the adage about little pictures, I am sure, for she heard of more sayings and doings in a day than would have come to my ears in a month. We were to stay a month at Mr. Boythorn's. My pet had scarcely been there a bright week, as I recollect at the time, when one evening, after we had finished helping the gardener in watering his flowers, and just as the candles were lighted, Charlie, appearing with a very important air behind Ada's chair, beckoned me mysteriously out of the room. "Well, if you please, miss," said Charlie in a whisper, with her eyes at their roundest and largest, "you're wanted at the Dedlock Arms." "Why, Charlie," said I, "who can possibly want me at the public house?" "I don't know, miss," returned Charlie, putting her head forward and folding her hands tight upon the band of her little apron, which she always did in the enjoyment of anything mysterious or confidential. "But it's a gentleman, miss, and his compliments, and will you please come without saying anything about it?" "Whose compliments, Charlie?" "Isn't, miss," returned Charlie, whose grammatical education was advancing, but not very rapidly. "And how do you come to be the messenger, Charlie?" "I'm not the messenger, if you please, miss," returned my little maid. "It was W. Grubble, miss." "And who is W. Grubble, Charlie?" "Mr. Grubble, miss," returned Charlie. "Don't you know, miss, the Dedlock Arms by W. Grubble?" which Charlie delivered as if she were slowly spelling out the sign. "Ah, the landlord, Charlie." "Yes, miss, if you please, miss, his wife. His wife is a beautiful woman, but she broke her ankle and it never joined. And her brother's the sawyer that was put in the cage, miss, and they expect he'll drink himself to death entirely on beer," said Charlie. Not knowing what might be the matter, and being easily apprehensive now, I thought it best to go to this place by myself, and I bade Charlie to be quick with my bonnet and veil and my shawl, and having put them on, went away down the little hilly street, where I was as much at home as in Mr. Boythorn's garden. Mr. Grubble was standing in his shirt sleeves at the door of his very clean little tavern, waiting for me. He lifted off his hat with both hands when he saw me coming, and carrying it so, as if it were an iron vessel, it looked as heavy, preceded me along the sanded passage to his best parlour, a neat carpeted room with more plants in it than were quite convenient, a coloured print of Queen Caroline, several shelves, a good many tea trays, 2 stuffed and dried fish in glass cases, and either a curious egg or a curious pumpkin, but I don't know which, and I doubt if many people did, hanging from his ceiling. I knew Mr. Grubble very well by sight, from his often standing at his door, a pleasant-looking, stoutish, middle-aged man, who never seemed to consider himself cosily dressed for his own fireside without his hat and top boots, but who never wore a coat except at church. He snuffed the candle, and backing away a little to see how it looked, backed out of the room, unexpectedly to me, for I was going to ask him by whom had he been sent. The door of the opposite parlour being then opened, I heard some voices, familiar in my ears, I thought, which stopped. A quick light step approached the room in which I was, and who should stand before me but Richard. "My dear Esther," he said, "my best friend." And he really was so warm-hearted and earnest that in the first surprise and pleasure of his brotherly greeting I could scarcely find breath to tell him that Ada was well. "Answering my very thoughts. Always the same dear girl," said Richard, leading me to a chair and seating himself beside me. I put my veil up, but not quite. "Always the same dear girl," said Richard, just as heartily as before. I put up my veil altogether, and laying my hand on Richard's sleeve and looking in his face, told him how much I thanked him for his kind welcome, and how greatly I had rejoiced to see him, the more so because of the determination I had made in my illness, which I now conveyed to him. "My love," said Richard, "there is no one with whom I have a greater wish to talk than you, for I want you to understand me." "And I want you, Richard," said I, shaking my head, "to understand someone else." "Since you refer so immediately to John Jarndyce," said Richard, "I suppose you mean him." "Of course I do." "Then I may say at once that I am glad of it, because it is on that subject that I am anxious to be understood.
By you, mind, you, my dear. I am not accountable to Mr. Jarndyce or Mr. Anybody." I was pained to find him taking this tone, and he observed it. "Well, well, my dear," said Richard, "we won't go into that now. I want to appear quietly in your country house here, with you under my arm, and give my charming cousin a surprise. I suppose your loyalty to John Jarndyce will allow that?" "My dear Richard," I returned, "you know you would be heartily welcome at his house, your home, if you will but consider it so, and you are as heartily welcome here." "Spoken like the best of little women," cried Richard gaily. I asked him how he liked his profession. "Oh, I like it well enough," said Richard. "It's all right. Does as well as anything else for a time. I don't know that I shall care about it when I become to be settled, but I can sell out then, and however, never mind about all that botheration at present. So young and handsome in all respects, so perfectly the opposite of Miss Flight, and yet in the clouded, eager, seeking look that passed over him, so dreadfully like her." "I'm in a town on leave just now," said Richard. "Indeed?" "Yes, I have run over to look after my chancery interests before the long vacation," said Richard, forcing a careless laugh. "We're beginning to spin along with that old suit at last, I promise you." No wonder that I shook my head. "As you say, it's not a pleasant subject." Richard spoke with the same shade crossing his face as before. "Let it go to the four winds for tonight. Poof! Gone. Who do you suppose is with me?" Was it Mr. Skimpole's voice I heard? "That's the man. He does me more good than anybody. What a fascinating child it is!" I asked Richard if anyone knew of their coming down together. He answered, no, nobody. He had been to call upon dear old infant, so he called Mr. Skimpole, and the dear old infant had told him where we were, and he had told the dear old infant he was bent on coming to see us, and the dear old infant had directly wanted to come too, so he had brought him, and he is worth, not to say his sordid expenses, but thrice his weight in gold," said Richard. "Such a cheery fellow, no worldliness about him, fresh and green-hearted." I certainly did not see the proof of Mr. Skimpole's worldliness in having his expenses paid by Richard, but I made no remark about that. Indeed, he came in and turned our conversation. He was charmed to see me, said he had been shedding delicious tears of joy and sympathy at intervals of 6 weeks on my account. He had never been so happy as in hearing of my progress, began to understand the mixture of good and evil in the world now, felt that he appreciated the health more when somebody else was ill, didn't know it, but what it might be in the scheme of things. A should squint to make B happier in looking straight, or that C should carry a wooden leg to make D better satisfied with his flesh and blood in a silk stocking. "My dear Miss Summerson, here is our friend Richard," said Mr. Skimpole, full of the brightest visions of the future, which he evokes out of the darkness of Chancery. "Now that's delightful. It's inspiriting. It's full of poetry. In old times the woods and solitudes were made joyous to the shepherd by the imaginary piping and dancing of Pan and the nymphs. This present shepherd, our pastoral Richard, brightens the dull inns of court by making Fortune and her train sport through them to the melodious tones of judgment from the bench. That's very pleasant, you know. Some ill-conditioned growling fellow may say to me, what's the use of these legal and equitable abuses? How do you defend them? I reply, my growling friend, I don't defend them. There is a shepherd youth, a friend of mine, who transmutes them into something highly fascinating to my simplicity. I don't say it's for this that they exist, for I am a child among you worldly grumblers. I am not called upon to account to you or myself for anything, but it may be so. I began to seriously think that Richard could scarcely have found a worse friend than this. It made me uneasy that at such a time when he most required some right principle and purpose, he should have this captivating looseness and putting off everything, this airy dispensing with all principles and purpose at his elbow. I thought I could understand how such a nature as my guardian's, experienced in the world, and forced to contemplate the miserable evasions and contentions of the family misfortune, found an immense relief in Mr. Skimpole's avowal of his weaknesses and display of guileless candour, but I could not satisfy myself that it was as artless as it seemed, or that it did not serve Mr. Skimpole's idle turn quite as well as any other part, and with less trouble. They both walked back with me, and Mr. Skimpole leaving us at the gate. I walked softly in with Richard and said, "Ada, my love, I have brought a gentleman to visit you." It was not difficult to read the blushing, startled face. She loved him dearly, and he knew it, and I knew it. It was a very transparent business, that meeting, as cousins only. I almost mistrusted myself as growing quite wicked in my suspicions, but I was not so sure that Richard loved her dearly. He admired her very much. Anyone must have done that, and I dare say would have renewed their youthful engagement with great pride and ardour, but that he knew how she would respect her promise to my guardian. Still, I had a tormenting idea that the influence upon him extended even here, that he was postponing his best truth and earnestness in this as in all things, until Jarndyce and Jarndyce should be off his mind. Ah me, what Richard would have been without that blight I shall never know now. He told Ada, in his most ingenuous way, that he had not come to make any secret inroad on the terms she had accepted, rather too implicitly and confidingly, he thought, from Mr. Jarndyce, that he had come openly to see her and to see me, and to justify himself for the present terms on which he stood with Mr. Jarndyce. As the dear old infant would be with us directly, he begged that I would make an appointment for the morning, when he might set himself right through the means of an unreserved conversation with me. I proposed to walk with him in the park at 7 o'clock, and this was arranged. Mr. Skimpole soon afterwards appeared, and made us merry for an hour. He particularly requested to see little Coavinses, meaning Charlie, and told her, with a patriarchal air, that he had given her late father all the business in his power, and if one of her little brothers would make haste to get set up in the same profession, he hoped he should still be able to put a good deal of employment in his way. "For I am constantly being taken in these nets," said Mr. Skimpole, looking beamingly at us over a glass of wine and water, "and am constantly being bailed out, like a boat, or paid off, like a ship's company. Somebody always does it for me. I can't do it, you know, for I never have any money, but somebody does it. I get out by somebody's means. I'm not like the starling. I get out. If you were to ask me who somebody is, upon my word I couldn't tell you. Let us drink to somebody. God bless him." Richard was a little late in the morning, but I had not to wait for him long, and we turned into the park. The air was bright and dewy, and the sky without a cloud. The birds sang delightfully. The sparkles in the fern, the grass and trees, were exquisite to see. The richness of the wood seemed to have increased 20-fold since yesterday, as if, in the still night when they had looked so massively hushed, nature, through all the minute details of every wonderful leaf, had been more wakeful than usual for the glory of that day. "This is a lovely place," said Richard, looking round. "None of the jar and discord of lawsuits here. But there was other trouble." "I tell you what, my dear girl," said Richard, "when I get affairs in general settled, I shall come down here, I think, and rest." "Would it not be better to rest now?" I asked. "Oh, as to resting now," said Richard, "or as to doing anything very definite now, that's not easy. In short, it can't be done. I can't do it, at least." "Why not?" said I. "You know why not, Esther. If you were living in an unfinished house, liable to have the roof put on, or taken off, or to be from top to bottom pulled down, or built up, tomorrow, next day, next week, next month, next year, you would find it hard to rest or settle. So do I. Now, there's no now for us suitors." I could almost have believed in the attraction on which my poor little wandering friend had expatiated when I saw again the darkened look of last night. Terrible to think it had in it also a shade of that unfortunate man who had died. "My dear Richard," said I, "this is a bad beginning of our conversation." "I knew you would tell me so, Dame Durden. And not I alone, dear Richard. It was not I who cautioned you once never to found a hope or expectation on the family curse." "There you come back to John Jarndyce," said Richard impatiently. "Well, we must approach him sooner or later, for he is the staple of what I have to say, and it's as well at once. My dear Esther, how can you be so blind? Don't you see that he is an interested party, and it may be very well for him to wish me to know nothing of the suit and care nothing about it, but that it may not be quite so well for me?" "Oh, Richard," I remonstrated, "is it possible that you can ever have seen him and heard him, and you can ever have lived under his roof and known him, and can yet breathe even to me in this solitary place, where there is no one to hear us, of such unworthy suspicions?" He reddened deeply, as if his natural generosity felt a pang of reproach. He was silent for a little while before he replied, in a subdued voice, "Esther, I am sure you know that I am not a mean fellow, and that I have some sense of suspicion and distrust, being poor quality in one of my years." "I know it very well," said I. "I am not more sure of anything." "That's a dear girl," retorted Richard, "and like you, because it gives me comfort, I had to get some scrap of comfort out of all this business, for it's a bad one at the best, as I have no occasion to tell you." "I know perfectly," said I. "I know as well, Richard, what shall I say, as well as you do, that such misconstructions are foreign to your nature, and I know, as well as you know, so what changes it?" "Come, sister, come," said Richard, a little more gaily. "You will be fair with me, at all events. If I have the misfortune to be under that influence, so has he. If it has a little twisted me, it may have a little twisted him too. I don't say that he is not an honourable man. Out of all this complication and uncertainty, I'm sure he is. But it taints everybody. You know, it taints everybody. You've heard him say so 50 times. Then why should he escape?" "Because," said I, "he is an uncommon character, and he has resolutely kept himself outside the circle, Richard." "Oh, because and because," replied Richard in his vivacious way. "I'm not sure, my dear girl, but that it may be wise and spacious to preserve that outward indifference. It may cause other parties interested to become lax about their interests, and people may die off, and points may drag themselves out of memory, and many things may smoothly happen that are convenient enough." I was so touched with pity for Richard that I could not reproach him any more, even by a look. I remembered my guardian's gentleness towards his errors, and with what perfect freedom from resentment he had spoken of. "Esther," Richard resumed, "you are not to suppose that I have come here to make underhand charges against John Jarndyce. I have only come to justify myself. What I say is, it was all very well, and we got on very well while I was a boy, utterly regardless of this same suit. But as soon as I began to take an interest in it, and look into it, then that was quite another thing. Then John Jarndyce discovers that Ada and I must break off if I don't amend that very objectionable course. I'm not fit for her now, Esther. I don't mean to amend that very objectionable course. I will not hold John Jarndyce's favour on those unfair terms of compromise which he has no right to dictate, whether it pleases him or displeases him. I must maintain my rights and Ada's. I have been thinking about it a good deal, and this is the conclusion I have come to." Poor dear Richard! He had indeed been thinking about it a good deal. His face, his voice, his manner, all showed that too plainly. "So I tell him honourably. You are to know that I have written to him about all this, that we are at issue, and that we had better be at issue openly than covertly. I thank him for his goodwill and his protection, and he goes his road, and I go mine. The fact is, our roads are not the same. Under one of the wills in dispute I should take much more than he. I don't mean to say that it is the one to be established, but there it is, and it has its chance." "I have not to learn from you, my dear Richard," said I, "of your letter. I had heard of it already without an offended or angry word." "Indeed," replied Richard, softening. "I'm glad I said he was an honourable man out of all this wretched affair. But I always say that, and have never doubted it. Now, my dear Esther, I know these views of mine appear extremely harsh to you, and will to Ada when you tell her what has passed between us. But if you had gone into the case as I have, if you had only applied yourself to the papers as I did when I was at Genges, if you only knew what an accumulation of charges and countercharges and suspicions and cross suspicions they involve, you would think me moderate in comparison." "Perhaps so," said I. "But do you think that among those many papers there is much truth and justice, Richard?" "There is truth and justice somewhere in the case, Esther, or was once, long ago," said I. Must be somewhere," pursued Richard impetuously, "and must be brought out. To allow Ada to be made a bribe and hush money of is not the way to bring it out. You say the suit is changing me. John Jarndyce says it changes, has changed, and will change everybody who has any share in it. then the greater right I have on my side when I resolve to do all I can to bring it to an end." "All you can, Richard? Do you think that in these many years no others have done all they could? Has the difficulty grown any easier because of so many failures?" "It can't last for ever," returned Richard, with a fierceness kindling in him, which again presented to me that last sad reminder. "I am young and earnest, and energy and determination have done wonders many a time. Others have only half thrown themselves into it. I devote myself to it. I make it the object of my life." "Oh, Richard, my dear, so much the worse, so much the worse." "No, no, don't you be afraid for me," he returned affectionately. "You're a dear, good, wise, quiet, blessed girl, but you have your prepossessions. So I come round to John Jarndyce. I tell you, my good Esther, when he and I were on those terms which he found so convenient, we were not on natural terms." "Our division and animosity your natural terms, Richard?" "No, I don't say that. I mean that all this business puts us on unnatural terms, with which natural relations are incompatible. See, another reason for urging it on. I may find out when it's over that I've been mistaken in John Jarndyce. My head may be clearer when I am free of it, and I may then agree with what you say to-day. Very well, then I shall acknowledge it and make him reparation." Everything postponed to that imaginary time, everything held in confusion and indecision until then. "Now, my best of confidantes," said Richard, "I want my cousin Ada to understand that I am not captious, fickle, and wilful about John Jarndyce, that I have this purpose and reason at my back. I wish to represent myself to her through you, because she has a great esteem and respect for her cousin John, and I know you will soften the course I take, even though you disapprove of it. And in short," said Richard, who had been hesitating through these words, I don't like to represent myself as this litigious, contentious, doubting character to a confiding girl like Ada." I told him that he was more like himself in those latter words than in anything he had said yet. "Why," acknowledged Richard, "that may be true enough, my love. I rather feel it to be so. But I shall be able to give myself fair play by and by. I shall come all right again then. Don't you be afraid." I asked him if this were all he wished me to tell Ada. "Not quite," said Richard. "I am bound not to withhold from her that John Jarndyce answered my letter in his usual manner, addressing me as my dear Rick, trying to argue me out of my opinions, and telling me that they should make no difference in him. All very well, of course, but not altering the case. I also want Ada to know that if I see her seldom just now, I am looking after her interests as well as my own, we two being in the same boat exactly, and that I hope she will not suppose from any flying rumours that she may hear that I am at all light-headed or imprudent. On the contrary, I am always looking forward to the termination of the suit, and always planning in that direction. Being of age now, and having taken the step I have taken, I consider myself free from any accountability to John Jarndyce. But Ada, still being a ward of the court, I don't yet ask her to renew our engagement. When she is free to act for herself, I shall be myself once more, and we shall both be in very different worldly circumstances, I believe. If you tell her all this with the advantage of your considerate way, you will do me a very great and kind service, my dear Esther, and I shall knock Jarndyce and Jarndyce on the head with greater vigour. Of course I ask for no secrecy at Bleak House." "Richard," said I, "you place great confidence in me, but I fear you will not take advice from me." "It's impossible that I can on this subject, my dear girl. On any other, readily, as if there were any other in his life, if his whole career and character were not being dyed one colour. But I may ask you a question, Richard." "I think so," said he, laughing. "I don't know who may not, if you may not. You say yourself you are not leading a very settled life. How can I, my dear Esther, with nothing settled?" "Are you in debt again?" "Why, of course I am," said Richard, astonished at my simplicity. "Is it of course?" "My dear child, certainly. I can't throw myself into an object so completely without expense. You forget, or perhaps you don't know, that under either of the wills Ada and I take something. It's only a question between the larger sum and the smaller. I shall be within the mark anyway. "Bless your heart, my excellent girl," said Richard, quite amused with me. "I shall be all right. I shall pull through, my dear." I felt so deeply sensible of the danger in which he stood that I tried, in Ada's name, in my guardian's, in my own, by every fervent means that I could think of, to warn him of it, and to show him some of his mistakes. He received everything I said with patience and gentleness, but it all rebounded from him without taking the least effect. I could not wonder at this after the reception his preoccupied mind had given to my guardian's letter, but I determined to try Ada's influence yet. So when our walk brought us round to the village again, and I went home to breakfast, I prepared Ada for the account I was going to give her, and told her exactly what reason we had to dread that Richard was losing himself and scattering his whole life to the winds. It made her very unhappy, of course, though she had a far, far greater reliance on his correcting his errors than I could have, which was so natural and loving in my dear, and she presently wrote him this little letter. My dearest cousin, Esther has told me all you said to her this morning. I write this to repeat most earnestly for myself all that she said to you, and to let you know how sure I am that you will sooner or later find our cousin John a pattern of truth, sincerity, and goodness, when you will deeply, deeply grieve to have done him, without intending it, so much wrong. I do not quite know how to write what I wish to say next, but I trust you will understand it as I mean it. I have some fears, my dearest cousin, that it may be partly for my sake you are now laying up so much unhappiness for yourself, and if for yourself, for me. In case this should be so, or in case you should entertain much thought of me and what you are doing, I most earnestly entreat you and beg you to desist. You can do nothing for my sake that will make me half so happy as for ever turning your back upon the shadow in which we both were born. Do not be angry with me for saying this. Pray, pray, dear Richard, for my sake, and for your own, and in the natural repugnance of that source of trouble which has had its share in making us both orphans when we were very young, pray, pray, let it go for ever. We have reason to know by this time that there is no good in it, and no hope, that there is nothing to be got from it but sorrow. My dearest cousin, it is needless for me to say that you are quite free, and that it is very likely you may find someone whom you will love much better than your first fancy. I am quite sure, if you will let me say so, that the object of your choice would greatly prefer to follow your fortunes far and wide, however moderate or poor, and see you happy, doing your duty and pursuing your chosen way, than to have the hope of being, or even to be, very rich with you, if such a thing were possible, at the cost of dragging years of procrastination and anxiety, and of your indifference to other aims. You may wonder at my saying this so confidently, with so little knowledge or experience, but I know it for a certainty from my own heart. Ever, my dearest cousin, your most affectionate Ada. This note brought Richard to us very soon, but it made little change in him, if any. We would fairly try, he said, who was right and who was wrong. He would show us, we should see. He was animated and glowing, as if Ada's tenderness had gratified him. But I can only hope with a sigh that the letter might have some stronger effect upon his mind on re-perusal than it assuredly had then. As they were to remain with us that day, and had taken their places to return by the coach the next morning, I sought an opportunity of speaking to Mr. Skimpole. Our out-of-door life easily threw one in my way, and I delicately said there was a responsibility in encouraging Richard. "Responsibility, my dear Miss Summerson?" he repeated, catching at the word with the pleasantest smile. "I'm the last man in the world for such a thing. I never was responsible in my life. I can't be." "I'm afraid everybody is obliged to be," said I, timidly enough, he being so much older and more clever than I. "Oh, really," said Mr. Skimpole, receiving his new light with a most agreeable jocularity of surprise. "But every man is not obliged to be solvent. I am not. Never was. See, my dear Miss Summerson." He took a handful of loose silver and halfpence from his pocket. "There's so much money. I have not an idea how much. I have not the power of counting. Call it 4 and ninepence. Call it £4.9. They tell me I owe more than that. I dare say I do. I dare say I owe as much as good-natured people will let me owe. If they don't stop, why should I? There you have Harold Skimpole in a little. If that's responsibility, I am responsible." The perfect ease of manner with which he put the money up again and looked at me with a smile on his refined face, as if he had been mentioning a curious little fact about somebody else, almost made me feel as if he really had nothing to do with it. "Now, when you mention responsibility," he resumed, "I am disposed to say that I never had the happiness of knowing anyone whom I should consider so refreshingly responsible as yourself. You appear to me to be the very touchstone of responsibility. When I see you, my dear Miss Summerson, intent upon the perfect working of the whole little orderly system of which you are the centre, I feel inclined to say to myself, in fact, I do say to myself very often, that's responsibility." It was difficult after this to explain what I meant, but I persisted so far as to say that we all hoped he would check and not confirm Richard in the sanguine views he entertained just then. "Most willingly," he retorted, "if I could. But, my dear Miss Summerson, I have no art, no disguise. If he takes me by the hand and leads me through Westminster Hall in an airy procession after fortune, I must go. If he says, 'Skimpole, join the dance,' I must join in. Common sense wouldn't, I know, but I have no common sense." "It was very unfortunate for Richard," said I. "Do you think so?" returned Mr. Skimpole. "Don't say that. Let us suppose him keeping company with common sense. An excellent man, a good deal wrinkled, dreadfully practical, change for a £10 note in every pocket, ruled account book in his hand, say, upon the whole, resembling a tax gatherer. Our dear Richard, sanguine and ardent, overleaping obstacles, bursting with poetry, like a young bud, says to this highly respectable companion, 'I see a golden prospect before me. It's very bright, it's very beautiful, it's very joyous. Here I go, bounding over the landscape to come at it.' The respectable companion instantly knocks him down with the ruled account book, tells him in a literal, prosaic way that he sees no such thing, shows him it's nothing but fees, fraud, horsehair, wigs, and black gowns. Now you know that's a painful change, sensible in the least degree, I have no doubt, but disagreeable. I can't do it. I haven't got the ruled account book. I have none of the tax gathering elements in my companion. I'm not at all respectable, and I don't want to be. Odd, perhaps. So it is." It was idle to say more, so I proposed we should join Ada and Richard, who were a little in advance, and I gave up Mr. Skimpole in despair. He had been over the Hall in the course of the morning, and whimsically described the family pictures as we walked. There were such pretentious shepherdesses among the ladies, Dedlock, dead and gone, he told us, that peaceful crooks became weapons of assault in their hands. They tended on their flocks severely in buckram and powder, and put their sticking plaster patches on to terrify commoners, as the chiefs of some other tribes put on a war paint. There was Sir Somebody Dedlock with a battle, sprung a mine, volumes of smoke, flashes of lightning, town on fire, a stormed fort, all in full action between his horse's two hind legs, showing, he supposed, how little a Dedlock made of such trifles. The whole race he represented as having evidently been in life what he called stuffed people, a large collection, glassy eyed, set up in the most approved manner on the various twigs and perches, very correct, perfectly free from animation, and always in glass cases. It was not easy to see now during any reference to the name, but I felt that a relief when Richard, with an exclamation of surprise, hurried away to meet a stranger whom he first descried coming slowly towards us. "Dear me," said Mr. Skimpole, "Vholes." We asked if that were a friend of Richard's. "Friend and legal adviser," said Mr. Skimpole. "Now, my dear Miss Summerson, if you want common sense, responsibility, and respectability all united, if you want an exemplary man, Vholes is the man." We had not known, we said, that Richard was assisted by any gentleman of that name. "When he emerged from legal infancy," returned Mr. Skimpole, "he parted from our conversational friend Kenge, and took up, I believe, with Vholes. Indeed, I know he did, because I introduced him to Vholes." "Had you known him long?" asked Ada. "Vholes, my dear Miss Clare? I had that kind of acquaintance with him which I have with several gentlemen of his profession. He had done something or other in a very disagreeable civil manner, taking proceedings, I think is the expression, which ended in the proceeding of his taking me. Somebody was so good as to step in and pay the money. Something and fourpence was the amount. I forget the pounds and shillings, but I know it ended with fourpence because it struck me at the time as being so odd that I could owe anybody fourpence, and after that I brought them together. Vholes asked me for the introduction, and I gave it. Now I come to think of it, he looked inquiringly at us with his frankest smile as he made the discovery. Vholes bribed me, perhaps. He gave me something and called it commission. Was it a £5 note? Do you know, I think it must have been a £5 note. His further consideration of the point was prevented by Richard's coming back to us in an excited state and hastily representing Mr. Vholes, a sallow man with pinched lips as look as if they were cold, a red eruption here and there upon his face, tall and thin, about 50 years of age, high-shouldered and stooping, dressed in black, black-gloved, buttoned to the chin. There was nothing so remarkable in him as a lifeless manner and a slow, fixed way he had of looking at Richard. "I hope I don't disturb you, ladies," said Mr. Vholes. Now I observed that he was further remarkable for an inward manner of speaking. I arranged with Mr. Carstone that he should always know when his cause was in the Jarndyce paper, and being informed by one of my clerks last night, after post time, that it stood rather unexpectedly in the paper for to-morrow, I put myself into the coach early this morning and came down to confer with him. "Yes," said Richard, flushed and looking triumphantly at Ada and me. "We don't do things in the old slow way now. We spin along now, Mr. Vholes. We must hire something to get over to the post in town and catch the mail to-night and go up by it." "Anything you please, sir," returned Mr. Vholes. "I'm quite at your service." "Let me see," said Richard, looking at his watch. "If I run down to the Dedlock, get my portmanteau fastened up, and order a gig or a chaise or whatever's to be got, we shall have an hour then before starting. I'll come back to tea, Cousin Ada. Will you and Esther take care of Mr. Vholes when I am gone?" He was away directly. In his heat and hurry was soon lost in the dusk of evening. We who were left walked on towards the house. "Is Mr. Carstone's presence necessary to-morrow, sir?" said I. "Can it do any good?" "No, miss," Vholes replied. "I am not aware that it can." Both Ada and I expressed our regret that he should go, then only to be disappointed. "Mr. Carstone has laid down the principle of watching his own interests," said Mr. Vholes, "and when a client lays down his own principle, and it is not immoral, it devolves upon me to carry it out. I wish in business to be exact and open. I am a widower with 3 daughters, Emma, Jane, and Caroline, and my desire is to discharge the duties of life as to leave them a good name. This appears to be a pleasant spot, miss?" The remark being made to me in consequence of my being next to him as we walked, I assented, and enumerated its chief attractions. "Indeed," said Mr. Vholes, "I have the privilege of supporting an aged father in the Vale of Taunton, his native place, and I admire that country very much. I had no idea there was anything so attractive here." To keep up the conversation, I asked Mr. Vholes if he would like to live together in the country. "There, miss," said he, "you touch me on a tender string. My health is not good, my digestion being much impaired, and if I had only myself to consider, I should take refuge in rural habits, especially as the cares of business have prevented me from ever coming much into contact with general society, particularly with ladies' society, which I have most wished to mix in. But with my 3 daughters, Emma, Jane, and Caroline, and my aged father, I cannot afford to be selfish. It is true, I have no longer to maintain a dear grandmother, who died in her 102nd year, but enough remains to render it indispensable that the mill should be always going." It required some attention to hear him, on account of his inward speaking and his lifeless manner. "You will excuse me having mentioned my daughters," he said. "They are my weak point. I wish to leave the poor girls some little independence, as well as a good name." We now arrived at Mr. Boythorn's house, where the tea table, all prepared, was awaiting us. Richard came in, restless, and hurried shortly afterwards, and leaning over Mr. Vholes's chair, whispered something in his ear. Mr. Vholes replied aloud, or as nearly aloud as I suppose he had ever replied to anything. "You will drive me, will you, sir?" "It's all the same to me, sir. Anything you please. I am quite at your service." We understood from what followed that Mr. Skimpole was to be left until the morning to occupy the two places which had already been paid for. As Ada and I were both in low spirits concerning Richard, and very sorry to part with him, we made it as plain as we politely could that we should leave Mr. Skimpole to the Dedlock Arms, and retire when the night travellers were gone. Richard's high spirits carrying everything before them, we all went out together to the top of the hill above the village, where he had ordered a gig to wait, where we found a man with a lantern standing at the head of the gaunt pale horse that had been harnessed to it. I shall never forget those two seated side by side in the lantern's light, Richard all flush and fire and laughter with the reins in his hand, Mr. Vholes quite still, black gloved and buttoned up, looking at him as if he were looking at his prey, and charming it. I have before me the whole picture of the warm dark night, the summer lightning, the dusty track of road closed in by hedgerows and high trees, the gaunt pale horse with his ears pricked up, and the driving away at speed to Jarndyce and Jarndyce. My dear girl told me that night how Richard's being thereafter prosperous or ruined, befriended or deserted, could only make this difference to her, and the more he needed love from one unchanging heart, the more love that unchanging heart would have to give him. How he thought of her through his present errors, and she would think of him at all times, never of herself if she could devote herself to him, never of her own delights if she could minister to his. And she kept her word. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. A Struggle. When our time came for returning to Bleak House again, we were punctual to the day, and were received with an overpowering welcome. I was perfectly restored to health and strength, and finding my housekeeping keys laid ready for me in my room, rang myself in as if I had been a new year, with a merry little peal. Once more, duty, duty, Esther, said I, and if you are not overjoyed to do it more than cheerfully and contentedly through anything and everything, you ought to be. That's all I have to say to you, my dear. The first few mornings were mornings of so much bustle and business, devoted to such settlements of accounts, such as repeated journeys to and fro between the growlery and all the other parts of the house, so many rearrangements of drawers and presses, and such a general new beginning altogether, that I had not a moment's leisure. But when these arrangements were completed, and everything was in order, I paid a visit of a few hours to London, which something in the letter I had destroyed at Chesney Wold had induced me to decide upon in my own mind. I made Caddy Jellyby, her maiden name was so natural to me that I always called her by it, the pretext for this visit. I wrote her a note previously asking the favour of her company on a little business expedition. Leaving home very early in the morning, I got to London by stage coach in such good time that I got to Newman Street with the day before me. Caddy, who had not seen me since her wedding day, was so glad and so affectionate that I was half inclined to fear I should make her husband jealous. But he was, in his way, just as bad, I mean as good, and in short it was the old story, and nobody would leave me any possibility of doing anything meritorious. The elder Mr. Turveydrop was in bed. I found Caddy, and Caddy was milling his chocolate, which a melancholy little boy who was an apprentice, it seemed such a curious thing to be apprenticed to the trade of dancing, was waiting to carry upstairs. Her father-in-law was extremely kind and considerate, Caddy told me, and they lived most happily together. When she spoke of their living together, she meant the old gentleman had all the good things and all the good lodging, while she and her husband had what they could get, and were poked into two corner rooms over the mews. "And how's your mamma, Caddy?" said I. "Why, I hear of her, Esther," replied Caddy, "though through pa, but I see very little of her. We're good friends, I'm glad to say, but ma thinks there's something absurd in having married a dancing master, and she is rather afraid of its extending to her." It struck me that if Mrs. Jellyby had discharged her own natural duties and obligations before she swept the horizon with a telescope in search of others, She would have taken the best precautions against becoming absurd. But I need scarcely observe that I kept this to myself. And your papa, Caddy? He comes here every evening, returned Caddy, and is so fond of sitting in the corner there that it's a treat to see him. Looking at the corner, I plainly perceived the mark of Mr. Jellyby's head against the wall. It was consolatory to know that he had found such a resting place for it. And you, Caddy, said I, you're always busy, I'll be bound. Well, my dear, returned Caddy, I am indeed, for to tell you a grand secret, I am qualifying myself to give lessons. Prince's health is not strong, and I want to be able to assist him, what with schools and classes here, and private pupils, and the apprentices. He really has too much to do, poor fellow. The notion of apprentices was still so odd to me that I asked Caddy if there were many of them. 4, said Caddy, 1 indoor and 3 out. They're all very good children, only when they get together they will play, children-like, instead of attending to their work. So the little boy you saw just now waltzes by himself in the empty kitchen, and we distribute the others over the house as well as we can. That is only for their steps, of course, said I. Only for their steps, said Caddy. In that way they practise so many hours at a time, whatever steps they happen to be upon. They dance in the academy, and at this time of year we do figures at 5 every morning. Why, what a laborious life, I exclaimed. I assure you, my dear, returned Caddy, smiling, when the out-of-door apprentices ring us up in the morning, the bell rings into our room, not to disturb old Mr. Turveydrop, and when I put up the window and see them standing on the doorstep with their little pumps under their arms, I'm actually reminded of the sweeps. All this presented the art to me in a singular light, to be sure. Caddy enjoyed the effect of her communication, and cheerfully recounted the particulars of her own studies. You see, my dear, to save expense, I ought to know something of the piano, and I ought to know something of the kit too, and consequently I have to practise those 2 instruments as well as the details of our profession. If Ma had been like anybody else, I might have had some little musical knowledge to begin upon. However, I hadn't any, and that part of the work at first a little discouraging, I must allow. But I have a very good ear, and I'm used to drudgery. I have to thank Ma for that, at all events. And where there's a will, there's a way, you know, Esther, the world over. Saying these words, Caddy laughingly sat down at a little jingling square piano, and really rattled off a quadrille with great spirit. Then she good humouredly and blushingly got up again, and while she still laughed herself, said, "Don't laugh at me, please. That's a dear girl." I would have sooner have cried, but I did neither. I encouraged her and praised her with all my heart, for I conscientiously believed, dancing master's wife though she was, and dancing mistress through her in limited ambition she aspired to be, she had struck out a natural, wholesome, loving course of industry and perseverance that was quite as good as a mission. My dear Caddy, delighted. You can't think how you cheer me. I shall owe you don't know how much. What changes, Esther, even in my small world. You recollect that first night, when I was so unpolite and inky. Who would have thought then of my ever teaching people to dance, of all the other possibilities and impossibilities? Her husband, who had left us while we had this chat, now coming back preparatory to exercising the apprentices in the ballroom, Caddy informed me she was quite at my disposal. But it was not my time yet, I was glad to tell her, for I should have been vexed to take her away then. Therefore we 3 adjourned to the apprentices together, and I made one in the dance. The apprentices were the queerest little people. Besides the melancholy boy, who I had hoped had not been made so by waltzing alone in the empty kitchen, there were 2 other boys, and one dirty little limp girl in a gauzy dress, such a precocious little girl, with such a dowdy bonnet on, that too of a gauzy texture, who brought her sandalled shoes in an old threadbare velvet reticule. Such mean little boys when they were not dancing with string and marbles, and crampons in their pockets, and the most untidy legs and feet, and heels particularly. I asked Caddy what had made their parents choose this profession for them. Caddy said she didn't know. Perhaps they were designed for teachers, perhaps for the stage. They were all people in humble circumstances, and the melancholy boy's mother kept a ginger beer shop. We danced for an hour with great gravity, the melancholy child doing wonders with his lower extremities, in which there appeared to be some sense of enjoyment, though it never rose above his waist. Caddy, while she was observant of her husband, and was evidently founded upon him, had acquired a grace and self-possession of her own, which, united to her pretty face and figure, was uncommonly agreeable. She already relieved him of much of the instruction of these young people, and he seldom interfered except to walk his part in the figure if he had anything to do in it. He always played the tune. The affectation of the gauzy child and her condescension to the boys was a slight, and thus we danced an hour by the clock. When the practice was concluded, Caddy's husband made himself ready to go out of town to a school, and Caddy ran away to go out with me. I sat in the ballroom in the interval contemplating the apprentices. The two outdoor boys went upon the staircase to put on their half boots and pull the indoor boy's hair, as I judged from the nature of his objections. Returning with their jackets buttoned and their pumps stuck in them, they then produced packets of cold bread and meat and bivouacked under a painted lyre on the wall. The little gauzy child, having whisked her sandals into the reticule and put on a trodden-down pair of shoes, shook her head in the dowdy bonnet at one shake, and answering my inquiry whether she liked dancing, by replying, "Not with boys," tied it across her chin and went home contemptuous. "Old Mr. Turveydrop is so sorry," said Caddy, "that he has not finished dressing yet, and cannot have the pleasure of seeing you before you go. You are such a favourite of his, Esther." I expressed myself much obliged to him, but did not think it necessary to add that I readily dispensed with this attention. "It takes him a long time to dress," said Caddy, "because he is very much looked up to in such things, you know, and has a reputation to support. You can't think how kind he is to Pa. He talks to Pa of an evening about the Prince Regent, and I never saw Pa so interested." There was something in the picture of Mr. Turveydrop bestowing his deportment on Mr. Jellyby that quite took my fancy. I asked Caddy if he brought her papa out much. "No," said Caddy, "I don't know that he does that, but he talks to Pa, and Pa greatly admires him, and listens and likes it. Of course I am aware that Pa has hardly any claims to deportment, but they get on together delightfully. You can't think what good companions they make. I never saw Pa take snuff before in my life, but he takes one pinch out of Mr. Turveydrop's box regularly, and keeps putting it to his nose and taking it away again all the evening. That old Mr. Turveydrop should ever, in the chances and changes of life, have come to the rescue of Mr. Jellyby from Borrioboola appeared to me to be one of the pleasantest of oddities. "As to Peepy," said Caddy, with a little hesitation, "whom I was most afraid of next having any family of my own, Esther, even as an inconvenience to Mr. Turveydrop, the kindness of the old gentleman to that child is beyond everything. He asks to see him, my dear. He lets him take the newspaper up to him in bed, and gives him the crusts of his toast to eat. He sends him on little errands about the house. He tells him to come to me for sixpences. In short," said Caddy cheerily, "and not to prose, I am a very fortunate girl, and ought to be very grateful. Where are we going, Esther?" "To the Old Street Road," said I, "where I have a few words to say to the solicitor's clerk who was sent to meet me at the coach office on the very day when I came to London and first saw you, my dear. Now I think of it, the gentleman who brought us to your house." "Then indeed I seem to be naturally the person to go with you," returned Caddy. To the Old Street Road we went, and there inquired at Mrs. Guppy's residence for Mrs. Guppy. Mrs. Guppy, occupying the parlour, and having indeed been visibly in danger of cracking herself like a nut in the front parlour door by peeping out before she was asked for, immediately presented herself and requested us to walk in. She was an old lady in a large cap, with rather a red nose and rather an unsteady eye, but smiling all over. Her close little sitting room was prepared for a visit, and there was a portrait of her son in it, which, I had almost written here, was more like than life. It insisted upon him with such obstinacy that it was so determined not to let him off. Not only was the portrait there, but we found the original there too. He was dressed in a great many colours, and was discovered at a table reading law papers with his forefinger to his forehead. "Miss Summerson," said Mr. Guppy, rising, "this is indeed an oasis. Mother, will you be so good as to put a chair for the other lady and get out of the gangway?" Mrs. Guppy, whose incessant smiling gave her quite a waggish appearance, did as her son requested, and then sat down in a corner, holding her pocket handkerchief to her chest like a fomentation with both hands. I presented Caddy, and Mr. Guppy said that any friend of mine was more than welcome. I then proceeded to the object of my visit. "I took the liberty of sending you a note, sir," said I. Mr. Guppy acknowledged the receipt by taking it out of his breast pocket, putting it to his lips, and returning it to his pocket with a bow. Mr. Guppy's mother was so diverted that she rolled her head as she smiled, made a silent appeal to Caddy with her elbow. "Could I speak to you alone for a moment?" said I. Anything like the jocosness of Mr. Guppy's mother just now I think I never saw. She made no sound of laughter, but she rolled her head and shook it, and put her handkerchief to her mouth, and appealed to Caddy with her elbow and her hand and her shoulder, and was so unspeakably entertained altogether that it was with some difficulty she could marshal Caddy through the little folding door into her bedroom adjoining. "Miss Summerson," said Mr. Guppy, "you will excuse the waywardness of a parent ever mindful of a son's happiness. My mother, though highly exasperating to the feelings, is actuated by maternal dictates." I could hardly have believed that anybody could in a moment have turned so red or changed so much as Mr. Guppy did when I now put up my veil. "I ask the favour of seeing you for a few moments here," said I, "in preference to calling at Mr. Kenge's. Because, remembering what you said on an occasion when you spoke to me in confidence, I feared I might otherwise cause you some embarrassment, Mr. Guppy." I caused him embarrassment enough as it was, I am sure. I never saw such a faltering, such confusion, such amazement and apprehension. "Miss Summerson," stammered Mr. Guppy, I beg your pardon, but in our profession we find it necessary to be explicit. You have referred to an occasion, miss, when I did myself the honour of making a declaration which Something seemed to rise in his throat that he could not possibly swallow. He put his hand there, coughed, made faces, tried again to swallow it, coughed again, made faces again, looked all round the room, and fluttered his papers. "A kind of giddy sensation has come upon me, miss," he explained, "which rather knocks me over. A little subject to this sort of thing. By George!" I gave him a little time to recover. He consumed it in putting his hand to his forehead and taking it away again, and backing his chair into the corner behind him. "My intention was to remark, miss," said Mr. Guppy, "dear me, something bronchial, I think, to remark that you were so good on that occasion as to repel and repudiate that declaration. You wouldn't perhaps object to admit that, though no witnesses are present, it might be a satisfaction to your mind if you was to put in that admission." "There can be no doubt," said I, "that I declined your proposal without any reservation or qualification whatever, Mr. Guppy." "Thank you, miss," he returned, measuring the table with his troubled hands. "So far that's satisfactory, and it does you credit. This is certainly bronchial, must be in the tubes. You wouldn't perhaps be offended if I was to mention, not that it's necessary, for your own good sense or any person's sense must show 'em, that if I was to mention that such a declaration on my part was final and there terminated." "I quite understand that," said I. "Perhaps it might not be worth the form, but it might be a satisfaction to your mind. Perhaps you wouldn't object to admit that, miss," said Mr. Guppy. "I admit it most fully and freely," said I. "Thank you," returned Mr. Guppy. "Very honourable, I'm sure. I regret that my arrangements in life, combined with the circumstances over which I have no control, will put it out of my power ever to fall back upon that offer or renew it in any shape or form whatever. But it will be ever retrospect entwined with friendship's bowers." Mr. Guppy's bronchitis came to his relief, and stopped his measurement of the table. "I may now perhaps mention what I wish to say to you," I began. "I shall be honoured, I'm sure," said Mr. Guppy. "I'm so persuaded that your own good sense and right feeling, miss, will keep you as square as possible, that I can have nothing but pleasure, I am sure, in hearing any observations you may wish to offer. You were so good as to imply on that occasion—" "Excuse me, miss," said Mr. Guppy, "but we had better not travel out of the record into implication. I cannot admit that I implied anything." "You said on that occasion," I recommenced, "that you might possibly have the means of advancing my interests and promoting my fortunes by making discoveries of which I should be the subject." I presume that you founded that belief upon your general knowledge of my being an orphan girl, indebted for everything to the benevolence of Mr. Jarndyce. Now, the beginning and the end of what I have come to beg of you is, Mr. Guppy, you have the kindness to relinquish all idea of so serving me. I have thought of this sometimes, and I have thought of it most lately, since I have been ill. At length I have decided, in case you should at any time recall that purpose and act upon it in any way, to come to you and assure you that you are altogether mistaken. You can make no discovery in reference to me that would do me the least service or give me the least pleasure. I am acquainted with my personal history, and I have it in my power to assure you that you can never advance my welfare by such means. You may perhaps have abandoned this project a long time. If so, excuse my giving you unnecessary trouble. If not, I entreat you, on the assurance I have given you, henceforth to lay it aside. I beg you to do this for my peace." "I am bound to confess," said Mr. Guppy, "that you express yourself, miss, with that good sense and right feeling for which I gave you credit. Nothing can be more satisfactory than such right feeling, and if I mistook any intentions on your part just now, I am prepared to tender a full apology. I should have wished to be understood, miss, as hereby offering that apology, limiting it, as your own good sense and right feeling will point out the necessity of, to the present proceedings." I must say for Mr. Guppy that the snuffling manner he had upon him improved very much. He seemed truly glad to be able to do something I asked, and he looked ashamed. "If you will allow me to finish what I have to say at once, so that I may have no occasion to resume," I went on, seeing him about to speak, "you will do me a kindness, sir. I come to you as privately as possible, because you announced this impression of yours to me in a confidence which I have really wished to respect, which I always have respected, as you remember. I have mentioned my illness. There really is no reason why I should hesitate to say that I know very well that any little delicacy I may have had in making a request to you is quite removed. Therefore I make the entreaty I have now preferred, and I hope you will have sufficient consideration for me to accede to it." I must do Mr. Guppy the further justice of saying that he looked more and more ashamed, and that he looked most ashamed and very earnest when he now replied, with a burning face, "'Pon my word and honour, 'pon my life, 'pon my soul, Miss Summerson, as I am a living man, I'll act according to your wish. I'll never go another step of opposition to it. I'll take my oath to it, if it will be any satisfaction to you, in what I promise at this present time touching the matters now in question," continued Mr. Guppy rapidly, as if he were repeating a familiar form of words. "I'll speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So—" "I am quite satisfied," said I, rising at this point, "and I thank you very much. Caddy, my dear, I am ready." Mr. Guppy's mother returned with Caddy, now making me the recipient of her silent laughter and her nudges, and we took our leave. Mr. Guppy saw us to the door with the air of one who was either imperfectly awake or walking in his sleep, and we left him there staring. But in a minute he came after us down the street without any hat, with his long hair all blown about, and stopped us, saying fervently, "Miss Summerson, upon my honour and soul, you may depend upon me." "I do," said I, quite confidently. "Beg your pardon, miss," said Mr. Guppy, going with one leg and staying with the other, "but this lady being present, your own witness, it might be a satisfaction to your mind, which I should wish to set at rest, if you was to repeat those admissions." "Well, Caddy," said I, turning to her, "perhaps you will not be surprised when I tell you, my dear, that there never has been any engagement—" "Nor proposal or promise of marriage whatsoever," suggested Mr. Guppy. "No proposal or promise of marriage whatsoever," said I, "between this gentleman—" "William Guppy, of Penton Place, Pentonville, in the county of Middlesex," he murmured. "Between this gentleman, Mr. William Guppy, of Penton Place, Pentonville, in the county of Middlesex, and myself." "Thank you, miss," said Mr. Guppy. "Very full, excuse me, lady's name, Christian and surname both." I gave them. "Thank you. Formerly Caroline Jellyby, spinster then, of Favies Inn, within the City of London, but extra parochial, now of Newman Street, Oxford Street. Much obliged." He ran home and came running back again. "Touching that matter, you know, I really and truly am sorry for my arrangements in life, combined with circumstances over which I have no control, should prevent the renewal of what was wholly terminated some time back," said Mr. Guppy to me, forlornly and despondently. But it couldn't be, now could it? You know I only put it to you." I replied, it certainly could not. The subject did not admit of a doubt. He thanked me and ran to his mother's again, and back again. "It's very honourable of you, miss, I'm sure," said Mr. Guppy. "If an altar could be erected in the bowers of friendship, but, upon my soul, you may rely upon me in every respect, save and except the tender passion only." The struggle in Mr. Guppy's breast, and the numerous oscillations in it occasioned him between his mother's door and us, were sufficiently conspicuous in the windy street, particularly as his hair wanted cutting, to make us hurry away. I did so with a lightened heart. When we last looked back, Mr. Guppy was still oscillating in the same troubled state of mind. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. Attorney and Client. The name of Mr. Vholes, preceded by the legend "Ground Floor," is inscribed upon a doorpost in Symonds Inn, Chancery Lane, a little pale, wall-eyed, woe-begone inn, like a large dustbin of 2 compartments and a sifter. It looks as if Simon were a sparing man in his way, and constructed his inn of old building materials, which took kindly to the dry rot and to dirt and all things decaying and dismal, and perpetuated Simon's memory with congenial shabbiness. Quartered in this dingy hatchment commemorative of Simon are the legal bearings of Mr. Vholes. Mr. Vholes's office, in disposition retiring and in situation retired, is squeezed up in a corner and blinks at a dead wall. 3 feet of knotty floored dark passage bring the client to Mr. Vholes's jet black door, in an angle profoundly dark on the brightest midsummer morning, and encumbered by a black bulkhead of cellarage staircase, against which belated civilians generally strike their brows. Mr. Vholes's chambers are on so small a scale that one clerk can open the door without getting off his stool, while the other who follows him at the same desk has equal facilities for poking the fire. The smell, as of unwholesome sheep, blending with the smell of must and dust, is referable to the nightly and often daily consumption of mutton fat in candles, and to the fretting parchment forms and skins in greasy drawers. The atmosphere is otherwise stale and close. The place was last painted or whitewashed beyond the memory of man, and the 2 chimneys smoke, and there is a loose outer surface of soot everywhere, and the dull cracked windows in their heavy frames have but one piece of character in them, which is a determination to be always dirty and always shut unless coerced. This accounts for the phenomenon of the weaker of the 2 usually having a bundle of firewood thrust between its jaws in hot weather. Mr. Vholes is a very respectable man. He is not a large business, but he is a very respectable man. He is allowed by the greater attorneys who have made good fortunes, or are making them, to be a most respectable man. He never misses a chance in his practice, which is a mark of respectability. He never takes any pleasure, which is another mark of respectability. He is reserved and serious, which is another mark of respectability. His digestion is impaired, which is highly respectable, and he is making hay of the grass which is flesh, for his 3 daughters, and his father is dependent upon him in the Vale of Taunton. The one great principle of the English law is to make business for itself. There is no other principle distinctly, certainly, and consistently maintained through all its narrow turnings. Viewed by this light, it becomes a coherent scheme, and not the monstrous maze the laity are apt to think it. Let them but once clearly perceive that its grand principle is to make business for itself at their expense, and surely they will cease to grumble. But not perceiving this quite plainly, only seeing it by halves in a confused way, the laity sometimes suffer in peace and pocket with bad grace, and do grumble very much, and this respectability of Mr. Vholes is brought into powerful play against them. "Repeal this statute, my good sir," says Mr. Kench to a smarting client. "Repeal it, my dear sir? Never, with my consent. After this law, sir, and what will be the effect of your rash proceeding on a class of practitioners very worthy represented, allow me to say to you, by the opposite attorney in the case, Mr. Vold, sir, that a class of practitioners would be swept from the face of the earth. Now you cannot afford, I will pay, the social system cannot afford, to lose an order of men like Mr. Voles, diligent, persevering, steady, acute in business. My dear sir, I understand your present feelings against the existing state of things, which I grant to be a little hard in your case, but I can never raise my voice for the demolition of a class of men like Mr. Voles. The respectability of Mr. Voles has even been cited with crushing effect before parliamentary committees, as in the following blue minutes of a distinguished attorney's evidence. Question number 517,869. If I understand you, these forms of practice indisputably occasion delay. Answer, yes, some delay. Question, and at great expense. Answer, most assuredly. They cannot be gone through for nothing. Question, and an unspeakable vexation. Answer, I'm not prepared to say that. They've never given me any vexation. Quite the contrary. Question, but do you think that their abolition would damage a class of practitioners? Answer, I have no doubt of it. Question, can you instance any type of that class? Answer, yes, I would unhesitatingly mention Mr. Voles. He would be ruined. Question, Mr. Voles is considered in the profession a respectable man. Answer, which proved fatal to the inquiry for 10 years. Mr. Voles is considered in the profession a most respectable man. So in familiar conversation, private authority, no less disinterested, will remark that they don't know what this age is coming to, and that we are plunging down precipices, that now here is something else gone, that all these changes are death to people like Voles, a man of undoubted respectability, with a father in the Vale of Taunton and 3 daughters at home. Take a few steps more in this direction, they say, and what is to become of Voles's father? Is he to perish? And of Voles's daughters, are they to be shirt makers or governesses? As though Mr. Voles and his relations, being minor cannibal chiefs, and it is proposed to abolish cannibalism, indignant champions were put to the case thus: make man-eating unlawful, and you starve the Voleses. In a word, Mr. Voles, with his 3 daughters and his father in the Vale of Taunton, is continually doing duty like a piece of timber to shore up some decayed foundation that has become a pitfall and a nuisance. And with a great many people in a great many instances, the question is never one of a change from wrong to right, which is quite an extraneous consideration, but is always one of injury or advantage to the eminently respectable legion, Voles. The Chancellor is, within these 10 minutes, up for the long vacation. Mr. Voles and his young client, and several blue bags hastily stuffed out of all regularity of form, as the larger sort of serpents are in their first gorged state, have returned to the official den. Mr. Voles, quiet and unmoved, as a man of so much respectability ought to be, takes off his close black gloves as if he were skinning his hands, lifts off his tight hat as if he were scalping himself, and sits down at his desk. The client throws his hat and gloves upon the ground, tosses them anywhere without looking after them or caring where they go, flings himself into a chair, half sighing, half groaning, rests his aching head upon his hand, and looks the portrait of young despair. Again, nothing done, says Richard. Nothing done. Can't say nothing done, sir, returns the placid Voles. That is scarcely fair, sir, scarcely fair. Why, what is done? Says Richard, turning gloomily upon him. That may not be the whole question, returns Voles. The question may branch off into what is doing, what is doing. And what is doing? Asks the moody client. Voles, sitting with his arms on the desk, quietly bringing the tips of his 5 right fingers to meet the tips of his 5 left fingers, and quietly separating them again and fixedly, slowly looking at his client, replies, "A good deal is doing, sir. We have put our shoulders to the wheel, Mr. Carstone, and the wheel is going round." "Yes, with Ixion on it. How am I to get through the next 4 or 5 accursed months?" exclaims the young man, rising from his chair and walking about the room. "Mr. C," returns Vholes, following him close with his eyes wherever he goes, "your spirits are hasty, and I am sorry for it on your account. Excuse me if I recommend you do not chafe so much, not to be so impetuous, not to wear yourself out. You should have more patience. You should sustain yourself better." "I ought to imitate you, in fact, Mr. Vholes," says Richard, sitting down again with an impatient laugh, and beating the devil's tattoo with his boot on the patternless carpet. "Sir," returns Vholes, always looking at the client as if he were making a lingering meal of him, with his eyes as well as with his professional appetite. "Sir," returns Vholes, with his inward manner of speech and his bloodless quietude, "I should not have the presumption to propose myself as a model for your imitation, or any man's. Let me but leave the good name to my 3 daughters, and that's enough for me. I'm not a self-seeker, and since you mention me so pointedly, I will acknowledge that I should like to impart to you a little of my— come, sir, you are disposed to call it insensibility. I am sure I have no objection. Say insensibility, a little of my insensibility." "Mr. Vholes," explains the client, somewhat abashed, "I had no intention to accuse you of insensibility." "I think you had, sir, without knowing it," returns the equable Vholes. "Very naturally it's my duty to attend your interests with a cool head, and I can quite understand that to your excited feelings I may appear at such times as the present insensible. My daughters may know me better, my aged father may know me better. They have known me much longer than you have, and the confiding eye of affection is not the distrustful eye of business. Not that I complain, sir, of the eye of business being distrustful. Quite the contrary. In attending to your interests I wish to have all possible checks upon me. It is right that I should have them. I court inquiry, but your interests demand that I should be cool and methodical, Mr. Carstone, and I cannot be otherwise. No, sir, not even to please you." Mr. Vholes, after glancing at the official cat, who is patiently watching a mouse's hole, fixes his charmed gaze again on his young client, and proceeds in his buttoned-up, half-audible voice, as if there were an unclean spirit in him that will neither come out nor speak out. "What are you to do, sir? Do you inquire during the vacation? I should hope you gentlemen of the army may find many means of amusing yourself if you give your minds to it. If you had asked me what I was to do during the vacation, I could have answered you more readily. I am to attend to your interests. I am to be found here day by day, attending to your interests. That is my duty, Mr. C. Term time or vacation makes no difference to me. If you wish to consult me as to your interests, you will find me here at all times alike. Other professional men go out of town. I don't. Not that I blame them for going. I merely say I don't go. This desk is your rock, sir." Mr. Vholes gives it a rap, and it sounds as hollow as a coffin. Not to Richard, though. There is encouragement in the sound to him. Perhaps Mr. Vholes knows there is. "I am perfectly aware, Mr. Vholes," says Richard, more familiarly and good-humouredly, "that you are the most reliable fellow in the world, and that to have to do with you is to have to do with a man of business, who is not to be hoodwinked. But put yourself in my case, dragging on in this dislocated life, sinking deeper and deeper and deeper into difficulty every day, continually hoping and continually disappointed, conscious of change upon change for the worse in myself, and of no change for the better in anything else. And you will find it a dark-looking case sometimes, as I do. You know," says Mr. Vholes, "that I never give hopes, sir. I told you from the first, Mr. C., that I never give hopes, particularly in a case like this, where the greater part of the costs comes out of the estate. I should not be considerate of my good name if I gave hopes. It might seem as if costs were my object. Still, when you say there is no change for the better, I must, as a bare matter of fact, deny that." "Aye," returns Richard, brightening, "but how do you make it out?" "Mr. Carstone, you are represented by, you said just now, a rock." "Yes, sir," says Mr. Vholes, gently shaking his head and rapping the hollow desk with a sound as if ashes were falling on ashes and dust on dust. "A rock. That's something. You are separately represented, and no longer hidden and lost in the interests of others. That's something. The suit does not sleep. We wake it up. We air it. We walk it about. That's something. It's not all Jarndyce. In fact, as well as in name, that's something. Nobody has it all his own way now, sir, and that's something, surely." Richard, his face flushing suddenly, strikes the desk with his clenched hand. "Mr. Vholes, if any man had told me when I first went to John Jarndyce's house that he was anything but a disinterested friend he seemed, that he was what he has gradually turned out to be, could have found no words strong enough to repel the slander. I could not have defended him too ardently, so little did I know of the world. Whereas now I do declare to you that he becomes to me the embodiment of the suit, that in place of its being an abstraction, it is John Jarndyce, that the more I suffer, the more indignant I am with him, that every new delay and every new disappointment is only a new injury from John Jarndyce's hand." "No, no," says Vholes, "don't say so. We ought to have patience, all of us. Besides, I never disparage, sir, I never disparage." "Mr. Vholes," returns the angry client, "you know as well as I that he would have strangled the suit if he could." "He was not active in it," Mr. Vholes admits with an appearance of reluctance. "He certainly was not active in it. But however, he might have had amiable intentions. Who can read the heart, Mr. C?" "You can," returns Richard. "I, Mr. C?" "Well enough to know what his intentions were. Are or are not our interests conflicting? Tell me that," says Richard, accompanying his last three words with three raps on his rock of trust. "Mr. C," returns Vholes, immovable in attitude and never winking his hungry eyes, "I should be wanting in my duty as your professional adviser. I should be departing from my fidelity to your interests if I represented those interests as identical with the interests of Mr. Jarndyce. They are no such thing, sir. I never impute motives. I both have and am a father, and I never impute motives. But I must not shrink from a professional duty, even if it sows dissensions in families. I understand you to be now consulting me professionally as to your interests. You are so? I reply, then, they are not identical with those of Mr. Jarndyce." "Of course they're not," cries Richard. "You found that out long ago." "Mr. C," returns Vholes, "I wish to say no more of any third party than is necessary. I wish to leave my good name unsullied, together with any little property of which I may become possessed through industry and perseverance, to my daughters Emma, Jane, and Caroline. I also desire to live in amity with my professional brethren. When Mr. Skimpole did me the honour, sir, I will not say the very high honour, for I never stoop to flattery, of bringing us together in this room, I mentioned to you that I could offer no opinion or advice as to your interests while those interests were entrusted to another member of the profession. I spoke in such terms as I was bound to speak of Kenge and Carboy's office, which stands high. You, sir, thought fit to withdraw your interests from that keeping nevertheless, and to offer them to me. You brought them with clean hands, sir, and I accept them with clean hands. Those interests are now paramount in this office. My digestive functions, as you may have heard me mention, are not in a good state, and rest might improve them. But I shall not rest, sir, while I am your representative. Wherever you want me, you will find me here. Summon me anywhere, and I will come. During the long vacation, sir, I shall devote my leisure to studying your interests more and more closely, and to making arrangements for moving heaven and earth, including, of course, the Chancellor after Michaelmas term, when I ultimately congratulate you, sir, says Mr. Vholes, with the severity of a determined man, when I ultimately congratulate you, sir, with all my heart, on your accession to fortune, which, but that I never give hopes, I might say something further about. You will owe me nothing beyond whatever little balance may then be outstanding of the costs, as between solicitor and client, not included in the tax costs allowed out of the estate. I pretend no claim upon you, Mr. C., but for the zealous and active discharge, not the languid and routine discharge, sir, that much credit I stipulate, of my professional duty. My duty prosperously ended, all between us is ended. Vholes finally adds, by way of rider to this declaration of his principles, that as Mr. Carstone is about to join his regiment, perhaps Mr. C. will favour him with an order on his agent for £20 on account. For there have been many little consultations and attendances of late, sir, observes Vholes, turning over the leaves of his diary, and these things mount up, and I don't profess to be a man of capital. When we first entered on our present relations, I stated to you openly, it is a principle of mine that there can never be too much openness between solicitor and client, that I was not a man of capital, and that if capital was your object, you'd better leave your papers in Kenge's office. No, Mr. C., you will find none of the advantages or disadvantages of capital here, sir. This, Vholes gives the desk one hollow blow again, is your rock. It pretends to be nothing more. The client, with his dejection insensibly relieved, and his vague hopes rekindled, takes pen and ink and writes the draft, not without perplexed consideration and calculation of the date it may bear, implying scant effects in the agent's hands. All the while, Vholes, buttoned up in body and mind, looks at him attentively. All the while, Vholes' official cat watches the mouse's hole. Lastly, the client, shaking hands, beseeches Mr. Vholes, for heaven's sake and earth's sake, to do his utmost to pull him through the Court of Chancery. Mr. Vholes, who never gives hopes, lays his palm upon the client's shoulder, and answers with a smile, "Always here, sir. Personally or by letter, you will always find me here, sir, with my shoulder to the wheel." Thus they part, and Vholes, left alone, employs himself in carrying sundry little matters out of his diary into his draft bill book, for the ultimate behoof of his 3 daughters. So might an industrious fox or bear make up his account of chickens or stray travellers with an eye to his cubs. But not to disparage by that word the 3 raw-visaged, lank and buttoned-up maidens who dwell with the parent Vholes in an earthy cottage situated in a damp garden at Kennington. Richard, emerging from the heavy shade of Symonds Inn into the sunshine of Chancery Lane, for there happens to be sunshine there to-day, walks thoughtfully on, and turns into Lincoln's Inn, passes under the shadow of the Lincoln's Inn trees. On many such loungers have the speckled shadows of those trees often fallen. On the light bent-in head, the bitten nail, the lowering eye, the lingering step, the purposeless and dreamy air, the good consuming and consumed, the life turned sour. This lounger is not shabby yet, but that may come. Chancery, which knows no wisdom but in precedent, is very rich in such precedents, and why should one be different from 10,000? Yet the time is so short since his depreciation began, that as he saunters away, reluctant to leave the spot for some long months together, though he hates it, Richard himself may feel his own case as if it were a startling one, while his heart is heavy with corroding care, suspense, distrust, and doubt. It may have room for some sorrowful wonder when he recalls how different his first visit there, how different he, how different all the colours of his mind. But injustice breeds injustice. The fighting with shadows and being defeated by them necessitates the setting up of substances to combat. From the impalpable sweet, which no man alive can understand, the time for that being long gone by, it has become a gloomy relief to turn the palpable figure of the friend who would have saved him from this ruin and made him his enemy. Richard has told Vholes the truth. Is he in a hardened or softened mood? He still lays his injuries equally at that door. He was thwarted in that quarter of set purpose, and that purpose could only originate in the one subject that is resolving his existence into itself. Besides, it is a justification to him in his own eyes to have an embodied antagonist and oppressor. Is Richard a monster in all this, or would Chancery be found rich in such precedents too, if they could be got for citation from the recording angel? Two pairs of eyes, not unused to such people, look after him, as, biting his nails and brooding, he crosses the square and is swallowed up by the shadow of the southern gateway. Mr. Guppy and Mr. Weevil are the possessors of those eyes, and they have been leaning in conversation against the low stone parapet under the trees. He passes close by them, seeing nothing but the ground. "William," says Mr. Weevil, adjusting his whiskers, "there's combustion going on there. It's not a case of spontaneous, but it's smouldering combustion, it is." "Ah," says Mr. Guppy, "he wouldn't keep out of Jarndyce, and I suppose he's over his head and ears in debt. Never knew much of him. He was as high as the monument when he was on trial at our place. A good riddance to me, whether as clerk or client. Well, Tony, that, as I was mentioning, is what they're up to." Mr. Guppy, refolding his arms, resettles himself against the parapet, as resuming a conversation of interest. "They are still up to it, sir," says Mr. Guppy. "Still taking stock, still examining papers, still going over the heaps and heaps of rubbish. At this rate they'll be at it these 7 years." "And is Small helping?" "Small left us at a week's notice. Told Kenge his grandfather's business was too much for the old gentleman, and he could do better himself by undertaking it. There'd been a coolness between myself and Small on account of his being so close, but he said you and I began it, and as he had me there, for we did, I put our acquaintance on the old footing. That's how I came to know what they're up to." "You haven't looked in at all?" "Tony," says Mr. Guppy, a little disconcerted, "to be unreserved with you, I don't greatly relish the house except in your company, and therefore I have not, and therefore I propose this little appointment for fetching away your things." "There goes the hour by the clock, Tony." Mr. Guppy becomes mysteriously and tenderly eloquent. "It is necessary that I should impress upon your mind once more that circumstances over which I have no control have made a melancholy alteration in my most cherished plans, and in that unrequited image which I had formerly mentioned to you as a friend, that image is shattered, and that the idol is laid low. My only wish now, in connection with the objects which I had an idea of carrying out in the court with your aid as a friend, is to let them alone and bury them in oblivion. Do you think it possible? Do you think it at all likely, if I put it to you, Tony, as a friend, from your knowledge of that capricious and deep old character who fell the prey to the spontaneous element, do you, Tony, think it at all likely that on second thoughts he put those letters away anywhere after you saw him alive, and that they were not destroyed that night?" Mr. Weevil reflects for some time, shakes his head, decidedly thinks not. "Tony," says Mr. Guppy, as they walk towards the court, "once again understand me as a friend. Without entering into further explanations, I may repeat that the idol is down. I have no purpose to serve now but burial in oblivion. To that I have pledged myself. I owe it to myself, and I owe it to the shattered image, as also to the circumstances over which I have no control. If you was to express to me by a gesture, by a wink, that you saw lying anywhere in your late lodgings any papers that so much as looked like the papers in question, I would pitch them into the fire, sir, on my own responsibility." Mr. Weevil nods. Mr. Guppy, much elevated in his own opinion by having delivered these observations, with an air in part forensic and in part romantic, this gentleman having a passion for conducting anything in the form of an examination, or delivering anything in the form of a summing up or a speech, accompanies his friend with dignity to the court. Never since it has been a court has it had such a fortunatus purpose of gossip as in the proceedings at the rag and bottle shop. Regularly every morning at 8 is the elder Mr. Smallweed brought down to the corner and carried in, accompanied by Mrs. Smallweed, Judy, and Bart, and regularly all day do they all remain there until 9 at night, solaced by gipsy dinners, not abundant in quantity, from the cook's shop, rummaging and searching, digging and delving, diving among the treasures of the late lamented. What those treasures are they keep so secret the court is maddened. In its delirium it imagines guineas pouring out of teapots, crown pieces overflowing punch bowls, old chairs and mattresses stuffed with Bank of England notes. It possesses itself of the sixpenny history, with highly coloured folding frontispiece, of Mr. Daniel Dancer and his sister, and also of Mr. Ulwes of Suffolk, and transfers all the facts from those authentic narratives to Mr. Crook. Twice, when the dustman is called to carry off a cartload of old paper, ashes, and broken bottles, the whole court assembles and pries into the baskets as they come forth. Many times the two gentlemen who write with the ravenous little pens on the tissue paper are seen prowling in the neighbourhood, shy of each other, their late partnership being dissolved. The soul skilfully carries out a vein of the prevailing interest through the harmonic nights. Little swills, in what are professionally known as patter allusions to the subject, is received with loud applause, and the same vocalist gags in the regular business like a man inspired. Even Miss M. Melvinson, in the revived Caledonian melody of "We're a Nodding," points the sentiment that the dogs love brew, whatever the nature of that refreshment may be, with such archness and such a turn of the head towards next door, that she is immediately understood to mean Mr. Smallweed loves to find money, and is nightly honoured with a double encore. For all this the court discovers nothing, and as Mrs. Piper and Mrs. Perkins now communicate to the late lodger, whose appearance is the signal for a general rally, it is in one continual ferment to discover everything and more. Mr. Weevil and Mr. Guppy, with every eye in the court's head upon them, knock at the closed door of the late lamented's house, in a high state of popularity, but being contrary to the court's expectation, admitted, they immediately become unpopular and considered to mean no good. The shutters are more or less closed all over the house, and the ground floor is sufficiently dark to require candles. Introduced into the back shop by Mr. Smallweed the younger, they, fresh from the sunlight, can at first see nothing save darkness and shadows, but they gradually discern the elder Mr. Smallweed seated in his chair upon the brink of a well or grave of waste paper, the virtuous Judy groping therein like a female sexton, and Mrs. Smallweed on the level ground in the vicinity, snowed up in a heap of paper fragments, print and manuscript, which would appear to be the accumulated compliments that have been sent flying at her in the course of the day. The whole party, Small included, are blackened with dust and dirt, and present a fiendish appearance not relieved by the general aspect of the room. There is more litter and lumber in it than of old, and it is dirtier if possible. Likewise it is ghostly with traces of its dead inhabitant, and even with his chalked writing on the wall. On the entrance of visitors, Mr. Smallweed and Judy simultaneously fold their arms and stop in their researches. "Aha!" croaks the old gentleman. "How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do? Come to fetch your property, Mr. Weevil? That's well, that's well. We should have been forced to sell you up, sir, to pay your warehouse room, if you'd left it here much longer. You feel quite at home again, I dare say. Glad to see you. Glad to see you." Mr. Weevil, thanking him, casts an eye about. Mr. Guppy's eye follows Mr. Weevil's eye. Mr. Weevil's eye comes back without any new intelligence in it. Mr. Guppy's eye comes back and meets Mr. Smallweed's eye. That engaging old gentleman is still murmuring like some wound-up instrument running down. "How do you do, sir? How do you do? How?" And then, having run down, he lapses into grinning silence, as Mr. Guppy starts at seeing Mr. Tulkinghorn standing in the darkness opposite, with his hands behind him. "Gentleman so kind to act as my solicitor," says Grandfather Smallweed. "I'm not the sort of client for a gentleman of such note, but he is so good." Mr. Guppy, slightly nudging his friend to take another look, makes a shuffling bow to Mr. Tulkinghorn, who returns it with an easy nod. Mr. Tulkinghorn is looking on as if he had nothing else to do, and were rather amused by the novelty. "A good deal of property here, sir, I should say," Mr. Guppy observes to Mr. Smallweed. "Principally rags and rubbish, my dear friend. Rags and rubbish. Me and Bart and my granddaughter Judy are endeavouring to make out an inventory of what's worth anything to sell. But we haven't come to much as yet. We haven't come to—" Mr. Smallweed has run down again, and while Mr. Weevle's eye, attended by Mr. Guppy's eye, has again gone round the room and come back. "Well, sir," says Mr. Weevle, "we won't intrude any longer if you allow us to go upstairs." "Anywhere, my dear sir, anywhere. You're at home. Make yourself so, pray." As they go upstairs, Mr. Guppy lifts his eyebrows inquiringly and looks at Tony. Tony shakes his head. They find the old room very dull and dismal, with the ashes of the fire that was burning on that memorable night yet in the discoloured grate. They have a great disinclination to touch any object, carefully blow the dust from it at first. Nor are they desirous to prolong their visit, packing the few movables with all possible speed, and never speaking above a whisper. "Look here," says Tony, recoiling. "Is that horrible cat coming in?" Mr. Guppy retreats behind a chair. "Small told me of her. She went leaping and bounding and tearing about that night like a dragon. Got out on the housetop and roamed about up there for a fortnight, and then came tumbling down the chimney very thin. Do you ever see such a brute? Looks as if she knew all about it, don't she? Almost looks as if she was crook. Shoo, go on, get out, you goblin." Lady Jane in the doorway, with her tiger snarl from ear to ear, and her club of a tail, shows no intention of obeying. But Mr. Tulkinghorn stumbling over her, she spits at his rusty legs, and swearing wrathfully takes her arch back upstairs, possibly to roam the housetops again and return by the chimney. "Mr. Guppy," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "can I have a word with you?" Mr. Guppy is engaged in collecting the Galaxy Gallery of British Beauty from the wall, and depositing those works of art in their old ignoble bandbox. "Sir," he returns, reddening, "I wish to act with courtesy towards every member of the profession, and especially, I am sure, towards a member of it so well known as yourself. I will truly add, sir, so distinguished as yourself. Still, Mr. Tulkinghorn, sir, I must stipulate that if you have any word with me, that word is spoken in the presence of my friend." "Oh, indeed," says Mr. Tulkinghorn. "Yes, sir. My reasons are not of a personal nature at all, but they are amply sufficient for myself." "No doubt, no doubt." Mr. Tulkinghorn is as imperturbable as the hearthstone to which he has quietly walked. "The matter is not of that consequence that I need to put you to the trouble of making any conditions, Mr. Guppy." He pauses here to smile, and his smile is as dull and rusty as his pantaloons. "You are to be congratulated, Mr. Guppy. You are a fortunate young man, sir." "Pretty well so, Mr. Tulkinghorn. I don't complain." "Complain? High friends, free admission to great houses, and access to elegant ladies. Why, Mr. Guppy, there are people in London who would give their ears to be you." Mr. Guppy, looking as if he would give his own reddening and still reddening ears to be one of those people at present instead of himself, replies, "Sir, if I attend to my profession and do what is right by Kench and Carboy, my friends and acquaintances are of no consequence to them nor to any member of the profession. Not excepting Mr. Tulkinghorn of the Fields, I am not under any obligation to explain myself further. And with all respect for you, sir, and without offence, I repeat, without offence." "Oh, certainly. I don't intend to do it." "Quite so," says Mr. Tulkinghorn with a calm nod. "Very good. I see by these portraits that you take a strong interest in the fashionable great, sir." He addresses this to the astounded Tony, who admits the soft impeachment. "A virtue in which few Englishmen are deficient," observes Mr. Tulkinghorn. He has been standing on the hearthstone with his back to the smoke chimney piece, and now turns round with his glasses to his eyes. "Who is this? Lady Dedlock. Ha! Very good likeness in its way, but it wants force of character. Good day to you, gentlemen. Good day." When he has walked out, Mr. Guppy, in a great perspiration, nerves himself to the hasty completion of taking down the Galaxy Gallery, concluding with Lady Dedlock. "Tony," he says hurriedly, and to his astonished companion, Let us be quick in putting the things together and getting out of this place. It were in vain longer to conceal from you, Tony, that between myself and one of the members of a swan-like aristocracy whom I now hold in my hand there has been an undivulged communication and association. The time might have been when I might have revealed it to you. It never will be more. Due alike to the oath I have taken, alike to the shattered idol, and alike to the circumstance over which I have no control, that the whole should be buried in oblivion. I charge you as a friend, by the interest you have ever testified in the fashionable intelligence, and by little advances with which I may have been able to accommodate you, so to bury it without a word of inquiry. The charge Mr. Guppy delivers in a state little short of forensic lunacy, while his friend shows a dazed mind in his whole head of hair, and even in his cultivated whiskers. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. National and Domestic. England has been in a dreadful state for some weeks. Lord Coodle would not go out, Sir Thomas Doodle wouldn't come in, and there being nobody in Great Britain to speak of except Coodle and Doodle, there has been no government. It is a mercy that the hostile meeting between those two great men, which at one time seemed inevitable, did not come off, because if both pistols had taken effect, and Coodle and Doodle had killed each other, it is to be presumed that England must have waited to be governed until young Coodle and young Doodle, now in frocks and long stockings, were grown up. This stupendous national calamity, however, was averted by Lord Coodle's making the timely discovery that if in the heat of debate he had said that he scorned and despised the whole ignoble career of Sir Thomas Doodle, he had merely meant to say that party differences should never induce him to withhold it from the tribute of his warmest admiration, while it has opportunely turned out, on the other hand, that Sir Thomas Doodle had in his own bosom expressly booked Lord Coodle to go down into posterity as the mirror of virtue and honour. Still, England has been some weeks in the dismal strait of having no pilot, as was well observed by Sir Leicester Dedlock, to weather the storm, and the marvellous part of the matter is that England has not appeared to care very much about it, but has gone on eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage as the old world did in the days before the flood. But Coodle knew the danger, and Doodle knew the danger, and all their followers and hangers-on had the clearest possible perception of the danger. At last Sir Thomas Doodle has not only condescended to come in, but has done it handsomely, bringing in with him all his nephews, all his male cousins, and all his brothers-in-law, so there is hope for the old ship yet. Doodle has found that he must throw himself upon the country, chiefly in the form of sovereigns and beer. In this metamorphosed state he is available in a good many places simultaneously, and can throw himself upon a considerable portion of the country at one time, Britannia being much occupied in pocketing Doodle in the form of sovereigns, and swallowing Doodle in the form of beer, and in swearing herself black in the face that she does neither, plainly to the advancement of her glory and morality. The London season comes to a sudden end, through all the Doodleites and Coodleites dispersing to assist Britannia in those religious exercises. Hence Mrs. Rouncewell, housekeeper at Chesney Wold, foresees, though no instructions have yet come down, that the family may shortly be expected, together with a pretty large accession of cousins and others who can in any way assist the great constitutional work, and hence the stately old dame, taking time by the forelock, leads him up and down the staircases and along the galleries and passages and through the rooms, to witness before he grows any older that everything is ready, that the floors are rubbed bright, carpets spread, curtains shaken out, and beds puffed and pattered, still room and kitchen cleared for action, all things prepared as beseems the Dedlock dignity. This present summer evening, as the sun goes down, the preparations are complete. Dreary and solemn the old house looks, with so many appliances of habitation, and with no inhabitants except the pictured forms upon the walls. So did these come and go. A Dedlock in possession might have ruminated passing along. So did they see the gallery hushed and quiet, as I see it now. So thinkers think of the gap that they would make in this domain when they were gone. So find it, as I find it, difficult to believe that it could be without them. So pass from my world, I pass from theirs. Now closing the reverberating door, so leave no blank to miss them, and so die. Through some of the fiery windows, beautiful from without, and set at this sunset hour, not in the dull grey stone, but in a glorious house of gold, the light excluded at other windows pours in rich, lavish, overflowing like the summer plenty in the land. Then do the frozen Dedlocks thaw. Strange movements come upon their features as the shadow of leaves play there. A dense justice in a corner is beguiled into a wink. A staring baronet with a truncheon gets a dimple in his chin. Down into the bosom of a stony shepherdess there steals a fleck of light and warmth that would have done it good 100 years ago. One ancestress of Volumnia, in high-heeled shoes, very like her, casting the shadow of that virgin event before her 2 full centuries, shoots out into a halo and becomes a saint. A maid of honour of the court of Charles II, with large round eyes, and other charms to correspond, seems to bathe in glowing water, and it ripples as it glows. But the fire of the sun is dying. Even now the floor is dusky, and shadow slowly mounts the walls, bringing the Dedlocks down like age and death. And now upon my lady's picture over the great chimney-piece a weird shade falls from some old tree, that turns it pale and flutters it, and looks as if a great arm held a veil or hood, watching an opportunity to draw it over her. Higher and darker rises shadow on the wall, now a red gloom in the ceiling, now the fire is out. All that prospect from the terrace looks so near, has moved solemnly away and changed. Not the first nor the last of beautiful things that look so near and will so change into a distant phantom. Light mists arise, and the dew falls, and the sweet scents of the garden are heavy in the air. Now the woods settle into great masses, as if they were each one profound tree, and now the moon rises to separate them, and to glimmer here and there in horizontal lines behind their stems, and to make the avenue of a pavement of light among the high cathedral arches, fantastically broken. Now the moon is high, and the great house, needing habitation more than ever, is like a body without life. Now it is even awful, stealing through it, to think of the live people who have slept in the solitary bedrooms, to say nothing of the dead. Now is the time for shadow, when every corner is a cavern, and every downward step a pit, where the stained glass is reflected in pale and faded hues upon the floors, when anything and everything can be made of the heavy staircase beams, excepting their own proper shapes, when the armour has dull lights upon it, not easily to be distinguished from stealthy movement, and when barred helmets are frightfully suggestive of heads in sides. But of all the shadows in Chesney Wold, the shadow in the long drawing-room upon my lady's picture is the first to come, the last to be disturbed. At this hour, and by this light, it changes into threatening hands raised up and menacing the handsome face with every breath that stirs. "She is not well, ma'am," says a groom in Mrs. Rouncewell's audience chamber. "My lady not well? What's the matter?" "Why, my lady has been but poorly, ma'am, since she was last here. I don't mean with family, ma'am, but when she was here as a bird of passage like. My lady has not been out much, for her, and has kept her room a good deal." "Chesney Wold, Thomas," rejoins the housekeeper with proud complacency, "will set my lady up. There's no finer air and no healthier soil in the world." Thomas may have his own personal opinions on this subject, probably hints them in his manner of smoothing his sleek head from the nape of his neck to his temples, but he forbears to express them further, and retires to the servants' hall to regale on cold meat pie and ale. The groom is the pilot fish before the nobler shark. Next evening down come Sir Leicester and my lady with their largest retinue. and down come the cousins and others from all the points of the compass. Thenceforth, for some weeks, backward and forward rush mysterious men with no names, who fly about all those particular parts of the country on which Doodle is at present throwing himself in an auriferous and multi shower, but who are merely persons of a restless disposition, and never do anything anywhere. On these national occasions Celesta finds the cousins useful. A better man than Honourable Bob Stables to meet the hunt at dinner there could not possibly be. Better got up gentlemen than the other cousins to ride over to polling booths and hustings here and there, and show themselves on the side of England, it would be hard to find. Volumnia is a little dim, but she is of the true descent, and there are many who appreciate her sprightly conversation, her French conundrums, so old as to become in the cycles of time almost new again, the honour of taking the fair Dedlock into dinner, or even the privilege of her hand in the dance. On these national occasions dancing may be a patriotic service, and Volumnia is constantly seen hopping about for the good of an ungrateful and unpensioning country. My lady takes no great pains to entertain the numerous guests, and being still unwell, rarely appears until late in the day. But at all the dismal dinners, leaden lunches, basilisk balls, and other melancholy pageants, her mere appearance is a relief. As to Celesta, he conceives it utterly impossible that anything can be wanting in any direction by any one who has the good fortune to be received under that roof, and in a state of sublime satisfaction he moves amongst the company, a magnificent refrigerator. Daily the cousins trot through the dust and canter over roadside turf, away to hustings and polling booths, with leather gloves and hunting whips for the counties, and kid gloves and riding canes for the boroughs, and daily bring back reports on which Celesta holds forth after dinner. Daily the restless men who have no occupation in life present the appearance of being rather busy. Daily Volumnia has a little cousinly talk with Celesta on the state of the nation, from which Celesta is disposed to conclude that Volumnia is a more reflecting woman than he had thought her. "How are we getting on?" says Miss Volumnia, clasping her hands. "Are we safe?" The mighty business is nearly over by this time, and Doodle will throw himself off the country in a few days more. Celesta has just appeared in the long drawing-room after dinner, a bright particular star surrounded by clouds of his cousins. "Volumnia," replies Celesta, who has a list in his hand, "we are doing tolerably." "Only tolerably?" Although it is summer weather, Celesta always has his own particular fire in the evening. He takes his usual screened seat near it, and repeats with much firmness and a little displeasure, as who should say, "I am not a common man, and when I say tolerably, it must not be understood as a common expression. Volumnia, we are doing tolerably." "Well, at least there is no opposition to you," Volumnia asserts with confidence. "No, Volumnia, this distracted country has lost its senses in many respects, I grieve to say, but it is not so bad as that. I am glad to hear it." Volumnia's finishing the sentence restores her to favour. Celesta, with a gracious inclination of his head, seems to say to himself, "A sensible woman this, on the whole, although occasionally precipitate." In fact, as to this question of opposition, the fair Dedlock's observation was superfluous, Celesta on these occasions always delivering in his own candidateship as a kind of handsome wholesale order to be promptly executed. To other little seats that belonged to him he retreats as a retail orders of less importance, merely sending down the men and signifying to the tradespeople, "You will have the goodness to make these materials to 2 members of Parliament and send them home when done." "I regret to say, Volumnia, that in many places the people have shown a bad spirit, and that this opposition to the government has been of a most determined and most implacable description." "Wretches!" says Volumnia. "Even," proceeds Celesta, glancing at the circumjacent cousins on sofas and ottomans, "even in many, in fact in most, of those places in which the government has carried it against a faction." Note, by the way, that the Coodleites are always a faction with the Doodleites. and that the Doodleites occupy exactly the same position towards the Coodleites. Even in them I am shocked, for the credit of Englishmen, to be constrained to inform you that the party has not triumphed without being put into enormous expense. Hundreds, says Sir Leicester, eyeing the cousins with increasing dignity and swelling in indignation. Hundreds of thousands of pounds. If Volumnia have a fault, it is the fault of being a trifle too innocent, seeing that the innocence which would go extremely well with a sash and tucker is a little out of keeping with a rouge and pearl necklace. However, impelled by innocence, she asks, "What for?" "Volumnia," remonstrates Sir Leicester with his utmost severity. "Volumnia." "No, no, I don't mean what for," cries Volumnia with her favourite little scream. "How stupid I am! I mean, what a pity." "I'm glad," replies Sir Leicester, "that you do mean what a pity." Volumnia hastens to express her opinion that the shocking people ought to be tried as traitors and made to support the party. "I'm glad, Volumnia," repeats Sir Leicester, unmindful of these mollifying statements, "that you do mean what a pity. It is disgraceful to the electors. But as you, though inadvertently and without intending so unreasonable a question, ask me what for, let me reply to you, for necessary expenses, and I trust to your good sense, Volumnia, not to pursue the subject here or elsewhere." Sir Leicester feels it incumbent on him to observe a crushing aspect towards Volumnia, because it is whispered abroad that these necessary expenses will in some 200 election petitions be unpleasantly connected with the word bribery, and because some graceless jokers have consequently suggested the omission from the church service of the ordinary supplication in behalf of the High Court of Parliament, and have recommended instead that the prayers of the congregation be requested for 658 gentlemen in a very unhealthy state. "I suppose," observes Volumnia, having taken a little time to recover her spirits after a late castigation, "I suppose Mr. Tulkinghorn has been worked to death." "I don't know," says Sir Leicester, opening his eyes, "why Mr. Tulkinghorn should be worked to death. I don't know what Mr. Tulkinghorn's engagements may be. He is not a candidate." Volumnia had thought he might have been employed. Sir Leicester could desire to know by whom, and for what. Volumnia, abashed again, suggests by somebody to advise and make arrangements. Sir Leicester is not aware that any client of Mr. Tulkinghorn has been in need of his assistance. Lady Dedlock, seated at an open window with her arm upon its cushioned ledge, and looking out at the evening shadows falling on the park, has seemed to attend since the lawyer's name was mentioned. A languid cousin, with a moustache and a state of extreme debility, now observes from his couch that a man told him yesterday that Tulkinghorn had gone down to that iron place to give a legal opinion about something. The contest being over today, it would be highly jolly if Tulkinghorn should appear with the news that Coodleman was floored. Mercury, in attendance with coffee, informs Sir Leicester hereupon that Mr. Tulkinghorn has arrived and is taking dinner. My lady turns her head inward for the moment, and then looks out again as before. Volumnia is charmed to hear that her delight is come. He is so original, such a stolid creature with an immense being for knowing all sorts of things and never telling them. Volumnia is persuaded that he must be a Freemason, is sure that he is at the head of a lodge, and wears short aprons, and is made a perfect idol of with candlesticks and trowels. These lively remarks the fair Dedlock delivers in her youthful manner, while making a purse. "He has not been here once," she adds, "since I came. I really had some thoughts of breaking my heart for the inconstant creature. I had almost made up my mind that he was dead. It may be the gathering gloom of evening, or it may be the darker room within herself, but a shade is on my lady's face, as if she thought, I would he were." "Mr. Tulkinghorn," says Sir Leicester, "is always welcome here, and always discreet wheresoever he is. A very valuable person, and deservedly respected." The debilitated cousin supposes he is "'normously rich feller." "He has a stake in the country," says Sir Leicester. "I have no doubt he is of course handsomely paid, and he associates almost on a footing of equality with the highest society." Everybody starts, for a gun is fired close by. "Good gracious, what's that?" cries Volumnia, with a little withered scream. "A rat," says my lady, "and they have shot him." Enter Mr. Tulkinghorn, followed by Mercuries with lamps and candles. "No, no," says Sir Leicester, "I think not. My lady, do you object to the twilight?" "On the contrary, my lady prefers it." "Volumnia?" "Oh, nothing is so delicious to Volumnia as to sit and talk in the dark." "Then take them away," says Sir Leicester. "Tulkinghorn, I beg your pardon. How do you do?" Mr. Tulkinghorn, with his usual leisurely ease, advances, renders his passing homage to my lady, shakes Sir Leicester's hand, and subsides into the chair proper to him when he has anything to communicate, on the opposite side of the baronet's little newspaper table. Sir Leicester is apprehensive that my lady, not being very well, will take cold at that open window. My lady is obliged to him, but would rather sit there for the air. Sir Leicester rises, adjusts her scarf about her, and returns to his seat. Mr. Tulkinghorn, in the meanwhile, takes a pinch of snuff. "Now," says Sir Leicester, "how has that contest gone?" "Hollow from the beginning. Not a chance. They have brought in both their people. You are beaten out of all reason, 3-1. It is a part of Mr. Tulkinghorn's policy and mastery to have no political opinions, indeed no opinions. Therefore he says you are beaten, and not we." Sir Leicester is majestically wroth. Volumnia never heard of such a thing. The debilitated cousin holds that it's the sort of thing that's sure to tap in Slong's votes, given mob. "It's the place, you know," Mr. Tulkinghorn goes on to say in the fast increasing darkness, when there is silence again, "where they wanted to put up Mrs. Rouncewell's son." "A proposal which, as you correctly informed me at the time, he had the becoming taste and perception," observes Sir Leicester, "to decline. I cannot say that I by any means approve of the sentiments expressed by Mr. Rouncewell when he was here for some half hour in this room, but there was a sense of propriety in his decision which I am glad to acknowledge." "Ha!" says Mr. Tulkinghorn. "It did not prevent him from being very active in this election, though." Sir Leicester is distinctly heard to gasp before speaking. "Did I understand you? Did you say that Mr. Rouncewell has been very active in this election?" "Uncommonly active." "Against?" "Oh dear, yes, against you. He is a very good speaker, plain and emphatic. He made a damaging effect, and has great influence. In the business part of the proceedings he carried all before him." It is evident to the whole company, though nobody can see him, that Sir Leicester is staring majestically. "And he was much assisted," says Mr. Tulkinghorn as a wind up, "by his son." "By his son, sir?" repeats Sir Leicester with awful politeness. "By his son." "The son who wished to marry the young woman in my lady's service?" "That son? He has but one." "Then upon my honour," says Sir Leicester, after a terrific pause, during which he has been heard to snort and felt to stare, "then upon my honour, upon my life, and upon my reputation and principles, the floodgates of society are burst open, and the waters have obliterated the landmarks of the framework of the cohesion by which things are held together." General burst of cousinly indignation. Volumnia thinks it's really high time, you know, for somebody in power to step in and do something strong. Debilitated cousin thinks country's going to the devil, steeplechase pace. "I beg," says Sir Leicester, in breathless condition, "that we may not comment further on this circumstance. Comment is superfluous. My lady, let me suggest in reference to that young woman—" "I have no intention," observes my lady from her window in a low but decided tone, "of parting with her." "That was not my meaning," returns Sir Leicester. "I am glad to hear you say so. I would suggest that, as you think her worthy of your patronage, you should exert your influence to keep her from these dangerous hands. You might show her what violence would be done in such association to her duties and principles, and you might preserve her for a better fate. You might point out to her that she probably would, in good time, find a husband at Chesney Wold by whom she would not be," Sir Leicester adds after a moment's consideration, "dragged from the altars of her forefathers." These remarks he offers with his unvarying politeness and deference when he addresses himself to his wife. She merely moves her head in reply. The moon is rising, and where she sits there is a little stream of cold pale light in which her head is seen. "It is a worthy of remark," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "however, that these people are in their way very proud." "Proud?" Sir Leicester doubts his hearing. "I should not be surprised if they all voluntarily abandoned the girl, yes, lover and all, instead of her abandoning them. Suppose she remained at Chesney Wold under such circumstances?" "Well," says Sir Leicester tremulously, "well, you should know, Mr. Tulkinghorn, you have been among them." "Really, Sir Leicester," returns the lawyer, "I state the fact." "Why, I could tell you a story, with Lady Dedlock's permission." Her head concedes it, and Volumnia is enchanted. "Oh, a story! He's going to tell something at last. A ghost in it, Volumnia hopes?" "No, real flesh and blood." Mr. Tulkinghorn stops for an instant, and repeats with some little emphasis grafted upon his usual monotony, "Real flesh and blood, Miss Dedlock. Sir Leicester, these particulars have only lately become known to me. They are very brief. They exemplify what I have said. I suppress the names for the present. Lady Dedlock will not think me ill-bred, I hope." By the light of the fire, which is low, he could be seen looking towards the moonlight. By the light of the moon, Lady Dedlock can be seen perfectly still. A townsman of this Mrs. Rouncewell, a man in exactly parallel circumstances, as I am told, had the good fortune to have a daughter who attracted the notice of a great lady. I speak of really a great lady, not merely great to him, but married to a gentleman of your condition, Sir Leicester. Sir Leicester condescendingly says, "Yes, Mr. Tulkinghorn," implying that then she must have appeared of very considerable moral dimensions indeed in the eyes of the ironmaster. The lady was wealthy and beautiful, and she had a liking for the girl, and treated her with great kindness, and kept her always near her. Now this lady preserved a secret under all her greatness, which she had preserved for many years. In fact, she had in early life been engaged to marry a young rake. He was a captain in the army, nothing connected with who came to any good. She never did marry him, but she gave birth to a child of which he was the father. By the light of the fire he could be seen looking towards the moonlight. By the moonlight Lady Dedlock could be seen in profile, perfectly still. The captain in the army being dead, she believed herself safe, but a train of circumstances with which I need not trouble you led to discovery. As I received the story, they began an imprudence on her own part one day when she was taken by surprise, which shows how difficult it is for the firmest of us (she was very firm) to be always guarded. There was a great domestic trouble and amazement, you may suppose. I leave you to imagine, Sir Leicester, the husband's grief. But that is not the present point. When Mr. Rouncewell's townsman heard of the disclosure, he no more allowed the girl to be patronized and honored than he would have suffered her to be trodden under foot before his eyes. Such was his pride that he indignantly took her away, as if from reproach and disgrace. He had no sense of the honor done to him and his daughter by the lady's condescension, not the least. He resented the girl's position as if the lady had been the commonest of commoners. That is the story. I hope Lady Dedlock will excuse its painful nature. There are various opinions on the merits, more or less conflicting with Volumnia's. That fair young creature cannot believe there ever was such a lady, and rejects the whole history on the threshold. The majority incline to the debilitated cousin's sentiment, which is, in a few words, "No business. Rouncewell's infernal townsman." Sir Leicester generally refers back in his mind to Wat Tyler, and arranges a sequence of events on a plan of his own. There is not much conversation in all, for late hours have been kept at Chesney Wold since the necessary expenses elsewhere began, and this is the first night in many on which the family have been alone. It is 10 past 10 when Sir Leicester begs Mr. Tulkinghorn to ring for candles. Then the stream of moonlight has swelled into a lake, and then Lady Dedlock for the first time moves and rises and comes forward to a table for a glass of water. Winking cousins, bat-like in the candle glare, crowd round to give it. Volumnia, always ready for something better if procurable, takes another very mild sip, of which contents her. Lady Dedlock, graceful, self-possessed, looked after by admiring eyes, passes away slowly down the long perspective by the side of that nymph, not at all improving her as a question of contrast. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. In Mr. Tulkinghorn's Room. Mr. Tulkinghorn arrives in his turret room a little breathed by the journey up, though leisurely performed. There is an expression on his face as if he had discharged his mind of some grave matter, and were, in his close way, satisfied. To say of a man so severely and strictly self-repressed that he is triumphant would be to do him as great an injustice as to suppose him troubled with love or sentiment or any romantic weakness. He is sedately satisfied. Perhaps there is a rather increased sense of power upon him as he loosely grasps one of his veinous wrists with the other hand, and holding it behind his back, walks noiselessly up and down. There is a capacious writing table in the room, on which is a pretty large accumulation of papers. The green lamp is lighted. His reading glasses lie upon the desk. The easy chair is wheeled up to it, and it would seem as though he had intended to bestow an hour or so upon these claims on his attention before going to bed. But he happens not to be in a business mind. After a glance at the documents awaiting his notice, with his head bent low over the table, the old man's sight for print or writing being defective at night, he opens the French window and steps out upon the leads. There he again walks slowly up and down in the same attitude, subsiding, if a man so cool may have any need to subside, from the story he has related downstairs. The time was once when men as knowing as Mr. Tulkinghorn would walk on turret tops in the starlight and look up into the sky to read their fortunes there. Hosts of stars are visible tonight, though their brilliancy is eclipsed by the splendour of the moon. If he be seeking his own star as he methodically turns upon the leads, it should be but a pale one, to be so rustily represented below. If he be tracing out his destiny, that may be written in other characters nearer to his hand. As he paces the leads with his eyes most probably as high above his thoughts as they are high above the earth, he is suddenly stopped in passing the window by two eyes that meet his own. The ceiling of his room is rather low, and the upper part of the door, which is opposite the window, is of glass. There is an inner baize door too, but the night being warm, he did not close it when he came upstairs. These eyes that met his own are looking in through the glass from the corridor outside. He knows them well. The blood has not flushed into his face so suddenly and redly for many a long year as when he recognizes Lady Dedlock. He steps into the room, and she comes in too, closing both the doors behind her. There is a wild disturbance. Is it fear or anger in her eyes? In her carriage and all else she looks as she looked downstairs 2 hours ago. Is it fear, or is it anger now? He cannot be sure. Both might be as pale, both as intent. Lady Dedlock. She does not speak at first, nor even when she has slowly dropped into the easy chair by the table. They look at each other like two pictures. Why have you told my story to so many persons? Lady Dedlock, it was necessary for me to inform you that I knew it. How long have you known it? I have suspected it a long while. Fully known, a little while. Months, days. He stands before her with one hand on a chair back and the other in his old-fashioned waistcoat and shirt frill, exactly as he has stood before her at any time since her marriage. The same formal politeness, the same composed deference that might as well be defiance. The whole man the same dark, cold object, at the same distance, which nothing has ever diminished. Is this true concerning the poor girl? He slightly inclines and advances his head, not quite understanding the question. You know what you related. Is it true? Do her friends know my story also? Is it the town talk yet? Is it chalked upon the walls and cried in the streets? So Anger and fear and shame, all three contending. What power this woman has to keep these raging passions down! Mr. Tulkinghorn's thoughts take such form as he looks at her, with his ragged grey eyebrows, her hair's breadth or more contracted than usual under her gaze. No, Lady Dedlock, that was a hypothetical case, arising out of Sir Leicester's unconsciously carrying the matter with so high a hand. But it would be a real case if they knew what we know. Then they do not know it yet. No. Can I save the poor girl from injury before they know it? Really, Lady Dedlock, Mr. Tulkinghorn replies, I cannot give a satisfactory opinion on that point. And he thinks with the interest of attentive curiosity as he watches the struggle in her breast. The power and force of this woman are astonishing. Sir, she says, for the moment obliged to set her lips with all the energy she has that she may speak distinctly, I will make it plainer. I do not dispute your hypothetical case. I anticipated it, and felt its truth as strongly as you can do when I saw Mr. Rouncewell here. I knew very well that if he could have had the power of seeing me as I was, he would consider the poor girl tarnished by having for a moment been, although most innocently, the subject of my great and distinguished patronage. But I have an interest in her. I should rather say no longer belonging to this place. I had, and if you can find so much consideration for the woman under your foot as to remember that, she will be very sensible of your mercy. Mr. Tulkinghorn, profoundly attentive, throws this off with a shrug of self-depreciation, and contracts his eyebrows a little more. You have prepared me for my exposure, and I thank you for that too. Is there anything that you require of me? Is there any claim that I can release, or any charge of trouble that I can spare my husband in obtaining his release, by certifying to the exactness of your discovery? I will write anything here and now that you will dictate. I am ready to do it. And she would do it, thinks the lawyer, watchful of the firm hand with which she takes the pen. I will not trouble you, Lady Dedlock. Pray spare yourself. I have long expected this, as you know. I neither wish to spare myself nor to be spared. You can do nothing worse to me than you have done. Do what remains now. Lady Dedlock, there is nothing to be done. I will take my leave to say a few words when you have finished. Their need for watching one another should be over now, but they do it all this time, and the stars watch them both through an opened window. Away in the moonlight lie the woodland fields at rest, and the wide house is as quiet as the narrow one. The narrow one! Where are the digger and the spade? This peaceful night, destined to add the last great secret of the many secrets of the Tulkinghorn existence. Is the man born yet? Is the spade wrought yet? Curious questions to consider, more curious perhaps not to consider, under the watching stars upon a summer night. Of repentance or remorse or any feeling of mine, Lady Dedlock presently proceeds, I say not a word. If I were not dumb, you would be deaf. Let that go by. It is not for your ears. He makes a feint of offering a protest, but she sweeps it away with her disdainful hand. Of other and very different things I come to speak to you. My jewels are all in their proper places of keeping. They will be found there. So my dresses. So all the valuables I have. Some ready money I had with me, pleased to say, but no large amount. I did not wear my own dress in order that I might avoid observation. I went to be henceforward lost. Make this known. I leave no other charge with you. Excuse me, Lady Dedlock, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, quite unmoved. I am not sure that I understand you. You want to be lost to all here. I leave Chesney Wold tonight. I go this hour. Mr. Tulkinghorn shakes his head. She rises, but he, without moving hand from a chair back or from the old-fashioned waistcoat and shirt frill, shakes his head. What, not go as I have said? No, Lady Dedlock, he very calmly replies. Do you know the relief that my disappearance will be? Have you forgotten the stain and blot upon this place, and where it is, and who it is? No, Lady Dedlock, not by any means. Without deigning to rejoin, she moves to the inner door, and has it in her hand when he says to her, without himself stirring hand or foot or raising his voice. Lady Dedlock, have the goodness to stop and hear me, or before you reach the staircase I shall ring the alarm bell and rouse the house, and then I must speak out before every guest and servant, every man and woman in it. He has conquered her. She falters, trembles, and puts her hand confusedly to her head. Slight tokens these in any one else, but when so practised an eye as Mr. Tulkinghorn sees indecision for a moment in such a subject, he thoroughly knows its value. He promptly says again, "Have the goodness to hear me, Lady Dedlock," and motions the chair from which he has risen. She hesitates, but he motions again, and she sits down. "The relations between us are of an unfortunate description, Lady Dedlock, but as they are not of my making, I will not apologize for them. The position I hold in reference to Sir Leicester is so well known to you that I can hardly imagine but that I must have long appeared in your eyes the natural person to make this discovery." "Sir," she returns, without looking up from the ground on which her eyes are now fixed, "I had better have gone. It would have been far better not to have detained me. I have no more to say." "Excuse me, Lady Dedlock, if I had a little more to hear." "I wish to hear it at the window, then. I can't breathe where I am." His jealous glance as she walks that way betrays an instant's misgiving that she may have it in her thoughts to leap over, and dashing against ledge and cornice, to strike her life out upon the terrace below. But a moment's observation of her figure as she stands in the window without any support, looking out at the stars, not up, gloomily out of those stars which are low in the heavens, reassures him. By facing round as she has moved, he stands a little behind her. "Lady Dedlock, I have not yet been able to come to a decision satisfactory to myself on the course before me. I am not clear what to do or how to act next. I must request you, in the meantime, to keep your secret as you have kept it so long, and not to wonder that I keep it too." He pauses, but she makes no reply. "Pardon me, Lady Dedlock, this is an important subject. You are honouring me with your attention." "I am." "Thank you. I might have known it from what I have seen of your strength of character. I ought not to have asked the question, but I have the habit of making sure of my ground, step by step, as I go on. The sole consideration in this unhappy case is Sir Leicester." "Because he is the consideration, Lady Dedlock. I have no occasion to tell you that Sir Leicester is a very proud man, that his reliance upon you is implicit, that the fall of that moon out of the sky would not amaze him more than your fall from your high position as his wife." She breathes quickly and heavily, but she stands as unflinchingly as ever he has seen her in the midst of her grandest company. "I declare to you, Lady Dedlock, that with anything short of this case that I have, I would as soon have hoped to root up by means of my own strength and my own hands the oldest tree on this estate as to shake your hold upon Sir Leicester and Sir Leicester's trust and confidence in you. And even now, with this case, I hesitate. Not that he could doubt, that even with him it is impossible, but that nothing can prepare him for the blow." "Not my flight," she returned. "Think of it again." "Your flight, Lady Dedlock, would spread the whole truth, and 100 times the whole truth, far and wide. It would be impossible to save the family credit for a day. It's not to be thought of." There is a quiet decision in his reply which admits of no remonstrance. "When I speak of Sir Leicester being the sole consideration, he and the family credit are one. Sir Leicester and the baronetcies, Sir Leicester and Chesney Wold, Sir Leicester and his ancestors and his patrimony," Mr. Tulkinghorn very dry here, "are, I need not say to you, Lady Dedlock, inseparable." "Go on." "Therefore," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, pursuing his case in his jog-trot style, "I have much to consider. This is to be hushed up if it can be. How can it be? If Sir Leicester is driven out of his wits, or laid upon a death-bed, if I inflicted this shock upon him to-morrow morning, how could the immediate change in him be accounted for? What could have caused it? What could have divided you? Lady Dedlock, the wall chalking and the street crying would come on directly, and you are to remember that it would not affect you merely, whom I cannot at all consider in this business, but your husband, Lady Dedlock, your husband." He gets plainer as he gets on, but not an atom more emphatic or animated. There is another point of view, he continues, in which the case presents itself. Sir Leicester is devoted to you almost to infatuation. He might not be able to overcome that infatuation, even knowing what we know. I am putting an extreme case, but it might be so. If so, it were better that he knew nothing. Better for common sense, better for him, better for me. I must take all this into account, and it combines to render a decision very difficult. She stands looking out at the same stars without a word. They are beginning to pale, and she looks as if their coldness froze her. My experience teaches me, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, who has by this time got his hands in his pockets and is going on in his business consideration of the matter like a machine. My experience teaches me, Lady Dedlock, that most of the people I know would do far better to leave marriage alone. It is at the bottom of 3/4 of their troubles. So I thought when Sir Leicester married, and so I always have thought since. No more about that. I must now be guided by circumstances. In the meanwhile, I must beg you to keep your own counsel, and I will keep mine. I am to drag my present life on, holding its pains at your pleasure, day by day?" she asks, still looking at the distant sky. "Yes, I am afraid so, Lady Dedlock." "Is it necessary, you think, that I should be so tied to the stake?" "I am sure that what I recommend is necessary. I am to remain on this gaudy platform on which my miserable deception has been so long acted, and it is to fall beneath me when you give the signal," she said slowly. "Not without notice, Lady Dedlock. I shall take no step without forewarning you." She asks all her questions as if she were repeating them from memory or calling them over in her sleep. "We are to meet as usual?" "Precisely as usual, if you please." "And I am to hide my guilt as I have done so many years?" "As you have done so many years, I should not have made that reference myself, Lady Dedlock. But I may now remind you that your secret can be no heavier to you than it was, and is no worse and no better than it was. I know it, certainly, but I believe we have never wholly trusted each other." She stands absorbed in the same frozen way for some little time before asking, "Is there anything more to be said to-night?" "Why," Mr. Tulkinghorn returns methodically as he softly rubs his hands, "I should like to be assured of your acquiescence to my arrangements, Lady Dedlock." "You may be assured of it." "Good. And I would wish in conclusion to remind you, as a business precaution, in case it should be necessary to recall the fact in any communication with Sir Leicester, that throughout our interview I have expressly stated my sole consideration to be Sir Leicester's feelings and honour and the family reputation. I should have been happy to have made Lady Dedlock a prominent consideration too, if the case had admitted of it, but unfortunately it does not. Can I attest your fidelity, sir?" Both before and after saying it she remains absorbed, but at length moves and turns, unshaken in her natural and acquired presence, towards the door. Mr. Tulkinghorn opens both the doors exactly as he would have done yesterday, or as he would have done 10 years ago, and makes his old-fashioned bow as she passes out. It is not an ordinary look that he receives from the handsome face as it goes into the darkness, and it is not an ordinary movement, though a very slight one, that acknowledges his courtesy. But as he reflects when he is left alone, the woman has been putting no common constraint upon herself. He would know it all better if he saw the woman pacing her own rooms with her hair wildly thrown from her flung-back face, her hands clasped behind her head, her figure twisted as if by pain. He would think so all the more if he saw the woman thus hurrying up and down for hours, without fatigue, without intermission, followed by the faithful step upon the Ghost's Walk. But he shuts out the now chilled air, draws the window curtain, goes to bed and falls asleep. And truly, when the stars go out and the wan day peeps into the turret chamber, finding him at his oldest, he looks as if the digger and the spade were both commissioned and would soon be digging. The same wan day peeps in at Sir Leicester, pardoning the repentant country in a majestically condescending dream, and at the cousins entering upon various public employments, principally receipt of a salary, and at the chaste Volumnia bestowing a dower of £50,000 upon a hideous old general with a mouth of false teeth like a pianoforte too full of keys. Long the admiration of Bath, and the terror of every other community. Also into rooms high in the roof, and into offices and courtyards and over stables, where humbler ambition dreams of bliss. In keepers' lodges, holy matrimony with Will or Sally, up comes the bright sun, drawing everything up with it, the Wills and Sallys, the latent vapour in the earth, the drooping leaves and flowers, the birds and beasts and creeping things, the gardener's sweep to the dewy turf, and unfold emerald velvet where the roller passes, the smoke of the great kitchen fire wreathing itself straight and high into the lightsome air. Lastly, up comes the flag over Mr. Tulkinghorn's unconscious head, cheerfully proclaiming that Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock are in their happy home, and that there is hospitality at the place in Lincolnshire. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. In Mr. Tulkinghorn's Chambers. From the verdant undulations and the spreading oaks of the Dedlock property, Mr. Tulkinghorn transfers himself to the stale heat and dust of London. His manner of coming and going between the two places is one of his impenetrabilities. He walks into Chesney Wold as if it were next door to his chambers, and returns to his chambers as if he had never been out of Lincoln's Inn Fields. He neither changes his dress before the journey, nor talks of it afterwards. He melted out of his turret room this morning, just as now, in the late twilight, he melts into his own square. Like a dingy London bird among the birds that roost in these pleasant fields, where the sheep are all made into parchment, the goats into wigs, and the pasture into chaff, the lawyer, smoke-dried and faded, dwelling among mankind but not consorting with them, aged without experience of genial youth, and so long used to make his cramped nest in holes and corners of human nature that he has forgotten its broader and better range, comes sauntering home. In the oven made by the hot pavements and hot buildings he has baked himself drier than usual, and he has in his thirsty mind his mellowed port wine half a century old. The lamplighter is skipping up and down his ladder on Mr. Tulkinghorn's side of the fields, when that high priest of noble mysteries arrives at his own dull courtyard. He ascends the doorsteps and is gliding into the dusty hall, when he encounters on the top step a bowing and proprietary little man. "Is that Snagsby?" "Yes, sir. Hope you're well. I was just giving you up, sir, and going home." "Aye, what is it? What do you want with me?" "Well, sir," says Mr. Snagsby, holding his hat at the side of his head in his deference towards his best customer, "I was wishful to say a word to you, sir." "Can you say it here?" "Perfectly, sir." "Say it then." The lawyer turns, leans his arms on the iron railing at the top of the steps, and looks at the lamplighter lighting the courtyard. "It's relating," says Mr. Snagsby in a mysterious low voice, "it's relating, not to put too fine a point on it, to the foreigner, sir." Mr. Tulkinghorn eyes him with some surprise. "What foreigner?" "The foreign female, sir. French, if I don't mistake. I'm not acquainted with that language myself, but I should judge from her manners and appearance that she was French. Anyway, certainly foreign. Her that was upstairs, sir, when Mr. Bucket and me had the honour of waiting upon you with the sweeping boy that night." "Oh, yes, Mademoiselle Hortense." "Indeed, sir." Mr. Snagsby coughs his cough of submission behind his hat. "I'm not acquainted myself with the names of foreigners in general, but I have no doubt it would be that." Mr. Snagsby appears to have set out in this reply with some desperate design of repeating the name, but on reflection coughs again to excuse himself. "And what can you have to say, Snagsby," demands Mr. Tulkinghorn, "about her?" "Well, sir," returns the stationer, shading his communication with his hat, "it falls a little hard upon me. My domestic happiness is very great, at least it's as great as can be expected, I'm sure, but my little woman is rather given to jealousy, not to put
too fine a point upon it. She is very much given to jealousy, and you see a foreign female of that genteel appearance coming into the shop and hovering, I should be the last to make use of such a strong expression if I could avoid it, but hovering, sir, in the court, you know it is, you know it ain't. I only put it to yourself, sir." Mr. Snagsby, having said this in a very plaintive manner, throws in a cough of general application to fill up all the blanks. "Why, what do you mean?" asks Mr. Tulkinghorn. "Just so, sir," returns Mr. Snagsby. "I was sure you'd feel it yourself, and would excuse the reasonableness of my feelings, when coupled with the known excitableness of my little woman. You see, the foreign female, which you mentioned her name just now with quite a native sound, I'm sure, caught up the word Snagsby that night, being uncommon quick, and made inquiry and got the direction, and come at dinner time. Now Gusta, our young woman, is timid and has fits, and she, taking fright at the foreigner's looks, which are fierce, and at her grinding manner that she has of speaking, which is calculated to alarm a weak mind, gave way to it, instead of bearing up against it, and tumbled down the kitchen stairs, out of one into another. Such fits I do think sometimes are never gone into, or come out of, in any house but ours. Consequently, there was, by good fortune, ample occupation for my little woman, and only me to answer the shop. When she did say that Mr. Tulkinghorn always being denied to her by his employer, which I had no doubt at the time was a foreign mode of viewing a clerk, she would do herself the pleasure of continually calling at my place until she was let in here. Since then she has been, as I began by saying, hovering, sir, hovering." Mr. Snagsby repeats the word with pathetic emphasis. "In the court," the effects of which movement it is impossible to calculate. I shouldn't wonder if it might have already given rise to the painfulest mistakes even in the neighbour's mind, not mentioning, if such a thing were possible, my little woman. Whereas, goodness knows, says Mr. Snagsby, shaking his head, I never had an idea of a foreign female, except as being formerly connected with a bunch of brooms and a baby, or at the present time with a tambourine and earrings. I never had, I do assure you, sir." Mr. Tulkinghorn has listened gravely to this complaint, and inquires when the stationer has finished. "And that's all, is it, Snagsby?" "Why, yes, sir, that's all," says Mr. Snagsby, ending with a cough that plainly adds, "and it's enough too, for me." "I don't know what Mademoiselle Hortense may want or mean, unless she is mad," says the lawyer. "Even if she was, you know, sir, Mr. Snagsby, please, it wouldn't be a consolation to have some weapon or other, in the form of a foreign dagger, planted in the family." "No," says the other. "Well, well, this shall be stopped. I'm sorry if you've been inconvenienced. If she comes again, send her here." Mr. Snagsby, with much bowing and a short apologetic coughing, takes his leave, lightened in heart. Mr. Tulkinghorn goes upstairs, saying to himself, "These women were created to give trouble the whole earth over. The mistress not being enough to deal with, here's the maid now. But I will be short with this jade at least." So saying, he unlocks his door, gropes his way into his murky rooms, lights his candles, and looks about him. It is too dark to see much of the allegory overhead, but that importunate Roman, who is for ever toppling out of the clouds and pointing at his old work pretty distinctly, not honouring him with much attention, Mr. Tulkinghorn takes a small key from his pocket, unlocks a drawer in which there is another key, which unlocks a chest in which there is another, and so comes to the cellar key, with which he prepares to descend into the regions of old wine. He is going towards the door with a candle in his hand when a knock comes. "Who's this?" "Ay, ay, mistress, it's you, is it? You appear at good time. I have just been hearing of you. Now what do you want?" He stands the candle on the chimney piece in the clerk's hall, and taps his dry cheek with the key as he addresses these words of welcome to Mademoiselle Hortense. That feline personage, with her lips tightly shut and her eyes looking at him sideways, softly closes the door before replying, "I have had a great deal of trouble to find you, sir." "Have you?" "I have been here very often, sir. It's always been said to me he is not at home, he is engaged, he is this, He is that. He is not for you. Quite right and quite true. Not true lies. At times there is a suddenness in the manner of Mademoiselle Hortense, so like a bodily spring upon the subject of it, that such subject involuntarily starts and fails back. It is Mr. Tulkinghorn's case at present. Though Mademoiselle Hortense, with her eyes almost shut up, but still looking out sideways, is only smiling contemptuously and shaking her head. Now, mistress, says the lawyer, tapping the key hastily upon the chimney-piece, if you have anything to say, say it, say it. Sir, you have not used me well. You have been mean and shabby. Mean and shabby, eh? Returns the lawyer, rubbing his nose with the key. Yes. What is it that I tell you? You know you have. You have attrapped me, you have catched me, to give you information. You have asked me to show you the dress of my lady must have wore that night. You have prayed me to come in it here to meet that boy. Say it is not. Mademoiselle Hortense makes another spring. You are a vixen, a vixen. Mr. Tulkinghorn seems to meditate as he looks distrustfully at her. Then he replies, well, wench, well, I paid you. You paid me, she repeats with fierce disdain. 2 sovereign. I have not changed them. I refuse them. I despise them. I throw them from me, which she literally does. Taking them out of her bosom, she speaks, and flinging them with such violence on the floor that they jerk up again into the light before they roll away into corners, and slowly settle down there after spinning vehemently. Now, says Mademoiselle Hortense, darkening her large eyes again, you have paid me, eh? My God, oh yes. Mr. Tulkinghorn rubs his head with the key, while she entertains herself with a sarcastic laugh. You must be rich, my fair friend, he composedly observes, to throw money about in that way. I am rich, she returns. I am very rich in hate. I hate my lady of all my heart. You know that. Know it? How should I know it? Because you have known it perfectly before you paid me to give you that information. Because you have known perfectly that I was enraged. It appears almost impossible for Mademoiselle to roll the letter R sufficiently in this word. Notwithstanding that, she assists her energetic delivery by clenching both her hands and setting all her teeth. Oh, I knew that, did I? Says Mr. Tulkinghorn, examining the wards of the key. Yes, without doubt. I am not blind. You have made sure of me because you knew that. You had reason. I detest her. Mademoiselle folds her arms and throws this last remark at him over one of her shoulders. Having said this, have you anything else to say, mademoiselle? I am not yet placed. Place me well. Find me a good condition. If you cannot or do not choose to do that, employ me to pursue her, to chase her, to disgrace and dishonour her. I will help you well and with a good will. It is what you do. Do I not know that? You appear to know a great deal, Mr. Tulkinghorn retorts. Do I not? Is it that I am so weak as to believe like a child that I come here in that dress to receive that boy, only to decide a little bet, a wager? Oh, my God, oh, yes. In this reply, down to the word wager, inclusive, Mademoiselle has been ironically polite and tender, then has suddenly dashed into the bitterest and most defiant scorn, with her black eyes in one and the same moment very nearly shut and staringly wide open. Now let us see, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, tapping his chin with the key and looking imperturbably at her, how this matter stands. Ah, let us see, Mademoiselle assents, with many angry and tight nods of her head. You come here to make a remarkably modest demand, which you have just stated, and it not being conceded, you will come again. And again, says Mademoiselle, with more tight and angry nods, and yet again, and many times again, in effect, forever. And not only here, but you will go to Mr. Snagsby's too, perhaps. That visit not succeeding either, you will go again, perhaps. And again, repeats Mademoiselle, cataleptic with determination. And yet again, and many times again, in effect, forever. Very well now, Mademoiselle Hortense, let me recommend you to take the candle and pick up that money of yours. I think you will find it behind the clerk's partition in the corner yonder. She merely throws a laugh over her shoulder and stands her ground with folded arms. You will not, eh? No, I will not. So much the poorer you, so much the richer I. Look, mistress, this is the key of my wine cellar. It is a large key, but the keys of prisons are larger. In this city there are houses of correction, where the treadmills are for women, the gates of which are very strong and heavy, and no doubt the keys too. I am afraid a lady of your spirit and activity would find it an inconvenience to have one of those keys turned upon her for any length of time. What do you think?" "I think," Mamselle replies, without any action, and in a clear, obliging voice, "that you are a miserable wretch." "Probably," returns Mr. Tulkinghorn, quietly blowing his nose. "But I don't ask what you think of myself. I ask what you think of the prison." "Nothing. What does it matter to me?" "Why, it matters this much, mistress," says the lawyer, deliberately putting away his handkerchief and adjusting his frill. "The law is so despotic here that it interferes to prevent any of our good English citizens from being troubled, even by a lady's visits, against his desire. And on his complaining that he is so troubled, it takes hold of the troublesome lady and shuts her up in prison under hard discipline, turns the key upon her, mistress," illustrating with the cellar key. "Truly," returns Mamselle in the same pleasant voice, "that is droll. But, my faith, what does it matter to me?" "My fair friend," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "make another visit here at Mr. Snagsby's, and you shall learn." "In that case you will send me to the prison, perhaps?" "Perhaps." It would be contradictory for one of Mamselle's state of agreeable jocularity to foam at the mouth. Otherwise a tigerish expansion thereabouts might look as if a very little more would make her do it. "In a word, mistress," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "I am sorry to be unpolite, but if you ever present yourself uninvited here or there again, I will give you over to the police. Their gallantry is great, but they carry troublesome people through the streets in an ignominious manner, strapped down on a board, my good wench." "I will prove you," whispers Mamselle, stretching out a hand. "I will try if you dare to do it." "And if," pursues the lawyer, without minding her, "I place you in that good condition of being locked up in jail, it will be some time before you find yourself at liberty again." "I will prove you," repeats Mamselle in a former whisper. "And now," proceeds the lawyer, still without minding her, "you'd better go. Think twice before you come here again." "Think you," she answers, "twice 200 times." "You are dismissed by your lady, you know," Mr. Tulkinghorn observes, following her out on the staircase, "as the most implacable and unmanageable of women. Now turn over a new leaf and take warning by what I say to you. For what I say I mean, and what I threaten I will do, mistress." She goes down without answering or looking behind her. When she is gone, he goes down too, and returning with his cobweb-covered bottle, devotes himself to leisurely enjoyment of its contents, now and then, as he throws his head back in his chair, catching sight of the pertinacious Roman pointing from the ceiling. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. Esthers Narrative. It matters little now how much I thought that my living mother, who had told me evermore to consider her dead. I could not venture to approach her or to communicate with her in writing, for my sense of the peril in which her life was passed was only to be equalled by my fears of increasing it. Knowing that my mere existence as a living creature was an unforeseen danger in her way, I could not always conquer that terror of myself which had seized me when I first knew the secret. At no time did I dare to utter her name. I felt as if I did not even dare to hear it. If the conversation anywhere when I was present took that direction, as it sometimes naturally did, I tried not to hear. I mentally counted, repeated something that I knew, or went out of the room. I am conscious now that I often did these things when there can have been no danger of her being spoken of, but I did them in the dread that I had of hearing anything that might lead to her betrayal, and to her betrayal through me. It matters little now how often I recalled the tones of my mother's voice, wondered whether I should ever hear it again as I so longed to do, and thought how strange and desolate it was that it should be so new to me. It matters little that I watched for every public mention of my mother's name, that I passed and repassed the door of her house in town, loving it but afraid to look at it, that I once sat in the theatre when my mother was there and saw me, and when we were so wide asunder before the great company of all degrees that any link or confidence between us seemed a dream. It is all over. My lot has been so blessed that I can relate little of myself which is not a story of goodness and generosity in others. I may well pass that little and go on. When we were settled at home again, Ada and I had many conversations with my guardian, of which Richard was the theme. My dear girl was deeply grieved that he should do their kind cousin so much wrong, but she was so faithful to Richard that she could not bear to blame him even for that. My guardian was assured of it, and never coupled his name with a word of reproof. "Rick is mistaken, my dear," he would say to her. "Well, well, we've all been mistaken over and over again. We must trust to you and time to set him right." We knew afterwards what we suspected then, that he did not trust to time, until he had often tried to open Richard's eyes, that he had written to him, gone to him, talked with him, tried every gentle and persuasive art his kindness could devise. Our poor devoted Richard was deaf and blind to all. If he were wrong, he would make amends when the Chancery suit was over. If he were groping in the dark, he could do no better than to do his utmost to clear away those clouds in which so much was confused and obscured. Suspicion and misunderstanding were the fault of the suit, and let him work the suit out and come through it to his right mind. This was his unvarying reply. Jarndyce and Jarndyce had obtained such possession of his whole nature that it was impossible to place any consideration before him which he did not, with a distorted kind of reason, make a new argument in favour of his doing what he did. So that it is even more mischievous, said my guardian once to me, to remonstrate with a poor dear fellow than to leave him alone. I took one of these opportunities of mentioning my doubts of Mr. Skimpole as a good adviser for Richard. "Adviser!" returned my guardian, laughing. "My dear, who would advise with Skimpole?" "Encourager would perhaps have been a better word," said I. "Encourager!" returned my guardian again. "Who could be encouraged by Skimpole?" "Not Richard?" I asked. "No," he replied. "Such an unworldly, uncalculating, gossamer creature is a relief to him, and an amusement. But as to advising or encouraging or occupying a serious station towards anybody or anything, it is simply not to be thought of in such a child as Skimpole." "Pray, cousin John," said Ada, who had just joined us, and now looked over my shoulder, "what made him such a child?" "What made him such a child?" inquired my guardian, rubbing his head, a little at a loss. "Yes, cousin John." "Why," he slowly replied, roughening his head more and more, "he is all sentiment, and susceptibility, and sensibility, and imagination, and these qualities are not regulated in him. Somehow I suppose the people who admired him for them in his youth attached too much importance to them, too little to any training that would have balanced and adjusted them. So he became what he is. Hey!" said my guardian, stopping short and looking at us hopefully. "What do you think, you two?" Ada, glancing at me, said she thought it was a pity he should be such an expense to Richard. "So it is," returned my guardian hurriedly. "That must not be. We must arrange that. I must prevent it. That will never do." And I said I thought it was to be regretted that he had ever introduced Richard to Mr. Vholes for a present of £5. "Did he?" said my guardian, with a passing shade of vexation on his face. "But there you have the man. There's nothing mercenary in that with him. He has no idea of the value of money. He introduces Rick, then he's good friends with Mr. Vholes, and borrows £5 of him. He means nothing by it, and thinks nothing of it. He told you himself, I'll be bound, my dear." "Oh yes," said I. "Exactly," cried my guardian, quite triumphant. "There you have the man. If he had meant any harm by it, or was conscious of any harm in it, he wouldn't tell it. He tells it as he does it in mere simplicity. But you shall see him in his own home, and then you'll understand him better. We must pay a visit to Harold Skimpole and caution him on these points. Lord bless you, my dears, an infant, an infant." In pursuance of this plan, we went to London on an early day and presented ourselves at Mr. Skimpole's door. He lived in a place called the Polygon in Somers Town, where there were at that time a number of poor Spanish refugees walking about in cloaks, smoking little paper cigars. Whether he was a better tenant than one might have supposed, in consequence of his friend, somebody always paying his rent at last, or whether his inaptitude for business rendered it particularly difficult to turn him out, I don't know, but he had occupied the same house some years. It was in a state of dilapidation quite equal to our expectation. 2 or 3 of the area railings were gone, the water butt was broken, the knocker was loose, the bell handle had been pulled off a long time, to judge by the rusty state of the wire, and dirty footprints on the steps were the only signs of it being inhabited. A slatternly, full-blown girl, who seemed to be bursting out of the rents in her gown and the cracks in her shoes like an overripe berry, answered our knock by opening the door a very little way and stopping up the gap with her figure. As she knew Mr. Jarndyce, indeed Ada and I both thought that she evidently associated him with the receipt of her wages, she immediately relented and allowed us to pass in. The lock of the door being in a disabled condition, she then applied herself to securing it with the chain, which was not in good action either, and said, would we go upstairs? We went upstairs to the first floor, still seeing no other furniture than the dirty footprints. Mr. Jarndyce, without further ceremony, entered a room there, and we followed. It was dingy enough and not at all clean, but furnished with an odd kind of shabby luxury, with a large footstool, a sofa and plenty of cushions, an easy chair and plenty of pillows, a piano, books, drawing materials, music, newspapers, and a few sketches and pictures. A broken pane of glass in one of the dirty windows was papered and wafered over, but there was a little plate of hothouse nectarines on the table, and there was another of grapes and another of sponge cakes. There was a bottle of light wine. Mr. Skimpole himself reclined upon the sofa in a dressing gown, drinking some fragrant coffee from an old china cup. It was then about midday, and looking at a collection of wallflowers in the balcony. He was not the least disconcerted by our appearance, but rose and received us in his usual airy manner. "Here I am, you see," he said when we were seated, not without some little difficulty, the greater part of the chairs being broken. "Here I am. This is my frugal breakfast. Some men want legs of beef and mutton for breakfast. I don't. Give me my peach, my cup of coffee, and my claret, and I am content. I don't want them for themselves, but they remind me of the sun. There's nothing solar about legs of beef and mutton. Mere animal satisfaction. This is our friend's consulting room, or would be if he ever prescribed. His sanctum, his studio," said my guardian to us. "Yes," said Mr. Skimpole, turning his bright face about. "This is the bird's cage. This is where the bird lives and sings. They pluck his feathers now and then and clip his wings, but he sings, he sings." He handed us the grapes, repeating in his radiant way, "He sings." Not an ambitious note, but still he sings. "These are very fine," said my guardian. "At present?" "No," he answered. "No, some amiable gardener sells them. His man wanted to know when he brought them last evening whether he should wait for the money." "Really, my friend," I said, "I think not, if your time was of any value to you. I suppose it was, for he went away." My guardian looked at us with a smile, as though he asked us, is it possible to be worldly with this baby? "This is a day," said Mr. Skimpole, gaily taking a little claret in a tumbler, "that will ever be remembered here. We shall call it St. Clair and St. Summerson Day. You must see my daughters. I have a blue-eyed daughter who is my beauty daughter. I have a sentiment daughter, and I have a comedy daughter. You must see them all. They'll be enchanted." He was going to summon them when my guardian interposed and asked him to pause a moment, as he wished to say a word to him first. "My dear Jarndyce," he cheerfully replied, going back to his sofa, "as many moments as you please. Time is no object here. We never know what o'clock it is. We never care. Not the way to get on in life, you'll tell me? Certainly, but we don't get on in life. We don't pretend to do it. My guardian looked at us again, plainly saying, "You hear him?" "Now, Harold," he began, "the word I have to say relates to Rick." "The dearest friend I have," returned Mr. Skimpole cordially. "I suppose he ought to not be my dearest friend, as he's not on terms with you, but he is. I can't help it. He's full of youthful poetry, and I love him. If you don't like it, I can't help it. I love him." The engaging frankness with which he made this declaration really had a disinterested appearance, and captivated my guardian, if not for the moment Ada too. "You're welcome to love him as much as you like," returned Mr. Jarndyce, "but we must save his pocket, Harold." "Oh," said Mr. Skimpole, "his pocket. Now you're coming to what I don't understand." Taking a little more claret and dipping one of the cakes in it, he shook his head and smiled at Ada and me with an ingenuous foreboding that he could never be made to understand. "If you go with him here or there," said my guardian plainly, "you must not let him pay for both." "My dear Jarndyce," returned Mr. Skimpole, his genial face irradiated by the comicality of this idea, "what am I to do if he takes me anywhere? I must go, and how can I pay? I never have any money. If I had any money, I don't know anything about it. Suppose I say to a man, 'How much?' Suppose the man says to me, 7 and 6pence. I know nothing about 7 and 6pence. It's impossible for me to pursue the subject with any consideration for the man. I don't go about asking busy people what 7 and 6pence is in Moorish, which I don't understand. Why should I go about asking them what 7 and 6pence is in money, which I don't understand?" "Well," said my guardian, by no means displeased with this artless reply, "if you come to any kind of journeying with Rick, you must borrow the money off me, never breathing the least allusion to that circumstance, and leave the calculation to him." "My dear Jarndyce," returned Mr. Skimpole, "I would do anything to give you pleasure, but it seems an idle form, a superstition. Besides, I give you my word, Miss Clare and my dear Miss Summerson, I thought Mr. Carstone was immensely rich. I thought he had only to make over something, or sign a bond, or a draft, or a cheque, or a bill, or to put something on a file somewhere, to bring down a shower of money." "Indeed it is not so, sir," said Ada. "He is poor." "No, really," returned Mr. Skimpole with his bright smile. "You surprise me." "And not being the richer for trusting in a rotten reed," said my guardian, laying his hand emphatically on the sleeve of Mr. Skimpole's dressing gown. "Be you very careful not to encourage him in that reliance, Harold." "My dear good friend," returned Mr. Skimpole, "and my dear Miss Summerson, and my dear Miss Clare, how can I do that? It's business. I don't know business. It is he who encourages me. He emerges from great feats of business, presents the brightest prospects before me as their result, and calls upon me to admire them. I do admire them as bright prospects, but I know no more about them, and I tell him so." The helpless kind of candour with which he presented this before us, the light-hearted manner in which he was amused by his innocence, the fantastic way in which he took himself under his own protection and argued about that curious person, combined with the delightful ease of everything he said exactly to make out my guardian's case. The more I saw of him, the more unlikely it seemed to me when he was present that he could design, conceal, or influence anything, and yet the less likely that appeared when he was not present, and the less agreeable it was to think of his having anything to do with anyone for whom I cared. Hearing that his examination, as he called it, was now over, Mr. Skimpole left the room with a radiant face to fetch his daughters. His sons had run away at various times, leaving my guardian quite delighted by the manner in which he had vindicated his childish character. He soon came back, bringing with him 3 young ladies, and Mrs. Skimpole, who had once been a beauty, but was now a delicate, high-nosed invalid, suffering under a complication of disorders.
"This," said Mr. Skimpole, "is my beauty daughter, Arethusa. Plays and sings odds and ends like her father. This is my sentiment daughter, Laura. Plays a little but don't sing. This is my comedy daughter, Kitty. Sings a little but don't play. We all draw a little and compose a little, and none of us have any idea of time or money." Mrs. Skimpole sighed.
I thought as if she would have been glad to strike out this item in the family attainments. I also thought that she rather impressed her sigh upon my guardian, and that she took every opportunity of throwing in another. "It is pleasant," said Mr. Skimpole, turning his sprightly eyes from one to the other of us, "and it is whimsically interesting to trace peculiarities in families. In this family we are all children. I am the youngest." The daughters, who appeared to be very fond of him, were amused by this droll fact, particularly the comedy daughter. "My dears, it is true," said Mr. Skimpole. "Is it not? So it is, and so it must be, because, like the dogs in the hymn, it is our nature too. Now here is Miss Summerson with a fine administrative capacity and knowledge of details perfectly surprising. It will sound very strange in Miss Summerson's ears, I dare say, that we know nothing about chops in this house. But we don't, not the least. We can't cook anything whatever. A needle and a thread we don't know how to use. We admire the people who possess the practical wisdom we want, but we don't quarrel with them. Then why should they quarrel with us? Live and let live, we say to them. Live upon your practical wisdom, and let us live upon you." He laughed, but as usual seemed quite candid and really to mean what he said. "We have sympathy, my roses," said Mr. Skimpole. "Sympathy for everything, have we not?" "Oh yes, papa," cried the three daughters. "In fact, that is our family department," said Mr. Skimpole, "in this hurly-burly of life. We are capable of looking on and of being interested, and we do look on, and we are interested. What more can we do? Here is my beauty daughter, married these 3 years. Now I dare say her marrying another child, and having 2 more, was all wrong in point of political economy, but it was very agreeable. We had our little festivities on those occasions, and exchanged social ideas. She brought her young husband home one day, and they and their young fledglings have their nest upstairs. I dare say at some time or other sentiment and comedy will bring their husbands home, and have their nests upstairs too. So we get on. We don't know how, but somehow." She looked very young indeed to be the mother of 2 children, and I could not help pitying both her and them. It was evident that the 3 daughters had grown up as they could, and had had just as little haphazard instruction as qualified them to be their father's playthings in his idlest hours. His pictorial tastes were consulted, I observed, in their respective styles of wearing their hair, the beauty daughter being in the classic manner, the sentiment daughter rather luxuriant and flowing, and the comedy daughter in the arch style, with a good deal of sprightly forehead and vivacious little curls dotted around the corners of her eyes. They were dressed to correspond, though in a most untidy and negligent way. Ada and I conversed with these young ladies, and found them wonderfully like their father. In the meanwhile, Mr. Jarndyce, who had been rubbing his head to a great extent, and hinted at a change in the wind, talked with Mrs. Skimpole in a corner where we could not help hearing the chink of money. Mr. Skimpole had previously volunteered to come home with us, and had withdrawn to dress himself for the purpose. "My roses," he said when he came back, "take care of mamma. She is poorly to day. By going home with Mr. Jarndyce for a day or 2, I shall hear the larks sing and preserve my amiability. It has been tried, you know, and would be tried again if I remained at home." "That bad man," said the comedy daughter. "Very time when he knew papa was lying ill by his wallflowers, looking at the blue sky," Laura complained. "And when the smell of hay was in the air," said Arethusa. "It showed a want of poetry in the man," Mr. Skimpole assented, but with a perfect good humour. "It was coarse. There was an absence of the finer touches of humanity in it. My daughters have taken great offence," he explained to us, "at an honest man." "Not honest, papa, impossible," all 3 protested. "At a rough kind of fellow, a sort of human hedgehog rolled up," said Mr. Skimpole, "who is a baker in this neighbourhood, and from whom we borrowed a couple of armchairs. We wanted a couple of armchairs, and we hadn't got them, and therefore, of course, we looked to a man who had got them to lend them. Well, this morose person lent them, and we wore them out. When they were worn out he wanted them back. He had them back. He was contented, you will say. Not at all. He objected to their being worn. I reasoned with him and pointed out his mistake. I said, 'Can you, at your time of life, be so headstrong, my friend, as to persist that an armchair is a thing to put upon a shelf and look at? that it is an object to contemplate, to survey from a distance, to consider from a point of sight? Don't you know that these armchairs were borrowed to be sat upon?" He was unreasonable and unpersuadable, and used intemperate language. Being as patient as I am at this minute, I addressed another appeal to him. I said, "Now, my good man, however our business capacities may vary, we are all children of one great mother, Nature. On this blooming summer morning here you see me. I was on the sofa, with flowers before me, fruit upon the table, the cloudless sky above me, the air full of fragrance, contemplating Nature. I entreat you, by our common brotherhood, not to interpose between me and a subject so sublime, the absurd figure of an angry baker." "But he did," said Mr. Skimpole, raising his laughing eyes in playful astonishment. "He did interpose, that ridiculous figure, and he does, and he will again. And therefore I am very glad to get out of his way and go home with my friend Jarndyce." It seemed to escape his consideration that Mrs. Skimpole and the daughters remained behind to encounter the baker. But this was so old a story to all of them that it had become a matter of course. He took leave of his family with a tenderness as airy and graceful as any other aspect in which he showed himself, and rode away with us in perfect harmony of mind. We had an opportunity of seeing through some open doors, as we went downstairs, that his own apartment was a palace to the rest of the house. I could have no anticipation, and I had none, that something very startling to me at the moment, and ever memorable to me in what ensued from it, was to happen before this day was out. Our guest was in such high spirits on the way home that I could do nothing but listen to him and wonder at him. Nor was I alone in this, for Ada yielded to the same fascination. As to my guardian, the wind, which had threatened to become fixed in the east when we left Somerstown, veered completely round before we were a couple of miles from it. Whether of questionable childishness or not in any other matters, Mr. Skimpole had a child's enjoyment of change and bright weather. In no way wearied by his sallies on the road, he was in the drawing-room before any of us. I heard him at the piano while I was yet looking after my housekeeping, singing refrains of barcarolles and drinking songs, Italian and German, by the score. We were all assembled shortly before dinner, and he was still at the piano, idly picking out in his luxurious way little strains of music, and talking between whiles of finishing some sketches of the ruined old Verulam wall to-morrow, which he had begun a year or two ago and got tired of, when a card was brought in, and my guardian read out aloud in a surprised voice, "Sir Leicester Dedlock." The visitor was in the room while it was yet turning round with me, and before I had the power to stir, if I had had it, I should have hurried away. I had not even the presence of mind in my giddiness to retire to Ada in the window, or to see the window, or to know where it was. I heard my name, and found that my guardian was presenting me before I could move to a chair. "Pray be seated, Sir Leicester." "Mr. Jarndyce," said Sir Leicester in reply, as he bowed and seated himself, "I do myself the honour of calling here." "You do me the honour, Sir Leicester." "Thank you. Of calling here upon my road from Lincolnshire to express my regret that any cause of complaint, however strong, that I may have against a gentleman who is known to you and has been your host, and therefore I will make no further reference, should have prevented you, still more ladies under your escort and charge, from seeing whatever little there may be to gratify a polite and refined taste at my house, Chesney Wold. You are exceedingly obliging, Sir Leicester, and on behalf of those ladies who are present, and for myself, I thank you very much." "Is it possible, Mr. Jarndyce, that the gentleman to whom, for the reasons I have mentioned, I refrain from making further allusion, is it possible, Mr. Jarndyce, that the gentleman may have done me the honour so far to misapprehend my character as to induce you to believe that you would not have been received by my local establishment in Lincolnshire with that urbanity, that courtesy, which its members are instructed to show to all ladies and gentlemen who present themselves at that house? I merely beg to observe, sir, that the fact is the reverse." My guardian delicately dismissed this remark without making any verbal answer. "It has given me pain, Mr. Jarndyce," Sir Leicester weightily proceeded, "I assure you, sir, it has given me pain to learn from the housekeeper at Chesney Wold that a gentleman who was in your company in that part of the county, and who would appear to possess a cultivated taste for the fine arts, was likewise deterred by some such cause from examining the family pictures with that leisure that attention, that care which he might have desired to bestow upon them, and which some of them might possibly have repaid. Here he produced a card, and read with much gravity and little trouble through his eyeglass, Mr. Harold Scumpling, I beg your pardon, Skimpole. This is Mr. Harold Skimpole, said my guardian, evidently surprised. Oh, exclaimed Sir Leicester, I am happy to meet Mr. Skimpole, and have the opportunity of tendering my personal regrets. I hope, sir, that when you again find yourself in my part of the county, you will be under no similar sense of restraint. You are very obliging, Sir Leicester Dedlock. So encouraged, I shall certainly give myself the pleasure and advantage of another visit to your beautiful house. The owners of such places as Chesney Wold, said Mr. Skimpole, with his usual happy and easy air, are public benefactors. They are good enough to maintain a number of delightful objects for the admiration and pleasure of us poor men, and not to reap all the admiration and pleasure that they yield is to be ungrateful to our benefactors. Sir Leicester seemed to approve of this sentiment highly. An artist, sir? No, returned Mr. Skimpole. A perfectly idle man, a mere amateur. Sir Leicester seemed to approve of this even more. He hoped he might have the good fortune to be at Chesney Wold when Mr. Skimpole next came down into Lincolnshire. Mr. Skimpole professed himself much flattered and honoured. Mr. Skimpole mentioned, pursued Sir Leicester, addressing himself again to my guardian, mentioned to the housekeeper, who, as he may have observed, is an old and attached retainer of the family. That is, when I walked through the house the other day, on the occasion of my going down to visit Miss Summerson and Miss Clare, Mr. Skimpole airily explained to us, that the friend with whom he had formerly been staying there was a Mr. Jarndyce. Sir Leicester bowed to the bearer of that name, and thence I became aware of the circumstance for which I have professed my regret, that this should have occurred to any gentleman, Mr. Jarndyce, but specially a gentleman formerly known to Lady Dedlock, and indeed claiming some distant connection with her, and for whom, as I learned from my lady herself, she entertains a high respect, does, I assure you, give me pain. Pray say no more about it, Sir Leicester, returned my guardian. I am very sensible, as I am sure we all are, of your consideration. Indeed, the mistake was mine, and I ought to apologize for it. I had not once looked up. I had not seen the visitor, and had not even appeared to myself to hear the conversation. It surprises me to find that I can recall it, for it seemed to make no impression on me as it passed. I heard them speaking, but my mind was so confused, and my instinctive avoidance of this gentleman made his presence so distressing to me, that I thought I understood nothing, through the rushing in my head and the beating of my heart. I mentioned the subject to Lady Dedlock, said Sir Leicester, rising, and my lady informed me that she had had the pleasure of exchanging a few words with Mr. Jarndyce and his wards on the occasion of an accidental meeting during their sojourn in the vicinity. Permit me, Mr. Jarndyce, to repeat to yourself and to these ladies the assurance that I have already tendered to Mr. Skimpole. Circumstances undoubtedly prevent my saying that it would afford me any gratification to hear that Mr. Boythorn had favoured my house with his presence, but those circumstances are confined to that gentleman himself, and do not extend beyond him. You know my old opinion of him, said Mr. Skimpole, lightly appealing to us. An amiable bull who is determined to make every colour scarlet. Sir Leicester Dedlock coughed, as if he could not possibly hear another word in reference to such an individual, and took his leave with great ceremony and politeness. I got to my own room with all possible speed, and remained there until I had recovered my self-command. It had been very much disturbed, but I was thankful to find that when I went downstairs again that they only rallied me for having been shy and mute before the great Lincolnshire baronet. By that time I had made up my mind that the period was come when I must tell my guardian what I knew. The possibility of my being brought into contact with my mother, of my being taken to her house, and even of Mr. Skimpole's, however distantly associated with me, receiving kindness and obligations from her husband, were so painful that I felt I could no longer guide myself without his assistance. When we had retired for the night, and Ada and I had had our usual talk in our pretty room, I went out at my door again and sought my guardian among his books. I knew he always read at that hour, and as I drew near I saw the light shining out into the passage from his reading lamp. "May I come in, guardian?" "Surely, little woman. What's the matter?" Nothing is the matter. I thought I would like to take this quiet time of saying a word to you about myself." He put a chair for me, shut his book, put it by, and turned his kind, attentive face towards me. I could not help observing that it wore that curious expression I had observed in it once before, on that night when he had said he was in no trouble, which I could readily understand. "What concerns you, my dear Esther?" said he. "Concerns us all. You cannot be more ready to speak than I am to hear." "I know that, guardian, but I have such need of your advice and support, or you don't know how much need I have to-night." He looked unprepared for my being so earnest, and even a little alarmed. "Oh, how anxious I have been to speak to you," said I, "ever since the visitor was here to-day." "The visitor, my dear? Sir Leicester Dedlock?" "Yes." He folded his arms and sat looking at me with an air of the profoundest astonishment, awaiting what I should say next. I did not know how to prepare him. "Why, Esther," said he, breaking into a smile, "our visitor and you are the two last persons on earth I should have thought of connecting together." "Oh yes, guardian, I know it, and I too but a little while ago." The smile passed from his face, and he became graver than before. He crossed to the door to see that it was shut, but I had seen to that, and resumed his seat before me. "Guardian," said I, "do you remember when we were overtaken by the thunderstorm, Lady Dedlock speaking to you of her sister?" "Of course I do, of course I do." "And reminding you that she and her sister had differed, had gone their several ways?" "Of course." "Why did they separate, guardian?" His face quite altered as he looked at me. "My child, what questions are these? I never knew. No one but themselves ever did know, I believe. Who could tell what the secrets of those two handsome and proud women were? You have seen Lady Dedlock. If you had ever seen her sister, you would know her to have been as resolute and haughty as she." "Oh, guardian, I have seen her many and many a time." "Seen her?" He paused a little, biting his lip. "Then, Esther, when you spoke to me long ago of Boythorn, when I told you that he was all but married once, and that the lady did not die, but died to him, and at that time had had its influence on his later life, did you know it all, and know who the lady was?" "No, guardian," I returned, fearful of the light that dimly broke upon me, "nor do I know yet. Lady Dedlock's sister." "And why?" I could scarcely ask him. "Why, guardian, pray tell me, why were they parted?" "It was her act, and she kept its motives in her inflexible heart. He afterwards did conjecture, but that was mere conjecture, that some injury which her haughty spirit had received in the cause of a quarrel with her sister had wounded her beyond all reason. But she wrote to him from that day to that letter she died to him, as in literal truth she did, and the resolution was exacted from her by her knowledge of his proud temper and his strained sense of honour, which were both her nature too. In consideration for those master points in him, and even in consideration for them in herself, she made the sacrifice, she said, and would live in it and die in it. She did both, I fear. Certainly he never saw her, never heard of her from that hour, nor did anyone." "Oh, guardian, what have I done?" I cried, giving way to my grief. "What sorrow have I innocently caused?" "You caused, Esther?" "Yes, guardian, innocently, but most surely that secluded sister is my first remembrance." "No, no," he cried, starting. "Guardian, yes, and her sister is my mother." I would have told him all my mother's letter, but he would not hear of it then. He spoke so tenderly and wisely to me, and he put so plainly before me all that I had myself thought and hoped in my better state of mind, that, penetrated as I had been with fervent gratitude towards him through so many years, I believed I had never loved him so dearly, never thanked him in my heart so fully as I did that night. And when he had taken me to my room and kissed me at the door, and when at last I lay down to sleep, my thought was, how could I ever be busy enough, how could I ever be good enough, how in my little way could I ever hope to be forgetful enough of myself, devoted enough to him, and useful enough to others to show him how I blessed and honoured him. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. The Letter and the Answer. My guardian called me into his room next morning, and then I told him what had been left untold on the previous night. There was nothing to be done, he said, but to keep the secret and to avoid another such encounter as that of yesterday. He understood my feeling and entirely shared it. He charged himself even with the restraining of Mr. Skimpole from improving his opportunity. One person whom he need not name to me, it was not now possible for him to advise or help. He wished it were, but no such thing could be. If her mistrust of the lawyer whom she had mentioned were well founded, which he scarcely doubted, he dreaded discovery. He knew something of him both by sight and reputation, and it was certain that he was a dangerous man. Whatever happened, he repeatedly impressed upon me with anxious affection and kindness I was as innocent of as himself and as unable to influence. Nor do I understand, said he, that any doubts tend towards you, my dear. Much suspicion may exist without that connection. With the lawyer, I returned, but two other persons have come into my mind since I have been anxious. Then I told him all about Mr. Guppy, who I feared might have had his vague surmises when I little understood his meaning, but in whose silence after our last interview I expressed perfect confidence. Well, said my guardian, then we may dismiss him for the present. Who is the other? I called to his recollection the French maid, and the eager offer of herself she had made to me. Ha! He returned thoughtfully. That is a more alarming person than the clerk. But after all, my dear, it was but seeking for a new service. She had seen you and Ada a little while before, and it was natural that you should come into her head. She merely proposed herself for your maid, you know. She did nothing more. Her manner was strange, said I. Yes, and her manner was strange when she took her shoes off and showed that cool relish for a walk that might have ended in her deathbed, said my guardian. It would be useless self-distress and torment to reckon up such chances and possibilities. There are very few harmless circumstances that would not seem full of perilous meaning so considered. Be hopeful, little woman. You can be nothing better than yourself. Be that, through this knowledge, as you were before you had it. It is the best you can do for everybody's sake. I, sharing the secret with you, and lightening it, guardian, so much, said I, will be attentive to what passes in that family, so far as I can observe it from my distance. And if the time should come when I can stretch out a hand to render the least service to one whom it is better not to name even here, I will not fail to do it for her dear daughter's sake. I thanked him with my whole heart. What could I ever do but thank him? I was going out of the door when he asked me to stay a moment. Quickly turning round, I saw the same expression on his face again, and all at once, I don't know how, it flashed upon me as a new and far-off possibility that I understood it. My dear Esther, said my guardian, I have long had something in my thoughts that I have wished to say to you. Indeed, I have had some difficulty in approaching it, and I still have. I should wish it to be so deliberately said and so deliberately considered. Would you object to my writing it? Dear guardian, how could I object to your writing anything for me to read? Then see, my love, said he with a cheery smile, I am at this moment quite as plain and easy. Do I seem as open and honest and old-fashioned as I am at any time? I answered in all earnestness, quite, with the strictest truth, for his momentary hesitation was gone. It had not lasted a minute, and his fine, sensible, cordial, sterling manner was restored. Do I look as if I suppressed anything, meant anything by what I said? He shook my hand and said no more, nor was any more said in reference to this conversation, either by him or me, through the whole week. When the appointed night came, I said to Charlie, as soon as I was alone, Go and knock at Mr. Jarndyce's door, Charlie, and say you have come from me for the letter. Charlie went upstairs and down the stairs and along the passages. The zigzag way about their old-fashioned house seemed very long in my listening ears that night, and so came back along the passages and down the stairs and up the stairs and brought the letter. Lay it on the table, Charlie, said I. So Charlie laid it on the table and went to bed.
and I sat looking at it without taking it up, thinking of many things. I began with my overshadowed childhood, and passed through those timid days to the heavy time when my aunt lay dead, with her resolute face so cold and set, and when I was more solitary with Mrs. Rachel than if I had had no one in the world to speak to or look at. I passed to the altered days when I was so blessed as to find friends in all around me and to be beloved. I came to the time when I first saw my dear girl, and was received into that sisterly affection which was the grace and beauty of my life. I recalled the first bright gleam of welcome which had shone out of these very windows upon our expectant faces on that cold, bright night, and which had never paled. I lived my happy life there over again. I went through my illness and recovery. I thought of myself so altered, and of those around me so unchanged, and all this happiness shone like a light from one central figure, represented before me by the letter on the table. I opened it and read it. It was so impressive in its love for me, and in the unselfish caution it gave me, and the consideration it showed for me in every word, that my eyes were too often blinded to read too much at a time. But I read it through 3 times before I laid it down. I had thought beforehand that I knew its purport, and I did. It asked me would I be the mistress of Bleak House. It was not a love letter, though it expressed so much love, but was written just as he would at any time have spoken to me. I saw his face and heard his voice, and felt the influence of his kind protecting manner in every line. It addressed me as if our places were reversed, as if all the good deeds had been mine, and all the feelings they had awakened his. It dwelt upon my being young, and he past the prime of life, on his having attained a ripe age, while I was a child, on his writing to me with a silvered head, knowing all this so well as to set it in full before me for mature deliberation. It told me that I would gain nothing by such a marriage, and lose nothing by rejecting it, for no new relation could enhance the tenderness in which he held me, and whatever my decision was, he was certain it would be right. But he had considered this step anew since our late confidence, and had decided on taking it, if it only served to show me through one poor instance that the whole world would readily unite to falsify the stern prediction of my childhood. I was the last to know what happiness I could bestow upon him, but of that he said no more, for I was always to remember that I owed him nothing, and that he was my debtor, and for very much. He had often thought of our future, foreseeing that the time must come, and fearing that it might come soon, when Ada, now very nearly of age, would leave us, and when our present mode of life must be broken up, had become accustomed to reflect on this proposal. Thus he made it. If I felt that I could ever give him the best right he could have to be my protector, and if I felt that I could happily and justly become the dear companion of his remaining life, superior to all lighter chances and changes than death, even then he could not have me bind myself irrevocably while this letter was yet so new to me. But even then I must have ample time for reconsideration. In that case, or in the opposite case, let him be unchanged in his old relation, in his old manner, in the same old name by which I called him. And as to his bright Dame Durden and little housekeeper, she would ever be the same, he knew. This was the substance of the letter, written throughout with a justice and a dignity, as if he were indeed my responsible guardian, impartially representing the proposal of a friend, against whom in his integrity he stated the full case. But he did not hint to me that when I had been better looking he had had this same proceeding in his thoughts and had refrained from it, that when my old face was gone from me and I had no attractions, he could love me just as well in my fairer days, that the discovery of my birth gave him no shock, that his generosity rose above my disfigurement and my inheritance of shame, that the more I stood in need of such fidelity, the more firmly I might trust in him to the last. But I knew it well now. It came upon me as the close of the benignant history I had been pursuing, and I felt that I had but one thing to do. To devote my life to his happiness was to thank him poorly, and what I had wished for the other night, but some new means of thanking him. Still I cried very much, not only in the fullness of my heart after reading the letter, not only in the strangeness of the prospect, for it was strange though I had expected the contents, but as if something for which there was no name or distinct idea were indefinitely lost to me. I was very happy, very thankful, very hopeful, but I cried very much. By and by I went to my old glass. My eyes were red and swollen, and I said, "Oh, Esther, Esther, can that be you?" I'm afraid the face in the glass was going to cry again at this reproach, but I held up my finger at it, and it stopped. "That is more like the composed look you comforted me with, my dear, when you showed me such a change," said I, beginning to let down my hair. "When you are mistress of Bleak House, you are to be as cheerful as a bird. In fact, you are to always be cheerful. So let us begin for once and for all." I went on with my hair now quite comfortably. I sobbed a little, but that was because I had been crying, not because I was crying then. "And so, Esther, my dear, you are happy for life, happy with your best friends, happy in your old home, happy in the power of doing a great deal of good, and happy in the undeserved love of the best of men." I thought all at once, if my guardian married someone else, how should I have felt, and what should I have done? That would have been a change indeed. It presented my life in such a new and blank form that I rang my housekeeping keys and gave them a kiss before I laid them down in their basket again. Then I went on to think as I dressed my hair before the glass. How often had I considered within myself that the deep traces of my illness and the circumstances of my birth were only new reasons why I should be busy, 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 useful, amiable, serviceable in all honest and unpretending ways. This was a good time, to be sure, to sit down morbidly and cry. As to its seeming at all strange to me at first, if that were any excuse for crying, which it was not, that I was one day to be mistress of Bleak House. Why should it seem strange? Other people have thought of such things, if I had not. "Don't you remember it, my plain dear?" I asked myself, looking at the glass. "What Mrs. Woodcourt said before those scars were there about your marrying?" Perhaps the name brought them to my remembrance, the dried remains of the flowers. It would be better not to keep them now. They had only been preserved in memory of something wholly past and gone. But it would be better not to keep them now. They were in a book, and it happened to be in the next room, our sitting room, dividing Ada's chamber from mine. I took a candle and went softly in to fetch it from its shelf. After I had it in my hand, I saw my beautiful darling through the open door, lying asleep, and I stole in to kiss her. It was weak of me, I know, and I could have no reason for crying, but I dropped a tear upon her face, and another, and another. Weaker than that, I took the withered flowers and put them for a moment to her lips. I thought about her love for Richard, though indeed the flowers had nothing to do with that. Then I took them to my own room and burned them at the candle, and they were dust in an instant. On entering the breakfast room next morning, I found my guardian just as usual, quite as frank and open and free. There had not been the least constraint in his manner. There was none, or I think there was none, in mine. I was with him several times in the course of the morning, in and out, when there was no one there, and I thought it not unlikely that he might speak to me about the letter, but he did not say a word. So on the next morning, and the next, for at least a week, over which time Mr. Skimpole prolonged his stay, I expected every day that my guardian might speak to me about the letter, but he never did. I thought then, growing uneasy, that I ought to write an answer. I tried over and over again in my own room at night, but I could not write an answer that all began like a good answer. So I thought each night I would wait one more day, and I waited 7 more days, and he never said a word. At last, Mr. Skimpole having departed, we 3 were one afternoon going out for a ride, and I, being dressed before Ada and going down, came upon my guardian with his back towards me, standing at the drawing-room window looking out. He turned on my coming in and said, smiling, "Aye, it's you, little woman, is it?" and looked out again. I had made up my mind to speak to him now. In short, I had come down on purpose.
Guardian, said I, rather hesitating and trembling, when would you like to have the answer to the letter Charlie came for? When it's ready, my dear, he replied. I think it is ready, said I. Is Charlie to bring it? He asked pleasantly. No, I have brought it myself, Guardian, I returned. I put my 2 arms round his neck and kissed him. And he said, was this the mistress of Bleak House? And I said yes. And it made no difference presently, and we all went out together, and I said nothing to my precious pet about it. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. In Trust. One morning, when I had done jingling about with my baskets of keys, as my beauty and I were walking around and round the garden, I happened to turn my eyes towards the house, and saw a long thin shadow going in, which looked like Mr. Vholes. And Ada had been telling me only that morning of her hopes that Richard might exhaust his ardour in the Chancery suit by being so very earnest in it, and therefore not to damp my dear girl's spirits. I said nothing about Mr. Vholes' shadow. Presently Charlie came lightly winding up among the bushes and tripping along the path, as cosy and pretty as one of Flora's attendants instead of my maid, saying, "Oh, if you please, miss, would you step in and speak to Mr. Jarndyce?" It was one of Charlie's peculiarities that whenever she was charged with a message she always began to deliver it as soon as she beheld, at any distance, the person for whom it was intended. Therefore I saw Charlie asking me, in her usual form of words, to step and speak to Mr. Jarndyce long before I heard her, and when I did hear her she said it so often that she was out of breath. I told Ada I'd make haste back and inquired of Charlie as we went in whether there was not a gentleman with Mr. Jarndyce, to which Charlie, whose grammar, I confess to my shame, never did any credit to my educational powers, replied, "Yes, miss, him has come down in the country with Mr. Richard." A more complete contrast than my guardian and Mr. Vholes I suppose there could not be. I found them looking at one another across the table, one so open and the other so close, the one so broad and upright, the other so narrow and stooping, the one giving out what he had to say in such a rich ringing voice, and the other keeping it in such a cold-blooded, gasping, fish-like manner, that I thought I had never seen 2 people so unmatched. "You know, Mr. Vholes, my dear," said my guardian, not with the greatest urbanity, I must say. Mr. Vholes rose, gloved and buttoned as usual, and seated himself again, just as he had seated himself beside Richard in the gig. Not having Richard to look at, he looked straight before him. I sat down between them. Mr. Vholes remained immovable, except that he secretly picked at one of the red pimples on his yellow face with his black glove. "As Rick and you are happily good friends, I should like to know," said my guardian, "what do you think, my dear, you would be so good as to speak up, Mr. Vholes?" Doing anything but that, Mr. Vholes observed, "I have been saying that I have reason to know, Miss Summerson, as Mr. C.'s professional adviser, that Mr. C.'s circumstances are at the present moment in an embarrassed state, not so much to the point of amount as owing to the peculiar and pressing nature of liabilities Mr. C. has incurred, and the means he has of liquidating or meeting the same. I have staved off many little matters for Mr. C., but there is a limit to staving off, and we have reached it. I have made some advances out of pocket to accommodate these unpleasantnesses, but I necessarily look to being repaid, for I do not pretend to be a man of capital, and I have a father to support in the Vale of Taunton, besides striving to realise some little independence for 3 dear girls at my home. My apprehension is, Mr. C.'s circumstances being such, lest it should end in his obtaining leave to part with his commission, which at all events is desirable to be made known to his connections." Mr. Vholes, who looked at me while speaking, here emerged into the silence he could hardly be said to have broken, so stifled was his tone, and looked before him again. "Imagine the poor fellow without even his present resource," said my guardian to me. "Yet what can I do? You know him, Esther. He would never accept of help from me now.
To offer or to hint at it would be to drive him to an extremity, if nothing else did. Mr. Vholes hereupon addressed me again. "What Mr. Jarndyce remarks, miss, is no doubt the case, and is the difficulty. I do not see anything is to be done. I do not say anything is to be done. Far from it. I merely come down here under the seal of confidence and mention it in order that everything may be openly carried on, that it may not be said afterwards that everything was not openly carried on. My wish is that everything should be openly carried on. I desire to have a good name behind me. If I consulted merely my own interests with Mr. C, I should not be here. So insurmountable, as you must well know, would be his objections. This is not a professional attendance. This can be charged to nobody. I have no interest in it except as a member of a society, and a father, and a son," said Mr. Vholes, who had nearly forgotten that point. It appeared to us that Mr. Vholes said neither more nor less than the truth in intimating that he sought to divide the responsibility, such as it was, of knowing Richard's situation. I could only suggest that I go down to Deal, where Richard was then stationed, and see him, and try, where possible, to avert the worst. Without consulting Mr. Vholes on this point, I took my guardian aside to propose it, while Mr. Vholes gauntly stalked to the fire and warmed his funeral gloves. The fatigue of the journey formed an immediate objection on my guardian's part, but as I saw he had no other, and I was only too happy to go, I got his consent. We had merely then to dispose of Mr. Vholes.
"Well, sir," said Mr. Jarndyce, "Miss Summerson will communicate with Mr. Carstone, and you can only hope that his position may be yet retrievable. You will allow me to order you lunch after your journey, sir?" "I thank you, Mr. Jarndyce," said Mr. Vholes, putting out his long black sleeve to check the ringing of the bell. "Not any, I thank you. No, no, not a morsel. My digestion is much impaired, and I am but a poor knife and fork at any time. If I was to partake of solid food at this period of the day, I don't know what the consequences might be. Everything having been openly carried on, sir, I will now, with your permission, take my leave." "And I would that you could take your leave, and we could all take our leave, Mr. Vholes," returned my guardian bitterly, "of a cause you know of." Mr. Vholes, whose black dye was so deep from head to foot that it had quite steamed before the fire, diffusing a very unpleasant perfume, made a short one-sided inclination of his head from the neck, and slowly shook it. "We, whose ambition it is to be looked upon in the light of respectable practitioners, sir, can but put our shoulders to the wheel. We do it, sir, at least I do it myself, and I wish to think well of my professional brethren, one and all. You are sensible of an obligation not to refer to me, miss, in communicating with Mr. C. I said I would be careful not to do it." "Just so, miss. Good morning, Mr. Jarndyce. Good morning, sir." Mr. Vholes put his dead glove, which scarcely seemed to have any hand in it, on my fingers, and then on my guardian's fingers, and took his long thin shadow away. I thought of it on the outside of the coach, passing all over the sunny landscape between us and London, chilling the seed in the ground as it glided along. Of course it became necessary to tell Ada where I was going and why I was going, and of course she was anxious and distressed, but she was too true to Richard to say anything but words of pity and words of excuse, and in a more loving spirit still, my dear devoted girl, she wrote him a long letter, of which I took charge. Charlie was to be my travelling companion, though I am sure I wanted none, and would willingly have left her at home. We all went to London that afternoon, and finding 2 places in the mail, secured them. At our usual bedtime, Charlie and I were rolling away seaward with the Kentish letters. It was a night's journey in those coach times, but we had the mail to ourselves, and did not find the night very tedious. It passed with me as I suppose it would with most people under such circumstances. At one while my journey looked hopeful, and at another hopeless. Now I thought I should do some good, and now I wondered how I could ever have supposed so. Now it seemed one of the most reasonable things in the world that I should have come, and now one of the most unreasonable. In what state should I find Richard? What should I say to him? And what would he say to me? Occupied my mind by turns with these two states of feeling, and the wheels seemed to play one tune, to which the burden of my guardian's letter set itself, over and over again all night. At last we came to the narrow streets of Deal, and very gloomy they were upon a raw, misty morning. The long flat beach, with its little irregular houses, wooden and brick, and its litter of capstans and great boats and sheds, and bare upright poles with tackle and blocks, and loose gravelly waste places overgrown with grass and weeds, wore as a dull appearance as any place I ever saw. The sea was heaving under a thick white fog, and nothing else was moving but a few early rope makers, who, with the yarn twisted round their bodies, looked as if, tired of their present state of existence, they were spinning themselves into cordage. But when we got to a warm room in an excellent hotel and sat down, comfortably washed and dressed, to an early breakfast, for it was too late to think of going to bed, Deal began to look more cheerful. Our little room was like a ship's cabin, and that delighted Charlie very much. Then the fog began to rise like a curtain, and numbers of ships that we had no idea were near appeared. I don't know how many sail the waiter told us were then lying in the Downs. Some of the vessels were of grand size. One was a large Indiaman just come home, and when the sun shone through the clouds, making silvery pools in the dark sea, the way in which these ships brightened and shadowed and changed, amid a bustle of boats pulling off from the shore to them, and from them to the shore, and a general life and motion in themselves and everything around them, was most beautiful. The large Indiaman was our great attraction, because she had come into the Downs in the night. She was surrounded by boats, and we said how glad the people on board her must be to come ashore. Charlie was curious too, about the voyage, and about the heat in India, and the serpents and the tigers, and as she picked up such information much faster than grammar, I told her what I knew of those points. I told her, too, how people in such voyages were sometimes wrecked and cast on rocks, where they were saved by the intrepidity and humanity of one man. And Charlie, asking how that could be, I told her how we knew at home of such a case. I had thought of sending Richard a note saying I was there, but it seemed so much better to go to him without preparation. As he lived in barracks, I was a little doubtful whether this was feasible. We went out to reconnoitre. Peeping in at the gate of the barrack yard, we found everything very quiet at that time in the morning, and I asked a sergeant standing on the guardhouse steps where he lived. He sent a man before to show me, who went up some bare stairs and knocked with his knuckles at a door and left us. "Now then," cried Richard from within. So I left Charlie in the little passage, and going to the half-open door said, "Can I come in, Richard? It's only Dame Durden." He was writing at a table with a great confusion of clothes, tin cases, books, boots, brushes, and portmanteaus strewn all around the floor. He was only half dressed, in plain clothes, I observed, not in uniform, and his hair was unbrushed, and he looked as wild as his room. All this I saw after he had heartily welcomed me, and I was seated near him, for he started upon hearing my voice, and caught me in his arms a moment. Dear Richard, he was ever the same to me, down to, poor fellow, to the end. He never received me but with something of his old merry boyish manner. "Good heaven, my dear little woman," said he, "how do you come here? Who could have thought of seeing you? Nothing the matter? Ada is well?" "Quite well, lovelier than ever, Richard." "Ah," he said, leaning back in his chair, "my poor cousin. I was writing to you, Esther." So worn and haggard as he looked, even in the fullness of his handsome youth, leaning back in his chair and crushing the closely written sheet of paper in his hand. "Have you been at the trouble of writing all that, and I am not to read it after all?" I asked. "Oh, my dear," he returned with a hopeless gesture, "you may read it in the whole room. It's all over here." I mildly entreated him not to be despondent. I told him that I had heard by chance of his being in difficulty, and had come to consult with him what could best be done. "Like you, Esther, but useless, and so not like you," he said with a melancholy smile. "I'm away on leave this day, should have been gone in another hour, and that is to smooth it over for my selling out. Well, let bygones be bygones. So this calling follows the rest. I only want to have been in the church to have made the round of all the professions. Richard, I urged, it's not so hopeless as that. Esther, he returned, it is indeed. I am just so near disgrace as that those who are put in authority over me, as the catechism goes, would far rather be without me than with me. And they are right. Apart from debts and duns and all such drawbacks, I am not fit even for this employment. I have no care, no mind, no heart, no soul, but for one thing. Why, if this bubble hadn't broken now, he said, tearing the letter he had written into fragments and moodily casting them away by driblets, how could I have gone abroad? I must have been ordered abroad, but how could I have gone? How could I, with my experience of that thing, trust even Vholes unless I was at his back? I suppose he knew by my face what I was about to say, but he caught the hand I had laid upon his arm and touched my own lips with it to prevent me from going on. No, Dame Durden, two subjects I forbid, must forbid. The first is John Jarndyce, the second you know what. Call it madness, and I tell you I can't help it now. It can't be sane, but there is no such thing. It is the one object I have to pursue. It is a pity I was ever prevailed upon to turn out of my road for any other. It would be wisdom to abandon it now, after all the time, anxiety and pains I have bestowed upon it. Oh yes, true wisdom. It would be very agreeable too to some people, but I never will. He was in that mood in which I thought it best not to increase his determination, if anything could increase it, by opposing him. I took out Ada's letter and put it in his hand. Am I to read it now? He asked. As I told him yes, he laid it on the table, and resting his head upon his hand, began. He had not read far when he rested his head upon his two hands, to hide his face from me. A little while he rose, as if the light were bad, and went to the window. He finished reading it there, with his back towards me. After he had finished, he folded it up, stood there for some minutes with the letter in his hand. When he came back to his chair, I saw tears in his eyes. Of course, Esther, you know what she says here. He spoke in a softened voice. Kissed the letter as he asked me. Yes, Richard. Offers me, he went on, tapping his foot upon the floor, the little inheritance she is certain of soon, just as little and as much as I have wasted, and begs and prays me to take it, set myself right with it, and remain in the service. I know your welfare to be the dearest wish of her heart, said I, and oh, my dear Richard, Ada's is a noble heart. I'm sure it is. I wish I was dead. He went back to the window and, laying his arm across it, leaned his head down on his arm. It greatly affected me to see him so, but I hoped he might become more yielding, and I remained silent. My experience was very limited. I was not at all prepared for his rousing himself out of this emotion to a new sense of injury. And this is the heart that the same John Jarndyce, who is not otherwise to be mentioned between us, stepped in to estrange from me, he said indignantly. And the dear girl makes me this generous offer from under the same John Jarndyce's roof, and with the same John Jarndyce's gracious consent and connivance, I dare say, as a new means of buying me off. Richard, I cried out hastily, I will not hear you say such shameful words. I was very angry with him indeed, and for the first time in my life, but it only lasted a moment, when I saw his worn young face looking at me as if he was sorry. I put my hand on his shoulder and said, if you please, my dear Richard, do not speak in such a tone to me. Consider. He blamed himself exceedingly, and told me in the most generous manner that he had been very wrong, and that he begged my pardon 1,000 times. At that I laughed, but trembled a little too, for I was rather fluttered after being so fiery. To accept this offer, my dear Esther, said he, sitting down beside me and resuming our conversation, once more, pray forgive me. I am deeply grieved. To accept my dearest cousin's offer is, I need not say, impossible. Besides, I have letters and papers that I could show you which would convince you it's all over here. I've done with the red coat, believe me, but it's some satisfaction, in the midst of my troubles and perplexities, to know that I am pressing Ada's interest in pressing my own. Vholes has his shoulder to the wheel, and he cannot help urging it on, as much for her as for me, thank God. His sanguine hopes were rising within him and lighting up his features, but they made his face more sad to me than it had been before. No, no, cried Richard exultingly. If every farthing of Ada's little fortune were mine, no part of it should be spent in retaining me in what I am not fit for, can take no interest in, and am weary of. Should be devoted to what promises a better return, and should be used where she has a larger stake. Don't be uneasy for me. I shall now have only one thing on my mind, and Vholes and I will work it. I shall not be without means, free of my commission. I shall be able to compound with some small usurers who will hear of nothing but their bond now. Vholes says so. I should have a balance in my favour anyway, but that would swell it. Come, come, you shall carry a letter to Ada from me. Esther, you must both of you be more hopeful of me, and not believe that I am quite cast away just yet, my dear. I will not repeat what I said to Richard. I know it was tiresome, and nobody is to suppose for a moment that it was at all wise. It only came from my heart. He heard it patiently and feelingly, but I saw that on the two subjects he had reserved it was at present hopeless to make any representation to him. I saw too, and had experienced in this very interview, the sense of my guardian's remark that it was even more mischievous to use persuasion with him than to leave him as he was. Therefore I was driven at last to asking Richard if he would mind convincing me that it really was all over there, as he had said, and that it was not his mere impression. He showed me, without hesitation, the correspondence making it quite plain that his retirement was arranged. I found from what he had told me that Mr. Vholes had copies of these papers, and had been in consultation with him throughout. Beyond ascertaining this, and having been the bearer of Ada's letter, and being, as I was going to be, Richard's companion back to London, I had done no good by coming down. Admitting this to myself with a reluctant heart, I said I would return to the hotel and wait until he joined me there. So he threw a cloak over his shoulders and saw me to the gate, and Charlie and I went back along the beach. There was a concourse of people in one spot, surrounding some naval officers who were landing from a boat, and pressing about them with unusual interest. I said to Charlie this would be one of the great Indiaman's boats now, and we stopped to look. The gentlemen slowly came up from the waterside, speaking good-humouredly to each other and to the people around, and glancing about them as if they were glad to be in England again. "Charlie, Charlie," said I, "come away." And I hurried on so swiftly that my little maid was surprised. It was not until we were shut up in our cabin room that I had had time to take a breath, and I began to think why I had made such haste. In one of the sunburnt faces I recognised Mr. Allan Woodcourt, and I had been afraid of his recognising me. I had been unwilling that he should see my altered looks. I had been taken by surprise, and my courage quite failed me. But I knew this would not do, and I now said to myself, "My dear, there is no reason, there is, and there can be no reason at all, why it should be worse for you now than it has ever been. What you were last month you are to-day. You are no worse, you are no better. This is not your resolution. Call it up, Esther, call it up." I was in a great tremble with running, and at first I was quite unable to calm myself, but I got better, and I was very glad to know it. The party came to the hotel. I heard them speaking on the staircase. I was sure it was the same gentleman, because I knew their voices again. I mean, I knew Mr. Woodcourt's. It would still have been a great relief to me to have gone away without making myself known, but I was determined not to do so. No, my dear, no, no, no. I untied my bonnet and put my veil half up, I think I mean half down, but it matters very little, and wrote on one of my cards that I happened to be there with Mr. Richard Carstone, and I sent it in to Mr. Woodcourt. He came immediately. I told him I was rejoiced to be by chance among the first to welcome him home to England, and I saw that he was very sorry for me. "You have been in a shipwreck and peril since you left us, Mr. Woodcourt," said I, "but we can hardly call that a misfortune when it enabled you to be so useful and so brave. We read of it with the truest interest. It first came to my knowledge through your old patient, poor Miss Flite, and I was recovering from my severe illness. "Ah, little Miss Flite," he said. "She lives the same life yet, just the same." I was so comfortable with myself now as not to mind the veil, and to be able to put it aside. "Her gratitude to you, Mr. Woodcourt, is delightful. She is a most affectionate creature, as I have reason to say." You have found her so?" he returned. I am glad of that. He was so very sorry for me that he could scarcely speak. "I assure you," said I, "that I was deeply touched by her sympathy and pleasure at the time I have referred to. I was grieved to hear that you had been very ill." "I was very ill." "But you have quite recovered." "I have recovered my health and cheerfulness," said I. "You know how good my guardian is, and what a happy life we lead, and I have everything to be thankful for, and nothing in the world to desire." I felt as if he had a greater commiseration for me than I had ever had for myself. It inspired me with a new fortitude and new calmness to find it was I who was under the necessity of reassuring him. I spoke to him of his voyage out and home, and of his future plans, and of his probable return to India. He said that was very doubtful. He had not found himself more favoured by fortune there than here. He had gone out a poor ship surgeon, and had come home nothing better. While we were talking, and when I was glad to believe that I had alleviated, if I may use such a term, the shock he had had in seeing me, Richard came in. He had heard downstairs who was with me, and they met with cordial pleasure. I saw that after their first greetings were over, and when they spoke of Richard's career, Mr. Woodcourt had a perception that all was not going well with him. He frequently glanced at his face as if there was something in it that gave him pain, and more than once he looked towards me as though he sought to ascertain whether I knew what the truth was. Yet Richard was in one of his sanguine states, and in good spirits, and was thoroughly pleased to see Mr. Woodcourt again, whom he had always liked. Richard proposed that we should all go to London together, but Mr. Woodcourt, having to remain by his ship a little longer, could not join us. He dined with us, however, at an early hour, and became so much more like what he used to be, that I was still more at peace to think I had been able to soften his regrets. Yet his mind was not relieved of Richard. When the coach was almost ready, and Richard ran down to look after his luggage, he spoke to me about him. I am not sure that I had a right to lay his whole story open, but I referred in a few words to his estrangement from Mr. Jarndyce, and to his being entangled in the ill-fated Chancery suite. Mr. Woodcourt listened with interest, and expressed his regret. "I saw you observe him rather closely," said I. "Do you think him so changed?" "He is changed," he returned, shaking his head. I felt the blood rush into my face for the first time, but it was only an instantaneous emotion. I turned my head aside, and it was gone. "It is not," said Mr. Woodcourt, "his being so much younger or older, or thinner or fatter or paler or ruddier, as there being upon his face such a singular expression. I never saw so remarkable a look in a young person. One cannot say that it is all anxiety or weariness, yet it is both, like an ungrown despair." "You do not think he is ill?" said I. "No, he looked robust in body. That he cannot be at peace in mind we have too much reason to know," I proceeded. "Mr. Woodcourt, you are going to London?" "To morrow or the next day." "There is nothing Richard wants so much as a friend. He always liked you. Pray see him when you get there. Pray help him sometimes with your companionship, if you can. You do not know of what service it might be. You cannot think how Ada and Mr. Jarndyce, and even I, how we should all thank you, Mr. Woodcourt." "Miss Summerson," he said, more moved than he had been from the first, "before Heaven I will be a true friend to him. I will accept him as a trust, and it shall be a sacred one." "God bless you," said I, with my eyes filling fast, but I thought they might, when it was not for myself. "Ada loves him. We all love him, but Ada loves him as we cannot. I will tell her what you say. Thank you, and God bless you in her name." Richard came back as we finished exchanging these hurried words, and gave me his arm to take me to the coach. "Woodcourt," he said, unconscious with what application, "pray let us meet in London." "Meet?" returned the other. "I have scarcely a friend there now but you. Where shall I find you?" "Why, I must get a lodging of some sort," said Richard, pondering. Say at Vholes, Symonds Inn." "Good. Without loss of time." They shook hands heartily when I was seated in the coach, and Richard was yet standing in the street. Mr. Woodcourt laid his friendly hand on Richard's shoulder and looked at me. I understood him, and waved mine in thanks. And in his last look as we drove away, I saw that he was very sorry for me. I was glad to see it. I felt for my old self as the dead may feel if they ever revisit these scenes. I was glad to be tenderly remembered, to be gently pitied, not to be quite forgotten. End of chapter 45.